Chapter 1. Chat Records. Shao Yang. There is something I need to discuss with you in advance. Go ahead. In our hometown, when a girl gets married, the boy must prepare at least 500,000 as a betrothal gift. 500,000? Is the betrothal gift really that expensive where you come from? 500,000 is considered reasonable here. It can exceed 1 million, but my salary is only 8,000 a month. After deducting living expenses and rent, I can save a maximum of 5,000. When will I ever be able to marry you? Perhaps you could ask your mother if she might accept a lower amount. I promise you, after we marry, I will treat you well. Why mother says the betrothal gift is a guarantee of marriage. If the man cannot provide it, it only reflects his lack of capability. My dear, could you wait for me a few more years? Once I have earned enough, I will marry you. Fine, let's not discuss this anymore. Tonight, my friend is celebrating a birthday. You don't need to wait for me. Which friend? It's 11 o'clock. Why aren't you back yet? Shao Yang, are you angry? No. You are angry you didn't answer my call at noon. I was busy. Shao Yang, is it really necessary to be this petty? I only spent one night at a friend's house. I truly was busy. Do as you wish. I don't want to explain. Any more explanations are merely a cover. If you don't trust me, no amount of words will suffice. My dear, I really was in a meeting at noon. I'm not angry at all. Really? Yes. The National Day holiday is approaching. Where shall we go this year? Everywhere is crowded during National Day. Perhaps we should save some money and not go this year. Money, money, money. All you think about is money. Is it truly that important? My dear, I earn money to marry you. All right, I forgive you. Red envelope. I have to work overtime tonight. You don't need to wait for me. Sleep early. Love you. Image. Why? Who sent you this picture? Weren't you celebrating a friend's birthday last time? How did you end up in a bar? I thought I was just hanging out at the bar with my friends for a bit. Then who is the man next to you? He's a friend of my friend. A friend of a friend? Do you think I'm blind? You were leaning against him. Shao Yang, is it really necessary to be this jealous? You work overtime every day. What's wrong with me having some fun with friends? You can't accompany me all the time. And besides, nothing happened between us. We just sat together. What else do you want to happen? If you think like that, I don't know what to say. But you weren't like this before. Have you stopped loving me? When I am working hard to earn money to marry you, you are out at a bar, flirting with another man. If the roles were reversed, how would you feel? I already told you nothing happened. If you don't believe me, ask Dooley. She was there that night too. Shao Yang, come home early today. I will clarify everything. Shao Yang, I successfully passed the interview tomorrow. I will start as a trainee at Dongwang Entertainment. Really? Congratulations. However, I will need to train at the Dongwang Entertainment base for 3 months, and during that time, I won't be able to accompany you. You will be gone for 3 months? Yes. All right, I will see you off. No need, you don't have a car, and I've packed my things. I will leave tonight. Is it really that urgent? The company requires it. I have no choice. By the way, I took the bank card you left in the drawer. I will need money over there. But that was my savings for the betrothal gift. Haha, consider in advance. Shao Yang, did you see everything? Shao Yang, we're all adults. Can you be a bit more realistic? Shao Yang, say something. How long have you been with him? Not long. Do you know I worked 10 consecutive days just to earn 2 days off to see you? I intended to surprise you, but I didn't expect. Song Li, did you ever truly like me? Or did you never consider marrying me? If you could have provided the 500,000 betrothal gift 6 months ago, I might have married you. But with your monthly salary of 8,000, do you think I could find happiness after marrying you? I never imagined you would turn out to be this kind of person. Shao Yang, since you've seen everything, I won't hide it from you any longer. He is the manager of our company's planning department, and he was instrumental in my signing with Dongwang Entertainment. Shao Yang, this is where we end. I will return to pack my things when I have the time. Are you breaking up with me? There will be no future for us. You can't just end 5 years of feelings like that. Enough, I'm going to training. That's it. You're Song Li's ex-boyfriend? Who are you? I am her current boyfriend. I added you on WeChat to let you know to stop bothering her. She is progressing quickly at the company, and soon she will participate in a talent show. You two are not in the same league. However, as a man, I truly feel sorry for you. I heard you were together for 5 years. I originally thought you had been intimate, but I was surprised to learn she was still a virgin in all my years at the company. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Bastard. Feel free to curse. People like you could do nothing but yell, but if you continue to harass Song Li, don't blame me for being rude. Son of a dog. They'll fuck your mother. Exiting the WeChat chat interface, Shao Yang's mind remained clouded. His rented room was in utter disarray. Clothes lay carelessly piled on the bed. The trash can had been overturned, and a dozen 500-milliliter beer cans were scattered across the floor, the air thick with the stench of alcohol. The moment Shao Yang set down his phone, the memories of the original owner flooded into his mind. Shao Yang, 26 years old, born in a small, obscure city, with a family of 4 parents and a younger sister, graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music with a degree in computer music and currently employed at an advertising firm. Just yesterday, his girlfriend of 5 years, Song Li, had taken the initiative to break up with him. Shortly afterward, her new boyfriend, through some means, added Shao Yang on WeChat and humiliated him. The original owner, heartbroken, had intended to drown his sorrows in alcohol, but unexpectedly ended up passing out from drunkenness. Thus, another Shao Yang from a parallel world had crossed over into this one. Both shared the same name and similar backgrounds, yet their paths diverged entirely. The current Shao Yang in that parallel world had been discovered by a talent scout before graduation and stood out among numerous trainees through a boy band audition program. After debuting, bolstered by the company's promotion and his own efforts, he quickly rose to become a second-tier star in the country, even ascending to the first tier at the height of his career. However, at the age of 32, he was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Ultimately, the memories from both lives began to merge, leaving Shao Yang in a state of confusion. He struggled to rise, opened the window, and a cool breeze swept into the room, gradually calming his thoughts. What does this mean for me? Is it crossover or a rebirth? Strictly speaking, this should be considered a crossover, as there is over 95% similarity between the two worlds, yet many differences remain. I suppose I have escaped death. For someone who had just been suffering on a hospital bed yesterday, possessing a healthy body is far more exhilarating than acquiring 1 million, 10 million, or even 1 billion. Shao Yang picked up his phone, glanced at the chat records once more, and chuckled wryly. What a pitiful yet despicable lovesick fool. However, now that I have taken control of your body, I shall, as a form of recompense, breathe this breath on your behalf. With a deep inhalation, Shao Yang stepped into the cramped restroom. Gazing at the somewhat haggard visage reflected in the mirror, he murmured to himself, "The conditions are quite acceptable with a bit of embellishment. There should be no issue. If I wish to ascend swiftly to greater heights, the entertainment industry is the only shortcut. It merely entails retracing the steps I have already taken." Yet, it appears that the music, film, and variety shows of this world are vastly different from those of my former realm. This implies that I might. In an instant, Shao Yang was invigorated, an extraordinary gleam igniting in his eyes. Chapter 2. The concert the rental space is merely 15 square meters, encompassing nearly all of Shao Yang's possessions. In this metropolis, where every inch of land is highly valued, even such a cramped dwelling commands a rent of 2,000. Despite this, Shao Yang faces a 40-minute subway commute to his workplace. Within the wardrobe, only a small section is allocated for his clothes. The remainder belongs to Song Li, prior to her tenure at Dongwang Entertainment. She had merely been a receptionist at an IT firm, earning a meager salary just above 4,000. By the end of each month, she would solicit funds from Shao Yang, who had grown accustomed to this routine. Last month, he scrimped and saved, only to transfer his remaining savings to Song Li at month's end. As he gazed at the garments in the wardrobe, images of past follies resurfaced in Shao Yang's mind, igniting a sense of indignation. He felt an urge to slap himself, muttering in frustration, "How foolish can you be?" He picked up a beer can from the floor and tossed it into the trash. Taking a seat on the bed, Shao Yang retrieved his phone to check his WeChat balance. A little over 300 remained. His bank account had recently been credited with last month's salary, totaling over 6,000, but after paying the rent, he would be left with just over 4,000, his entire savings. A bank card, once holding 50,000, had been depleted just days prior, as indicated by recent transaction notifications. Additionally, he discovered 2 concert tickets nestled in his bag. Tickets for Song Jiaowen's national tour, her favorite male artist. Though the seats were not prime, they had cost him over 600. He had intended to surprise Song Li by attending the concert together, only to be shattered when he witnessed her entangled with a slick-haired man, boarding a luxury car outside the Dongwang Entertainment building. Deciding to clear his mind, he ventured out into the world to explore the local music scene. He resolved not to dwell on the past, realizing that feeling sorrow for a woman like Song Lee was utterly unwarranted. After a refreshing shower, he donned a sporty outfit, tucked the concert tickets into his bag, and descended to hail a taxi to the concert venue. Outside the grand stage, a throng of fans clutched their tickets, eagerly awaiting entry. The crowd was overwhelming. Without the assistance of volunteers, Shao Yang would likely have been lost. Clutching his tickets, he followed the line. Nearby, a finely dressed young woman was anxiously on the phone. "Are you even going to buy the tickets? It's almost my turn. I can't miss Jiaowen's concert in the city." Her voice, sharp amidst the chaos, pierced through the noise. She was adorned in an Adico tank top, a Gucci jacket, and what appeared to be a rare dark yellow skirt, complemented by a Dior bag. Shao Yang, drawing from his years in the entertainment industry, recognized the authenticity of her attire. Glancing at his own tickets, he tentatively inquired, "Excuse me, are you here alone?" The girl, having just ended her call, scrutinized him with skepticism, as if wary of an unsavory character. "What do you want?" she retorted. "Please don't misunderstand." Shao Yang raised the tickets. "I intended to attend with my girlfriend, but she broke up with me yesterday. If you're alone, I can sell you one." Her wariness dissipated as she asked, "Are those real tickets?" "Yes, I secured them online after a sleepless night. I can show you the confirmation on my phone if you'd like." Seeing the line advancing towards her, she quickly replied, "No need, just give me the ticket." "How much?" 320. "How about 300? He proposed, hoping to recoup some of his expenses. To his surprise, she agreed without hesitation, knowing that scalpers had inflated the prices into the thousands. After scanning the QR code, she promptly transferred 500. Shao Yang accepted the payment, understanding that she was likely well off. "Thank you," she exclaimed. "No, I should thank you," he smiled back. "Let us meet inside," she suggested. "All right," he replied. She presented her ticket to the attendant, who tore off the stub, allowing her entrance. Shortly thereafter, Shao Yang followed suit. Inside, the venue was expansive, accommodating over 10,000 attendees. Due to his late arrival, most seats were already filled. As someone familiar with the industry, Shao Yang knew that a concert could yield profits averaging between 700,000 to 1,500,000, influenced by various factors such as popularity, artist stature, and ticket pricing. Yet, many performers also face losses. Concerts were not the primary revenue source for artists. Endorsements, commercial performances, and copyrights often yielded greater returns. "Thank you. Without your ticket, I would have made it in." The girl's familiar voice brought Shao Yang back to the present. "I bought it for 320, sold it for 500. I should be the one thanking you," he replied. As she settled into her seat, she initiated conversation. "What is your name? Are you from here?" "Shao Yang, from out of town." "I'm Shao. Nice to meet you." With approximately 10 minutes until the concert commenced, Shao and Shao Yang engaged in polite conversation, though they did not delve deeply into topics. It was evident that she was an ardent fan of Song Jiaowen, as her every word revolved around him. Shao Yang, however, had little knowledge of the artist, having purchased the tickets solely because of Song Li's admiration. Finally, the concert began. The spotlight converged on the stage, and after a brief silence, as Song Jiaowen emerged via a lift, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Shao Yang, accustomed to such adulation from his own peak years, observed the scene with a sense of familiarity. The lively melodies soon filled the venue, showcasing a distinctive style and commendable vocal prowess. Most artists brave enough to perform live possess considerable talent, unlike many internet celebrities whose careers faltered under scrutiny. Listening intently, Shao Yang murmured to himself, "These chords are quite standard, akin to popular songs. It seems both worlds share similarities, just some songs are exclusive to one side." His voice was barely audible amidst the surrounding clamor, and no one took heed of his musings. Chapter 3. An actor. Heartbreak for all. One song followed another on stage, while the audience below enthusiastically cheered repeatedly. Midway through, Song Jiaowen invited two celebrity guests to join him on stage for a duet, granting them opportunities for solo performances. Such occurrences are common at concerts, as it is nearly unbearable to sing around 30 songs consecutively. Hence, it is customary to have a few friends step in temporarily, allowing the main performer a brief respite. As the second half commenced, after singing two heartfelt ballads, Song Jiaowen felt a slight discomfort in his throat. Taking a sip of mineral water, he announced with a microphone in hand, For this next segment, I will invite a fan from the audience to come up and sing one of my songs. If they can complete the song, I will gift them my first limited edition album, of which only 100 copies have been issued nationwide. To sing alongside their idol is a dream come true for these fans. With so many present, who among them would know a Song Jialuan song? Amidst the piercing screams, Song Jialuan chuckled, I will ask the lighting technician to shine a random spotlight on the audience. I will turn my back and count to 30. Whoever the light lands on will be invited on stage. Sound good? A resounding cheer erupted throughout the venue. Turning his back, Song Jialuan called out, lighting technician, please prepare. With a swift motion, a beam of white light illuminated the center of the audience, prompting a cacophony of cheers. As he began counting down, 10, 9, 8, the spotlight danced among the spectators, amplifying the excitement. When he reached 1, the light settled firmly on a spot in the back row. Everyone turned their heads in unison. The glaring light made Shao Yang squint, while his companion Shui gaped in astonishment at him, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. A staff member approached, microphone in hand, offering it to Shao Yang. It was at this moment that he truly realized he had been chosen. A 1 in 10,000 chance, and here he was. Could this be the buff of a time traveler? Feeling slightly awkward, Shao Yang accepted the microphone and stood. His embarrassment stemmed from his unfamiliarity with Song Jialuan, as well as his ignorance of his songs. Let's welcome our lucky guest to the stage, the host announced. Hesitating, Shao Yang recalled the conversations on WeChat with his friends and glanced at the grand stage where Song Jialuan stood. His uncertainty gradually faded. He gripped the microphone and resolutely made his way to the stage. What's your name? Song Jialuan inquired. Shao Yang, he replied. How long have you been listening to my songs? I started listening after I began dating my girlfriend. Song Jialuan laughed. So you came here with your girlfriend. Which song would you like to sing on this stage today? Shao Yang took a deep breath and, looking into the camera, asked, May I sing my own song? Your own song? Song Jialuan responded, astonished. Are you also a singer? Shao Yang, with a shy smile, replied, I graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I merely compose songs, not much of a singer. Excellent. I didn't expect to draw an original artist today. The stage is yours. If you perform well, that limited edition album is yours. Best of luck. Shao Yang nodded with a smile, as Song Jialuan stepped aside to rest. He held no expectations for Shao Yang, considering the abundance of music academy graduates in this era. Yet how few have made their mark in the entertainment industry. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Shao Yang approached the piano teacher politely. Hello, may I borrow the piano? The piano instructor, momentarily taken aback, nonetheless vacated the seat. Shao Yang placed the microphone on the piano stand, adjusted it slightly, and sat down beside the instrument. Shui Jie watched in astonishment as Shao Yang took the stage. She had no inkling that he could compose music, let alone play the piano. Most remarkably, amidst the throng of spectators, he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calm. As the audience observed this scene, they gradually fell silent, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Shao Yang and Appo's fingers hovered above the keys, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed down, releasing a profound prelude. His 10 fingers danced expertly across the keys, producing a melodious sound, truly professional. Song Jialuan nearly spat out the sip of water he had just taken upon hearing the piano and Appo's enchanting melody. Leaning closer to the microphone, Shao Yang and Appo's voice resonated throughout the expansive venue. Keep it simple. Speak simply. Skip the emotional buildup. You are not an actor. Do not script those details. As he concluded this brief refrain, a stir arose from the audience. The band members exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of the unexpected performance. Yet, Shao Yang remained absorbed in his own world, reminiscing about a past self that seemed absurd in comparison. His heartfelt voice echoed through every corner of the venue. I have no objections. I just want to see how you cope. Your sorrow is too superficial, like a talentless actor, easily spotted by the audience. Shui Jie covered her mouth in disbelief, her large, expressive eyes glued to the young man seated at the piano. She could hardly fathom that the Shao Yang she had just met could produce such a beautiful sound. It suddenly dawned on her that he had mentioned, prior to entering the venue, that he had just broken up with his girlfriend. Was this song perhaps written for her? I was meant to play my part. Yet I feign ignorance, forcing the one who loves you most to improvise. When did we begin to lower our standards, adapting to the changes of the times? Witnessing those lackluster performances? But why did you once love me so much, yet focus on the details of the performance? What must I become to delay your weariness? It turns out that when love sheds its defenses, those myriad issues become the true test. The emotional crescendo of the chorus built gradually, akin to a story reaching its climax. Each line struck a chord deep within the hearts of the listeners. Many in the audience, having experienced heartbreak, found themselves reminiscing about past loves, with some even teary-eyed. Shao Yang was completely immersed in the stage. Ever since his cancer diagnosis, he had bid farewell to the spotlight that once belonged to him. Now, standing on stage once more, albeit in a different capacity, he felt a surge of emotions that erupted through his voice: resentment, loss, heartbreak, and liberation. I did my best to perform my role, like a guest on an emotional program. If you can still see the love I have for you, please cut away those scenes to keep me dignified. But why did you once love me so much, yet focus on the details of the performance? The indifference is my final act. It is because I love you that I choose to perform this act of selflessness. With a sigh, Shao Yang lifted his hands from the piano keys and instinctively bowed to the audience in gratitude. The audience at the scene gazed mournfully at Shao Yang on stage, their eyes brimming with sympathy, as if each one were experiencing the sorrow together. Chapter 4. My blind affection for her, this fellow must be here to ruin the show. Observing the enthusiastic response of his fans in the audience, Song Jialuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How on earth did I call such a character onto the stage? Will I even be able to sing my two melancholic love songs now? A torrent of expletives surged through his mind. Yet, he steeled himself and approached the microphone, feigning excitement as he boisterously inquired, how did he perform? Wonderful. Thousands of voices resonated in unison, shaking the very foundations of the venue. Song Jialuan's heart sank further. Regardless of the performance, every artist dreads encountering a guest whose act overshadows their own, leaving them unable to follow up on the momentum. This was his concert, and a fan had ignited such fervor that it threatened to eclipse his performance. If he faltered, it would be a complete disaster. Brother, you're being a bit excessive. Your singing skills have already surpassed many renowned artists in my eyes. Tell me honestly, have you ever released any works before? Absolutely not. Shao Yang replied, shaking his head. I just broke up with my girlfriend yesterday. This song was written after our breakup, and today is my first time singing it. Can you share why your girlfriend ended things with you? Because I have no money. Song Jialuan was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Shao Yang to be so candid. He continued, now that you are on stage, is there anything you wish to say to your ex-girlfriend? Shao Yang paused for a moment, holding the microphone as he declared, I have nothing to say to her. Loving her was my folly. The audience erupted in astonishment. According to the usual script, Shao Yang should have uttered some platitudes about wishing her happiness, but his words left no room for sentiment towards his former partner. Song Jialuan was unsure how to respond. Haha, your ex-girlfriend will surely regret it in the future. All right, last question. What is the name of this song? The Actor. This song is truly remarkable. I would like to present this limited edition album to you. I believe the fans in the audience would have no objections. If given the chance, we could discuss songwriting in the future. Thank you. As Shao Yang descended from the stage, clutching the signed limited edition album, he returned the microphone to the staff and resumed his seat. All eyes around him were fixed on Shao Yang. Shui Jie gazed eagerly at him and, upon his sitting down, immediately grasped his arm, her face alight with enthusiasm. Great one, let us negotiate. Shao Yang, puzzled, asked, negotiate what? She pointed at the limited edition album in his hands, grinning. Why, of course, about the album. You want it? Seeing her enthusiastic nod, Shao Yang generously handed the album to her, saying, here, I'll sell it for money. WeChat or Alipay? Great one. You're rather mercenary, aren't you? Then I want to sell it. Shao Yang snatched the album back, but Shui Jie caught his hand, feigning innocence. I was wrong. I'll transfer the money, okay? This album is priced at 88,000 on Xinyu. How about I send you 80,000? 80,000. Shao Yang was taken aback. Before yesterday, his monthly salary had only been 8,000. Seeing his reaction, Shwejia thought she had underbid. All right, 90,000. Surely that works. It was astonishing that a mere disc containing a few songs and encased in an attractive box could fetch such a price. Far more lucrative than illicit trade. Let us stick with 80,000. The album 1 TB of any use to me. All right, I'll add you as a friend and transfer the money. With the exchange swiftly completed, the surrounding onlookers gazed enviously at the limited edition album in Shwejia's hands. Great one. That song you sang on stage was truly your own creation? Why else? Shwejia gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. While you may not be as handsome as our Luan, your voice could surely cut through the competition in any talent show. Indeed, I plan to resign from my job tomorrow and then participate in a talent contest. With no connections in the entertainment industry, Shao Yang felt this was his only avenue. Of course, there was a quicker way to debut. Finding a powerful woman in the industry and sacrificing his looks for special favors. But that was not who he was. Is that for real? Absolutely. Haha, when the time comes, let me know, and I will definitely support you. Take your time, I'll be heading out now. Where are you going? Shao Yang replied. Once the concert ends, the subway station will be packed. Since it's nearly over, I'll just head home to sleep. Having said this, he stood up and left. Shwejia glanced at his retreating figure, then at Song Jiaoan on stage, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally decided to follow him. Why are you out here too? You were right. There will definitely be traffic later. My driving skills are poor, so it's better to leave early. I've enjoyed myself today. Clutching the album, Shwejia asked, where do you live? Over by Dongyang Road. Come with me. I'll give you a ride. Is that appropriate? Am I not inviting you to ride with me? Are you going to refuse? Shao Yang chuckled helplessly. All right, thanks. He was not mistaken. Shwejia was certainly not short on funds. Her vehicle was a high-end BMW 7 Series, worth over $1 million. Yet she treated it as if it were a toy, slamming the door with abandon. As the car departed the parking lot and cruised along the national highway, Shwejia initiated a conversation. Great one. What caused you to break up with your girlfriend? Shao Yang answered honestly. She had someone else, a wealthy man. Oh, aren't you upset? Not really. I had a drink last night and came to terms with it. You seem quite open-minded. While you were singing on stage, many were recording. Tomorrow, a video will surely surface online, and you might just become famous. Not as simple as you think. But that song you sang was genuinely beautiful. If you post it online, I will definitely listen. Shao Yang squinted thoughtfully. After a moment, he smiled. I'll head to the company tomorrow to resign and then go to the recording studio in the afternoon. Haha, once you post it online, remember to message me. I'll help you share it. Okay. Chapter 5. Laozi is done watching the car drive away. Shao Yang smiled faintly as he took out his phone to check his WeChat balance, feeling fortunate about his luck that evening. This unexpected windfall of 80,000 yuan was a delightful surprise. Without it, he would have been at a loss for how to navigate the upcoming days. Now, with this money in hand, at least his immediate living concerns were alleviated. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Shao Yang took a shower, but halfway through, the infernal water heater malfunctioned again. He had already sent several messages to the landlord, but to no avail. The landlord had brazenly declared, either you rent it or get out. Alone in this bustling city, finding a new place to live was no easy task, so Shao Yang had no choice but to endure. After hastily drying himself, he lay down on his bed and quickly fell asleep, enjoying a night of peace. The next morning, after freshening up, he boarded the subway heading straight to the office. The company was situated on the 30th floor of an imposing skyscraper in the commercial district. Although the building exuded an air of grandeur and its employees dressed impeccably, most of them led lives fraught with difficulty. In today's society, there was an abundance of college graduates earning 5,000 yuan, while even finding a migrant worker willing to accept that pay was a challenge. Despite the shared struggles, the office was rife with intrigue and rivalry. As a modest employee in the post-production department, Shao Yang earned 8,000 yuan a month, yet his workload was double that of his colleagues. His department consisted of only 4 individuals, a supervisor and 3 employees. Among the latter, one was a distant relative of the supervisor, while another was a newly graduated female student, rumored to be involved with the manager. whenever the workload increased. The overtime tasks always fell squarely on Shao Yang's shoulders, leaving him with little recourse. He could not afford to offend the supervisor, nor could he risk the wrath of the female colleague. However, as of today, he felt an impending release from his burden. "Shao Yang, you're early today." Upon hearing the voice, Shao Yang turned to see his colleagues Wang Jiren and Chun Feng approaching. Wang held a soy milk in one hand and a steamed bun in the other, while Chun seemed reluctant to associate with the seemingly unsophisticated Wang, but ultimately followed him to the elevator. "Shao Yang, have you finished that project for Friday? I heard it needs to be ready by Wednesday," Chun asked. "No," Shao Yang replied bluntly. "Not done." Wang and Chun stared at him in disbelief. Chun shoved her mirror into her designer handbag and exclaimed, "What have you been doing for 2 days? Didn't you know the client needs to see it on Wednesday?" Shao Yang shot her a cold glance and replied monotonously, "What I do is none of your business. Am I the only one in this department responsible for the project?" "You." Chun pointed an accusatory finger at him, trembling in rage. Since the day she had stormed out of the manager's office, spitting an unknown liquid into the trash, the entire company had been deferential towards her, and no one dared confront her directly. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a group of people stepped inside. Once they exited, Wang and Chun hurried to the supervisor and Oppo's office. Shao Yang returned to his workstation and began to gather his belongings. Before he had finished, Supervisor Huang Haiba stormed over, flanked by Wang and Chun, and pointed at Shao Yang, bellowing, "You didn't complete the project I assigned for Friday?" "No." "Do you have any idea that the client needs to see it on Wednesday?" Huang cursed. "Watch your language." "Huang," Shao Yang retorted, surprising everyone with his audacity. The usually submissive Shao Yang had dared to speak back to his supervisor, drawing the attention of others in the office. Humiliated, Huang spat back, "Shao Yang, do you not want to keep your job?" "Indeed," Shao Yang declared, slamming a stack of documents onto his desk in a fit of rage. "I am done working here. Try cursing at me again, I dare you. In this department, I'm the only one who ever works overtime. Do you really think I am unaware that Wang is your relative? And you, Chun, do you believe no one knows about your little affair with the manager? A pack of fools, thinking you're something special." The office fell into a stunned silence, every pair of eyes fixated on Shao Yang. Huang, Wang, and Chun stood speechless, unable to respond. With a derisive laugh, Shao Yang picked up his neatly packed box, left his employee badge on the desk, and nonchalantly declared, "I'm done," before striding out of the office. Huang, bewildered, finally shouted, "Damn it, today's youth are utterly outrageous. What are you all staring at? Get back to work." Wang was clueless about the post-production work, and Chun, having secured her position through connections, was equally uninformed. With the project due for client review on Wednesday, the burden would inevitably fall upon Huang now that Shao Yang had left. He had only 3 days to complete it, and the thought of potential complaints reaching the boss filled him with dread. By noon, everyone in the office was eating takeout. Chun, savoring her chicken pot, scrolled through Douyin and stumbled upon the trending topic, Song Jialuan concert Mysterious Man. As a fan of Song Jialuan, she eagerly clicked on the link. The nearly 4-minute video showcased a performance, racking up over 3 million likes. Soon, the office was filled with the sound of music, specifically the song actor. Just as the audience began to sing along, the camera finally panned in, revealing a familiar face to Chun. Cough, cough, Shao Yang. Nearby colleagues gathered around. "Oh my, it's really him. What are you talking about? How could he be at Song Jialuan's concert?" The office erupted in astonished chatter. Meanwhile, at a restaurant, Shao Yang received a screenshot and a voice message from Shwejia. The image displayed him singing on stage, with likes nearing 4 million. Opening the voice message, Shwejia's sharp voice echoed through the restaurant. "Master, you're trending. You're really gonna make it big, huh?" Shao Yang quickly lowered the volume and texted back, "I guess I'm just lucky." Shwejia replied, "Where are you now?" "Eating. Are you going to the studio this afternoon?" "I'll pick you up. There's a recording studio nearby." "Miss, what do you want from me? Is it wrong to ride the wave of popularity? Stop talking nonsense. Send me your address." Reluctantly, Shao Yang sent his location, then opened the trending Douyin video to see the comments. Eager to gauge the reactions to his musical prowess, this song has stripped many domestic singers of their pretense. The lyrics resonate so deeply It's heart-wrenching. I heard he wrote this song after a breakup. Which platform can I listen to the audio? But why? When you once loved me so much. Did you choose to perform this last act because of love? These final lines struck a chord with me. You should debut right away. Chapter 6. When my girlfriend, Shwe said she would do it, she indeed drove to the restaurant half an hour later. As Shao Yang fastened his seatbelt and noticed the excitement radiating from Shwe, he curiously inquired, Shwe, it's Monday today, what brings you out? Nothing much. I just graduated and initially planned to start working, but my father forbade it. Your father forbade it? Yes, he owns several companies, and I was supposed to intern at one of them. However, when I arrived, they kept me idle, treating me with excessive politeness. I lost interest and wanted to seek opportunities elsewhere, but my father wooed and opposed to allow it either. Shao Yang found himself at a loss for words. There are many paths leading to Rome, yet some individuals are born into it. If the world were fair, no one would struggle to make ends meet. Hey, have you seen the comments below? They all say you sing beautifully. It was so loud at the venue yesterday that I couldn't and oppose to appreciate your singing. But after listening to it a few times this morning, I found your song truly enchanting. Please don't call me a master anymore. I just resigned this morning and am currently unemployed. Shwe replied cheerfully, what an oppose. What's wrong with being unemployed? With your vocal talent, participating in a music talent show would surely lead to your debut. And once you debut, money will no longer be a concern. Shao Yang chuckled. I hope it goes that smoothly. The car drove towards the city center and eventually stopped in front of a tall building. Let's go. This place must be quite expensive for recording, right? Didn't it oppose? I transfer you 80,000 yesterday? Shao Yang replied awkwardly, Miss Shwe, I and oppose. V lost my source of income. I must consider the future. Shwe slammed the car door and waved her hand dismissively. How much could it cost to record a song? If it's too much, I can cover it. Come on, stop hesitating. Shao Yang followed her, akin to a devoted sidekick. Hello, we would like to record a song. Do you have an appointment? No, do we need one? Not at all. The number 3 studio is unoccupied. You can go directly in. The recording engineer is resting inside. Thank you. Shwe led Shao Yang to the door of studio number 3, knocked, and walked in without hesitation. Inside, the recording studio appeared quite standard. There were 2 rooms, one for recording and another filled with professional equipment for sound adjustment. The engineer, a man with braided hair appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in an artsy manner, stood up upon their entrance and asked, Are you here to record? Yes. Are you both recording together, or? Shwe pointed to Shao Yang. He is recording solo. Great, let us start. You can go in and check the sound. No need for a sound check. Let us dive right in. Shao Yang was aware that some studios charge by the hour, meaning the longer the recording, the higher the cost. He had already tested his voice the previous evening and was quite content with his performance. Are you a professional? Yes, I studied this in university. The man smiled. That makes things easier. Let us begin. Shao Yang entered, donned the headphones, and signaled an okay gesture to the man outside. The engineer handed Shwe a pair of headphones and also gestured an okay to Shao Yang. Shao Yang sang the song, Actor once more. Upon finishing, the engineer and Oppo's expression changed dramatically. Having recorded numerous songs over the years, including many for celebrities, he was accustomed to extensive post-editing. Yet, after listening to Shao Yang and Oppo's performance, he was astonished to find no need for any corrections. After listening to his voice, Shao Yang handed the prepared USB drive to the engineer, saying, This is the track I created last night. Please help me adjust the sound and see how it turns out. Sure. After a series of operations, the final product was ready. The engineer clicked play, and the introductory notes gradually filled the headphones, followed shortly by the vocals. As the lyrics progressed, so did the emotion. As the final note lingered, the engineer, filled with excitement, remarked, I have recorded countless songs for others, but this one ranks first in my heart, truly. Thank you. Let us wrap it up. Please help me transfer the file to my USB. All right. The engineer began transferring the files, stating, We charge by the hour. And since it hasn't exceeded an hour yet, we will still charge for a full hour. It has only been 20 minutes. Would you like to record another song? Shwe looked at Shao Yang with eager anticipation. Being among the first to hear the official version of Actor, she was curious to know if he had any other songs. Shao Yang hesitated for a moment, then, adopting a pragmatic mindset, nodded, then let us record another one. Great. 30 minutes later, Shao Yang and Shui Jiejia emerged from the building. Shui Jiejia, still lingering with excitement, asked curiously, Master, when do you plan to release these 2 songs? I'll review them again tonight. Actor can be released directly, but I need to reconsider just right. It's only 4 o'clock. What do you plan to do next? Shao Yang raised his shattered phone, saying, I need to get a new phone. There and amp, Oppo's, SA Mall right ahead. Let me take you. Miss Shui, why don't you go ahead and take care of your own matters? I can manage this on my own, and we'll catch a ride back later. Thank you for today. Let us see it through. I have nothing else to do anyway. Let us go. No more chatter. Shui Jiejia was resolute, and once she set her mind to something, nothing could deter her. Shao Yang had no choice but to accompany her to the mall, where she guided him to the Apple Store to purchase the latest iPhone 14. Although Shao Yang intended to buy the older model to save a couple thousand, he succumbed to Shui Jiejia's insistence that new electronics are always preferable to old. As they exited, Shao Yang appeared somewhat pained by the expense, prompting Shui Jiejia to roll her eyes. What is there to be upset about? It's just over 9,000. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Just as Shao Yang was about to respond, he received a message on his new phone from a contact labeled Baby. It was from Song Li. He hadn't yet changed the contact name. He opened a voice message from Song Li, and her familiar voice soon filled his ears. I'm downstairs. I forgot my keys. Are you home? Shui Jiejia, hearing the voice, asked cautiously, Is that your ex-girlfriend? Yes. Shao Yang replied with a voice message. I'm outside. I'll be back soon. Placing the phone in his pocket, he looked up at Shui Jiejia and cautiously asked, Shui Jiejia, could you do me a favor? What favor? Act as my girlfriend. Seeing Shui Jiejia's eyes dart away, Shao Yang quickly added, Don't misunderstand. It's just pretend. I want her to know that I'm doing well after our breakup. Upon hearing this, Shui Jiejia became intrigued and confidently declared, Acting is my forte. Let us go. I want to see what your ex-girlfriend is like. Chapter 7. Do not contact me again on Dongyang Road, beneath an old residential building. A man and a woman stood beside a black Audi A6, waiting for someone. The woman, naturally, was Song Li. As the belle of her university, her beauty was undeniably captivating. On a scale of 10, she would easily score an impressive 8-point-something, and with makeup, her allure would soar even higher. This was precisely why, despite her lack of skills after graduation, she effortlessly secured a position as a receptionist. After spending over a month at the training base of Dongwang Entertainment, she now appeared more mature than before, her attire bolder. She wore a pair of white platform dad shoes paired with a short skirt and black stockings, complemented by a snug, low-cut t-shirt layered with a black leather jacket, exuding the aura of someone in the industry. Lily, did you really live in such a place before? Inquired the man with slick-back hair, discarding his cigarette, but as he glanced at the dilapidated complex. Yes, Song Li replied. I've lived here since graduation. My salary is low, so I have to share a rental with Shao Yang. This man with slicked-back hair was none other than Zheng Song, the planning department manager of Dongwang Entertainment. At 29, he barely qualified as a high-income earner in the bustling metropolis. Lily, do not worry. I will not concern myself with your past. From today onward, you and he belong to different worlds. I forgot to mention, Tushio Video has contacted numerous agencies in the industry, and they're reportedly about to launch a girl group audition program. If all goes well, you may have a chance to participate. Really? Song Li asked, her eyes lighting up with delight. For her, entering the entertainment industry felt akin to a princess stepping into a castle. Otherwise, she would remain forever a Cinderella. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Even the training instructors said your progress over the past month has been remarkable. With your talents, debuting is absolutely within reach. Thank you, Manager Zheng. Song Li stepped closer to Zheng Song, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Zheng Song smiled, embracing her gently, whispering, Lily, you deserve this. A beauty like you should be admired by those boys. As they shared this intimate moment, a BMW 7 Series slowly pulled up to the residential complex. Shao Yang, observing Song Li and Zheng Song and Amp, Appo's embrace felt a sharp pang in his heart, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. The pain stemmed from the dual memories he harbored. Within him lingered another consciousness, shattering at the sight before him. Noticing Shao Yang's change in demeanor, Shui Jijia glanced at Song Li and Zheng Song, deducing that the woman was Shao Yang's ex-girlfriend. They had just parted ways a few days prior, and now she was openly embracing another man. Such behavior was, to Shui Jijia, utterly disgraceful. Even when encountering similar short videos on her phone, she would feel anger. Thus, witnessing this unfold before her was intolerable. The car came to a stop. Shui Jijia turned to Shao Yang with a serious expression, saying, "Remember, once we step out, I am your girlfriend. You must not mess this up, otherwise I will be embarrassed too." "Thank you," Shao Yang replied earnestly. "Thank you for what? First, act well, then we'll talk. Get out." Shao Yang opened the car door and stepped out. As the vehicle parked beside them, Zheng Song and Song Li noticed the BMW, its opulence starkly contrasting with the shabby complex. Upon seeing Shao Yang exit the car, Song Li's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively broke away from Zheng Song, standing anxiously to the side. Feeling a wave of guilt wash over her, she was suddenly startled when Shui Jijia flung open the car door. A long, slender leg emerged, followed by her removing her newly donned Bulgari sunglasses and clipped them onto her vest. She naturally wrapped her arm around Shao Yang's, striding confidently towards Zheng Song and Song Li. "Shao Yang, is this your ex-girlfriend?" "Yes." "She is quite beautiful," Shui Jijia remarked sweetly, her noble demeanor cultivated by her affluent background. Standing before anyone, she exuded an air of unshakable confidence, as if she were the center of the universe. This innate aura left Song Li momentarily speechless. In her memory, Shao Yang had always been a straightforward and earnest individual, diligent in his studies during university and maintaining a humble lifestyle thereafter, avoiding vices like smoking, drinking, or nightlife. Such men might have been favored at the end of the last century, but now, the allure of the playboy far exceeded that of the honest man. Song Li could hardly fathom that just 2 days after their breakup, Shao Yang had already found another girl, and an exceptionally remarkable one at that. She struggled to accept this, pointing at Shui Jijia and questioning in an almost accusatory tone, "Shao Yang, who is she?" Shao Yang smiled faintly and responded, "My girlfriend. We broke up only last night. How could you possibly have a new girlfriend so quickly?" "Who is she?" Shao Yang's expression darkened, his gaze turning frigid as he replied, "What? You're allowed to seek other men, yet I am not permitted to find a girlfriend after our breakup?" The icy intensity of his stare left Song Li bewildered. He had never before spoken to her in such a tone. Prior to this moment, she had even imagined him pleading with tears to keep her. The stark contrast left her feeling uncomfortable and rendered her speechless. Shao Yang did not afford her the opportunity to continue. He coldly stated, "Aren't you here to collect your belongings? Let us go upstairs. The sooner you finish packing, the sooner you can leave." With that, he ascended the stairs alongside Shui Jijia. After a prolonged moment of confusion, Song Li, prompted by Zheng Song, followed them upstairs. "Shao Yang, you live here?" "Yeah, it's quite small. Isn't it? Why not move in with me tomorrow?" "Ah, isn't that inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it? My parents don't live with me anyway." As they spoke, Shui Jijia stood by the wall, observing various photographs of Shao Yang from his university days. The wall had once been adorned with many pictures, but that morning, Shao Yang had discarded all those featuring Song Li, leaving only his solitary images. Intrigued, Shui Jijia inquired about the stories behind each photo, and Shao Yang shared amusing anecdotes from his college years. Meanwhile, Song Li, busily packing her belongings, felt increasingly like an outsider, hastening her efforts, shoving clothes into her bag without zipping it properly. "I'm done packing," she announced. Hearing her, Shao Yang turned to Zheng Song and said, "You must be your current boyfriend." Zheng Song paused, then nodded yes. Shao Yang continued bluntly, "Song Li took my bank card with 50,000 yuan when she went to Dongwang Entertainment. The money I spent on her previously can be overlooked, but that amount was hard-earned, and you must return it to me." Song Li hesitated, caught between words. Zheng Song glanced at Song Li, then at Shao Yang and Shui Jijia. Under their scrutinizing gazes, he felt compelled to withdraw the money to save face, despite the pinch it caused him. Reluctantly, he took out his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Shao Yang. Perhaps feeling that leaving in such a manner would be too easy on Shao Yang, Zheng Song added. Lily might be appearing on a talent show by the end of next month, and various comments will surely flood the internet. Do not speak carelessly about your past with her online. It would not bode well for her future. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now, Songli remarked, clutching her suitcase, seemingly yearning for Shao Yang to implore her to stay. She could hardly believe that he could so swiftly cast aside his feelings for her. Shao Yang turned away, continuing to gaze at the photographs on the wall, and said, "Go on, and do not contact me again." Chapter 8. Your mind is not healthy. As the door closed behind her, Songli left the apartment with a melancholic expression, carrying her luggage. Upon seeing the Audi drive away from the window, Shwejeja immediately raised her hand and exclaimed with excitement, "Come on, give me 5. Shao Yang smiled and raised his hand to high-five her. Sitting on Shao Yang and Amp, Oppos, S-bed, Shwejeja chuckled. "I thought you were just talking big. But it turns out you really can let go." Shao Yang handed her the shattered phone, saying, "Here, take a look at my chat history with her." Shwejeja took the phone and began scrolling through the messages. The more she read, the more unsettled she felt. After finishing the conversation between Zheng Song and Shao Yang, she angrily threw the phone to the ground and exclaimed, "She has been manipulating you all along, and you kept indulging her. I truly can't believe you, old six. You're so stingy with your own money, yet you send her 1,000 or 2,000 each month. I also feel that I was quite foolish before. Perhaps it was because it was my first love, aiming towards marriage, so I lacked experience. However, having had this experience, I doubt I will easily fall in love again." Seeing Shao Yang's dejected expression, Shwejeja scolded him, "Don't give me that. Be a man and pull yourself together." Shao Yang handed her his newly purchased iPhone and said, "Please block and delete them for me. I need to upload the song I recorded today." Without hesitation, Shwejeja accepted the phone and swiftly blocked and deleted the contacts, even erasing them from the address book. After completing this task, she placed the phone on the bed and moved to Shao Yang and Oppo's side to observe his actions. Using professional software, they listened to the song actor again. After confirming there were no issues, Shao Yang opened Penguin Music and uploaded the song to his account. When it came to filling in the artist's name, Shao Yang hesitated for a long time, whispering several apologies to old Shue in his heart before finally entering his name. Done. It's uploaded successfully. Upon noticing that a live version of Actor and other covers had already appeared online, Shao Yang chuckled. "I didn't expect someone to cover it so quickly." Shwejeja pouted. "We live in an era of traffic. Everyone wants to ride the wave." "Jeja, it's getting late. Are you not heading back?" Hey. What do you mean by that? I just helped you out, and now you want to kick me out?" "That and Oppos. That's a bit too fast for burning bridges." Shao Yang replied helplessly. "I'm just worried that it's not safe for you to go back alone so late. I'm not trying to rush you. As you can see, I only have this bed. If you stay." Before he could finish, Shwejeja blushed and interrupted, "Pervert." Shao Yang, exasperated, countered, "I meant that if you stay, I would have to sleep on the floor." "Jeja, can't you think of something healthy for once? Your mind isn't healthy." She retorted. This guy had been in a relationship for 5 years without so much as touching his girlfriend, proving he had some integrity. With that thought, Shwejeja redirected her attention to the computer and asked, "So after uploading, are you planning to just ignore it? What else?" Shwejeja rolled her eyes at him. "As the star of the trending topic, you should post a video to promote it. Then people will listen to your song. But I've never posted anything on Douyin. I don't have a single fan. Just post it. I'll help you share it." Shao Yang looked at her skeptically. "Are you a video blogger or something? Who do you look down upon?" Shwejeja proudly replied, "I'm a fashion blogger with over 600,000 fans. If I were to advertise, I could earn several thousand from just one post, but I'm not interested in such petty cash." "Impressive." Shao Yang gave her a thumbs up and quickly added, "Then can you help me film it?" Shwejeja nodded, "Sure, just follow my lead." After some discussion, Shwejeja efficiently took on the role of a competent camera operator, recording Shao Yang's video. He sat in front of his laptop, which was playing Actor softly in the background. "Hello everyone, I'm Shao Yang, the ordinary person who sang Actor at song Jiaoluan's concert last night. I never expected this song would receive so much love. This afternoon, I recorded it in the studio, and it's now uploaded on Penguin Music. If you're interested, please have a listen. Thank you. He stood up and bowed. Shwejia paused the recording and reviewed the video. Then, with practice skill, she opened video editing software to add subtitles. It must be said that Shwejia was quite professional. After her touch, the video appeared very formal. How is that? Is it good? She asked proudly. After watching, Shao Yang flattered her. Impressive, very impressive. Shall we upload it directly? Yes. After a series of operations, the video was successfully uploaded. However, since Shao Yang had no followers on Douyin, the initial response was minimal. Shwejia took out her phone, shared the video, and tagged Shao Yang in the comments. Soon, some of her fans clicked on it. Then every time Shao Yang refreshed the video, the number of likes increased by dozens or even hundreds. Once the likes surpassed 1,000, it seemed Douyin's algorithm began to promote the video, causing the likes to soar dramatically. Shao Yang marveled at the power of the internet. He set down his phone, returned to his computer, and began refreshing the creator and Oppo's dashboard on Penguin Music, noticing the play count for actors steadily rising. Shao Yang smiled, a radiant grin lighting up his face. Despite having once reached the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, the sense of achievement from climbing back up from the bottom was immensely gratifying. Shao Yang, you're definitely going to be famous. The video has already surpassed 50,000 likes. Thank you, Jia. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. Shwejia scoffed. How rare. You, the stingy one, actually offering to treat me. Shao Yang shrugged. Well, I'm a bit short on cash right now. All right, I'll head back now. We'll keep in touch on WeChat. I'll walk you down. As they descended the stairs together and reached the car, Shwejia suddenly turned around, hands clasped behind her back, and mischievously smiled. Shao Yang, do you consider us friends now? Of course, definitely. Then as friends. Don't forget me if you become a star in the future. I'm not that kind of person. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I'm off. Bye. Bye. Chapter 9. The message was sent but rejected on the way back to the Dongwon Entertainment Training Base. Song Li sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed on the rearview mirror, feeling despondent. The cold tone of Shao Yang and Oppo's voice and the image of him and Shwejia together, lost in each other's affection, left her heart heavy with unease. Song Li could not comprehend why she felt this way. She had clearly ended her relationship with him and had even found a new boyfriend who could assist her in entering the entertainment industry. She was set to participate in a talent show next month, yet she found it difficult to feel joy. Was it jealousy? But how could Shao Yang not like her? He had always been so compliant to her. How could he so swiftly find a new girlfriend? This surely could not be true. Unbeknownst to her, her sharp black nails dug into the flesh of her thigh, the pain slightly rousing her from a reverie. Lily, what an amp? Oppo's. That's wrong? Are you still thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Zhang Song, noticing her forlorn expression, could not help but inquire. Song Li shook her head, replying, No, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Zhang Song, displaying understanding, remarked, You were together for 5 years. It's natural to find it hard to forget him. However, you're going to participate in a show next month, and I hope you can lift your spirits. After all, such opportunities are rare. Yes, I won't let this distract me. Debuting is my foremost ambition now. Zhang Song gently patted her head, smiling, Be good. As long as you heed my advice, everything will be fine. Although somewhat reluctant, Song Li gradually leaned her head against Zhang Song and Oppo's shoulder. Just then, Zhang Song's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered, Hello, Manager Luo. Luo Chao, the manager of the Dongwon Entertainment Affairs Department, held a position equivalent to Zhang Song's, but wielded considerably more power due to overseeing all company agents. Zhang Song, where are you now? I'm driving. What's the matter? Come back to the office for a brief meeting. Zhang Song frowned. What meeting is there to hold at this hour? Luo Chao explained. Someone sang a song at Song Jiaowen and Oppo's concert last night, and this morning it trended. They want us to summarize our experiences from this incident. Just hurry back. All right, I'll return immediately. After hanging up, Zhang Song could not help but curse. Such trivial matters warrant a meeting? I can't believe it. And Oppo's merely a couple of fortunate internet celebrities. What is there to summarize? Curious about their conversation, Song Li took out her phone and opened Douyin to check the trending topics. With a gentle tap, Videos related to last night's concert filled the screen. Clicking on the first video, a familiar melody echoed within the car. Upon hearing the voice, Song leaned amp, Oppo's, as meticulously groomed brows furrowed. This voice, why was it so familiar? During university, Shao Yang had been quite exceptional, consistently earning scholarships and possessing notable talents in appearance, academics, and singing. It was at a welcome party in their freshman year when Song Li first noticed him strumming a guitar and singing. After spending some time together and discovering his myriad of admirable qualities, she had decided to be with him. Thus, she was indeed well acquainted with Shao Yang's voice. However, this was a video from last night, and Song Li found it hard to believe that the elegant figure playing the piano on stage was Shao Yang. As the song progressed, the image zoomed in, revealing a face that was unmistakably familiar to Song Li. Her eyes widened in shock as she instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. The person singing was quite talented. If all went well, they could certainly become an internet sensation. Zheng Song, focused on driving back to the office, remained oblivious to the significant change in Song Li's expression. It can't be. It can't be. This isn't happening. Song Li kept shaking her head, her eyes filled with disbelief, yet the person on the screen was undeniably recognizable. Lily, what's the matter? Song Li remained silent, one hand firmly covering her mouth while the other clutched her phone tightly. Understanding that something was amiss, Zheng Song promptly pulled over, took the phone from her, and looked at the screen just as the video showed Shao Yang bowing to the audience. How could it be him? Zheng Song and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Shao Yang on the phone, his mind blank. The individual singing at Song Jiaowen's concert last night turned out to be his current girlfriend, ex-boyfriend? If this weren't happening right before his eyes, he would hardly believe it. Lily, didn't you say your boyfriend works at an advertising company? How could he attend Song Jiaowen's concert? Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Li and Oppo's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out. He must have intended to take me with him. I mentioned wanting to see Song Jiaowen's concert. I was supposed to be there last night. Recalling something, Song Li quickly grabbed her phone and sent a message to Shao Yang. However, as soon as the message was sent, a red exclamation mark appeared on the left side of the screen. Sending another message yielded the same result. 2 lines of notifications appeared below, message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Friend verification is enabled. You are not yet friends with him or her. Please send a friend verification request first. Only upon approval can you chat. A thunderclap resounded in her ears. Song Li's entire body stiffened. Shao Yang, he has deleted me? How could he possibly delete me? In a luxurious flat in Tangcheng, Modu, Shui Jiajia returned home. Kicking off her shoes and carelessly tossing her designer bag onto the expensive sofa. Skillfully tying her hair up with a scrunchie, she undressed without even stepping into the bathroom. As she was alone in the apartment, the bathtub was filled with water and she sank into the soapy bubbles. A romantic drama played automatically on the tablet resting on the edge of the tub. Shui Jiajia lazily extended her hand, her fair skin appearing even more delicate after soaking in the warm water. She picked up her phone and opened Shao Yang's Douyin profile. And upon seeing that the number of likes had surpassed 500,000, she was momentarily taken aback before quickly switching to WeChat to send him a voice message. Shao Yang, the likes have already exceeded 500,000. It has only been a little over an hour. You are really going to become famous. 2 minutes later, Shao Yang sent back a voice message. Really? I just finished showering and Haven Tea had the chance to check. While everyone is paying attention, quickly release the second song too. Seize the moment to gain some followers. Yes, I'm working on a beat right now. It's almost 10. Aren't you going to sleep? Not so soon. I just got home. Sitting in front of his computer, Shao Yang opened the software and replied, all right. They'll get to work on the song. You should sleep early. Understood, speechless, emoji. Chapter 10. The song is popular, but the singer is not. Upon awakening, Shao Yang discovered an overwhelming influx of WeChat messages, with notifications exceeding 99. The messages were from former classmates from college, high school, and even junior high. Shao Yang had always maintained a mediocre social standing during his school years. After graduation, his roommates went their separate ways. And although they occasionally exchanged a few words in group chats initially, those interactions dwindled over time. Now, The only messages he received during the festive season were mass greetings. Yet, following his recent rise to fame online, not only did his college peers reach out, but even elementary school classmates he hadn't spoken to in over a decade sent him messages. Such is the nature of humanity, or perhaps the essence of this current era. The impoverished may struggle at the crossroads, attempting to grasp their kin, while the affluent wield weapons in the depths of the mountains, unable to rid themselves of unworthy companions. It is a stark reality. Despite the flattering words from many, Shao Yang was acutely aware that, aside from his parents, few genuinely rejoiced at his success. Envy and jealousy lurked in the hearts of others. He offered perfunctory responses to those classmates he vaguely remembered, while he chose to ignore those whose names eluded him. After replying to the messages, he opened Douyin, only to be astounded by the surge in his follower count. Just last night, his followers were barely over 80,000. Yet upon waking, he discovered that the number had skyrocketed to 370,000. This was particularly remarkable considering that Shwe Jiejia, who had posted over 50 fashion videos, had only amassed 600,000 followers. Containing his excitement, he donned a pair of shorts and approached his computer, launching Penguin Music to peruse the comments on his song Actor. So heartfelt, it brought me to tears in the dead of night. I looped it all night long and ended up falling asleep. The lyrics are exquisite. You should consider releasing an album. I hope this song never becomes paper play. Absolutely love it. As a music critic, I believe this song can surpass over 80% of artists in the industry. It turns out the details of loving someone can be fabricated. What truly terrifies in a relationship is dragging it out. Hearing that line broke me. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. Yet, Shao Yang did not allow pride to cloud his judgment. He understood that his current status as an amateur was the reason for such accolades. Regardless of one's past, once they achieve stardom, they inevitably attract the envy of others. These individuals, indifferent to your artistry or character, will take to the anonymity of the internet to voice their disdain. After perusing dozens of comments, Shao Yang dressed and prepared for the day. He suspected that a talent agency would reach out to him soon for a potential contract. However, he knew that signing at this juncture would not be advantageous. Having experienced the industry firsthand, Shao Yang understood that he lacked the leverage to negotiate terms with any agency. Should complications arise post-signing, he would be unable to afford the penalties for breach of contract, which could lead to exploitation and being sidelined. In his previous world, it was common for artists to find themselves embroiled in legal disputes with their agencies. Some companies would deliberately sign a batch of newcomers only to neglect them, leaving those artists to either wait for their youth to fade or pay exorbitant sums to extricate themselves from contracts. Both paths ultimately led to the detriment of the artist. After freshening up, Shao Yang grabbed his phone and keys and headed to the breakfast shop at the entrance of his community. The owner, also from his hometown, had become a familiar face since Shao Yang moved there. He typically had breakfast at this establishment every day. "Good morning, Aunt Wang." "Morning. Where's Uncle Lou?" "Your Uncle Lou is being lazy." "Hold up in the restroom." Hearing the familiar dialect warmed Shao Yang's heart. "Are we having mixed noodles and clay pot soup today?" "Let us go with fried noodles." Mixed noodles cost 4 yuan per serving, while fried noodles were 8. Previously, to save money, Shao Yang would opt for the mixed noodles, indulging in fried noodles only on special occasions like birthdays or festivals. Aunt Wang, bustling with energy as she cooked, inquired, "Shao Yang, it's been a while since you brought your girlfriend along. How have you two been?" "We broke up." "Broke up?" Aunt Wang turned, spatula in hand, her curiosity piqued. "How did that happen? Didn't you two date for several years?" "Perhaps it was because I lack money." "Oh dear." Aunt Wang's sympathy was palpable. "That girl has no vision. You're handsome, tall, and of good character. Your future will undoubtedly improve. Nowadays, girls only see what's in front of them. When I was with your Uncle Lou, his family was so poor we couldn't even afford a pot. Yet, I still married him. I'm still young. There's no rush. I'll focus on earning money first." That's the right mindset. After cracking an egg into the pan and adding some shredded meat, she served a fragrant bowl of fried noodles to Shao Yang. "Enjoy your meal." "Thanks." The fried noodles with egg cost 8 yuan, and with the addition of meat, it was 9. When Shao Yang finished and went to pay, Aunt Wang insisted he only pay 8. Ignoring her, he paid the full amount and hurried out. As Aunt Wang tidied up the table, She heard the WeChat payment notification and looked outside, shaking her head with a smile. What a good kid. Upon returning to his rental room, Shao Yang continued to synthesize the audio he recorded the previous day. By around 9 in the morning, he completed the unfinished beat from last night, mixing it into the track with satisfactory results. He donned his headphones and listened through, finding no issues. Yet he felt it was too hasty to upload it just yet. Therefore, he took out his phone and sent a voice message to Shwe Jia. Shwe Jia. I've finished my second song. Could you listen and give me your thoughts? After a while with no response from her, Shao Yang assumed she was still waking up. He returned to the Douyin page, ready to check comments, but a particular private message caught his eye. Opening the message, he read, Hello Shao Yang. I'm the head of the Talent Reserve Department at Banana Entertainment. I listened to your song yesterday and found you very talented. Are you considering signing as an artist? If so, please contact me. Shao Yang anticipated that an agency might reach out eventually, but he expected it to happen so soon. He quickly replied to decline the offer. Just as he sent the message, Shwe Jia responded, Why didn't you send it to me? Just a moment. Shao Yang exported the song, converting it to MP3 format for Shwe Jia's convenience. After sending it, he waited patiently. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. After listening to it 3 times, Shwe Jia finally sent a sticker. It depicted an anime character kneeling on the ground, holding a sign that read, Great one, please accept my kneeling. Shao Yang replied, Shall I upload it now? Shwe Jia quickly responded, Wait. Don't post it just yet. I'll film a Douyin video for you. Film what? A video of you singing it. I just checked, and your Douyin followers are nearing 40,000. Short videos are the fastest way to gain traction now. It could help attract even more followers. Shwe Jia's suggestion enlightened Shao Yang. Indeed, many artists in that world had songs that were popular without themselves achieving fame. However, mere song popularity is insufficient. One must also be well known. Shao Yang quickly replied, So, should you come to my place, or shall I come to yours? Aren't you treating me to a meal? Choose a place and we'll meet. Why don't you pick? I'm not familiar with which restaurants are good. I'll cover the bill. Certainly. I shall send you the address shortly. And we shall meet at the restaurant at noon. Sound good? Chapter 11 This fellow appears quite photogenic. Upon receiving the location sent by Shwe Jia, Shao Yang realized that taking the subway would take half an hour. By 11:15, he donned his backpack, grabbed his phone and keys, and set off. The first song he recorded was The Actor, followed by Just Right. The two songs bore a similar style, and if the audience could embrace The Actor, they should also appreciate Just Right. Riding a shared bicycle to the subway station, Shao Yang wore a mask and headphones. Regrettably, he had no sunglasses at the moment. Otherwise, he would certainly have worn them. As a former top-tier artist, he had developed the habit of going out with a hat, mask, and sunglasses. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by fans wherever he went, a price to pay for stardom, leaving little room for privacy. Shao Yang had once encountered a terrifying incident. While attending a red carpet event, the organizers had booked a hotel for him. However, during a shower in his hotel room that evening, an avid fan had somehow sneaked in and hidden under his bed. When he was half asleep, he suddenly heard snoring from beneath the bed, which startled him into calling the police. Investigations later revealed that the female fan was actually a hotel staff member who had obtained a room key in advance, intending to capture candid photos of him. Unfortunately, after lying in wait for too long, she dozed off. Imagine lying alone in a hotel room in the dead of night, only to hear another damp Oppo's snoring from beneath the bed. Such a scenario is enough to instill fear. After that incident, Shao Yang insisted that his assistant thoroughly inspect every hotel room he stayed in, leaving him with lasting psychological scars. As memories flooded his mind, the songs from the world charts played in his ears. Gradually, disappointment settled in. He was taken aback to discover that half of the top 10 songs on the domestic charts were in foreign languages, 4 in English and 1 in Japanese. This perplexed him. It wasn't that he disapproved of others listening to foreign songs. He enjoyed them himself. However, he found it unacceptable that half of the domestic music charts were dominated by foreign music. Unlocking his phone, he specifically filtered for Chinese pop music and listened to a few tracks before the subway reached his stop. The restaurant chosen by Shwe Jia was located in a large shopping mall adjacent to the subway station. suggesting she anticipated his arrival by subway when selecting the venue. Prior to arriving, Shao Yang had checked the restaurant's reviews on Matewan, noting its impressive score of 4.8 and an average cost of 298 yuan per person, a price he found reasonable, especially considering his current savings of nearly 100,000 on his phone. "Hello, how many of you?" "Two, with one on the way." "Right this way, please." The waiter greeted enthusiastically. The restaurant was spacious and elegantly decorated. Despite it being mealtime, it was relatively uncrowded, likely due to it being a Tuesday. The waiter led Shao Yang to a cozy table for two. "Sir, would you like to order now, or wait for your friend?" "I'll wait for my friend." "All right." After serving Shao Yang a glass of lemon water, the waiter attended to other customers. As he idly played with his phone, he waited patiently. Before long, Shue arrived. Looking refreshingly stylish in a trendy off-shoulder white t-shirt and fitted jeans, her makeup light, resembling a youthful girl of 18 or 19. "Have you been waiting long?" "I encountered a bit of traffic." "Not at all. I just arrived." "Have you ordered yet?" Shao Yang shook his head with a smile. "Not yet. I was waiting for you. If I order now, you'll just say I'm being stingy." "Haha, you're stingy." Shue raised her arm, causing her sleeve to slip down, revealing a delicate, fair wrist. With a snap of her fingers, she called the waiter over and swiftly ordered several dishes before turning her attention back to Shao Yang. "Shall we start filming now?" Shao Yang inquired. "How we film?" He was rather unfamiliar with the realm of short videos. Shue instructed, "Do we not agree? Just sing a short segment, the chorus part, which I find quite melodious." "Just sing? What else?" Pointing to the piano in the corner, Shao Yang asked, "Aren't and Oppos. T you here because this is a music restaurant?" "Ah." Shue seemed taken aback by this realization. "All right then." Shao Yang sighed. "Looks like I overthought it." He approached the piano, pressing a few keys, only to be met with a dissonant sound. No wonder no one played here. The piano was broken. Just as he was about to return to his seat, a middle-aged man emerged from the front counter, apologizing. "I'm sorry. That piano has been out of order for quite some time. I had a tuner come last time, and he said it wasn't worth repairing." "That's fine. If it's unusable, it's no bother." The middle-aged man, the restaurant owner, was dressed in an artistic manner, his long hair tied back, indicating a musical past. He asked, "Young man, do you play the piano?" Shao Yang scratched his head and pointed at Shue crafting an excuse. "My friend wanted to hear me sing, so I thought I'd use the piano for accompaniment." The owner glanced at Shue and discreetly gave Shao Yang a thumbs up, his enthusiastic gaze conveying admiration, as if to say, "Young man, you're quite impressive to have captured the attention of such a beauty." Before Shao Yang could clarify, the owner clapped a hand on his shoulder and asked, "I have a guitar. Do you play?" "I do." "Wait here. I'll fetch it for you." The owner hurried to his room and soon returned with his guitar. Shao Yang took a look and exclaimed, "A Taylor GS Mini, well-maintained." "Ah, you know your stuff? Are you a professional?" "I learned a bit of everything in college. The guitar happens to be my forte." The owner grinned. "Take it, will your girlfriend with it, and just return it to me afterward." "Girlfriend?" "Well." The owner didn't allow Shao Yang the chance to explain, casting him a knowing smile before returning to his duties at the counter. Shao Yang could only carry the guitar back to his table. Seeing his demeanor, Shue was surprised. "You play the guitar?" "Yes." "Impressive." She extended her hand toward Shao Yang. "Hand me your phone." Shao Yang retrieved his phone and handed it to her. Shue adjusted her position and said, "Just be ready to start whenever." "All right." Shao Yang strummed the strings to test the sound. As Shue observed him through the camera, she thought to herself, "I didn't expect this guy to be quite photogenic." Chapter 12. The shining sun if someone were to linger by the lighthouse, toying with her hair. Longing etched into the walls and tiles, if emotions were to struggle in unspoken elegance, relinquishing the hands that sought redemption. As Shao Yang's magnetic voice resonated, the previously bustling restaurant fell into an unexpected hush. The proprietor, stirred by the melody, raised his gaze toward Shao Yang. After a few verses, the owner discerned how Shao Yang had captured the heart of that enchanting beauty. Their pairing was indeed a harmonious blend of talent and grace. Winnever Shao Yang song. He immersed himself wholly, acutely aware that once shared on Douyin, his video would be seen by millions, leaving no room for distraction. His fingers danced deftly across the guitar strings, allowing emotions, desolation, and heartache to flow effortlessly. As the chorus approached, the song and amp, Oppo's, emotions soared to a crescendo. Our love is just right at this moment, neither too much nor too little to forget. I should be able to take care of myself. Our distance is just right at this moment, not enough for an embrace, thus we cannot mend. Those who in amp, Oppo's, loved fiercely should not hold grudges. With a fitting tone, Shao Yang concluded, lifting his gaze to Shwejia, saying that in amp, Oppo's, sit. Shwejia stared at the camera, momentarily dazed, before finally pausing to save the video. To her astonishment, the other patrons erupted into applause, leaving Shao Yang feeling slightly embarrassed as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After trimming the final segment of the video and adding subtitles, Shwejia said, "Look, I've finished editing." Shao Yang moved beside her, both of them watching the freshly recorded footage. "What do you think? Is it acceptable?" "Yes, I find no fault in it." "Shall I post it?" Shwejia inquired, glancing up, but Shao Yang was intently focused on the video, their faces merely a foot apart. He could even feel the warmth of her breath. An inexplicable rush of heartbeat ensued, a wave of heat flooding his mind, leaving both somewhat flustered. Shao Yang straightened, a hint of awkwardness lacing his voice. "Go ahead and post it." Shwejia swiftly turned away to share the video. Her earlobes flushed with a charming hue, a delightful sight. Despite having lived over 30 years in that world, Shao Yang had always been solitary. During university, he immersed himself in his studies, and after entering the industry, he continued to learn, avoiding romantic entanglements that could affect his popularity. Having persevered into his 30s, he sought companionship for marriage, only to be diagnosed with cancer. Although he had sung for years and ventured into romantic dramas, in reality, he remained inexperienced in love, perhaps stemming from his humble upbringing in a small city. His yearning for love was merely a vision of shared meals and seasons. However, Shao Yang was acutely aware that he would not marry within the industry, not in that world, nor in this one. The entertainment industry was a vast cauldron where one could easily lose their identity. He had witnessed too many forsake their dignity for fame, understanding that even the most glamorous figures may have hidden sordid pasts. As a principled individual, he was clear on his values and boundaries. "Done," he said, resuming his seat. As he retrieved his laptop to upload a song, he casually remarked, "A talent agency approached me for a contract this morning." "Really? Which agency?" "Banana Entertainment." It and Oppo's, in the private message. "You could check it yourself, but I declined." "Why did you refuse?" "Didn't and Oppo's. Do you want to debut?" Shwejia asked, puzzled. "I do wish to debut, but signing at this moment isn't advantageous for me. I cannot negotiate from a position of strength." "Negotiate?" "It means I lack the leverage to discuss terms, and they won't negotiate with me. If issues arise during collaboration, I can't afford the breach of contract penalties." "Wow." Shwejia blinked in surprise. "You think so far ahead. What are your plans then? Release songs, build a fan base, and wait for a talent show to invite me." After successfully uploading the song, he cautiously stowed away his laptop. It was a device he had purchased with scholarship funds during his sophomore year. Though it was outdated now, it had cost him a fortune, primarily because the music software he needed only operated on Apple systems. At that moment, the dishes began to arrive. Shao Yang stood to return the guitar to the proprietor, who curiously inquired, "Young man, what song were you singing?" "I haven't heard it before. It was just released." "What is it called?" "Just right." The owner assumed it was merely a newly released song, unaware that Shao Yang was the original artist. He complimented, "You sang it beautifully. I'll be sure to listen later." Shao Yang thanked him and returned to his seat, scrolling through the influx of comments on the video alongside Shwejia, discussing future aspirations. As the meal neared its conclusion, a new private message caught Shao Yang's attention. The sender had an official verified profile, and the message was lengthy. Essentially, it stated that on the 15th of next month, Penguin Video would record a self-produced talent show titled The Shining Sun. Originally, the participants were confirmed, but one contestant had withdrawn. Having seen Shao Yang and Oppo's video online, the production team wished to invite him to fill the vacancy. Upon reading this, Shao Yang quickly clicked on the profile. confirming the content was indeed related to Penguin Video, and he promptly inquired, "What is the general format of the show?" Given Shao Yang and Oppo's rising popularity online, having him participate would undoubtedly enhance the show's appeal. Thus, both Shao Yang and the production team were eager for his involvement. The sender swiftly provided an outline of the schedule, and after reviewing it, Shao Yang replied, "Great, I can participate. Please send me your contact information and WeChat. I will provide the recording details, location, and hotel." After sending the information, he excitedly shared with Shwe Jia, "The people from Penguin Video have contacted me, inviting me to join the recording of The Shining Sun next month." "Really?" "Indeed. That is fantastic." Shao Yang smiled. "I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Whether I can debut successfully hinges on this opportunity. Good luck. I wish you great success." Shwe Jia raised her cup filled with coconut juice, presenting it toward Shao Yang. Shao Yang lifted his cup to clink with hers, replying, "Thank you." Chapter 13. Thompson Riviera. After finishing their lunch, Shao Yang and Shwe Jia strolled around the shopping mall for a while. Around 1:00 and Oppo's clock, Shao Yang took the subway back to his modest rented apartment. With nothing pressing to attend to, he initially planned to take a nap, but he received a call from his former colleague, Chun Fong. On the other end of the line, Chun Fong spoke with a pitiful tone. "Shao Yang, I know we were wrong before. We have wronged you. Can you please forgive me? If you have time, we could meet, and I can apologize to you in person." Hearing Chun Fong's voice reminded Shao Yang of her haughty, conceited eyes. The timing of her call was clearly insincere. Shao Yang had no desire to interact with someone as morally bankrupt as Chun Fong, so he curtly replied, "That's unnecessary." "Shao Yang, after all, we were colleagues for a time. Don't you have any feelings for us?" "None." Shao Yang replied coldly, hanging up the phone and blocking all previous contact from former colleagues. Days passed. A few days later, due to the rising popularity of a new song's actor and just right on Penguin Music's charts, Shao Yang's Douyin followers surged to over 800,000, and his newly established Weibo account amassed around 70 to 80,000 followers. During this period, Shwe Jia consistently reached out to inquire about his progress, asking questions like how many followers he had and who the mentor for his show was. Shao Yang felt that Shwe Jia was a harbinger of good fortune. Without her, many opportunities might not have arisen. If he hadn't given her that extra ticket that night, he might never have had the chance to grace the stage and perform actor. Whether recording songs or shooting videos, he always relied on Shwe Jia's assistance. They would chat for dozens of minutes daily, and as their conversations deepened, they began discussing life and aspirations. Each time Shao Yang sent a message filled with philosophical musings, Shwe Jia would burst into laughter, unable to fathom how a young man, freshly graduated, could speak like a sage who had weathered countless storms, often dispensing advice like cherish the present and don't wait until it's too late. On May 5th, the promotional campaign for Brilliant Sons finally commenced. A trailer for the show appeared on Tencent Video, showcasing 3 mentors, 9 debut opportunities, 28 talent agencies, and 81 contestants meticulously selected from across the nation. The 3 mentors were all top-tier celebrities. 1. Zhang Minghua was a pop singer who had debuted long ago, but only rose to fame in the past 2 years, boasting a plethora of variety show appearances and a newly released album that catapulted him to significant popularity. The second, Xia Fei, had gained fame through a talent show and hovered between first and second-tier status, known for his arrogance. Those who liked him adored him, while those who loathed him were equally vehement. Lastly, there was Yang Kai-wei, a female singer who had transitioned primarily into acting, though her singing skills were rather mediocre. She had even humorously critiqued her own abilities on a previous variety show, which ironically garnered her additional fans. The program consisted of 7 episodes. The first 2 episodes featured rookie battles, with the 3 mentors overseeing distinct tracks, dividing the 81 contestants into 3 groups of 27. Each mentor was tasked with selecting 9 contestants to advance to the next round, with an elimination rate of 2/3. The subsequent episodes followed a familiar format of gradual eliminations leading to the final 9 contestants. Notably, the last episode would be broadcast live, with the final rankings determined by online voting. After watching the trailer, Shao Yang felt a sense of calm. As long as it was a competition based on artistry, he wouldn't oppose to feel overly anxious. In fact, he felt a thrill at the prospect of once again experiencing the adrenaline of performing on stage. On May 13th, the day before Shao Yang's departure for the city of Pingcheng in Guangdong province, Shui Jiejia called him early in the morning. Shao Yang yawned lazily and asked, "Miss Shui, what's the matter so early in the day?" She directly inquired, "Aren't you going to Pingcheng tomorrow to prepare for the recording?" "Yes, the program is about to start recording, but I noticed your follower count hasn't and Oppos. T changed in 2 days. Aren't and Oppos. T you anxious? What is the point of worrying?" Shao Yang replied, "I can't just go out on the street begging for attention." Shui Jiejia admonished him, "You're being foolish. Why not record a video, singing a song, to inform your followers that you're participating in a show? Let them support you. Isn't that a bit too much trouble?" Shao Yang protested as he sat up in bed. "Stop making excuses. I'll send you my address. Come meet me." "All right then." Before long, Shui Jiejia sent him her location. Upon seeing the name Thompson Riviera, Shao Yang immediately voiced his surprise. "Miss Shui, this can't possibly be your residence, can it?" "Yes, it is." "What's wrong with that? Isn't it inappropriate for me to visit you at home?" "My parents don't live with me." Shao Yang quickly replied, "That makes it even more inappropriate. A lone man and woman together, aren't and Oppos. T you afraid of gossip? Stop with the chatter. Just come over. When you arrive downstairs, call me. Or you want to even be able to access the elevator." "Fine." Shao Yang hurriedly dressed and washed up before heading out. After transferring subways and riding a shared bicycle for what felt like an eternity, he finally arrived at the entrance of the complex. Just as he was about to enter, a security guard stopped him. "Young man, are you a resident here?" "No, I'm here to see a friend." The guard scrutinized him, noting that most who entered this gate typically drove autos. Seeing Shao Yang's appearance, he said, "If you're looking for a friend, please call them. Only if your friend is a resident and agrees to let you in will I permit your entry." "Sir, I truly am here to meet a friend." Seeing the guard's unyielding expression, Shao Yang had no choice but to pull out his phone and call Shui Jiejia, handing the phone to the guard. Within moments, a smile of flattery spread across the guard and Oppos' previously stern face. Only then did Shao Yang gain entry to the community. Thompson Riviera was exactly as one would expect. The scenery inside was exquisite. Even at the peak of his popularity, Shao Yang had never resided in such a luxurious community. His ingrained frugality made it difficult for him to justify spending a large sum on an infrequently used property, leading him to predominantly stay in hotels or rental spaces. As he reflected, a sense of regret washed over him. Had he purchased a larger home, perhaps he could have brought his parents and sister to live in the big city. Lost in thought, he was startled by Shui Jiejia's voice behind him. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," he smiled. "I had a hunch you were well off. But I never expected you to be wealthy enough to live in Thompson Riviera, a place many dream of residing." "Who, wealthy? That sounds so distasteful," she laughed. Shui Jiejia seemed unperturbed about going out, dressed in athletic wear, her dark hair tied into a ponytail, with yoga pants accentuating the elegant curve of her legs. In the eyes of Shao Yang, who has encountered countless beauties, Shui Jiejia and Oppos' appearance does not quite belong to the exceptionally stunning category. Rather, she embodies a type that reveals its charm over time. She can effortlessly carry any style and possesses an admirable grace. If Shao Yang were to assign a score, it would undoubtedly exceed 9. "What are you staring at?" "Haven and Oppos. T you seen a beauty before?" Shui Jiejia remarked playfully upon noticing Shao Yang and Oppos' unwavering gaze upon her. "Oh," Shao Yang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, uncertain of what to say. Having known each other for a considerable time, Shui Jiejia would not have invited him to her home without having a good grasp of his character. Her teasing words were but a light-hearted jest, for she was not genuinely concerned. With a hint of pride, she declared, "Come with me. I have prepared a gift for you." "A gift? What kind of gift?" "You'll find out soon enough." Chapter 14. The wealthy beauty. As the elevator doors slid open, they revealed the lavish living room of Shui Jiejia's opulent apartment. With a private lift for each residence, it was a hallmark of high-end living. Though Shao Yang had braced himself for the grandeur, he couldn't help but marvel at the luxurious decor and silently muse, "What a wealthy woman she is." "Make yourself comfortable. Don't stand on ceremony. Would you like something to drink?" Shui Jiejia graciously inquired as she approached the refrigerator. "Just some mineral water, please." Opening the fridge, Shwe Jia chuckled. It appears mineral water is the only option. I never indulge in carbonated drinks. Shao Yang, unable to suppress his thoughts, remarked, no wonder you maintain such a splendid figure. I'll take that as a compliment, Shwe Jia replied with a smile. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water and tossed it to Shao Yang, who caught it with both hands, then wandered over to the floor-to-ceiling windows to admire the view outside. Curiously, he asked, don't you feel scared living alone in such a large place at night? I've grown accustomed to it, Shwe Jia responded. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch the gift I prepared for you. With that, Shwe Jia headed to her walk-in closet and emerged carrying a sizable package she had received the previous evening. While it wasn't particularly heavy, the box's size made it a tad cumbersome for her to manage. Shao Yang stepped forward to relieve her of the parcel, curious about its contents. What could possibly be so heavy? Handing him a box cutter, Shwe Jia replied mysteriously, you'll find out once you open it. Shao Yang was genuinely puzzled, but resolved not to accept anything overly extravagant. After all, he believed in the principle of earning one and oppos. Keep. Placing the package on a coffee table, he sliced through the tape and opened the box. Upon spotting a string of English letters on the contained item, he realized what it was. A guitar? Shwe Jia shrugged, seemingly pleased with her choice. You're about to record a show. This guitar should come in handy. After our last dinner, I made a trip back to inquire about the brand. I hope I didn't err in my selection. What was the cost? Not much at all. I initially thought it would cost several thousand, but it was only a few hundred, if Shao Yang recalled correctly. This Taylor acoustic guitar typically retailed for 7,000 or 8,000, a sum equivalent to a month's hard-earned salary at his former advertising job. No, it's too valuable. I can amp, oppos, accept it. Seeing his reluctance, Shwe Jia insisted. Why not? Just think of it as a gift between friends. My conscience won't amp, oppos, allow it. An idea suddenly struck Shwe Jia, and she exclaimed, wait, this gift isn't without conditions, you know. What conditions? He queried. If you succeed in debuting on and amp, oppos, the shining sun and amp, oppos, you'll undoubtedly meet many stars. I wanted to get their autographs for me, and ideally, a photo together. Huh? She continued, her hands clasped over her modestly rounded chest, smiling softly. Consider it an investment on my part. Shao Yang chuckled as he retrieved the guitar from its box, settling into the sofa to tune it. Worth noting is that his choice to study music stemmed from an encounter with a music teacher who recognized his extraordinary gift of absolute pitch during his elementary school years. Otherwise, given his background, he would never have opted for a major with limited job prospects. He had deliberated long before making that decision. Yet, within the crossroads of his life, one Shao Yang bore no regret, while another did. As he focused intently on tuning the strings, Shwe Jia finally understood why men are often deemed most handsome when they are earnest. Once he had adjusted the instrument, Shao Yang looked up and grinned. Shwe Jia, let us consider this guitar as me borrowing it from you. If I debut, I'll accept it as a gift. If not, I'll return it after the recording. Do as you wish, she waved dismissively. By the way, which track are you planning to choose? What track? Shao Yang blinked, and Shwe Jia sat beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment. Are you not aware of the competition format for The Shining Sun? I only glanced at the trailer. I haven't delved into the specifics. Shwe Jia sighed, exasperated. What is wrong with you? You're set to participate tomorrow, and you're clueless about the format. Shao Yang Laoget, as long as it involves singing, I'm fine with any format. All right, let me enlighten you, she said, transitioning into teacher mode. There are a total of 7 episodes. The first 2 serve as preliminary rounds, with 81 contestants assessed across 3 tracks. Each track's judges hold veto power, and after these 2 episodes, 9 contestants from each track will advance. You must realize that selecting a track is crucial, as each one has different focus points. If you choose the Shining Melody track, the emphasis will be solely on vocal skills. Opting for the amp, oppos, Shining Solo and amp, oppos, track means showcasing both original capability and singing talent. Meanwhile, the amp, oppos, Shining Dream and amp, oppos, track will evaluate singing and dancing performance. Bear in mind, after the second episode, the third and fourth will feature eliminations based on contestants' performances, with 3 being cut from each track. The 6 who advance from each track will then face off in one-on-one matches against contestants from the other tracks in the 5th and 6th episodes, during which the judges will lose their veto power, relying instead on audience scoring. The final episode will be a live broadcast, where each remaining contestant performs. Viewers will vote online, with the top 9 securing opportunities to sign with management companies. The higher the ranking, the more options available. The first-place contestant can even select from 28 agencies. Upon hearing her elaborate explanation, Shao Yang gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. You would undoubtedly be hired as my assistant if I had debuted yet. Assistant? Dream on, she retorted playfully. Shao Yang chuckled at the notion of a wealthy beauty like Shui Jia serving as his assistant, finding the idea utterly absurd. Chapter 15. Am I supporting you? So, have you decided what song you want to sing? Shui Jia extended her palm and said, "Give me your phone. I'll record it for you." Shao Yang handed her the phone and sat up straight on the sofa, holding his guitar. Shui Jia, acting as a diligent camera teacher, walked around to face Shao Yang, squatting down with the phone as lens aimed at him. Upon seeing Shao Yang through the camera, she noticed he was still clad in that same black tracksuit. She moved the phone aside and remarked, "Why are you wearing that outfit again? Don and Oppos, do you have any other clothes?" Shao Yang replied awkwardly, "I only have 3 outfits, one to wear, one to wash, and a spare. They're all quite similar. You can't go to the show like this. I heard that the other contestants on and Oppos, Brilliant Sun and Oppos, are mostly already famous. There are internet celebrities, trainees, and those who have debuted but want to return. Don't be fooled by your million fans. When you get on the show, that may not be enough." Shao Yang retorted firmly, "I'm not competing with them based on looks. I have confidence in my work." "Whatever," Shui Jia rolled her eyes, turning back to the phone screen. "Let us start. Just play and sing a short segment." Shao Yang nodded. He had already decided on a song during his journey here. It was perfectly fitting for this moment. He began to whistle. Although Shui Jia was slightly taken aback, she pressed the record button. The cheerful whistle rang out, accompanied by the guitar, creating a lively atmosphere. Shao Yang began to sing with a beaming smile. At that moment, visions of one day living in such a grand house filled his mind. "If one day I become very wealthy, my first choice won't be to travel the world, but to lounge on the world's largest and softest sofa, eating, sleeping, and waking up just to eat again for a whole year." The melody was light-hearted, and Shao Yang's enunciation was clear. Upon hearing the whistling, Shui Jia was initially stunned, but after a few lyrics, she broke into a radiant smile. This guy, obsessed with money, actually wrote such a song. However, it sounded quite interesting and catchy. Is she wearing an amp, Oppos, recording a video? She might have joined in singing along. "Becoming wealthy, I am becoming wealthy. Countless people waste their time day and night becoming wealthy. I am becoming wealthy, then feigning humility, claiming money isn't everything. All right, that's enough." Shui Jia pressed pause and saved the video. Standing up, she looked at Shao Yang with an expression of an Oppos. "You have potential in Oppos," and smiled. "Not bad. Len Oppos has posted. This song is simple, and I don't plan on recording a formal version." As she sat up, adding subtitles to the video, she asked, "How do you plan to get to Pengsheng tomorrow?" "By high-speed train. ISNT, that's going to take 5 or 6 hours from Odu." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Shui Jia and Damp. Oppos has already exquisite face, enhancing the curve of her jawline, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Shao Yang realized he had been staring and quickly averted his gaze. Taking a sip of mineral water. "Almost 7 hours. Why not take a plane? The tickets aren't that expensive now. It's not peak season. They're more than double the price. I'm a member of the airline. I can exchange miles for free tickets every year. Just refund your train ticket, and I'll get you a plane ticket. Is that really okay?" "What an amp." "Amp? Oppos. What's wrong with that?" Shao Yang chuckled foolishly, "With you giving gifts and buying tickets for me. I feel like I and Amp, Oppos, and being supported." Shui Jia turned her head, grinning mischievously. "Are you secretly yearning to be supported?" Noticing a glint of mischief in her eyes, Shao Yang quickly wiped the smile off his face and cleared his throat proclaiming with theatrical fervor, a man should never be supported by a woman. One can live without money. But one must not lack dignity. You and Oppos, ridiculous, Shwe Jia playfully punched Shao Yang's back and warned, I just put on a face mask this morning. Don't make me laugh, or I'll get wrinkles. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, how old are you? 24, and you? 2 years older. Once Shwe Jia finished adding subtitles, she returned the phone to Shao Yang and said, So, it's settled about the ticket. What do you want to eat for lunch? Are you inviting me to stay for lunch? Don't be ridiculous. Since the day this house was decorated, I haven't used a single pot or pan in the kitchen. I meant let us eat out. Taking the initiative, Shwe Jia said, I'll go change clothes. Wait for me here. After lunch, I'll take you shopping for clothes. Shwe Jia, with you treating me this way, I want to be able to repay your kindness in the future. Who expects you to repay me? From a room, Shwe Jia's voice echoed, I'm supporting you, haha. Shao Yang truly experienced the joy of being supported, sitting in the passenger seat of a BMW. Every time they stopped at a red light and passers-by caught sight of Shwe Jia and Shao Yang, they would cast envious glances. At the restaurant, Shwe Jia handled everything, ordering and paying. When the waiter noticed her scanning the payment with her phone, he glanced at Shao Yang as if to say, So, he has a kept man. What a shame. Shao Yang remained unfazed. Based on his prior experiences, he believed debuting would not be an issue. He would gradually repay these favors once he started earning. The two strolled leisurely through the mall, arriving at the third floor where clothes were sold. Shwe Jia directly pulled Shao Yang into a designer menswear store. The sales associate approached them. She recognized Shwe Jia from her outfit and deduced she was not short on funds. While Shao Yang's attire cost less than 500 yuan, which piqued her curiosity. However, she refrained from asking further, for she understood that wealthy individuals often have unique tastes. Despite his appearance, this man was quite handsome. Overall, they seemed well matched. Miss, are you buying clothes for this gentleman? Shwe Jia immediately spotted a white suit on a rack and turned to Shao Yang, asking, What do you think of this one? Forget it. Shao Yang shook his head and blurted. A woman in red is either flirtatious or wanton. A man in white is either effeminate or gay. Upon hearing this, Shwe Jia shot him a glare. The sales associate quickly interjected, We have this style in black. Would you like to try it? Let him try it. The associate promptly retrieved a stylish black ensemble for Shao Yang. The jacket was formal, while the trousers were casual, more suitable for a young man. Shao Yang took the clothes and entered the fitting room. 3 minutes later, the fitting room door swung open. Shao Yang emerged, and the two sales associates, the cashier, and Shwe Jia all turned to look at him, momentarily stunned, before expressions of unexpected delight illuminated their faces. Standing at 1.79 meters, Shao Yang was not particularly tall, but he was certainly not short either. Draped in a formal ensemble, a white inner layer peeks through, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Harmoniously paired with a black suit that exudes a touch of British formality while radiating the vibrance of a classic black and white palette. The adage clothes make the man holds true in every sense. What do you think? Shao Yang inquired, gazing into the mirror at Shwe Jia, realizing her momentary lapse. Shwe Jia quickly nodded in agreement. I think it looks splendid. How could it not? Nearby, the sales assistant was visibly taken aback. Not wishing for Shao Yang to linger under the scrutiny of others, Shwe Jia hurriedly approached to settle the payment, ushering Shao Yang away. Over the course of the afternoon, they procured 4 outfits, expending over 10,000 yuan. I'll purchase the tickets tonight. You just wait at home, and tomorrow, I'll take you to the airport. Understood. You better bring your A game to the show. We can't afford to be outshone. Rest assured. Chapter 16 here is a photo of a beautiful woman. Would you like to see it? In the cafeteria of Dongwang Entertainment, Zheng Song held his breakfast, searching for a place to sit. Just then, a man in his 30s hurried past him. Zheng Song quickly approached him and inquired, Old Wu, why are you in such a rush? Wu Jibin, the manager of the talent reserve department at Dongwang Entertainment, oversaw the company as trainees. His strictness earned him the nickname King of Hell among the trainees. Don't mention it. I have a pile of tasks to attend to this morning. Zheng Song settled down, took a bite of his oil stick, and replied with a smile. Is it related to the sugar heart girl from Potato Video? Wu Jibin adjusted his glasses and said, It's not just the Sugar Heart Girl. The self-produced Brilliant Sun from Penguin Video is set to begin recording tomorrow. The company has 2 slots available, and I need to send them over this morning. Who are they? Lee Han-yu and Zhang Zihao. I know Lee Han-yu. He creates original songs and is the top trainee in our company. But who is Zhang Zihao? Wu Jibin explained. Do you remember the exchange program we had with XM Entertainment from South Korea 2 years ago? Zhang Song was taken aback. Zhang Zihao was one of the trainees from that exchange. Yes, Wu Jibin confirmed. This kid has made significant progress during his 2 years in Korea. Our domestic training programs can and oppose compare to theirs. Zhang Song chuckled. In that case, it seems they are destined to debut. Old Wu, this means another bonus for us at the end of the year. It and amp, oppose. That's not as simple as you think. Wu Jibin pulled out an A4 sheet from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Song. The participants in this program are either internet celebrities or trainees, many of whom already have a fan base. It and oppose. It's quite challenging to stand out among such a crowd. Zhang Song glanced at the list casually, but as he was about to return it to Wu Jibin, the last name caught his attention. Shao Yang. Is that the name of Lily's ex-boyfriend? Zhang Song mused inwardly. It must just be a coincidence. What are the odds? What's wrong? Wu Jibin asked, noticing Zhang Song's pause. Nothing. Wu Jibin indeed had a multitude of tasks to handle, and after hastily finishing his meal, he stood up to leave. Zhang Song observed him for a moment before folding the paper and putting it into his pocket. Shao Yang, I'm downstairs at your building. I'll be right down. A few minutes later, Shao Yang emerged from the building with a suitcase in hand. After placing his luggage in the trunk, he settled into the passenger seat as Shui Jia drove him to the airport. With a flight at 10 o'clock, they were expected to arrive in Pengcheng around 12:30. Thank you. For what? Just make sure to send me plenty of videos while filming. Okay. When I message you, don't pretend you didn't see it. How could I? Shui Jia usually woke up around 9 or 10, but today she rose early to take Shao Yang to the airport. As they drove, fatigue soon overtook her. Seeing her in this state, Shao Yang tentatively suggested, how about I drive? You can drive? Of course. Shui Jia slammed on the brakes, turning to Shao Yang with an exasperated look. Why didn't you say so earlier? She unbuckled her seatbelt, exited the car, slammed the door, and pulled Shao Yang from the passenger seat, seamlessly taking over his position. Shao Yang adjusted the seat back, shifted into drive, and continued following the GPS towards the airport. After a while, Shui Jia dozed off. About 40 minutes later, the car came to a stop in the airport parking lot. Shui Jia, VE arrived. When Shao Yang called out, he realized she had fallen into a deep sleep. From the driver and Oppo's seat, he noticed a glistening droplet at the corner of her mouth, as if it might spill at any moment. She is really out cold, Shao Yang thought, stifling a laugh as he seized the opportunity to snap a quick photo of her. After checking the time, he nudged her arm, and she finally stirred awake. We're at the airport. You can either take a nap in the car or drive back. I can manage on my own. Just remember to message me when you arrive. Sure, take care on your way. Shao Yang exited the vehicle, retrieved his suitcase, waved goodbye to Shui Jia, and headed into the airport. 2 hours later, a plane took off, and after another 2.5 hours, it landed at Pengcheng Airport. Upon exiting, he summoned a ride and soon arrived at the hotel address provided by the staff. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a staff member wearing a badge approached him. Are you a participant in Brilliant Sun? Yes. Hello, I'm a staff member from Brilliant Sun. Please follow me. Shao Yang nodded and followed the staff into the hotel, which was adorned with the logos of Penguin Video and an Oppos, Brilliant Sun and Oppos, indicating the production team had likely reserved the entire establishment. This is your room. The recording for the show starts at 8 tomorrow evening, but preparations begin at 6. Since we'll be filming 2 episodes back-to-back, it will run late into the night, so you can rest early today. Here's your room key. Please keep it safe. Thank you. If you need anything, just call room service. The recording studio is less than 10 minutes away in the Penguin building, and a car will come to pick you up at 6 tomorrow. All right. After the staff member briefly explained, they departed. Just as Shao Yang was about to close the door, 2 other contestants emerged from the elevator, dragging their suitcases. Recognizing them as fellow participants, Shao Yang nodded in greeting before shutting the door. He recorded a video of his hotel room and sent it to Shui Jia. Initially intending to share with others, he scanned through his WeChat contacts but found no one suitable to share this moment with. As for his parents, he hesitated to inform them of his resignation, as they still believed that working in a company was the only respectable profession, viewing the entertainment industry as too ephemeral. Shwejia quickly replied with a voice message. The hotel looks quite nice. It's decent. Tomorrow will be busy since we're filming 2 episodes back-to-back, from 6 in the evening until late at night. How about you? Are there many handsome guys over there? No, I've only met 2, and I'm not familiar with them. A nod was all that passed for a greeting. Shwejia exclaimed excitedly. Make sure to tell me the results after the competition tomorrow. I'll let you know. Then I'll let you get back to it. I'm going to catch some more sleep. I have a photo of a beautiful woman on my phone. Would you like to see it? Shwejia immediately responded. Send it over. Shao Yang forwarded the photo he had taken of the sleepy Shwejia, and after a brief pause of 1, 2, 3 seconds, a minute later, a voice message lasting over 50 seconds arrived. Shao Yang, you're doomed. Delete that photo right now. How dare you take that ugly shot of me? If you don't delete it, I'll fly to Pengcheng to find you. If you dare to send that picture out, I'll make sure you regret it. Haha. Chapter 17. Sufficient on the evening of the 15th, Shao Yang finally boarded the bus sent by the production team to welcome the contestants. With 81 participants in the Brilliant Sun competition, along with accompanying staff, 2 buses were filled to capacity. The atmosphere inside the bus was quite chaotic, with many individuals seemingly familiar with one another. Their attire was notably fashionable, and the majority had meticulously applied makeup, filling the air with a mlang of perfumes that was somewhat overwhelming. Shao Yang clutched his phone and messaged Shwejia. I'm on the bus now. We'll be arriving at the venue shortly. Shwejia replied instantly. Take a picture for me to see. Sitting in the second-to-last row, Shao Yang raised his phone and snapped a photo of the front, sending it to Shwejia. Before he could receive a response, a young man seated in the last row initiated a conversation. Hey, which company are you with? Turning his head to glance at him, Shao Yang replied with a smile. I'm not with any company. Most of the contestants in Brilliant Sun were trainees or internet celebrities who had risen to fame through short videos. Upon hearing that Shao Yang had no company affiliation, the young man assumed Shao Yang was a well-known internet personality with a fan base and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Yihan from Orange Entertainment. Hello, I'm Shao Yang, he said, shaking hands with him. Just then, Shao Yang and Oppo's WeChat notification chimed, prompting him to respond. Meanwhile, Yihan, seeing Shao Yang absorbed in his phone, opened Weibo and searched for Shao Yang. A plethora of users appeared. Clicking on the first profile named Shao Yang, he was taken aback to find only around 200,000 followers. Prior to arriving, he had glanced at the list of other contestants, noting that several internet celebrities, such as Feng Shao, Zhao Jingjing, and Wu Xiyuan, had followers exceeding 1 million, with a single advertisement yielding substantial earnings. Yihan thought that if the contestants were at that level, then those selected by the production team should be of a similar caliber. Undeterred, he opened Douyin and searched for Shao Yang. Related terms spontaneously appeared. Shao Yang actor, Shao Yang just right. Shao Yang if one day I become very wealthy. 3 months prior, upon receiving the invitation to participate in the show, Orange Entertainment had conducted closed training sessions for its trainees, during which they had little opportunity to use their phones, leaving them unaware that Shao Yang had recently trended on social media. Yihan clicked on the first video and was astounded to see over 3 million likes. The video, uploaded a month ago, had gained over 1 million followers in that brief span, despite only 3 videos being released. Yihan was left in shock. Meanwhile, Shao Yang continued chatting with Shwejia. Shwejia messaged, I asked you to take a picture of people. Why did you only show me the back of their heads? Dear Grandma, I'm sitting in the second-to-last row. I can't very well run to the front to take their pictures, can I? Why not? I suffer from social anxiety. It's beyond my control. Are there any handsome guys on the bus? Most of them could be considered handsome, but these days, as long as one is tall and has no major flaws, a trip to Korea for some surgery can make anyone handsome. I prefer the natural look. Your preference doesn't matter. Do you think this show is selecting a bride for you? The bus slowly came to a halt in front of the recording building of Penguin Video. Shao Yang noticed that those in the front row were already preparing to disembark and quickly typed, I've arrived. talk later. He slung his guitar over his shoulder and followed the crowd off the bus. Under the guidance of the staff, they made their way to the recording backstage, where over 80 individuals settled into rows of seats. A staff member approached the group and announced, "Those needing touch-ups can go to the first makeup room on your left. The restroom is at the end of the hall. It's currently 6:20. We will begin recording promptly at 8. With over 80 men gathered, chatting in small clusters, Shao Yang felt as though he had stepped into a bustling marketplace. Seated in a corner, he rested his guitar on his lap and closed his eyes, seeking solace. Those around him, initially wishing to engage, soon abandoned the idea upon observing Shao Yang's demeanor. It wasn't that he wished to isolate himself. Rather, he found the average age of the contestants, around 21, to be rather juvenile. For Shao Yang, who had debuted at 19 and become a top star by 23, having traversed various realms of the entertainment industry before 30, their topics and behaviors seemed quite immature. Shao Yang, may I ask who Shao Yang is? After an hour had passed, a female staff member approached the crowd. Shao Yang opened his eyes and raised his hand. That would be me. Please follow me. The director wishes to speak with you. Oh. Shao Yang complied, albeit puzzled, and followed her. Other contestants whispered among themselves, speculating about Shao Yang and Oppos as special treatment. Shao Yang, which company's trainee is he? He is not a trainee. Yihan interjected. He is an internet singer from Douyin. The term internet celebrity was not particularly remarkable in this context. However, upon hearing Yihan's words, a trainee with a bun hairstyle resembling a girl chimed in. He can't be the one replacing my teammate, right? What's going on? My teammate Su, he was supposed to participate with me, but he had some family issues at the end of last month and can't attend. I heard his spot was taken by a new internet singer. Did the production team find someone last minute? I thought it was a favor for someone. Shao Yang followed the staff member into the director and Oppo's room. After exchanging a few words with a woman in a red suit, she turned to Shao Yang. Hello. It's a pleasure to have you join us for the recording of Brilliant Sun. I am Wu Dan, the show's chief director. Hello. The reason for calling you over is that while we have already briefed the other contestants about the complete program flow and important details, your situation is somewhat unique. So there are several matters we need to discuss with you. Upon hearing director Wu Dan's words, Shao Yang silently pondered. Could it be that the 9 debut spots have already been predetermined? Shao Yang remained silent, awaiting further explanation. Wu Dan continued. You should be aware that our program has 3 preliminary tracks, correct? Yes, I'm aware, Shao Yang nodded, relieved that Shui Jia had informed him about this in advance. The reason we invited you to participate is that we recognized you as an original singer, and we are specifically looking for contestants for the original track. Therefore, during the recording, there will be a selection segment, and you must choose the original track, which is our end amp, Oppo's, Brilliant Solo and Amp, Oppo's, track. Shao Yang smiled. That's exactly what I came for. Wu Dan chuckled and inquired. Since it's the original track, all songs performed must be original. I would like to know how many original songs you have prepared. Shao Yang contemplated for a moment and simply replied, sufficient. Sufficient? Indeed, regardless of how many episodes we record. It will be ample. Wu Dan was taken aback for a moment, her smile widening. All right, you may go wait. Just follow the staff's guidance later. Okay. Shao Yang turned to leave. Wu Dan watched him depart, chuckling softly, while an assistant director nearby asked, Dan, what has you so amused? This little fellow possesses a certain charm. While the other contestants regard me with utmost deference, scarcely daring to meet my gaze, this one speaks to me as if we were colleagues engaged in casual conversation. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the fearless audacity of youth. I sincerely hope that during the official recording later, this young one does not falter. The neighboring show, Sugar-Hearted Girl, has already commenced filming yesterday and will air a day ahead of us. Should our viewership falter in comparison, we shall all face the repercussions. How could that be? Chapter 18. The pinnacle of the pyramid, the camera crew, is in position. The technical team is ready. The coordination group is set. Attention all departments, countdown from 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Snap. The stage lights illuminate simultaneously, marking the official commencement of the recording of The Shining Star. Unlike other variety shows, the first 2 episodes of Shining Star are devoid of an audience. The production team has prepared 3 recording rooms, each symbolizing a different competition track. In addition to the mentors, there will be a host and a helper, a friend from the entertainment industry, who will offer advice when the mentors face difficult decisions. Emboldened by the spotlight, the host steps onto the stage to warm up the atmosphere. Despite the absence of an audience, his professional demeanor allows him to fervently articulate the rules of the shining star. Naturally, there are commercial breaks. Advertisements are not only a primary source of income for celebrities, but also a crucial means for the program to attract investment. Initially raucous, the backstage area transforms into a hushed setting as the recording commences and the camera operators enter, prompting the participants to sit quietly like obedient children, whispering even when they wish to converse. Shao Yang has grown accustomed to this behavior. Most celebrities present a polished facade to the public while harboring a different persona behind the scenes. The first segment of the recording involves selecting competition tracks. Although Shao Yang is aware that the choices have been predetermined, the process must unfold for the sake of showmanship. The rules are straightforward. The production team has already assigned scores based on the contestants and oppos, preliminary videos, and their online influence. Those with higher scores have the privilege of selecting their tracks first, with each track accommodating a maximum of 27 participants. Consequently, a lower score may result in a talented singer-dancer being relegated to a less desirable track due to full capacity, creating an inherent disadvantage from the outset. Let us now discover which contestant has garnered the highest score from the production team. As the host concludes, a montage of the 81 contestants' promotional images rolls across the large screen. The visuals quickly freeze, revealing a striking image accompanied by his introduction. Name: Zhang Zihao, age 23. Company: Dongwang Entertainment. Experience: 3 years of artist training with a renowned XM agency in South Korea before the age of 20. Score 9.7. Backstage, the camera operator captures a close-up of Zhang Zihao, who rises proudly under the envious gazes of his peers and strides confidently toward the track selection room. Upon noticing that he is affiliated with Dongwang Entertainment, Shao Yang and oppos, as attention sharpens. Is he from the same company as Songli? Shao Yang squints slightly, resuming his quiet observation. Zhang Zihao enters the adjacent room without hesitation and selects the Shining Dream track, promptly taking a seat at the highest position among the 27 designated for that track. The selection process unfolds more slowly than anticipated, as the participants backstage exhibit considerable exuberance. With each new contestant's image displayed, cheers and applause erupt, especially from those belonging to the same company or familiar with each other, leading to celebratory embraces. The male contestants' antics overshadow the female participants. Shao Yang feels a tinge of exasperation as individuals depart backstage to the adjacent preparation area. What should have been a simple track selection segment drags on for an hour and a half. As the final few contestants remain, the slots for both the Dream and Janine tracks are nearly filled, a scenario anticipated by Shao Yang. In this era, many trainees can sing and dance, yet few possess the ability to compose a complete song. Finally, the backstage atmosphere settles. When the penultimate contestant departs for the adjacent area, the camera operator turns the lens toward Shao Yang. In the frame, he sits calmly, his expression inscrutable, devoid of any signs of anxiety or concern, resembling an audience member. In the director and oppos, as booth, director Wu Dan observes the screen displaying Shao Yang, chuckling with disbelief. This fellow ISN and oppos. Is he planning to doze off, is he? With only the last substitute Shao Yang remaining, the preceding contestant's score has reached 6.3. Shao Yang, curious about the score the production team would assign him, glances up at the screen. His Douyin avatar appears alongside his information. Name: Shao Yang, age 25, company, inexperience, unknown, score unknown. Upon seeing the word unknown, Shao Yang deduces that the production team likely hastily substituted him in, resulting in the absence of a promotional image or assigned score, thus leading to this predicament. He can hear murmurs from the adjacent area. Rising, he slings his guitar over his shoulder and strides towards the preparation zone. Upon entering, he is immediately surrounded by the gazes of others. As the final contestant to select a track, the seats are fully occupied. leaving him with no choice but to take the last available spot on the Dusho track, located at the pinnacle of the pyramid. The absence of competition for this spot suggests that the other contestants have chosen to display humility, refraining from vying for it. The director's team eagerly anticipates Shao Yang's forthcoming performance. After surveying his surroundings, Shao Yang leisurely approaches, affixing the Dusho insignia to his attire. He then turns and walks to the preparation area, proceeding step by step to the highest seat, where he sits serenely. At the moment Shao Yang settles into his seat, the preparation area erupts into a cacophony of astonishment, skepticism, and derision. His actions have evidently provoked discontent. Although only one position remained, had he feigned modesty or humility, there would have been no objections. His silent, direct occupation of the seat raises eyebrows. His phone buzzes in his pocket. Shao Yang retrieves it to find a message from Shui Jiejia. Are you done recording? Just getting started. You still have time to reply to me? I haven't taken the stage yet, and the staff hasn't prohibited phone use. As Shao Yang nonchalantly occupies the highest position while using his phone, Director Wu Dan is taken aback, observing the contestants whispering amongst themselves. He chuckles. This guy seems to be treating our show with utter disregard. After his musings, Wu Dan picks up the intercom. All right, let's proceed to the next segment. The host returns to the stage to announce the rules. Each contestant must now enter their chosen track for their performance, with the order determined by their seat selection. This means Shao Yang will be the last to take the stage. Ending last is not particularly advantageous for him. Performing late into the night will likely reduce his peak performance date. Yet it matters little. For these young contestants, he believes it should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 19. Is he just giving up? The assessment commenced. The contestant seated at the bottom right of the pyramid was the first to rise. Making his way through the corridor of the solo performance stage into the recording room where the mentors awaited, Zhang Minghua, Su Mingming, and host Zhang Yang. Simultaneously, 3 large 100-inch monitors in the preparation area displayed live footage from the recording room, allowing the contestants to grasp the unfolding situation inside. After all, sitting idly for several hours was unbearable for anyone. Shao Yang calculated that with 27 contestants, if each performed for merely 5 minutes, it would take at least 2.5 hours, assuming the participants refrained from excessive chatter. However, as someone who had been through this process before, Shao Yang knew that no one could limit their time to just 5 minutes. There would be self-introductions followed by performances, concluding with the mentors' evaluations. He predicted it would take no less than 3 to 4 hours to complete the evening. Pulling out his phone, Shao Yang informed his friend, I'm about to start my performance, so I can't chat right now. After receiving an affirmative gesture from Shui Jiejia, he tucked his phone back into his pocket. At that moment, the first contestant began their performance. Shao Yang listened to the initial part, but, feeling dissatisfied, closed his eyes, perhaps due to the stir he had caused earlier. The backstage camera operators often inadvertently captured him on film. They found it curious that while other contestants were visibly anxious, Shao Yang appeared utterly unfazed. Was it resignation or confidence? The camera operators began to anticipate Shao Yang's eventual performance. As time slowly ticked by, more contestants took the stage, and the atmosphere backstage grew increasingly tense. The contestants began to realize that the mentor standards were far more stringent than they had anticipated. After each performance, the mentors had 3 choices to advance the contestant, to place them on hold, or to eliminate them outright. Nearly 50 minutes had passed, and as of yet, no one had been advanced. The best outcome thus far had only been a tentative hold. It was important to note that all 81 contestants were carefully selected elite trainees and internet idols with existing fan bases. This reality heightened the already palpable tension among the contestants. At that moment, both the Zhenin and solo performance stages simultaneously eliminated contestants currently performing inside. As the screen displayed 2 large pass signs, the hearts of those in the preparation area sank. The camera operators hurriedly captured their fleeting expressions, sweeping the lens from left to right, then back again. Each face bore a heavy countenance, and the effect was quite striking. However, something peculiar seemed to have infiltrated the scene. The camera operator shifted focus to the topmost seats in the preparation area. What? This guy was actually asleep. At this moment, Shao Yang, seated in the highest chair, had his eyes closed as if in slumber, his posture exuding laziness. The camera operator quickly redirected the lens. But in the control room, Wu Dan instructed, "Camera 2, close in on Shao Yang." The operator had no choice but to comply, oblivious to the attention. Shao Yang had lost interest after listening to 7 or 8 other contestants' original songs. Rubbish. Utter rubbish. The lyrics were poorly crafted, the melodies subpar, and some contestants even sang off-key. Were they here to amuse? Time passed, and Zhang Minghua, holding a microphone, spoke with an impassive expression. "Next contestant, please." Pausing before reading the final name. Zhang felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. After a moment's recollection, he remembered having come across a video featuring this Shao Yang not long ago. A smile broke across his face as he announced, "Shao Yang." Zhang Minghua finally uttered the last name, recalling the melody of Shao Yang's song Actor and feeling a hint of anticipation. The eyes of those present turned toward Shao Yang, who remained unresponsive, still lost in his slumber. Eventually, it was Wu Dan who prompted the staff to awaken him, and Shao Yang groggily stirred. Rubbing his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he realized that everyone was staring at him, indicating it was time for him to take the stage. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Is he just giving up? Occupying the prime spot while remaining so indifferent? How did the production team manage to invite such a deity? I must see what he is capable of. Is he going to sing while playing the guitar? Shao Yang rose, retrieving his guitar from his bag, and followed the staff's guidance toward the recording room. As he descended, even contestants from the other 2 stages diverted their attention to him. Clad in white sneakers, jeans, and a plain white t-shirt, Shao Yang's appearance was unremarkable. Without makeup, his looks were average at best, yet still above the norm. Upon witnessing the final contestant enter, the 3 individuals in the room sighed in relief. Zhang Minghua inquired, "What took you so long to arrive?" Shao Yang replied candidly, "I fell asleep while waiting." As the words left his lips, Zhang Minghua, Su Mengming, and Zhang Yang exchanged amused glances, suppressing laughter. Though the wait had been lengthy, such behavior was rather excessive for a recording session. Zhang Minghua chuckled. "I've heard your song Actor. It's quite impressive. Had you not already released it, I would have considered purchasing the rights from you." Shao Yang grinned in response. "My asking price wouldn't be modest." "Huh?" Zhang Minghua was taken aback. A chorus of astonished gasps filled the preparation area. "This fellow, has he lost his mind? A mentor expressing interest in purchasing your song and Oppo's rights is a privilege, and yet you're discussing money? How crass." Su Mingming quickly interjected with a smile. "It seems you have great confidence in your composition." "Sort of," Shao Yang admitted. Zhang Minghua continued, "I'm looking forward to your performance. You may begin whenever you're ready." Shao Yang glanced around, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Could someone bring me a chair?" Host Zhang Yang promptly responded, "Get a chair for him." The staff hurriedly provided a chair, and Shao Yang settled in, adjusting the microphone and tuning the guitar strings as he tested the sound. Zhang Minghua and Su Mingming fell silent, turning their attention to the final page of their A4 sheets, which contained the lyrics to Shao Yang's song. Title: Dissipating Worries Lyrics. Shao Yang composition. Shao Yang taking a deep breath. Shao Yang's sleepy gaze transformed instantly. He deftly strummed the guitar, his voice resonating within the modest recording room. In that moment, Shao Yang seemed to become the very center of attention. Chapter 20. Your song holds a story. The previously weary expression faded, replaced by a subtle sense of loss that gradually emerged on Shao Yang's face. The recording room was enveloped in the sound of the guitar, while the backstage preparation area remained eerily silent. After a brief prelude, Shao Yang began to sing with deep emotion. As you step into this joyful venue, bearing all your dreams and aspirations, faces adorned with diverse makeup, no one remembers your visage. His heartfelt melody reverberated throughout the recording room. This song was notably popular in that world, widely circulated and cherished. Its simplicity belied its emotional depth, allowing many to cover it. Yet none could surpass the original rendition by Mao Bai. The reason was clear. Mao Bai infused each lyric with profound sentiment, a feat others could not replicate, or at least not to the same extent. Different listeners conjured varied scenes in their minds upon hearing this song. Students might envision a class reunion, attending a lively gathering, while feeling isolated in a corner amidst the chatter. Office workers might picture themselves at social events, enduring the discomfort of mingling with clients they neither knew nor liked. Each drink swallowed bitterly. A toast to the sunrise, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my longings, softening the cold nights. Thus, I can soar against the wind without looking back, unafraid of the rain in my heart, the frost in my eyes. With the lyrics complemented by Shao Yang's emotions, steeped in experiences of loss and separation, he nearly perfected the chorus. Zhang Minghua furrowed his brow after hearing a few lines. He scrutinized the lyrics in his hand, his expression grave. While the previous 26 contestants had presented original compositions, none truly touched Zhang Minghua. However, Xiao Qiu was different. Beyond the lyrics, Shao Yang's voice carried a narrative depth, a testament to his vocal prowess. This Shao Yang was no ordinary talent. In fact, among many established singers, few could evoke emotions to such an extent through their singing. This fellow was a dark horse. After reviewing the lyrics, Zhang Minghua shifted his gaze back to Shao Yang. He possessed both charisma and vocal skill, alongside genuine originality. Following the airing of this episode, he would undoubtedly garner fans. As Zhang Minghua mused, Shao Yang approached the conclusion of the song. A toast to freedom, a toast to death, forgive my ordinariness, dispelling my confusion. After the last line, the memory of that night when Song Li proposed their breakup surfaced, as he sought solace in alcohol. Upon finishing the line, the sober are the most absurd. A bitter smile escaped Shao Yang's lips. With the final note trailing off, Shao Yang's performance came to an end. Thank you. He gently withdrew his hands from the strings and nodded slightly towards Zhang Minghua and the others. Zhang Minghua, Su Mengmeng, and Zhang Yang exchanged glances before erupting into applause simultaneously. The other contestants, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of astonishment. He playing the fool to catch the tiger. In the preparation area, silence reigned. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, and upon seeing Minter Zhang Minghua applaud, they cast envious glances at Shao Yang on screen. In the broadcasting room, Wu Dan exclaimed with delight, I never expected this last-minute addition would possess such talent. I was worried the solo segment would lack excitement, but it seems I overthought it. The assistant director added, after years of producing talent shows, this is the first time I've misjudged someone. I thought he was just a novice, but he is remarkably self-assured. The camera returned to the recording room. Su Mengmeng eagerly remarked, this song is by far the most beautiful one I've heard, bar none. While Shao Yang sang, Su Mengmeng was completely entranced, unable to restrain her head nodding in appreciation. The lyrics had woven themselves into the very fabric of her heart. A toast to the sunrise, a toast to the moonlight, a toast to my hometown, a toast to distant lands, a toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past, a toast to freedom, a toast to death. The lyrics were nothing short of extraordinary. Zhang Minghua, equally excited, said, after years of studying lyrics, this song has made me feel an urge to take you as my mentor. Zhang Yang eagerly chimed in. Tell us, what state of mind were you in when you wrote this? I can sense a story within your song. Shao Yang had prepared his response. With calmness, he replied, I wrote this song during my breakup with my ex-girlfriend. From the spark of inspiration to completing the entire piece, it took merely half an hour. Written after a breakup? Zhang Minghua chuckled. That makes perfect sense. Zhang Yang exclaimed, to write a song in half an hour? You must be a genius. Zhang Minghua nodded. You must have studied music formally? Yes. Shao Yang affirmed. I've seen many professional singers, and while a few performed well before you, none conveyed emotion like you. You are remarkably gifted. Thank you. Zhang Minghua smiled. There's nothing more to say. What do you all think? Su Mengmeng responded, if he doesn't end amp, oppose, T advanced directly. Then all the previously advanced contestants should be re-evaluated. With a grin, Zhang Minghua addressed Shao Yang. Microphone in hand, I hereby advance you. I hope you continue to deliver original songs like Shao Qiu in the subsequent rounds. Shao Yang stood, nodded slightly, and, guitar in tow, exited the recording room. Upon returning to the preparation area, he noticed everyone's eyes were fixed upon him. Yet, he displayed no particular emotion, returning to his place, packing his guitar, and resuming his slumber. The recording was not yet over. Some pathways had filled their quota, necessitating a PK to determine who would stay and who would go. Others still had spots available, requiring mentors to select from previously undecided contestants for a second performance. However, none of this concerned Shao Yang anymore. He slept soundly until 4 in the morning, roused only by staff informing him that the recording had concluded before boarding the bus back to the hotel. The journey there had filled 2 buses, yet the return saw even one bus not fully occupied. In time, the number of people on this bus would dwindle. Nevertheless, Shao Yang felt assured he would remain until the end. After a hot shower at the hotel, he prepared to sleep, sending a message to Shwe Jujia, who likely had already drifted off. He placed his phone on the bedside table to charge and lay down, falling into a deep sleep until dawn. Chapter 21. I already have a boyfriend buzzing. The phone on the bedside table vibrated, producing a cacophony of sounds. Shao Yang groggily awoke, reaching for the phone without even glancing at the caller, placing it directly to his ear. "Hello," you advanced. Shwe Jujia and Appo's shrill voice erupted in his ear, jolting Shao Yang into full consciousness. He switched the phone to speaker mode and replied with a hint of exasperation. "What with the morning ruckus? It's just a promotion. Is there really a need to be so excited? Shao Yang, you did it. I thought you would be eliminated." As he got out of bed and dressed, Shao Yang retorted, "Well, I suppose I have disappointed you. Not only did I advance, but my mentor also holds me in high regard. Quick, tell me about last night." Shao Yang donned his headphones and walked to the bathroom, casually responding while attending to nature's call. "Don't ask me. I was asleep when they performed." "Asleep? You must be joking," Shwe Jujia chastised immediately. "How could you sleep during the recording? That would be so embarrassing when the show airs. After recording for 7 or 8 hours, would you expect me to just sit there wide awake? Just do what everyone else does." As Shao Yang pulled up his pants, he replied, "We have nothing in common. What are you doing? What's that sound?" "Just, relieving myself." "Pervert." Shwe Jujia's cheeks flushed, but she didn't hang up, continuing to inquire, "When's the next episode being recorded?" "Friday night." "Oh, and you'll be able to see the first episode on Penguin Video next week. Since the final episode will air live, the recording and airing schedules won't be too far apart. What are your plans for the next few days?" While brushing his teeth, with foam filling his mouth, he mumbled, "I haven't decided yet." The staff said the 3rd episode involves PK eliminations within the arena, with 9 contestants going head-to-head in pairs. The winner advances directly, while the loser faces a series of elimination rounds. Though I believe only one person will be eliminated in the 3rd episode, so there's not much pressure. Stop bragging. Just wait and see. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I've only had a bit of water since 5 this morning, and if I don't eat something soon, I'll starve. All right. On the same hotel floor, Zhang Zihao from Dongwang Entertainment finished his morning routine and sent a WeChat message to his company mate, Li Hanyu. Although Zhang Zihao had been a trainee at XM for 3 years, he had only trained with the other newcomers at Dongwang Entertainment since returning to the country a few months ago. His experiences in South Korea had instilled a sense of superiority in him, causing him to look down on domestic trainees. Yet he still recognized Li Hanyu as the only trainee in Dongwang Entertainment capable of writing songs and possessing decent vocal skills. Upon receiving Zhang Zihao's invitation to dine together, Li Hanyu quickly responded affirmatively. 10 minutes later, they both exited their hotel rooms and were about to head downstairs when Shao Yang emerged from his room as well. The 3 of them paused momentarily, then continued on their way downstairs like strangers. The hotel had a dedicated floor for dining, and by the time Shao Yang arrived at the restaurant, it was already bustling with patrons. He ordered his meal and chose a seat by the window. Having recorded until 4 or 5 in the morning, the fatigue was evident on the faces of everyone except Shao Yang. Noticing Shao Yang sitting alone, many began to whisper among themselves. When Li Hanyu caught sight of Shao Yang, Zhang Zihao raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you staring at?" Li Hanyu glanced at Shao Yang and replied, "When he took the stage last night, you were performing at the same time. That guy in Amp, Appo's talent is exceptional. Even the mentor remarked that he's a dark horse in the competition." Zhang Zihao looked at Shao Yang and said, "Him? A dark horse? Wasn't he just sleeping through the performance to attract attention? But his skills are genuinely impressive. Are you afraid of losing to him?" Zhang Zihao asked with a chuckle. Li Hanyu, who shared the same competition track as Shao Yang and could likely become his rival in the upcoming episodes, replied with a laugh, "I'm not that worried. I just have to prepare my best song for when I face him." Zhang Zihao also shone brightly during the previous night's performance, earning high praise from mentor Yang Kai-wei. And he certainly did not regard the domestic trainees with much seriousness. Shao Yang finished his meal quickly and departed alone. He was quite the maverick. Observing him, no one dared approach or express a desire to converse with him. This was not like the previous show called Boy Group Trainees, where contestants were constantly followed by cameras, leading to more antics as they sought additional screen time. The Shining Suns operated differently, without cameras trailing them, who would willingly approach a potential rival on stage. Just as Shao Yang departed, Li Hanyu's phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from manager Zheng of the company. "How is the competition going?" Although Zheng Song did not directly oversee the newcomers, being a company leader, Li Hanyu, still an aspiring artist, was cautious not to offend him and quickly replied, "I've successfully advanced. Thank you for your concern, Manager Zheng." Zheng Song replied, "Congratulations. Also, I have a question for you." "Of course, Manager Zheng. Is there a contestant named Shao Yang on the show?" Li Hanyu paused momentarily and quickly responded, "Yes, he is in the same competition track as me." Upon reading Li Hanyu's response, Zheng Song felt an inexplicable weight in his heart and swiftly said, "Could you send me a photo of him in the next few days?" Though puzzled by Zheng Song's request, Li Hanyu agreed. In Tang Chani Pin, in the spacious living room of a flat, Shui Jia lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the gossip surrounding the Shining Suns. While she was indeed a fan, the plethora of talent shows over the years had left viewers weary. And had it not been for Shao Yang participating in the Shining Suns, she likely would not have paid attention to this variety show. After watching several behind-the-scenes clips just released by Penguin Video, Shui Jia returned to WeChat, initially intending to chat with Shao Yang. However, recalling that he had recorded until dawn, she refrained from disturbing him. With her legs elegantly crossed in the air, her toes adorned with black nail polish, her calves devoid of any excess fat but not appearing gaunt, they resembled two pristine white lotus roots. Just as she prepared to rise, a call came in. Seeing the caller ID, Shui Jia turned over on the sofa, sitting up and deliberately waited a few seconds before answering. Before she could speak, the other party had already begun. "Good daughter, I'll be back in Magic City this afternoon. Prepare yourself. I'm taking you out to a gala tonight. Don't want to go. Listen, tonight is your Uncle Lou and Appo's birthday, and many promising young men from Magic City will attend. It's a perfect opportunity for you." Before he could finish, Shui Jia interrupted, "Old Shui, what era are we in? You still want me to go on blind dates? I'm not going." After a flurry of noise on the other end, a woman's voice chimed in. "What is wrong with you? You can't just sit at home all day. Your boyfriend isn't just going to fall from the sky. Mom, are you really that eager to marry me off? You are no longer young. It would be prudent to seek a boyfriend, engage in a romantic relationship for a few years, and ascertain his character before considering marriage and children in 2 to 3 years. Should you surpass the age of 30, you might be deemed a leftover woman, and childbearing could become a formidable challenge." Exasperated by the incessant nagging, Shui Jia abruptly interjected, silencing their further inquiries with a single statement. "I already have a boyfriend, so you need not concern yourselves with my romantic or marital affairs." What? The elderly couple, recently disembarked from their flight and seated in the business vehicle, were left in a state of bewilderment. Shui's father hastily inquired, "Who is he? How is the family? How old is he this year? What is his occupation?" Utterly annoyed, Shui Jia terminated the call, denying her parents the opportunity for further questioning. Hearing the phone emit 2 beeping sounds, Shui's father sighed in resignation, saying, "Shao Zhang, please drive a bit faster." "Certainly, boss." Chapter 22. The Shield, the business vehicle, swiftly came to a halt beneath the apartment complex. Mr. and Mrs. Shui disembarked and proceeded directly to the elevator, which whisked them to the spacious living room. Upon entering, they spotted Shui Jia lounging on the sofa, indulging in takeout while engrossed in the television. Exchanging a glance, Mr. and Mrs. Shui hurried over to her, taking seats on either side of their daughter. With a beaming smile, Mrs. Shui inquired, "Jia, is what you mentioned over the phone true? Do you truly have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing the elevator doors open, Shwe anticipated the return of her parents. She was acutely aware that fabricating a story would likely result in being dragged to an obligatory business soiree that evening. Nonchalantly, she nodded and replied, "Yes, I do." Mrs. Shwe immediately grasped her daughter's hand, her tone dripping with eagerness as she pressed. "Who is he? What is his name?" As their only daughter, perhaps the couple's excessive pampering had led to Shwe developing exceedingly high standards when it came to men. Previously, they had introduced her to numerous accomplished young men at various events, and while these suitors were often quite taken with her, Shwe had shown them little to no interest. Those who persisted were swiftly blocked and deleted from her life, leaving her parents increasingly anxious about her future prospects. With such lofty expectations, one could only wonder what would happen if she found no man to her liking. The continuation of the Shwe lineage was at stake. In this day and age, both sons and daughters were equally valued, but that was contingent upon their very existence. With an air of calm deliberation, Shwe unveiled her premeditated answer. "His name is Shao Yang." "Shao Yang? How old is he? What does he do for a living?" Her parents queried in unison. "He is a year older than me. As for his job," she teased, "he just left the company and has yet to secure another position." "Mr." Shwe nodded, stating, "The age is suitable. The specifics of his employment are secondary. What truly matters is his character. Regardless of his job or family background, he could never surpass our wealth." "Money, money, money. That is all you think about," Shwe muttered, her tone laced with evident irritation. It was true that the Shwe family was affluent, yet wealth often entailed complications. Mr. Shwe spent no more than 2 months at home throughout the year, as his responsibilities at the company demanded his constant attention. While everyone referred to him as chairman in the corporate world, he assumed a more conciliatory role when it came to his daughter. "Jejia, when will you bring your boyfriend home for us to meet? We need to vet him, Mr." Shwe urged. "He and Oppos, busy," Jejia replied, her voice tinged with guilt. Mrs. Shwe furrowed her brows, a flicker of suspicion crossing her features as she asked, "Didn't you just say he left a job?" "He and Oppos is currently not in Shanghai," Jejia quickly clarified. "Jejia, are you deceiving us?" Her mother pressed. "Of course not," she retorted, but Mrs. Shwe was undeterred, commanding, "Then call him now." "What?" Jejia exclaimed, her heart sinking. Under the scrutinizing gazes of her parents, she reluctantly switched off the television, retrieved her phone, and fervently hoped for Shao Yang's cooperation as she initiated a video call. Meanwhile, Shao Yang, idly occupying himself at the hotel, answered the video call without hesitation. "Why the sudden video call?" he asked, puzzled. Clearing her throat, Jejia donned a peculiar expression, attempting to signal something to him. Yet Shao Yang, unaware of her parents' presence, inquired, "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" "You're the one with the issue," she retorted impulsively, only to be swiftly pinched by her mother at her side. With a huff, Jejia adjusted the camera slightly to the left, ensuring her father remained out of view, yet allowing Shao Yang to catch a glimpse of a hand. It was then that he realized someone was indeed beside her. What did her earlier gestures signify? Was she attempting to convey something? Choosing to ignore it, Shao Yang casually initiated a mundane conversation. "What are you up to?" "Just eating," Jejia replied, flipping the camera to showcase the takeout on the coffee table. Shao Yang followed suit. "Eating and still calling me?" Seeing him sit earnestly on the sofa, Jejia inferred that he had grasped her hint. She smiled brightly. "I just missed you." Her words sent chills down the spines of all 3 individuals present. Shao Yang felt every hair on his body stand on end, momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Shwe squirmed uncomfortably, torn between joy and dismay. This was his daughter, who had never uttered such sentimental words to him, now expressing such affection to a relatively new acquaintance. Beside him, Mrs. Shwe shot a disapproving glance at her daughter, yet her face radiated a maternal smile. Shao Yang now understood that the individuals sitting next to Jejia were her parents, and her call was a dual-purpose endeavor, signaling both to him and to her parents. It dawned on him that she had likely employed him as a shield. With this realization, Shao Yang played along, "My dear, once I finish my tasks, I shall return to Shanghai to see you." "My dear," the term of endearment, uttered in front of her parents, caused Jejia and Oppos face to flush crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. Nonetheless, she steeled herself, suppressing her fluttering heart, and responded sweetly, then hurry back. Sure, Shao Yang replied, sensing that Jia and Appo's objective had been achieved. He fabricated an excuse. I need to eat now. Let us chat later. All right, Jia affirmed, hanging up the call. She straightened her posture, as if boasting, and declared, see, I wasn't lying to you. Mr. Shui was left speechless, though he had anticipated this day would arrive. Its reality still felt akin to watching a cherished cabbage being uprooted by a swine. Mrs. Shui, however, commanded, when he returns to Shanghai, you must bring him home for us to meet. What? Jia protested. Don't question it. Your father and I need to ensure you're not being deceived. There are countless scoundrels out there. One must always be vigilant. Fine, Jia conceded. Mrs. Shui then stood, stating, Old Shui, the gala is about to commence. We should head over. Mr. Shui nodded in agreement and rose as well. Mrs. Shui lightly tapped Jia on the back of the head, admonishing, stop subsisting on takeout. If you're too lazy to cook, let Aunt Lu prepare meals for you. Understood, Jia replied. As the elevator doors closed, she exhaled with relief and quickly sent a voice message to Shao Yang. Thank you for your heroic rescue. Shao Yang, upon hearing the voice, immediately responded. I could tell something was amiss when you were making those gestures. Your parents were right beside you, weren't they? Indeed, if I'd slipped up, I would have been doomed, she lamented. You certainly have a knack for putting me in such situations without any prior notice, he chuckled. Huh, I knew you could be relied upon. Are your parents gone now? Yes, they left for the gala, but you must continue to play along until I finish my program. She teased. What do you mean by that? He queried. Shueijia sent a pitiful expression and immediately followed up with a voice message. My mother insists that I bring you home. They wish to meet you. Go to your house. Meet the parents. Shueijia, are you out of your mind? You're the one who's lost it. It's my mother's command. What can I do? Shao Yang replied, but I have no experience whatsoever. What a ridiculous statement. Do I possess any experience? Chapter 23. My challenge to Shao Yang. The contestants of Child of Radiance resided in the same hotel, encountering each other frequently. Li Hanyu effortlessly captured a photograph of Shao Yang dining in the restaurant and dispatched it to Zheng Song, subsequently disregarding the matter. However, on the eve of the third episode's recording, Li Hanyu received an unlisted call. Hello, who is this? Zheng Song chuckled. Hanyu, it's me. Still unable to recognize Zheng Song's voice, Li Hanyu cautiously inquired. You are? Zheng Song. Manager Zheng. Li Hanyu hastily responded. Is there something I can assist you with? Zheng Song chuckled. Hanyu, I and Appo's. He perused the schedule for and Appo's, Child of Radiance. And Appo's. I send and Appo's. To your track and Appo's. Elimination round tomorrow evening? Yes. Would you be willing to do me a favor? Li Hanyu raised an eyebrow. Wah. What kind of favor? Could you eliminate Shao Yang for me? Huh? Zheng Song promptly added. Let me be frank with you. We and Appo's, had a slight disagreement in the past, and I and Appo's. Want him to progress far in this program, so. Li Hanyu hastily explained, but Manager Zheng, the third episode only eliminates one person. Even if I defeat him, his talent makes it unlikely he'll be eliminated. Is that so? Zheng Song pondered for a moment and continued. Hanyu, I am aware of your capabilities. Even if you can't eliminate him, as long as you win against him, I will remember this favor. Lianyu Azitata. Last Friday night, he witnessed Shao Yang's prowess firsthand. Initially, he didn't want to encounter Shao Yang so early. However now, after careful deliberation and fearing repercussions from Zheng Song upon his return to the company, he reluctantly agreed. If the opportunity arises, I will choose him as my PK opponent. Excellent. I'll await your good news. Zheng Song terminated the call, exhaled a plume of smoke, and muttered to himself with a chuckle, hoping to turn things around by participating in a variety show. Do you think I and Appo's? Do you give you the chance, you bumpkin? Every time Zheng Song recalled that Shao Yang, a penniless college student, managed to find a beautiful and wealthy girlfriend within merely 2 days of being dumped by Song Li, he felt a surge of resentment. When he was with Song Li, he could sense that she still harbored some lingering affection for Shao Yang, so he was unwilling to see Shao Yang rise to prominence. Zheng Song had great confidence in Li Hanyu. who had been with the company for 2 years and was considered an exceptional talent among Dongwon Entertainment's trainees. Friday evening, 6 o'clock. The bus arrived punctually, transporting the remaining 27 contestants to the backstage area. Makeup styling. The staff announced the recording process for this episode in advance. Unlike the previous 2 episodes, the third episode was not recorded in separate rooms based on different tracks, but was moved to a larger stage. In addition to the 3 mentors, there were also hundreds of lucky audience members arranged by the production team. Those in the industry would know that the live audience during most variety show recordings is often comprised of insiders. This is to allow the director to better control the atmosphere. With fewer people, backstage became much quieter. Shao Yang clutched his guitar and handed the lyrics of the song he would be performing to the staff before closing his eyes in meditation once more. Shortly after, Wu Dan's assistant hurried over to Shao Yang and called out to him twice. "Is there something you need?" Shao Yang asked, looking at her. The female assistant smiled. "Let's go, time for makeup." "Is it necessary?" The female assistant smiled. "This is an order from Director Wu. She said you have no choice, so just cooperate." Shao Yang could only get up and follow her to the makeup room, where the female assistant seated him. "Shao Chun, come over here and give him a photogenic look." A young makeup artist, appearing to be in his early 20s, approached the mirror with his makeup kit. Shao Yang said, "Keep it simple. I don't like overly flamboyant looks. You have a great base, so I don't plan to apply complicated makeup." The makeup artist said as he began to work. A dozen minutes later, the makeup artist sprayed gel on Shao Yang's hair and asked with a smile, "How is it?" Shao Yang looked at himself in the mirror, feeling that the person in the mirror resembled a gigolo. He nodded. "It's okay, can I leave now?" The female assistant had been standing by, knowing that the director had instructed her to forcefully bring Shao Yang in for makeup and styling because the director had high expectations for Shao Yang. After carefully examining him, the female assistant nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. Go back to the backstage and wait. Recording should start soon. This episode definitely won't take as long to record as last time. Hopefully." Shao Yang got up and returned to the backstage. Seeing the transformed Shao Yang push open the door and walk in, the other contestants turned their attention to him. Seeing Shao Yang still maintaining his indifferent expression, Li Hanyu felt a faint sense of unease. It seems I'll have to use that song to defeat him. In the control room, seeing the female assistant return, Wu Dan asked, "How did it go?" "All settled. He has a great bass, and with makeup and a simple hairstyle, he can easily outshine many contestants." Wu Dan smiled. "I hope he won't disappoint me this episode either." With everything in place, the program officially began recording. With the experience of the previous 2 episodes, the opening segment proceeded smoothly this time. After the 3 mentors took the stage, the host began to announce the rules for this episode. The rules were simple. Before the PK battles began, there would be a drawing. For contestants from each track will be selected as challengers. These 4 challengers could challenge anyone on their track. After the challenger and the challenge contestant performed their routines, the 3 mentors would provide commentary, but the final decision would still rest with the mentor of their track. Each track now had 9 people, but only 8 would become opponents. The person who wasn't selected would directly advance. This wasn't considered luck. As the person who wasn't in oppos, T selected was often the strongest, so advancing directly without performing wasn't in oppos. T a problem. The camera returned to the backstage, where the staff had placed 3 blind boxes in front of the 27 contestants. The group stepped forward and drew lots in turn. Shao Yang randomly grabbed a ball from inside and, finding that it was blank, revealed it to the camera like the other contestants. "Okay, please have the contestants who drew the challenger designation step forward." The host instructed. 12 people, 4 from each track, step forward. The host continued. "Next, in order, please issue your challenges to the opponents you wish to PK. I need to remind you that although there will be an additional round for the losers after the first half, an additional round means you'll have to perform 1 or even 2 more times, which isn't a good thing for you." After the host finished speaking, the people from the unique style track took the lead in choosing their opponents. "I challenge Guo Pingping from Ueja Media. I challenge Sun Ku. I want to challenge Kai Boyan from Minya Agency." The first 3 people made their choices quickly, and the microphone was handed to Li Hanyu. All the contestants, including the live audience and mentors, were watching him through the screen, wondering who he would choose as his opponent. Shao Yang thought to himself, Could it be that the song I prepared today will be wasted? Just as he finished thinking this, Li Hanyu's expression became firm, and he loudly declared, I challenge Shao Yang. Mentor Zhang Minghua was very surprised. Both Shao Yang and Li Hanyu are competitors he holds in high regard. He initially presumed that Li Hanyu would opt for another contestant who had performed adequately in the previous 2 episodes. However, to his surprise, he directly selected Shao Yang. Upon hearing Li Hanyu's choice of opponent, the other contestants began to murmur among themselves. Shao Yang exhaled softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. So, you're from Dongwang Entertainment. He thought, just be prepared. I shall show no mercy. Chapter 24. Dimensionality reduction strike. The contestant on the unique showcase track, who had not been selected by Li Hanyu, could hardly conceal the joy on his face. He was indeed fortunate. In the other 2 tracks, the top performers from the previous rounds had not been challenged and advanced directly to the next elimination round. Only on the unique showcase track was Shao Yang, the standout from the prior episodes, confronted by Li Hanyu. This meant an additional opportunity to appear before the camera. Many talent shows ultimately find that the most memorable participants are not necessarily the champions, but those who leave a lasting impression on the audience. And to achieve that, screen time is essential. The performances commenced following the sequence of the earlier selections. However, the 3 tracks proceeded in alternation. After the first performance on the unique showcase track, the next would feature contestants from the Dream track, followed by those from the Zenith track, continuing in this cycle. Consequently, Shao Yang was set to perform third from the last, which meant he would likely take the stage around 11 o'clock, even if the recording extended late into the night. Clutching his guitar, he lounged in his designated spot, just as before. On stage, the contestants' voices began to resonate. It must be noted that after the elimination of numerous subpar trainees and fleeting internet celebrities last week, the overall quality of this week's contestants had significantly improved. Mistakes were noticeably fewer, and the original songs were at least listenable. The same held true for the other 2 tracks. The Zenith track primarily assessed vocal abilities, and they were not required to present original pieces. Thus, their mentor, Xia Fei, held them to rigorous standards. Xia Fei indeed showcased a level of professionalism that left Shao Yang uncertain whether he was flaunting his musical theory knowledge or merely seeking to assert himself, as he would bombard the contestants with an array of technical jargon after each performance, leaving them momentarily stunned. In contrast, the Dream track was considerably more vibrant. Comprising entirely of company trainees, each a proficient singer and dancer, their entrance transformed the stage into a lively spectacle. Their mentor, Yang Kaiwei, was, in Shao Yang's words, rather lackadaisical. Regardless of what Xia Fei and Zhang Minghua said nearby, she merely nodded along enthusiastically. One by one, the contestants took the stage, their ascent marked by confidence. Yet their descent revealed a spectrum of emotions, some elated, others disheartened. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, it was time for the next 2 formidable contestants to perform. They were Li Hanyu, whom I had highly anticipated last week, representing the illustrious Dongwang Entertainment, and Shao Yang, whose rendition of Shao Chou was truly remarkable. I had not expected them to become rivals so swiftly. Without further ado, let's welcome the 2 contestants to the stage. Upon Zhang Minghua's announcement, Li Hanyu and Shao Yang simultaneously rose and walked side by side onto the stage. Yang Kaiwei remarked with a smile, after last week's recording, while having supper with Teacher Xia and Teacher Zhang, they both praised you too. I am eager to see your performance. Xia Fei added, I hope you both live up to Teacher Zhang and Appo's as commendations. Li Hanyu, you are the challenger. Please begin. All right. Shao Yang, please wait in the wings. Shao Yang dutifully positioned himself in a corner of the stage as the venue fell silent and the lights dimmed. Taking a deep breath, Li Hanyu stood at center stage. The song he was about to perform, titled Gui Xiang, was one he had originally sung during the finals. His entry into Dongwang Entertainment had been secured through this original composition. Even the vocal instructors at the company had remarked that this piece rivaled over 90% of songs on the domestic pop charts. Over the past 2 years at Dongwang Entertainment, Li Hanyu had made modifications to the song, consulting various individuals and receiving countless accolades, which bolstered his confidence in its potential. He believed that if he could reach the finale and showcase this song, he would secure a place in the top 9 and thus debut. However, it was still early in the competition to unveil such a piece. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Triumph over Shao Yang would elevate his profile, ensuring that even if he did not debut on this program, the company would undoubtedly support him. With a flourish, the spotlight illuminated him, making him the focal point of the audience. The melodic accompaniment began to play, and a visual appeared on the large screen. A train, where a young man gazed out the window at a still image. From a mere sight of this image, one could ascertain that the song would evoke strong emotions. Li Hanyu grasped the microphone and began to sing. As anticipated by Shao Yang, this was indeed a song about one and Oppo's as hometown. To be fair, the lyrics were commendably written, the melody well composed, and the chorus exceptionally resonant. Li Hanyu was immersed in his performance, while the mentors and audience reveled in the music. In the waiting area, Zhang Zihao, who had advanced directly to the 4th round, furrowed his brow upon hearing Li Hanyu's song. Has he sung this already? Is it because his opponent is Shao Yang? But to perform it now, what will he do later? He dismissed his concerns. Why should I worry about him? Even though we are from the same company, if he gets eliminated in the 4th or 5th rounds, it saves me from a potential clash later on. The 4-minute song unfolded with hardly a flaw, and the audience responded with enthusiastic applause as the final note lingered in the air. Zhang Minghua nodded with pride and asked, "How is that, both of you? Did I speak falsely?" Yang Kaiwei, wiping her dry eyes, feigned emotion, exclaiming, "That was magnificent. If he were a contestant in my track, I would definitely advance him." Xia Fei concurred, "The song is indeed well-crafted, but his singing technique requires refinement. There were several minor flaws in his transitions." "Haha," Zhang Minghua chuckled. "It seems the pressure now shifts to Shao Yang. Li Hanyu, please take a moment to rest. Shao Yang, the stage is yours." As Li Hanyu exited, Shao Yang approached the stage, brushing past Li Hanyu and Oppo's confident visage, which elicited a subtle smile from him. This song was indeed commendable, yet merely commendable. You may possess the ability to craft a pleasing tune, but my mind harbors a collection of the world's finest compositions. In a straightforward comparison of works, not even the 3 mentors seated below could match my prowess. I did not come to participate in the shining sun to compete with you. Rather, I am here to demonstrate to the world that I, Shao Yang, am destined to deliver a dimensionality reduction strike upon the realm of music. As Li Hanyu caught sight of Shao Yang's slight smile, his own expression froze. Was he smiling? He was indeed smiling. The once certain Li Hanyu felt a surge of unease once more. Chapter 25. The ordinary path. The microphone was adjusted, and the guitar cradled in his arms. Shao Yang calmly surveyed the audience before him. He raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Gradually, the crowd hushed. Strumming the guitar strings to ensure they were in tune, he bowed slightly towards the band. This ensemble was a top-tier band specifically invited by director Wu Dan, having collaborated with countless renowned domestic artists and participated in innumerable programs and concerts. In front of them lay the sheet music and lyrics for the song Shao Yang was about to perform. For a professional band, even if they had never heard or practiced the song before, as long as they had the score, they could produce a proficient accompaniment. On the large screen appeared 4 bold characters, the ordinary path. Black letters on a white background, devoid of any embellishment. This was not the fault of the production team. As Shao Yang was a last-minute participant, they had no time to create additional visuals and could only display the lyrics on the screen. While this might affect the audience's experience, it was of little consequence to Shao Yang. His fingers deftly plucked the guitar strings, and the prelude resonated, infused with an emotional depth that the song inherently possessed. If one listened intently, the melody aligned perfectly with the title, evoking a profound and unpretentious sense of nostalgia. The melody embodies the soul of the song, arguably more significant than the lyrics. Lyrics convey the feelings a song aims to express directly, while the melody must be felt with the heart. Among the 3 mentors below, 2 were professionals who immediately recognized the richness of the melody. This song, a hallmark of Pu Shu, had rocketed to the top of the charts upon its release and remains one of his signature pieces. Its stunning melody and poignant lyrics captivated Shao Yang, who felt the song offered a sense of belonging to his soul. He had listened to it on repeat countless times, having sung it repeatedly, each word ingrained in his memory. Meandering on the road. Are you ready to go? Via, via. Fragile yet proud. That was once my reflection. Zhang Minghua's eyes lit up. Shao Yang's voice instantly captured his ears. This is beautiful. Yang Kaiwei turned to Xia Fei, but Xia Fei immediately raised his finger in Aisha gesture, his brows furrowing in concentration, boiling with unrest. Where are you headed? Via, via. A story shrouded in silence. Are you truly listening? Shao Yang stood there, fingers dancing over the guitar, his gaze clear as he looked out at the audience. As his voice echoed back to him through the monitors, memories from that world flooded his mind. Past experiences faded like smoke, yet he vividly recalled many moments. I once crossed mountains and seas, traversed through crowds of people. Everything I once possessed has now dissipated like vapor. The singing prowess, the vocal timbre, the lyrics, simply extraordinary. The audience was immediately entranced by the melody, unable to resist swaying their hands in rhythm. In the director's studio, Wu Dan nodded continuously. Her eyes locked on Shao Yang through the camera. This Shao Yang has truly not disappointed me, she remarked, then picked up the intercom to call out Camera 1. Focus on his face for a close-up, and Camera 3, capture the audience and Oppo's reactions. In the depths of my being, this is the only path I must tread. Time speaks not, yet tomorrow is already here. Hia, the road still stretches far. Where does your story stand? As Shao Yang concluded the song with a heartfelt final chord and exhaled deeply, he bowed in gratitude. The performance had enchantingly captivated every listener present, leaving a lingering resonance in the air. The ordinary path, a path trodden by ordinary people. How could a young man in his 20s compose such a profound and emotive song? After a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, akin to a tidal wave of sound. Shao Yang, I am truly impressed. This song has left me in awe, Zhang Minghua proclaimed excitedly into the microphone. Lianyu, apologiza. For while your song was also splendid, I will be advancing Shao Yang this round. A sharp crack echoed, as if something had shattered. Li Hanyu felt a chill wash over him. Defeated. How could my song have lost? He stood in the corner, dejected and heartbroken, unable to accept the outcome. Zhang Minghua turned to the other mentors, asking, Do you have any objections, Teacher Xia? Teacher Yang? Xia Fei shook his head. No, this song is indeed impeccable. It exudes the aura of a seasoned artist. While there are minor areas for improvement, overall, this performance surpasses the previous one. Yang Kaiwei hesitated before self-deprecatingly admitting, I hardly know what to say. If a live version of this song were released, I would surely listen to it. Shao Yang, from today onwards, I shall be your fan. Thank you, Shao Yang replied with a slight smile and a nod of gratitude. Zhang Minghua inquired, Shao Yang, when did you write this song? I composed it during my university days. Genius, Zhang Minghua exclaimed, giving Shao Yang a thumbs up. I wrote many songs during my university years, but none can compare to yours. He quickly added with a chuckle, had I not debuted early, perhaps it would be you standing here today. After a brief conversation with the three mentors, about 3 minutes later, Zhang Minghua officially announced the results. Shao Yang returned to the backstage, while Li Hanyu retreated to the loser's room. Having advanced, Shao Yang felt that his recording for this episode was nearly complete, and but for the staff announcing a final special segment, he would have headed straight to the hotel. Leaning back in a chair, he sat in quiet contemplation. A menacing gaze lingered on him, and when the cameraman aimed at the backstage contestants, Zhang Zihao quickly averted his eyes. This fellow appears to be the only one capable of contending for the championship. Following the conclusion of the first half's PK match, the losers' additional competition commenced. The additional round was brisk. Each eliminated contestant performed a song, and the mentors would eliminate one from the four, effectively wrapping up the third episode. Li Hanyu remained, as it was inevitable that one of the four would be eliminated, and Zhang Minghua would not allow Li Hanyu to exit the competition. After a dramatic farewell scene for the eliminated contestant backstage, all advancing contestants were summoned back to the stage. After the host's introduction, Shao Yang learned that the production team intended to assign thematic assessments to the contestants. In the solo showcase segment, The mentors would provide a keyword for the remaining 6 contestants to create a piece. In the dream segment, the mentors would select a male group SMV for the 6 contestants to rehearse together, culminating in a joint performance. The final segment, known as the essence track, would involve the mentors assigning a song for the 6 contestants to practice, allowing for a direct comparison of their performances. This rule had not been disclosed prior, and as the host concluded the announcement, the contestants' expressions grew grave. Yang Kaiwei quickly selected one from the 4 MVs, while Xiaofei chose a familiar old song. At last, it was the turn of the mentor Zhang Minghua from the Duxiu track. Holding the microphone, he chuckled, "The topic I present to you consists of merely 2 characters, Guofeng. The theme is and oppos, Guofeng and oppos." Among the 6 participants, 5 exchanged perplexed glances, clearly unprepared for an original song centered around Guofeng. However, the individual standing farthest to the left, Shao Yang, beamed with a particularly radiant smile upon hearing Zhang Minghua's theme of Guofeng. Chapter 26. I dislike putting on a show in front of the camera. The production team presented each contestant with a formidable challenge. Following the conclusion of the 3rd episode's recording, the 24 participants were transported back to the hotel by bus. Throughout the journey, the contestants deliberated on the topic-based assessment. Only Shao Yang, holding his phone, was lost in a fit of silly laughter. "Miss Shui, I have advanced again." At 11:30 in the evening, Shui Jiejia had yet to sleep when Shao Yang sent her the news. She replied almost instantly, "Is it true?" "Of course," he affirmed. "What song did you perform this time?" Shao Yang typed, "The program will air in 2 weeks. You'll find out then." Actually, it seems it won't be 2 weeks. Penguin Video will update the first 2 episodes of The Brilliant Sun Tomorrow night. The first episode is free, but the second requires a subscription. So I should be able to watch the 3rd episode next week. Shao Yang was not taken aback by Shui Jiejia's response. The Brilliant Sun was a self-produced talent show by Penguin Video, designed to boost app traffic, making it common knowledge that a subscription was often needed to view subsequent episodes. Nevertheless, producing 2 episodes within a week demonstrated the impressive efficiency of the post-production team. The 4th episode is quite intriguing. It's a themed assessment. Right now, my fellow contestants are all fretting. Themed assessment. Yes, the mentors provide the theme, and we, as participants, must compose a song based on it. Essentially, we have 1 week to write a song. Shui Jiejia quickly typed back, "Can you manage that?" Shao Yang responded, "Who do you think I am? I can whip up a song in no time." "Keep bragging," she teased. "Ein oppos." V arrived at the hotel. "It's getting late, so you should sleep first. I'll shower, and then head to bed as well." Shui Jiejia sent an okay emoji and added, "Good night." With a slight smile, Shao Yang replied, "Good night." Li Hanyu sat on the sofa, his mind wandering as he gazed out the window. It was unfortunate that the song he had intended to save for the finale had already been used in the 3rd episode. What troubled him most was that he had performed his most confident piece, yet still lost to Shao Yang. What was to come next? In any competitive show, the focus is invariably on the victor. Had Returning Home not encountered Ordinary Road, it would undoubtedly have topped the new song charts. However, upon meeting Ordinary Road, it was utterly overshadowed. As an original artist, Li Hanyu knew that once the 3rd episode aired, Ordinary Road would become a sensation, and no one would care about Returning Home. Ding, ding, ding at that moment. His phone screen lit up with a message. It was from Zheng Song. "Hanyu, has Shao Yang been eliminated?" Seeing Zheng Song's message, Li Hanyu could no longer contain his frustration. He clenched his phone tightly, gritting his teeth. "You wretched creature. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have chosen Shao Yang as my opponent." While harboring regret, Li Hanyu also felt a surge of animosity toward Zheng Song. However, after calming down, he opened the input box. He realized he could not afford to offend Zheng Song at this moment and suppressed his anger, responding with 2 words, "Not yet." At this moment, Zheng Song, cradling a stunningly made-up beauty in his arms, furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a voice message. "You chose him as your opponent?" "I did, and I lost to him. I lost." Zheng Song sat up straight, the woman beside him looking coyly concerned. "Zheng, what's wrong?" Zheng Song demanded. "How could you possibly lose to him? What on earth happened?" Li Hanyu, disinterested in further discussion, typed back, "You'll find out tomorrow after watching the episode. Shao Yang is not as simple as you think." Filled with resentment, Li Hanyu sent the message, switched his phone to Do Not Disturb mode, and tossed it onto the bed before opening his notebook to write a song. Writing a song that adheres to the theme of national style within a week was no small feat. It could even be deemed exceedingly challenging. Songwriting requires inspiration, and this time there was a specific theme to constrain creativity. If you were to write a pop song using common chord progressions like 64-15, 64-51, 45-36, or 1-5-6-3-4-1-4-5, he could produce a listenable piece in just 2 or 3 days. However, crafting a national style song was a different matter entirely, especially for someone lacking prior experience in that genre. An arduous task indeed. Li Hanyu sat with his notebook for an extended period, yet made no progress whatsoever. The following morning, Shao Yang entered the elevator en route to breakfast. Typically, at this hour, the dining area would be bustling with contestants. However, today it was eerily quiet, and Shao Yang relished the solitude. After leisurely finishing his meal and returning to his hotel room, he received a call from the production team. Before the first episode's recording, the contestants had been instructed to save a number for future communications. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Shao Yang felt puzzled but answered the call. "Hello, Shao Yang. Are you still asleep?" Recognizing the voice of the assistant from the previous night, Shao Yang inquired, "Is there something you need?" The assistant hurriedly replied, "All the other contestants have gone to the training room for rehearsal. Why aren't you here?" "Rehearsal? What are we rehearsing? I'm not performing a dance." The assistant, exasperated, retorted, "But your fellow contestants are in the instrument room writing songs. Didn't an amp, Oppos, Ti mention that there would be cameras filming during the break this week?" Shao Yang countered, "I can write songs just fine in the hotel. Besides, I dislike putting on a show in front of the camera. If there is nothing else, I and Oppos am going back to sleep." Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, hello." The assistant, fuming, returned to Wu Dan and Oppos. As sighed and vented, "That Shao Yang hung up on me." Wu Dan chuckled and asked, "What did he say?" "He said he can write songs in the hotel and that he doesn't want to put on a show in front of the camera. While everyone else is clamoring for the spotlight, he insists on being an individual. I can't believe him. He is such a weirdo." After listening, Wu Dan pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps this distinct personality will appeal to the audience. There have been so many talent shows in recent years that viewers might be experiencing aesthetic fatigue. His unconventionality could become a highlight of the program." "A highlight?" Wu Dan continued. "Go, send a cameraman to the hotel to film him exclusively." "What?" Wu Dan lightly smacked the assistant on the head, playfully scolding, "Just go and do as I say." "All right." The assistant pouted, but soon summoned a cameraman and drove him to the hotel. Half an hour later, outside Shao Yang's room, the cameraman was already filming with his camera as the assistant knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. No response. The assistant dialed Shao Yang and Oppos' number, but it went unanswered. Inside the room, Shao Yang's light snoring echoed softly. Chapter 27. The show airs. Is it just for show? Outside the door, the assistant Chun Qian was anxiously pacing back and forth. With no other recourse, she contacted the hotel staff to obtain a spare room key, allowing her to unlock the door. Chun Qian stormed into the room, intending to reprimand Shao Yang, only to find him sprawled on the bed, sound asleep and bare-chested. She froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she quickly averted her gaze. The cameraman, however, was unfazed, advancing with his camera to capture the scene on the bed, assured that any sensitive areas would be obscured in post-production. Shao Yang, though not in a deep slumber, was somewhat disturbed by the noise, and as he stirred awake, he vaguely perceived someone berating him. In his hazy state, he squinted to see a middle-aged man with a beard grinning at him from the foot of the bed. "Who are you?" Shao Yang exclaimed, hastily covering his upper body with the blanket. The cameraman remained silent, merely pointing the camera at Shao Yang. Chun Qian then turned to him and stated, "Director Wu has instructed that for the next few days, aside from sleeping and using the restroom, this cameraman will follow you around. Is that really necessary?" Shao Yang replied, still in shock. "That and Oppos, as the director and Oppos, as decision. If you have any objections, you can take them up with him," Chun Qian retorted. Sighing in resignation, Shao Yang lay back down, pulling the blanket over his head. "You can film all you want, but please close the door when you leave." Chun Qian, feeling utterly helpless, recorded a brief video and sent it to Wu Dan. Upon receiving it, Wu Dan replied with a voice message. Just let the cameraman stay. You can return. Understood. Chen Qian wasted no time and promptly exited. The cameraman, Jiang Wan's son, initially thought Shao Yang was joking, but after Chen Qian left, he found himself lying on the bed for over 2 hours, watching Shao Yang sleep. This fellow was truly peculiar. While other contestants were eager to showcase themselves on camera, Shao Yang seemed entirely indifferent to his on-screen image. Having worked in the industry for many years, Jiang Wansen had never encountered a newcomer quite like Shao Yang. Unable to endure any longer, he set down his camera and called the director. Director Wu, I can't take this anymore. This guy's been sleeping under the covers for 2 to 3 hours. I really can't manage it. Could we install a few cameras in the hotel room? Wu Dan chuckled in disbelief. All right, I'll send someone over shortly. Just stay put. Get a room next door, and if he comes out or is writing songs, you can film him then. Got it. Jiang Wansen agreed wholeheartedly, more than willing to comply with any conditions as long as it didn't involve continuous filming of Shao Yang. When Shao Yang finally awoke, the crew was in the midst of installing cameras in the room. Unfazed, he washed his face in the bathroom and then settled on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin on his phone. At 8 o'clock that evening, the first and second episodes of Brilliant Sons premiered simultaneously on Penguin Video. Thanks to the early promotional efforts at the beginning of the month, many viewers eagerly clicked to watch the videos. Fresh from her shower, Shuejia sat on the sofa in her bathrobe, casting the video onto a large screen while drying her hair, thoroughly engrossed in the show. The title of the first episode was Brilliant Sons Launch Strongly. 81 contestants compete on stage. Although the title was rather ordinary, the editing was commendable, creating a compelling sense of suspense right from the start. As many contestants already had a fan base as internet celebrities, the comments began to scroll rapidly. When will my husband Wu Siyuan take the stage? Add ice to my Coke. Love Shuan must be heartfelt. As the show commenced, the host announced the rules, with the camera switching between the host and the contestants backstage. Watching the contestants make exaggerated expressions for the camera, Shuejia felt her eyes were being sullied. While handsome men were generally appealing, no one appreciated the overly flamboyant types winking at the camera. Most girls shared similar fantasies about their ideal partner. They must be handsome and tall. Just like boys, it starts with looks, followed by legs, and finally physique. Then, personality comes into play. Confident yet silly, someone who provides both security and joy. The competition featured a diverse array of 81 contestants. Yet Shuejia struggled to find anyone appealing at first glance. As the camera panned to a corner, she finally spotted Shao Yang. For reasons unknown, even before anything significant occurred, his presence brought her joy. After the host's segment concluded, it was time for the contestants to select their performance tracks. Shuejia recognized this was merely a formality, so she watched at triple speed. When Shao Yang's profile appeared, she noted with dismay that he lacked a promotional photo. Only a screenshot from Douyin was displayed, with all experience and ratings marked as unknown. Humph, she scoffed, advocating for fairness. Everyone else has a photo. Why is there none for Shao Yang? Shao Yang left his seat to choose the solo performance track and headed straight to the highest point of the pyramid. The comments erupted in a flurry. He dares to sit up there? What audacity! What are you all complaining about? He has got the talent, all right? Did you hear that? He has no agency. ISNT that well-known and still sits at the top. I admire his courage. As the comments raced by, Shuejia's irritation flared. She disabled the comments, exclaiming, with only one spot left, should he sit on the floor instead? With the comments turned off, the screen appeared pristine. The performances commenced. Shuejia lounged on the sofa, occasionally applying body lotion or a face mask. Though the recording was divided into 3 separate tracks, the broadcast intermingled them all. As the first episode neared its conclusion, the announcement came. Next contestant, Shao Yang. Shao Yang was finally about to take the stage. Shuejia hastily removed her mask and sat up, suddenly alert. However, the scene shifted to the preparation area, revealing Shao Yang asleep. Had the comments been active, they would have scrolled at lightning speed. What a jerk. He actually fell asleep during the recording. Awoken by the staff's reminders, Shao Yang yawned, picking up his guitar as he made his way to the stage. Clad in white sneakers, jeans, and a white t-shirt, he appeared quite cheerful, though without makeup. He lacked an impressive presence. Why did it take you so long to come out? I dozed off waiting, he admitted. Dozed off? The host replied. I've heard your song, actor. It's quite good. If it weren't already released, I would have wanted to buy the rights. I wouldn't oppose. To offer a low price either. The comments exploded in excitement. Chun Xian gazed at the backstage data, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Director Wu, you are remarkable. The moment this individual took the stage, the number of online viewers and the barrage of comments surged to unprecedented heights. Wu Dan, equally relieved, chuckled. It seems we must invest some thought into his performance. Following an astonishing exchange with her mentor, the show was finally set to commence. However, just as Shao Yang was about to begin singing, the first episode abruptly came to a halt. Witnessing this scene, countless viewers erupted in frustration. Many, eager to witness Shao Yang's misfortune, simultaneously sent their regards to the entire production team while subscribing for membership. Shwejiajia was no exception, although she was aware of Shao Yang's advancement. Her curiosity about the song he would sing remained. As a yearly member of Penguin Video, she minimized the first episode and promptly clicked on the second, advancing the progress bar slightly to continue from where she left off. The strumming of the guitar filled the air, accompanied by the melodic resonance of Shao Yang's voice. Chapter 28. Encountering such a fellow, the entire song lasts 3.5 minutes, sung with a sincerity that lacks any pretentiousness or showmanship. Simply a tranquil expression of melody. Yet, the voice resonates like water flowing through a quiet mountain valley, enchanting listeners and providing profound comfort. When aired, the production team included the lyrics, and the heartfelt singing, combined with the rich meaning of the words, left the audience, who initially intended to mock Shao Yang, utterly astonished, especially by the poignant line about the absurdity of the awakened. The two bitter laughs that followed elevated the song to an extraordinary level. While others in Oppo's songs merely reach the ears of the audience, Shao Yang and Oppo's melody penetrates their hearts. The mentors, Zhang Minghua, Su Mingming, and host Zhang Yang, were equally taken aback, mirroring the bewilderment of viewers. After a lengthy silence, the trio spontaneously erupted into applause. Shwejiajia, suppressing her excitement, reopened the barrage of comments, which swiftly filled the screen, leaving little time for viewers to comprehend the content. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier. I apologize. I report, this guy is playing the fool. Knowing he is out of place, yet still stepping into this joyful arena, makes the awakened seem the most absurd. The lyrics are beautifully crafted, the singing exquisite. I must follow this show. It is simply delightful. A toast to the dawn, a toast to the moonlight. Carefree youth, a toast to our homeland, a toast to distant lands. Ambitious youth, a toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past. Pensive middle age, a toast to freedom, a toast to death. Reflective old age, 8 cups of wine, the journey of life. He had previously released 2 songs, Actor and Just Right, both melodious in their own right, and worth a listen. As Shwejiajia continued to read the comments, her smile broadened. Although none of this pertained to her directly, she felt a genuine joy emanating from within. The program continued, and after Su Mingming and Zhang Minghua lavished praise upon Shao Yang, he finally stepped off the stage, returning to his perch to rest. However, whenever the camera panned to him, the critical comments had vanished. Without talent, one may appear to seek attention, appearing out of place. With talent, however, one radiates confidence, unwilling to conform. Following Shao Yang and Oppo's performance, the other competitors also took the stage, their performances commendable, yet perhaps overshadowed by the lasting impression of dissipate worries, resulting in fewer comments for them. After all performances concluded, the remaining contestants engaged in a tiebreaker, marking the end of the second episode. Shwejiajia, unable to contain her eagerness, decided to message Shao Yang, but opted instead for a voice call. Shao Yang had just finished watching the previous episodes and recognized her call was about that matter. Hey, Shao Yang, are you asleep? Not yet. We recorded late last night, and it will take a few days to adjust to the time difference. I just finished watching the first 2 episodes. The response has been excellent. Shao Yang chuckled. I just watched them too. I knew I was right about you. If you maintain this level of performance, not just the top 9, but the championship will be within reach. I came on the show specifically to win the championship. Shue almost retorted, but recalling Shao Yang's performance, she held back. Are you not supposed to be writing new songs? How is that progressing? Shao Yang tossed a piece of clothing against the wall, obscuring the camera, and walked into the bathroom, casually responding, I slept all day, haven't tea started yet. Hearing the sound of running water, Shue guessed his activity, but feigned ignorance, reminding him, there's only a week left, you must hurry. Don't think you can relax just because dissipate worries was well received. Let me tell you. I say, Miss Shue, how can you be so nagging at such a young age? Whoever marries you is bound to have bad luck for generations. Shao Yang. Shue, irritated, attempted to retaliate but found herself at a loss for words, stammering without making a point. Shao Yang returned to bed. Tomorrow, I'll head over and finish the song. At night? Why go then? During the day, everyone fights for the spotlight. At night, it's quiet. I dislike crowds. It's too noisy. You have so many peculiarities. As they exchanged banter, Shue eventually dozed off on the sofa. Shao Yang called out, but when he received no response and heard her soft snores, he opted not to hang up, turning off the lights and falling asleep himself. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, the other contestants began making their way to the recording building, where rehearsal and instrument rooms awaited, along with the essential cameras. Not everyone enjoyed Shao Yang's privileges. His room housed 2 cameras, and he was followed by a creepy uncle wielding a camera. After breakfast, Shao Yang prepared to take a stroll for some fresh air. Jiang Wansun mistakenly believed he was headed to the recording building, trailing closely behind with a camera. However, Shao Yang soon veered off the path, commandeering a shared bicycle and cycling away, leaving behind a remark, Old Jiang, stop filming. I find it glaring, and I'm sure you do too. Watching Shao Yang ride off, Jiang Wansun was left cursing under his breath, exasperated by such a fellow. At 10 o'clock that night, as staff prepared to turn off the lights in the instrument room, Shao Yang approached from behind, startling them with a sudden inquiry. Will you close this place tonight? The unexpected voice startled the staff, who, upon recognizing Shao Yang with his guitar and laptop, exhaled in annoyance. Isn't practicing all day enough? Shao Yang replied with a smile. I didn't come during the day. Upon catching a glimpse of Jiang Wansun behind him, the staff deduced Shao Yang was the peculiar one they had heard about and said no more. Remember to turn off the lights and lock the door when you leave. Understood. Once inside, Shao Yang began his personal showcase, skillfully playing various instruments, filling the room with the sounds of a full band despite being alone. Jiang Wansun, astonished by Shao Yang and Appo's versatility, stood by filming. After enjoying himself for nearly an hour, Shao Yang settled at the piano, contemplating for a brief moment before commencing to play. Although Jiang Wansun lacked musical talent, he could discern beautiful melodies from unremarkable ones. Witnessing Shao Yang complete a piece fluidly left him silently impressed, realizing Shao Yang was undoubtedly a prodigy. After playing the piece 3 times, Shao Yang began to pen lyrics in his notebook. To Jiang Wansun, it appeared as though he were merely tapping away at a keyboard rather than crafting a song. Jiang Wansun stepped forward, initially intending to tap the computer screen, only to be thwarted by Shao Yang's intervention. Old Jiang, it's best not to do that now. Don't you understand the art of suspense? Jiang Wansun found himself at a loss for words. While other contestants spent the entire day in frustration without composing a single song, Shao Yang effortlessly completed one in under 2 hours. Was the disparity between contestants truly so vast? Jiang Wansun pondered in bewilderment. As they exited the recording building, darkness enveloped the outside world. Shao Yang, still wide awake, turned his head and asked, Old Jiang, forget about the filming. Let me treat you to a drink. Jiang Wansun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Your sole duty is to accompany me. If we drink together, and I end up inebriated, it will save you the trouble, Shao Yang reasoned. Jiang Wansun found merit in this logic, setting aside the camera as he said, Then let us take my car. Chapter 29. Are you raising fish? This was the first time Jiang Wansun felt such relaxation while at work. Ordering a few spicy dishes at the roadside stall, indulging in a table full of barbecue delights along with a case of beer. This place felt like paradise for a man who had toiled all day. Old Jiang, your line of work isn't easy, is it? Shao Yang asked, skewering a piece of meat on a stick. Jiang Wansun took a sip of chilled beer, let out a satisfied belch, and replied, "In this society, what line of work is easy? At my age, having a job is already quite fortunate." "You have quite the perspective," Shao Yang remarked. "But this evening's affair, you mustn't speak of it. If word gets out, I'll surely face reprimand. Unlike you, who is still young, if I lose my job, finding a new one would be quite the challenge." Shao Yang laughed. "How could I possibly let it slip? You know I have no friends on the show." Jiang Wansun pondered, realizing that Shao Yang had no one seeking him out at the hotel. Most contestants were in groups, while he stood out, dining and practicing alone. Curious, Jiang Wansun asked, "Don't tell me you lack friends in real life as well?" "Indeed, I have very few." "Who is the person that calls you every night?" Jiang Wansun inquired, fully aware of the situation. "Her?" Shao Yang replied. "She's just a friend I met a month ago. This outfit and this guitar I have, she bought them for me." Jiang Wansun sputtered, spitting out his beer in shock, and exclaimed, "So you and Oppos, you've been taken care of?" "Nonsense. You're the one being pampered," Shao Yang retorted. "Then what reason could she have to buy you so many things?" Jiang Wansun pressed. "Perhaps it's because of my talent," Shao Yang joked. "Old Jiang, do tell the crew not to edit my privacy into the footage. Director Wu is utterly foolish. Installing cameras in my room. It feels like I'm in prison every day," Shao Yang added. Jiang Wansun, feeling a tinge of guilt for suggesting that idea, took a sip of his drink. Shao Yang's invitation for drinks was also a means to foster camaraderie. The cameraman, though merely a crew member, could significantly influence an artist's visibility. Regardless of one's appearance, there are always flaws when facing the camera. Even the most perfect looks cannot hide the fact that celebrities are human, prone to embarrassing moments. Offending the cameraman could lead to them capturing unflattering moments, which could adversely affect an artist's career. Shao Yang recalled a particular artist who had crossed paths with an irate cameraman, who, after being dismissed, turned into a paparazzo, trailing that artist for 3 months and exposing several scandals, leading to the artist's swift downfall. In the world of fame, without recognition, no one pays attention. Yet once one becomes well-known, everyone around is a sycophant. Having been through it, Shao Yang understood the importance of not offending anyone, lest one be stabbed in the back later on. "Come on, old Jiang, let us drink," he urged. "Your alcohol tolerance is impressive." Shao Yang boasted, "When it comes to drinking, I have never lost to anyone." After consuming a few bottles of beer, Jiang Wansun, feeling a bit tipsy, asked, "What is your record?" "I once drank a box and a half alone." "How much can you handle?" Shao Yang held up a finger. "A case?" Jiang Wansun guessed. Shao Yang shook his head. "2 cases?" Jiang Wansun ventured, to which Shao Yang replied with a laugh, "I drink continuously." "You and Oppos, Regis boasting. Come on, let me show you what it means to be seasoned." "Old Jiang, you're already tipsy. If you get drunk, I won't be responsible," Shao Yang warned. "Quit the chatter. Fill my glass. Drinking such a little amount. Are you raising fish?" The two of them drank to their hearts and Oppos' content. As the alcohol flowed, it began to feel like mere water. Although their heads were heavy, their wits remained intact. The notion of drunken debauchery was merely an excuse for actions they otherwise wouldn't dare to take. Shao Yang sat there, dazed, watching the pedestrians pass by. Jiang Wansun, having consumed slightly more, had slumped over the table, motionless. The stall owner, observing their state and the untouched case of beer beside them, couldn't help but shake his head and mutter, "They all act so tough before drinking. Yet they can't even finish a box before getting completely wasted." Around 11, nearing midnight, Shao Yang's attention was captured by a slowly moving tricycle. Shao Yang's father was an ordinary factory worker, earning over 4,000 a month. To supplement the household income, Shao Yang's mother had once sold fruit from such a tricycle on the street. It was only after Shao Yang graduated that she opened a small fruit shop barely 20 square meters in size. He vividly recalled his childhood summers, filled with an array of fruits, mainly watermelons and peaches, though they were often blemished or on the verge of spoiling. To him, having fruit every day was a luxury that most others could not afford. Upon entering university, his visits home were no longer filled with unsellable fruit. Reflecting on the hard work his parents put into saving for his future, Shao Yang felt an even greater urgency to debut. Spotting an elderly woman struggling to pedal uphill with her tricycle, he rose to assist her, reminiscent of his childhood days. The woman expressed her gratitude, and had Shao Yang not insisted he was full, she would have offered him a freshly made pancake. In the stillness of the night, while others were engrossed in drinking, no one noticed this exchange. Unbeknownst to them, a camera placed on a chair by Jiang Wanson was still recording, a portion of the lens obscured, while the other half captured the scene by the roadside. Old Jiang, we need to head back. Old Jiang. Jiang Wanson remained motionless. Even if he were to awaken, he wouldn't be able to drive. Shao Yang fished out his phone, intending to call for a designated driver, but with the hotel only a 10-minute ride away, he found no one willing to accept the request after waiting for over 10 minutes. Faced with no other options, he tentatively dialed the assistant director, Chun Xian. At that moment, Chun Xian had just finished her work and was preparing for bed. As she lay down, her phone rang incessantly. Upon seeing it was Shao Yang, she answered promptly. Hello, what is up? Sister, are you available to help me out? Chun Xian's temper flared. You call me sister? Your entire family is a bunch of sisters. This was hardly Shao Yang's fault, although Chun Xian had only graduated 2 years prior. She dressed more maturely than her peers to avoid appearing unprofessional, leading Shao Yang to mistakenly believe she was older than him. After Chun Xian finished her tirade, Shao Yang explained the situation. She remained silent for a long moment before finally saying, just wait for me. With a click, the call ended. 20 minutes later, a white Volkswagen Polo pulled up at the roadside stall. Chun Xian exited the vehicle with an air of displeasure. Glancing at the dazed Shao Yang and the slumped Jiang Wansun, her face turning pale. You scoundrel, she muttered, drinking during a break from filming. Alone in his indulgence, Shao Yang not only drank to excess, but also managed to intoxicate the camera operator, leaving Chun Xian at a loss for words to describe this peculiar character. She shot a glare at Shao Yang and pointed at Jiang Wansun, instructing, help him into the car. The following morning, Wu Dan furrowed her brow and inquired, are you saying that Shao Yang took the filming crew's Lao Jiang to a barbecue stall for drinks last night? Indeed, Chun Xian retorted, her voice laced with irritation. They were both inebriated, reeking of alcohol. Shao Yang couldn't summon a designated driver, so he called me instead. Had I not been concerned about this becoming public knowledge, I would have ignored their call. Wu Dan took a sip of her coffee and asked, did they cause any trouble while drinking? Not at all. When I arrived, Lao Jiang was passed out on the table, and Shao Yang was just sitting there, staring blankly. Then why the fear of public awareness? Wu Dan chuklet. Isn't it quite normal for 2 men to share a drink? However, Chun Xian interjected immediately. Shao Yang is a contestant from our illustrious team, and Lao Jiang is our staff member. They simply cannot. Before Chun Xian could finish her sentence, Wu Dan asked, what are their current conditions? I don't know. They are probably still sleeping at the hotel. However, Lao Jiang's camera is still in my car. The camera is in your car? Yes, Wu Dan replied. Please retrieve the camera. I wish to see what Shao Yang has been up to in the hotel over the past few days. Oh. Chun Xian was equally curious about Shao Yang's activities and quickly brought back the camera, only to find it had run out of battery. Wu Dan had to ask someone to fetch a data cable to connect it to the computer, and they began to play the footage recorded over the past 2 days at an accelerated speed. On the first day, all was tranquil. Aside from descending to the dining area twice, Shao Yang remained in his hotel room, sleeping and playing on his phone. The second day unfolded without incident until nightfall. Upon witnessing Shao Yang enter the instrument room, Wu Dan adjusted the speed back to normal. As Shao Yang played various instruments alone in the room, Wu Dan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow has finally revealed his true colors. This is the footage I was hoping for. Be sure to instruct the post-production team to include this segment in the show's final bloopers. Understood, Chun Xian remarked, surprised by Shao Yang's proficiency with so many instruments at such a young age. Just as she finished speaking, Shao Yang began composing music and a melodious tune resonated, leaving both Wu Dan and Chun Xian dumbfounded. Could he have possibly composed the original national-style song required for the 4th episode in such a short span? Chun Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Wu Dan remained silent, her eyes glued to the computer screen. Soon, Shao Yang began writing lyrics. He spent just over an hour in the instrument room, seemingly completing a song. Wu Dan contemplated turning off the video, but noticing there were several hours of footage left. She continued to watch at an accelerated pace. Shao Yang and Jiang Wansun were soon seen chatting in the car, and they quickly arrived at the barbecue stall. Jiang Wansun, accustomed to the routine, grabbed the camera upon exiting the vehicle, seemingly unaware that it was still recording. The screen froze, leaving only their conversation audible. Hearing their dialogue, Wu Dan and Chun Qian exchanged amused glances. Lao Jiang, your line of work isn't easy, is it? Is there any profession that is easy these days? At my age, just having a job is a blessing. You have a positive outlook. Just remember not to breathe a word about tonight's events, otherwise, I'll surely be reprimanded. Unlike you, I'm not so young. Losing my job would make finding a new one quite the challenge. Are you being kept? Nonsense. You are the one being kept. Then why does she shower you with gifts? It could be due to my talent. Ha! Lao Jiang. Tell the editing team not to include my private matters. Director Wu is utterly misguided for installing cameras in my room, making me feel as if I'm living in a prison. Come on, Lao Jiang, let us drink. You can hold your liquor. Huh? Just joking. I've never lost a drinking contest. I once drank a case and a half by myself. How about you? A case? A whole case? I just kept drinking. Stop bragging. Let us keep drinking. Tonight, I'll show you what it means to be seasoned. Lao Jiang, your face is already flushed. If you get drunk, I want tea, take responsibility. Enough of your nonsense. Fill my cup. Don't serve me just a little. This isn't a fish tank. As the clock approached 11, Shao Yang finally appeared on screen. Clearly intoxicated and staggering, he approached the roadside to assist a woman packing up her goods for the night, helping her push her cart up a slope. Despite the dim lighting, it was evident that Shao Yang was smiling as he walked back. Upon witnessing this, Wu Dan furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 30. The azure sky awaits the misty rain after a night of intoxication. When Shao Yang awoke, it was already noon the following day. His head throbbed, and his stomach grumbled. Struggling to rise from bed, he lacked the energy to descend to the lobby. Thus he called room service to request a meal be sent to his room. Jiang Wansun, on the other hand, did not stir until the afternoon. Glancing at the clock and realizing it was already 2 o'clock, he sprang out of bed in haste. As a professional videography instructor, his first instinct upon waking was not to brush his teeth or freshen up, but rather to locate his ever-present recording equipment. However, after searching the room thoroughly, he could not find it. Jiang Wansun dashed out his door and began knocking furiously on Shao Yang's door. As soon as Shao Yang opened the door, Jiang Wansun anxiously inquired, "Where's my equipment?" "What equipment?" Shao Yang, still groggy, momentarily failed to grasp the situation. "The camera," Jiang Wansun exclaimed. "Rest assured it's with me," Shao Yang replied nonchalantly as he dug into his meal. "Last night, it was Director Wu and Appo's, his assistant, who drove us back, and the camera is in her vehicle." A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Wansun, but a fleeting sense of unease crept in, prompting him to ask, "How did Director Wu's assistant know we were drinking?" "I called her to come pick us up. That girl is close to Director Wu. Why else would I ask her to come?" Shao Yang chuckled. "Old Jiang, you simply closed your eyes and flopped down last night. I was unfamiliar with the area, and my only contact was Chun Qian. If I hadn't called her, we would have been stranded by the roadside all night." Jiang Wansun was left speechless by this retort. Shao Yang then added with a laugh, "I polished off more than a box of beer myself, while you barely managed 7 or 8 bottles. Or you pretended to be a big shot." Jiang Wansun, bewildered, questioned, 2 boxes? "I distinctly remember only ordering 1 box of snow beer last night. I wasn't satisfied, so I ordered another box," Shao Yang replied. Jiang Wansun raised his thumb in admiration. "You young men are impressive. I wish I had your stamina at your age." "Enough boasting. Go wash up. You reek of alcohol. Are you really going to meet Director Wu looking like this?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wansun reluctantly returned to his room. What he did not anticipate was that Director Wu did not reprimand him for the incident. Instead, she instructed Chun Qian to return the recording equipment to him. For several days thereafter, all remained peaceful. Friday evening, the recording for the 4th episode of Brilliant Children was about to commence. Under Chun Qian's command, Shao Yang emerged from the makeup room and took his seat. The staff had previously announced that this episode would feature 3 mentors, each with 10 votes, along with 2 renowned creators, each also possessing 10 votes. Additionally, there would be 150 fortunate audience members, each granted one vote. Thus, the rankings for this round would not solely depend on the mentors from each contestant's respective category, but rather would be determined collectively by the mentors, creators, and audience, a subtle yet palpable source of pressure for the contestants. Given that this episode was also a themed assessment, the remaining 23 contestants backstage wore expressions of palpable tension. At precisely 7:00 and Oppo's clock, the recording commenced. The host took to the stage to recap the previous episode and introduce the general rules for the current one. Soon after, the two enigmatic creators made their grand entrance. One was Song Kang-wen, a celebrated creator from mainland China, with over 60 songs to his name, many performed by top-tier artists. As his songs appeared on the big screen, the audience erupted in admiration. The other was Chun Meng, a renowned composer whose hallmark pieces, such as The Moon's Letter and Doubled With You, continue to grace the domestic hot song charts. Together, these two figures seem particularly aimed at those competing in the original composition category, given that the other two categories, while also themed assessments, did not necessitate original works. Upon witnessing Song Kang-wen and Chun Meng's arrival on the backstage screen, the 7 individuals seated below, Shao Yang, exhibited a more serious demeanor, with several furtively reviewing their lyrics, as if they had not yet memorized their own words. Following the introductions, the performances commenced. Contestants from the solo and essence categories alternated on stage, with the dream category scheduled for the intermission. The initial performances left Shao Yang feeling indifferent. They lacked any remarkable qualities. Despite the essence category focusing on vocal prowess, their ability struck Shao Yang as rather mediocre. As for his own category, while the songs bore a semblance of traditional charm, the melodies closely resembled those of numerous contemporary folk singers, merely differing in tone. The lyrics, though seemingly artistic, upon closer inspection, revealed a complete absence of coherence, as if hastily cobbled together from a collection of poetic phrases such as youth, parting sorrow, green tresses, and tearful longing. While the audience may have been oblivious, both creators and the likes of Zhang Minghua and Xia Fei could discern the contestants' levels of skill. One by one, the performers took the stage until the intermission finally arrived and the 8 contestants from the dream category electrified the atmosphere. Under the leadership of the center stage performer Zhang Zihao, their singing and dancing performance was commendable. Although Shao Yang recognized they were lip-syncing, one could not maintain breath control while singing and dancing simultaneously. The audience was none the wiser, cheering enthusiastically. Finally, after a prolonged wait, the stage was set for the last contestant from the solo category. Shao Yang, please come to the stage. Even Shao Yang was puzzled as to why the production team consistently placed him last. Upon hearing the announcement, he stepped onto the stage. With a staff wheeled out a piano. Both Song Kang-wen and Chun Meng had heard Shao Yang's song Dissipate My Worries, and upon his arrival, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, their hopes were tempered, having previously been let down by another contestant, Li Hanyu. Shao Yang seated himself beside the piano, adjusting the microphone. On the large stage screen, an image of blue and white porcelain appeared alongside the title Blue and White Porcelain, with the annotation, lyrics by Shao Yang, music by Shao Yang scrolling beneath. He began to sing. Raw clay outlines the blue and white, brush strokes shifting from bold to subtle, the vase and Oppo's surface adorned with peonies, akin to your first makeup. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my innermost thoughts on the rice paper. The brush pauses midway. His ethereal voice resonated throughout the venue, silencing the previously restless audience. As he sang, the lyrics rolled across the screen. After merely 8 lines, Song Kang-wen's eyes widened in astonishment. The azure sky awaits the misty rain. While I await you, the smoke from cooking rises, separating us by 1,000 rivers at the bottom of the vase. Graceful Han script drifts like a bygone era. Consider this my prelude to meeting you. The azure sky awaits the misty rain. While I await you, the moonlight is retrieved, blurring the conclusion like timeless blue and white porcelain, beautiful in its own right. Your eyes carry a smile. Beside the mentor's table, Zhang Minghua stared in disbelief at Shao Yang on stage, unable to suppress an exclamation, "Wow." Although his microphone was silent at that moment, the camera captured the movement of his lips. Song Kang-wen, having penned countless lyrics, radiated brilliance from his eyes. After listening to half of the song, he was enveloped in goosebumps. Indeed, the dazzling performance on the dreamlike stage was visually and audibly spectacular. However, for any true creator with a modicum of musical understanding, listening to this song would evoke a spine-tingling sensation. The shark has gone mad. The shark has gone mad. Even the fastidious Xia Fei, known for his high standards, could not help but exclaim to Zhang Minghua, "Where did the production team find this genius? I could never compose such lyrics. I feel unworthy to be his mentor. Not just a week, but even a month or a year would not suffice for me to write something like this." The pure voice lingered in the air, intertwining with the sounds of traditional instruments such as the piano, flute, guqin, and guzheng, creating an exquisite harmony. The beautiful lyrics transported one into a picturesque realm. In the directing room, Chun Qian gazed at Shao Yang on screen, astonished to the point of speechlessness. Wu Dan frantically directed the crew to switch cameras. For every reaction, be it from Shao Yang on stage, the mentors, or the audience, was a highlight for him. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I wait for you. The moonlight is dredged up, blurring the conclusion, like the timeless beauty of blue and white porcelain, self-sufficiently exquisite, with laughter in your eyes. As the song concluded, Shao Yang rose with the microphone and stepped forward to bow in gratitude. His gaze swept across the audience, and his serene and confident demeanor imparted the impression that he was not merely a contestant performing, but rather hosting his own personal concert. Chapter 31. Awe-inspiring lyrics after each performance. The three mentors and two songwriters, who usually rush to offer their critiques, found themselves utterly speechless at this moment. A full 5 seconds passed before the audience erupted into thunderous applause. This was not merely a stunning performance. It was an unparalleled display that eclipsed all previous contestants in every conceivable aspect. Lyrics, melody, and vocal prowess flawless. In the backstage preparation area, the 7 competitors in the solo showcase appeared ashen-faced after witnessing Shao Yang's rendition of Blue and White Porcelain. Standing on stage, Shao Yang reveled in the applause and cheers. The camera fixed on him. In a sea of youthful faces, he radiated brilliance. Prompted by director Wu Dan, Zhang Minghua finally broke the silence. If the highest score is 100, this song deserves 101 in my heart. I mentioned to teacher Xia earlier that even if you gave me a year, I couldn't write a song like this. Shao Yang, if the opportunity arises, I hope we can collaborate on a song. As a prominent figure among singers, Zhang Minghua's invitation to collaborate was a tremendous affirmation. The audience gasped in astonishment. Zhang Minghua then smiled and inquired, "Shao Yang, could you share how you composed this song?" Just as Shao Yang raised the microphone to respond, Wu Dan in the control room urgently commanded, "Quick, push the video to the big screen." Moments before Shao Yang could speak, a video began playing on the large screen, capturing him during his time in the instrument room. Upon hearing the audience's reaction, Shao Yang turned curiously to see the footage, lowering the microphone in confusion. What on earth? Why is this video playing now? In the video, Shao Yang was seen energetically exploring various instruments in the room: piano, electric guitar, drums, even a suona. Each instrument seemed to come alive under his touch, as if a band were rehearsing in the spacious room. Ultimately, he settled at the piano, effortlessly playing the melody of Blue and White Porcelain. The production team added subtitles. He only visited the instrument room once this week. He spent the rest of his time. The screen then shifted to various photos of Shao Yang lounging on his bed, scrolling through his phone, and eating, culminating in a dimly lit image of him pushing a tricycle. The rapid cuts made it difficult for anyone to discern the details. No one anticipated that Shao Yang, when not recording, could be so relaxed, creating a stark contrast to his earlier performance in the instrument room. Once the video concluded, renowned lyricist Song Kang-wen could no longer contain his curiosity. "Did you truly compose this song in such a short time frame?" "Indeed," Shao Yang replied candidly, no longer concerned about the details. He wanted fame, to debut, to purchase an apartment in the bustling metropolis. and to bring his parents and sister from their small county to live in the city. Teacher Song, you should know that for us, writing lyrics hinges on inspiration, not time. However, noticing the audience's eager expressions, Song Kangwin paused before continuing. You might not have grasped the essence of the lyrics at first. While some lines may seem disjointed, like in Oppose, the sky blue hue awaits the rain, while I await you, and Oppose, one must understand that the sky blue color is characteristic of Ruware. To achieve this exquisite shade, one must wait for a thunderstorm. The phrase and Oppose, the sky blue hue awaits the rain, and Oppose, followed by and Oppose, while I await you and Oppose, beautifully encapsulates the imagery. This single line alone is enough to leave many lyricists in awe. Should this truly be a product of such brevity, I find myself unqualified to critique your work. I grant you a perfect score. Following Song Songwin's explanation, the audience's understanding deepened, and the superiority of Shao Yang's lyrics became evident when compared to those of the previous contestants. After Song Kangwin spoke, Chenming promptly added, the melody of blue and white porcelain is equally impeccable. I too grant you a perfect score. Both special guests awarded him perfect 10s. The camera returned to the mentors, with Zhang Minghua declaring, Shao Yang, I of course give you a 10. Yang Kaiwei echoed, I also give you a 10. Finally, the camera focused on Xia Fei, who pondered that if he awarded Shao Yang too high a score, it would create a considerable gap with his own contestants. He contemplated giving an 8, but with the overwhelming acclaim for the song, he hesitated and remarked, then I shall give you a 9. I fear that if I grant you full marks, you might become arrogant. Shao Yang smiled appreciatively and nodded in thanks. Next, the audience was eager to see how many votes the brilliant Shao Yang from the solo showcase would receive. The big screen began to roll the numbers. With a perfect score being 200 votes, the highest prior to Shao Yang's performance was 181, achieved by Zhang Ziheo from the Dreamy track, with 3 others hovering around 170, while the rest lingered around 150. This episode would see 2 contestants eliminated from each track, meaning a score of over 160 would ensure advancement. After a few seconds of suspenseful scrolling, the numbers finally settled. 197 votes. Just 3 votes shy of perfection. The backstage competitors were left in stunned disbelief. How on earth can we compete with this? Upon seeing his score, Shao Yang did not exhibit overwhelming excitement. He bowed to the audience and gradually made his way off the stage. The subsequent segments proceeded swiftly, with the 2 lowest-scoring contestants from each track automatically eliminated after sharing their sentiments. Thus, the recording for this 4th episode came to a close. As Shao Yang prepared to leave, a slightly plump woman approached him in high heels, handing him a business card. I am Yang Tsaiwei's agent. This is our studio's card. If you don't select an agency in the end, perhaps you could consider ours. Recently, rising stars Wang Yi and Sun Ming have both emerged from our studio. Thank you. Shao Yang replied, accepting the card as he walked away. After a certain period of time in the industry, stars either invest or leverage their resources to establish studios, a well-established trend in the field. Shao Yang was not surprised that Yang Kaiwei would have her agent reach out. After the airing of these 2 episodes, he anticipated even more agencies or studios would seek him out. However, he remained unhurried, biding his time until he garnered sufficient fame and influence before selecting a company to sign with. This way, he would hold the reins of power. With 6 contestants eliminated in an instant, the bus ride back felt noticeably emptier. Shao Yang settled into a seat at the rear, pulling out his phone to view the trailer for the 3rd episode of Penguin Video, then switching to WeChat to message Shui Jiejia. Are you asleep? I am. I just finished recording. Just a friendly reminder, I might become famous once the 4th episode airs. Huh. I don and Oppose. Believe it. I just checked my Weibo followers. It's currently at 560,000. After the 4th episode airs, do you think it'll reach 1 million? You're dreaming. How about we make a bet? Sure. What do you want to wager? If my Weibo followers hit 1 million, you treat me to the most expensive restaurant in the city. If I don't reach 1 million, you decide my fate. I accept. Chapter 32. A gathering of best friends on a Saturday evening. After spending several days cooped up at home, Shui Jiejia finally decided to venture out. She was set to attend a gathering among her close friends. As a young heiress residing in the luxurious Tang Chunipin, It was only natural that her friends also belonged to affluent families. After meticulously applying her makeup and donning an outfit that struck a balance between formal and casual, Shwejia swiftly drove her BMW to a villa district. Her glossy black hair was styled into 2 braids, complemented by a gray-blue shirt and a light blue pair of overalls. At that moment, Shwejia exuded youthful exuberance. One could easily mistake her for an 18-year-old. In such a gathering of friends, youthfulness was undoubtedly the order of the day. Upon arriving, Shwejia pressed the doorbell at the entrance. The villa door swung open promptly, revealing a girl clad in a pink checkered dress who eagerly ushered her inside. Shwejia, why have you arrived so late? We were waiting for you. The girl, Qin Yuhan, was of the same age as Shwejia and hailed from a prestigious background. Her father was the president of a multinational company in the Huaxiao region, and her mother held an executive position at a securities firm. Aside from you and Cheng Tingting, who else is here? Shwejia inquired. Come in, and you'll find out. Qin Yuhan responded, pulling her into the living room where 4 other girls were already seated on the sofa. As soon as they heard the commotion, all eyes turned to Shwejia. Recognizing 3 of them, Shwejia exclaimed in delight, Sister Mei Shuhua, you're back in the country? Lu Mei, Shun Shuhua, Cheng Tingting, and Qin Yuhan were all Shwejia's high school classmates. Their friendship had blossomed not only from their shared educational experience at an elite school, but also through accompanying their parents to various business events. However, after graduation, many of their peers had moved abroad, leading to a significant lapse in communication over the years. Lu Mei and Shun Shuhua stood up, embracing Shwejia with palpable excitement. It's been ages. Jia, you remain as stunning as ever. They remarked. You too. Why didn't you inform me about your return? Shwejia retorted. We wanted to surprise you. They laughed. All right, everyone take a seat and enjoy the fresh juice made by my aunt. As they settled down, Shwejia glanced at the only unfamiliar face among them and asked, Sister Mei, who is this? Lu Mei replied, Oh, this is Zhao Shengnan, a university classmate of mine from my time abroad. She is now my business partner. Hello, Zhao, Shengnan greeted them. Wait, Sister Mei, are you starting a business? Shwejia asked, intrigued. It was uncommon for their circle, filled with affluent young women, to pursue entrepreneurial ventures. Lu Mei had always been a high achiever, serving as the student council president in high school, and after graduating from Oxford, she had furthered her studies in the UK. Despite her financial security, she was not one to idle away her life. Yes, I returned specifically to launch a venture, Lu Mei confirmed. What type of company do you wish to establish? Shwejia inquired eagerly. Before coming back, Shengnan and I discussed our plans. We intend to open a talent agency. As you know, my father owns a cinema chain and has connections in the industry. The domestic market is quite substantial, and although there are numerous agencies, it remains unsaturated. So we believe it will be viable. A talent agency. Shwejia's eyes widened in surprise. The other beautiful young women exchanged curious glances. Jia, why the shock? It's just a company, they teased. After taking a sip of fresh juice to compose herself, Shwejia pressed on, but signing artists is crucial. ISNT it. Sister Mei, who do you plan to sign? Lu Mei sighed. That is precisely what we're struggling with. Since we decided to venture out on our own, I certainly want to be asking my parents for substantial funds, but we didn't anticipate the high asking prices of domestic artists. Of course, with so many fans in the country, even a second or third tier star can easily earn millions a year, one chimed in. Jia, are you still a fan of Song Jiaowen? Shwejia hesitated before replying. I suppose I'm less enthusiastic about him now. Since the airing of Brilliant Sons, she had lost interest in following Song Jiaowen's updates. Lu Mei added, we have identified a newcomer, but haven't approached him yet. Today's gathering was arranged by Yuhan to allow you all to see him. If you think he is suitable, I can leverage my connections to reach out. Who is this newcomer? Shwejia inquired. Lu Mei teased. Have any of you watched the recent episodes of Brilliant Sons on Penguin Video? The girls exchanged puzzled looks and shook their heads. Shwejia hesitated to speak up, but ultimately remained silent, observing the others. Zhao Shengnan glanced at the time and suggested, the third episode is about to begin. Let us watch it together. Sound good? Qin Yuhan exclaimed as she retrieved the remote and switched on the television. Zhao Xingnan used her phone to access the episode and cast it onto the screen. As the 6 girls reminisced while watching the show, every time a new contestant took the stage, Qin Yuhan and Cheng Tingting would ask, "Sister Mei, is this the newcomer you're interested in?" Each time, Lu Mei would smile slightly and shake her head. "No, keep watching. My pick is different from the others." As the progress bar advanced, Shui Jiejie felt a rising sense of anticipation. Finally, as the episode neared its conclusion, Li Hanyu and Shao Yang made their long-awaited appearance. Their performance of Homecoming captivated the 6 girls, even though they had never experienced the same longing for home as described in the lyrics. They were nonetheless moved by Li Hanyu's enchanting voice. "This must be your choice, right?" "So far, he is the best performer, and he looks quite appealing," one remarked. However, Lu Mei continued to shake her head. After Homecoming concluded, Shao Yang took center stage. With everything set, his voice resonated throughout the spacious living room. As the 4-minute performance of Ordinary Road came to an end, not only did the audience fall silent, but the 6 girls on the sofa were also rendered speechless. Just as a smile was about to break on Shui Jiejie's face, Lu Mei suddenly declared, "The one Shengnan and I are interested in is him, Shao Yang. He has not signed with any agency and is participating as an independent artist. The program is only in its 3rd episode, and if we offer the right incentives, I believe he will agree." Shui Jiejie was taken aback. However, seeing Lu Mei's determined expression, she cautiously remarked, Sister Mei, Shao Yang. He is my friend." "What?" Chapter 33. Is he your boyfriend? 5 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Shui Jiejie. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she lowered her head and softly explained, "I've only known him for about 2 months, but he seems nice, and we've been chatting." Lu Mei rose to sit beside Shui Jiejie, wrapping her arm around her shoulder, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she teased. "He seems nice? You call him your friend. He can't possibly be your boyfriend, right?" "Come on." Shui Jiejie stood up, insisting, "We're just friends. Stop making wild assumptions." Qin Yuhan, Lu Mei, and Shen Shuhua noticed the flush on Shui Jiejie's cheeks, sharing a knowing glance without voicing their thoughts. This was uncharacteristic of Shui Jiejie. It appeared that Shao Yang was the first person capable of making her blush. Lu Mei, still holding Shui Jiejie's hand, suggested, "Since you're just friends, why not arrange a time to meet him for a chat?" "But he's busy recording a show. When would he have time? Isn't the brilliant sun recording in Pengcheng? Take me there to find him. I'll cover the flight and hotel expenses." Shui Jiejie pondered for a moment, replying, "That doesn't seem appropriate." Zhao Shengnan chimed in with a proposal. "How about you call him now to gauge his interest? If he is receptive, you can set up a meeting." "I think that's a good idea," Qin Yuhan added with a grin. "Come on, Jiejie, are you hesitant?" Qin Yuhan, as a playful provocation broke through Shui Jiejie's defenses. With a feigned sternness, she declared, "What do you mean, hesitant? Just say it. Who is afraid?" Taking out her phone, Shui Jiejie opened the WeChat chat with Shao Yang. As Qin Yuhan leaned in to peek, she noticed their last exchange was a good night message, intensifying her mischievous grin. "While I'm calling you, all keep quiet." Shui Jiejie warned her friends with a mock glare. Got it, just make the call." Shui Jiejie dialed Shao Yang's voice call. Mianwili, Shao Yang, reclining on his hotel bed after finishing a show, saw Shui Jiejie and Appo's call coming in and answered promptly, "Miss Shui, how did I perform on this song?" "Average. Can't you give me a compliment?" Under the scrutiny of 5 curious gazes, Shui Jiejie felt somewhat awkward and struggled to find the right words. "Have you eaten yet? It's past 8, what do you think?" At Lu Mei's subtle signal, Shui Jiejie inquired, "By the way, have you decided which company you want to sign with?" "Not yet." Shao Yang continued, "I finished recording the 4th episode yesterday, and Yang Kaiwei and Appo's manager gave me her studio director and Appo's business card, suggesting they want to sign me. Today, 2 other smaller agencies added me, but I haven't agreed to anything. Is it their terms that you're dissatisfied with?" Shao Yang chuckled, "Haven't I told you? At this stage, I can't negotiate terms with them. After a few more episodes, when my fame rises, I'll have leverage to negotiate. This is a serious matter." As Shui Jiejie pondered her next words, Lu Mei snatched the phone from her grasp, holding it to her ear. "Hello, Shao Yang. This is Lu Mei, Jiejie's close friend." Coughing slightly, Shao Yang nearly spit out the soda he had been drinking upon hearing another woman's voice. After clearing his throat several times, he responded, "Hello, hello. I just returned to the country and started a new agency. I and Oppos am currently looking for new talent to sign, and I happened to notice you. I didn't expect Jiajia to know you. Since Jiajia and I are close, and you are friends with her, should we find time to chat?" Shao Yang hesitated, not rushing to agree. After all, a new company might lack professionalism and resources. Just as he was about to reply, Lu Mei interjected, "Are you worried about the lack of resources at a new company?" Shao Yang felt a tightness in his chest. Though they were conversing over the phone, he sensed the astuteness of the woman on the other end. Seeing that Shao Yang remained silent, Lu Mei laid her cards on the table. "I have acquired an agency that was formerly a studio. After the original owner was blacklisted, I took over. Moreover, my father is the second largest shareholder in Xinguang Cinema, so you need not worry about resources." Even Qin Yuhan and Cheng Tingting realized the weight of Lu Mei's revelation. Understanding her earnest desire to sign Shao Yang, Xinguang Cinema is among the top 3 cinema chains in the country. After a 3-second hesitation, Shao Yang replied, "All right, let us find a time to discuss. Next Sunday, I'll bring Shui Jiajia along to Pengqing to meet you." Shui Jiajia immediately protested. "Why do I have to go? Woe is me." Lu Mei exchanged a glance with Qin Yuhan, who promptly covered Shui Jiajia's mouth. "Okay, it's settled then. Goodbye. Goodbye." After hanging up, Lu Mei let out a sigh of relief. She and Zhao Shangnan had finally found a suitable talent in Shao Yang, and she was eager to establish a reputation for her company in the entertainment industry. In fact, she was even more anxious than Shao Yang about his debut. Once the call ended, Qin Yuhan released her grip on Shui Jiajia. Lu Mei returned the phone, unable to contain her excitement as she hugged Shui Jiajia and pecked her cheek. "Thank you, Jiajia. You've truly helped me immensely this time." Shui Jiajia wrinkled her nose and took the phone, saying, "You all just know how to bully me." Cheng Tingting, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Jiajia, how did you meet him? Tell us about it." "Yes, do share." Faced with a chorus of eager inquiries, Shui Jiajia retorted, "You nosy bunch. If I tell you, everyone will know by tomorrow. Will you tell us or not? Will you tell us or not?" Qin Yuhan advanced, playfully tickling Shui Jiajia, who had always been sensitive to this tactic. The two beautiful women soon found themselves rolling on the sofa, laughter echoing around the room. They lingered in the villa until nearly 10 o'clock before departing. After arranging their next meeting, Shui Jiajia drove home. As soon as she arrived, she texted, "Are you asleep?" "Not yet. I apologize for today. They're all our good friends." "There's no need to apologize. Your friend is quite impressive, starting her own business at such a young age. Mei Jie is 3 years older than me. She was quite capable even in high school. Are you coming to Pengqing next Sunday?" "Yes." Seeing Shui Jiajia's message, Shao Yang smiled and typed back, "Message or call me when you arrive. I'll leave early. This area is quite difficult to navigate. We'll come to pick you up." "Sound good. Are you still with your friends?" "No, I just got home. It's getting late. You should wash up and rest." "You too. Good night." "Good night." Chapter 34. Is it too late for me to mend my relationship with him? As the weekend approached with the impending arrival of Shui Jiajia in Pengqing, Shao Yang felt an unexpected thrill within him. Although numerous messages flooded in from former WeChat acquaintances following the broadcast of Brilliant Sun, the reality was that aside from his parents, he had scarcely received any messages over the past year. Thus, he chose to ignore those friends who only reached out after his appearance on the show. He had even resolved that upon officially signing with the company, he would change his phone number and WeChat ID, as he had little to lose with so few contacts. After a day of rest, he spent the morning strumming his guitar in his room. When mealtime arrived, he ventured downstairs alone to dine in the restaurant. The next 2 episodes would feature 1v1 PK battles, with the notable difference that his opponents would no longer be from his own track. This was indeed good news for the remaining contestants on the unique track, as they would finally be spared from facing the formidable Shao Yang. However, for the contestants of the Zhenin and Dreamy tracks, it was rather disheartening. Nonetheless, Shao Yang paid little heed to the format. As long as he could take the stage and sing, the identity of his opponent was of no consequence. He settled down at a table in the restaurant, enjoying his meal while scrolling through his phone. A large screen was mounted on one wall, which had been off when he arrived but was now illuminated. "I am Wu Xing, 18 years old. My girl group dream began in middle school. I am Chen Jing, 22 years old. I also aspired to join a girl group at the age of 15. I am Shang Yuer, 20 years old, with 3 years of training experience. This year, I must succeed in debuting. On the screen, a group of sweet-faced girls stood in rows on a triangular stage, introducing themselves. In the lower right corner, the program's title appeared, Sugar Heart Girls. Unlike Brilliant Sun, this show was filmed in a closed setting, resembling the previous boy group trainees. However, the crux of the matter was that Song Li had also participated in this program. My name is Song Li, 22 years old, a graduate of the Shanghai Music Academy. My greatest dream is to have the opportunity to perform on such a grand stage in the future. Upon seeing the fresh-faced and beautifully adorned Song Li on the screen, Shao Yang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It was amusing that she, being only a few months younger than him, had chosen to present herself as 22 after appearing on a show. He averted his gaze and continued his meal in silence. Although the sight of Song Li stirred a flicker of emotion within him, he understood from the moment he transitioned from one world to this parallel realm that he and Song Li were now on divergent paths. He wished to sever all ties with her. Days swiftly passed, and soon it was Friday evening, time for recording. Shao Yang arrived early at the backstage area, where only 18 contestants remained after the previous episode had eliminated 6. In the upcoming 2 episodes, a total of 7 more would be dismissed, ultimately leaving only 11 participants by the final episode. With the dwindling numbers, the process of the show had also become more streamlined. The rules for this episode were straightforward. Opponents would be matched randomly, and they would compete on stage, with the audience and 30 invited music critics voting for their favorites. The contestant with the most votes would advance, while those with fewer votes would face a second round of competition. It was evident that the quality of the show had improved, as the less capable contestants had already been eliminated. The 3 internet celebrities with millions of followers on Douyin had all been ousted in the last episode. After all, they were primarily reliant on filters and sound cards, and their abilities paled in comparison to those of true singers or even those who had trained for several years. As the recording commenced, contestants were randomly assigned to the stage. This time, Shao Yang was not the last to perform. He was called upon in the 3rd group, facing an opponent named Li Chu from the Jianin track. Upon realizing he was up against Shao Yang, Li Chu's expression was one of utter despair. Once on stage, the mentors directly inquired, who will sing first? If neither wished to take the lead, they could decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Just as Shao Yang was about to speak, Li Chu quickly declared, I'll sing first. Not wishing to prolong the exchange, Shao Yang acquiesced. Li Chu's eagerness to perform first stemmed from his anxiety that he might lack the courage to sing after Shao Yang, whose previous performance had been nothing short of stellar. To everyone's surprise, Li Chu chose to sing a song from Zhang Minghua's latest album. Zhang Minghua's excitement was palpable upon hearing the introduction, as this was his freshly released album, and having a contestant perform one of his songs served as a form of promotion. Li Chu's performance was steady, with only a few minor errors during the transitions, but overall, he demonstrated solid skills, as one would expect from a contestant who had made it this far in the Jianin track. Li Chu, please wait to the side. Shao Yang, it's your turn to perform. Shao Yang took the stage with his guitar, and the 3 mentors, along with a group of critics who had watched previous episodes, redirected their attention toward him, anticipation evident in their eyes. Yang Kaiwei clasped her hands over her chest, gazing at Shao Yang with deep emotion, while inwardly she pondered, why hasn't he contacted my studio yet? As the lights dimmed, Shao Yang began to strum his guitar. The moment the prelude resonated, the audience recognized the song's style, reminiscent of his first 2 performances. The words Muma City appeared on the large screen as Shao Yang's voice filled the air, transforming the stage into his own personal concert. Roaming through streets and buildings, my heart is filled with steeds and hunting grounds. The most remarkable fragility and confusion is simply this. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Beyond the mountains, there are other lands. Despite the falls and collisions, my heart still returns to its old place. In the midst of silence, Shao Yang's voice echoed throughout the venue, steady and unwavering. Each lyric was imbued with profound emotion, as if every line carried a story of its own. Such artistry was rare. Upon hearing the main verses, Li Chu instantly recognized his defeat. There was simply no competition. When all the thoughts, words, desires, and loves crowd my heart, my suitcase cannot contain them. The distant lands I long to visit, the arriving and departing, the given and owed, all serve as a form of commendation. The wind stirs the grass, revealing my melancholy. At least there is still light above. The audience was utterly captivated, their faces reflecting sheer rapture as the camera panned across the crowd. Indeed, Shao Yang never failed to impress. In the director's booth, Chen Xian could not help but exclaim, "How is it that every song he sings is so enchanting?" Wu Dan chuckled. If all goes as expected, once in Oppos, Brilliant Sun in Oppos concludes, he will gradually ascend to become the most celebrated singer in the country. Chen Xian understood that Wu Dan possessed a discerning eye. Those whom she favored rarely faltered. With a touch of self-deprecation, Chen Xian mused, "Is it too late for me to cultivate a relationship with him now?" Wu Dan glanced at Chen Xian with a teasing expression, her focus returning to the unfolding program. Chapter 35. Your boyfriend seems quite popular. With the conclusion of the 5th episode, the journey of the Brilliant Sons has reached its midpoint. However, after filming the 6th episode, there will be a 2-week respite, as the final episode will be broadcast live, which means we will have to wait until after the 6th episode airs before the live segment commences. On a Saturday evening in the bustling commercial center of the city, Lu Mei and Zhao Shengnan were touring the newly renovated office. Zhao Shengnan remarked, "Previously, the studio only had the publicity and affairs departments, with the affairs department beneath it comprising agents and assistants. Now that we have taken over, we certainly won't limit ourselves to just these 2 departments." Lu Mei inquired, "Have we begun recruiting?" "Indeed," Zhao Shengnan replied. "The company will initially consist of 6 departments: public relations, advertising, artist management, affairs, finance, and legal affairs. If we successfully sign Shao Yang, our company will need to commence operations promptly. Within 2 months, we should be fully operational." Lu Mei nodded. "I will head to Pengcheng with Jia Jia first thing in the morning. You will oversee things here." "Understood." After completing their tour of the office, they checked the time. Lu Mei took out her phone and dialed Shui Jia Jia. As soon as the call connected, Lu Mei imitated Shao Yang's tone from that evening. "Miss Shui, are you awake?" Upon hearing Lu Mei's teasing, Shui Jia Jia sat up abruptly from the sofa, exclaiming, "You go to Pengcheng by yourself tomorrow." "I'm not going." Suppressing a laugh, Lu Mei quickly backtracked. "I apologize. Have you eaten? If not, let us go out for a meal." "With whom?" "Just me, Shengnan, and you. I don't want to go out." "Enough of that. I'll come pick you up and call you when I'm downstairs," Lu Mei declared decisively, leaving no room for Jia Jia's refusal before hanging up. Shui Jia Jia, hearing the silence on the other end, pouted and complained playfully, "What is with everyone laughing at me?" Since last week's gathering, after a phone call with Shao Yang, her friends in their group chat, including Qin Yuhan and Shan Shuhua, frequently shared short videos of Shao Yang, incessantly tagging Shui Jia Jia, saying, "Jia Jia, your boyfriend is so handsome." Despite her repeated insistence in the group that she and Shao Yang were merely friends, it had little effect. With her phone charged, Shui Jia Jia changed into an outfit suitable for going out and spent some time on her makeup. As it approached 7, Lu Mei called again. After donning a pair of white dad shoes, Shui Jia Jia answered, saying she would be down shortly before hanging up. Upon reaching the ground floor of her apartment complex, Shui Jia Jia hopped into Lu Mei's Mercedes G-Class. Lu Mei soon whisked her away to a French restaurant. After ordering, Lu Mei said, "I have an 8 a.m. flight tomorrow. I'll pick you up at 6. Isn't that too early? By the time we drive to Shao Yang's area, it will be just around mealtime," Lu Mei explained. Shui Jia Jia hesitated. Noticing her uncertainty, Lu Mei prompted, "Has Shao Yang ever mentioned what kind of agency he wishes to sign with?" Shui Jia Jia shook her head. He only stressed the importance of being cautious when signing with a company. Although this is his first variety show, he seems quite knowledgeable about the entertainment industry. He understands many things that outsiders do not. Lu Mei's face lit up with a motherly smile as she listened to Shui Jia Jia speak about Shao Yang. Zhao Shengnan nodded. During the first episode, he appeared completely unfazed when he took the stage. This maturity sets him apart from other newcomers and is precisely why we chose him. Such individuals are ideal for our newly established agency. Shui Jiajia pouted. If negotiations fall through, don't blame me. I'm not getting involved. Lu Mei chuckled. Jiajia, let me be honest. As long as your boyfriend's demands aren't excessive, I will accommodate them out of respect for you. Mei, what boyfriend? Don't say such things. Shui Jiajia's cheeks flushed crimson as she anxiously scanned her surroundings to see if anyone had overheard. Suppressing her laughter, Lu Mei refrained from teasing Jiajia further when the server brought over some dim sum. Has the 4th episode started? Shall we watch it together? Let us watch, Zhao Shengnan replied. She retrieved a tablet from her bag, and the three settled in a row to watch the 4th episode of Brilliant Sons. After a few minutes, Lu Mei declared, let us not focus on anyone else. Let us just watch Shao Yang. With that, she exited full-screen mode and located Shao Yang, blue and white porcelain, pure enjoyment version, clicking on a video. Shui Jiajia involuntarily remarked, this episode features a themed assessment, with the topic being traditional Chinese songs. Shao Yang even bet me that after this episode airs, his Weibo followers will reach 1 million. The other two listened eagerly. With Shui Jiajia present, Lu Mei felt confident they could sign Shao Yang, despite Jiajia's vehement denial of their relationship being merely platonic. Her blushing every time the topic arose suggested otherwise. In this day and age, a girl's blush could signify everything. On screen, Shao Yang began to sing the traditional Chinese-flavored song, each lyric resplendent with elegance, akin to reciting poetry. His fingers danced upon the piano keys, producing a cascade of melodious notes. The song evidently captivated the trio, their attentions fully absorbed by Shao Yang's performance. The sky blue awaits the misty rain, while I await you. What a beautiful line. It was likely that many would change their personal signatures to this phrase after the song concluded. This sentiment resonated with Lu Mei, Zhao Shengnan, and Shui Jiajia alike. In a world teeming with handsome faces, finding one who is also talented is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, Shao Yang was that very needle. As the song neared its end, a young couple happened to stroll past the three friends. Hearing the enchanting melody, the girl paused, and as Shao Yang sang the final line, "Your eyes hold a smile," she eagerly inquired, "Excuse me, what program is this?" Lu Mei turned her head and smiled. "This is Brilliant Sons on Penguin Video. This song is beautiful. I must listen to it again," the girl said, linking arms with her boyfriend as they walked away. Lu Mei smiled softly, then turned to Shui Jiajia. "Jiajia, your boyfriend seems quite popular." Shui Jiajia rolled her eyes at Lu Mei, unwilling to engage. As she pulled out her phone and opened Shao Yang's Weibo page, his followers had surged to 850,000. With the 4th episode just having aired, few had seen Shao Yang perform, but once the live version of the song was released, that would mark the true beginning of his rise in popularity. Exiting Weibo, Shui Jiajia beamed at the thought of Shao Yang's impending fame. Chapter 36. Arranged marriage. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Mei, accompanied by Shui Jiajia, had just reached the roadside when the driver of a black Audi alighted and inquired, "Miss Lu, would you like me to drive for you?" "No, I shall drive myself." After handing over the car keys with both hands, the driver added, "If you require my services in the next few days, I am at your disposal." "Thank you for your hard work. It is no trouble at all." Despite being several years Lu Mei's senior, the driver remained respectful in her formidable presence. Careful with his words, women like Lu Mei, Shui Jiajia, and Qin Yuhan, who hail from affluent families, have been immersed in high society since childhood. In their worldview, they never feel inferior due to someone else's exalted status. Over time, they naturally cultivate an air of nobility. However, this aura often deters many from approaching them, only to be admired from a distance. In the car, Shui Jiajia asked, "Shall we send a message to Shao Yang? Let us wait until we arrive at the hotel to call him. It will be a surprise." Shui Jiajia pouted. "What surprise? He has known we would be coming today for ages. By the way, you never told us how you met Shao Yang." Lu Mei turned to glance at Shui Jiajia with a smile. "Now do share." "Well, I went to watch Song Jelon's concert, and he was seated next to me. When he performed a song, I thought he sang quite well and seemed rather genuine, so I offered him a ride home. Since then, we've kept in touch." "Is it really that simple? Why would it be anything else?" Lu Mei maintained a skeptical demeanor. Shui Jiajia countered, "What about you? Mei, didn't you mention having a boyfriend in the UK?" That ended long ago. Why? Lu Mei replied. We had only known each other for 3 months. He was solely interested in physical relations. When I refused, he started flirting with other girls. Upon discovering this, I ended it immediately. One must be discerning when choosing a partner. There are very few good men. Shui Jia nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Mei cheerfully inquired, and what of Shao Yang's character? Well, he seems decent. I haven't noticed any issues thus far. He had a girlfriend before, but when he was still an unknown, she left him for a higher-up in an agency. They had been together for 5 years, yet they never became intimate. His values appear to be quite upright. When I gifted him a guitar, he initially refused to accept it. Lu Mei asked Shui Jia about Shao Yang to ascertain his true character, for she was wary of encountering a troublesome agency. As the owner of an agency, she too was cautious about associating with an artist of dubious integrity. Jia, men like him are rare to find these days. You must seize the opportunity. Mai, you're sounding just like them. I've only known him for 2 months. Lu Mei directly questioned. Then what are you anxious about? Shui Jia remained silent throughout the journey. After more than half an hour, the Audi finally stopped outside the hotel. Shui Jia sent Shao Yang a message, and he, already inside the hotel, grabbed his phone and changed into a pair of pure white Air Force sneakers before heading downstairs. As soon as Shao Yang appeared at the hotel entrance, both Lu Mei and Shui Jia noticed him. Lu Mei had initially expected some disparity between his appearance on screen and in person, but she found no difference. Shao Yang possessed a charm that was enduring. Standing at 178 centimeters, he might not seem tall, yet how many in the entertainment industry truly present accurate heights? Shao Yang had encountered individuals who claimed to be 180 centimeters despite being only slightly over 170 centimeters. Lowering the passenger window, Shui Jia waved to Shao Yang. Upon noticing, he quickly approached the car, opened the door, and got in. Lu Mei turned to him, extending her hand with a smile. Lu Mei, we have already discussed matters over the phone. Hello, I have reserved a restaurant for us. Do you have any dietary restrictions? None, Shao Yang replied, shaking his head. He then asked Shui Jia, have you seen my Weibo? I haven't. Shao Yang chuckled. I reached over 1 million followers this morning. Don't forget to treat me to a meal after the show wraps up. Shui Jia retorted. 1 million followers is just a number. Many stars have over 100 million. It's a gradual process. At the restaurant, the three dined with their own thoughts. Lu Mei awaited Shao Yang to broach the subject of signing with the agency, yet he seemed deliberately oblivious. Engrossed in his meal, as though forgetting the purpose of their gathering. Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Mei cast furtive glances at Shui Jia. Despite usually addressing her affectionately as Mei Jia, acted as if she were unaware and continued eating. How easily one forgets friends for the sake of romance. Lu Mei thought, feeling indignant. Ultimately, she broke the silence. Shao Yang, how have you considered what I mentioned over the phone? Lu Mei had been hoping Shao Yang would initiate the conversation, but he too was waiting for her to speak first. Whoever brought up the subject would be at a disadvantage. Shao Yang set down his chopsticks and smiled. I'm participating in the Shining Sun, and Jia has assisted me greatly. Since you're her close friend, it would be logical for me to sign with your agency. However, this decision affects my future development, and I cannot rush into it. I came here to discuss this with you. Feel free to express any requests you may have. Shao Yang looked at Lu Mei, smiling. Then please tell me, apart from what you mentioned over the phone, what advantages would signing with your agency offer me? His gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of her thoughts. Lu Mei felt a sudden wave of nervousness under his scrutiny. Our agency is newly established. If you choose to sign with us, we will spare no effort in promoting you. Shao Yang raised a finger. 1. If you can enumerate 3 advantages, then we may discuss the terms of our partnership. Additionally, my father owns a cinema chain. Through this connection, I can provide you with excellent resources should you wish to transition into film or television. That's 2. Lu Mei racked her brain, desperately seeking a third advantage. But after much contemplation, she found it challenging to identify any further benefits. The agency, being new, left it lacking in comparison to more established firms. Feeling a sense of embarrassment, Lu Mei had initially believed she could command the negotiation, but just as the words eluded her, an idea struck her. Pointing to Shui Jia, she exclaimed, Jia is also a shareholder in my agency. If you sign with us, she will be your boss, which is our greatest advantage. After all, if you sign with another agency, you may not see each other often. Huh? Shwejia, midway through her meal, widened her eyes in surprise, staring blankly at Lu Mei, suddenly feeling as if she were in an arranged marriage. Me? When did I become a shareholder in your agency? Shao Yang was equally taken aback. He turned to Shwejia, and, after a moment of silence, he smiled. All right then, let us discuss the terms of our partnership. Chapter 37. Why am I calling to inquire about my son? Only to find a discussion about profit sharing? What do you mean by this? Shwejia looked around, but found that neither of the two acknowledged her presence. Eager to interject, she hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Frustrated, she stamped her feet under the table, her adorable expression exuding a mix of innocence and indignation. In the realm of talent management, the crux of contracts between agencies and artists revolves primarily around profit sharing. For first and second-tier artists in the country, the typical distribution is approximately 70 to the artist, 20 to the agency, and 10 to the agent responsible for securing opportunities. However, for less renowned artists, the income distribution is generally calculated at 60, 20, and 20. The rationale behind this arrangement is that well-known artists attract opportunities, whereas those with lesser fame must seek them out. Thus, the profit sharing reflects the level of effort exerted, rendering it a relatively equitable system. The proposal is to maintain a 60-40 split for the first year, with adjustments made thereafter based on one's standing in the industry. How does that sound? Perhaps 6 months will suffice. Shao Yang stated, after the program concludes, I will release an album that should be sufficient for me to ascend to the second tier. Very well, Lu Mei replied, without questioning Shao Yang's capabilities. She lifted her chin to meet his gaze once more, her plump crimson lips pursing slightly as she said, let us proceed, as you suggest. During these 6 months, the company will provide all necessary resources for you, including your living arrangements. Then please help me find a quieter residence. I prefer tranquility. Not a problem, Lu Mei smiled. Shao Yang raised his cup filled with coconut juice. Once you draft the contract, just send it my way. Here, as to a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration, Lu Mei echoed, raising her cup as well. They then turned their attention back to Shwejia, who, feeling out of place, clumsily lifted her cup and clinked it with theirs before sipping half the coconut juice. You all continue eating. I'll step out for a moment, Lu Mei announced as she left the private room with her phone in hand. While she claimed it was for the restroom, her phone indicated she was likely making a call. Shao Yang, perceiving but not addressing this, turned to Shwejia and said, my signing with your friend is largely out of respect for you. Huh? Shwejia rolled her eyes at Shao Yang. So should I be thanking you for this? Of course. You should feel honored, he replied with a grin. When are you heading back? Mei Jie asked me to come along. I'll leave when she does. I thought you might stay in Pingcheng for a couple of days, Shao Yang said casually. Shwejia paused, turning her head slightly, a smile breaking through her initial surprise. Was he trying to keep me here? Shao Yang, let us add each other on WeChat. We can stay in touch. Sure. At the hotel lobby, they scanned each other's codes to connect on WeChat. Lu Mei then said, we shall take our leave now. Goodbye. As Shao Yang exited the car and closed the door, he was about to head back to his hotel room when Shwejia called out, Shao Yang. She followed him out of the vehicle. Lu Mei, noticing this, raised the window with a smile. She had no desire to eavesdrop on their affectionate exchange. What is up? When do you think you'll finish recording the show? I recorded the 5th episode yesterday, and the 6th is next week. Unless something goes awry, the 7th will be recorded in 2 weeks, around June 20th. Why do you ask? Feeling somewhat bashful, Shwejia handed her phone to Shao Yang. Upon looking, he saw it was a WeChat chat interface with a lotus flower as the profile picture, label mother. It seemed to be her mother. The exchanges were simple. Every few days, her mother would inquire, Jia, when will you bring your boyfriend home? Shao Yang scratched his head, saying, does your mother really think we? After you finish the show, come back home with me. Otherwise, my parents will pressure me to go on blind dates. Consider it an urgent request. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Yang nodded. All right. Just know that you've agreed, she said. Okay, get some rest and sleep early. Good night. Good night, Shwejia quickly replied, turning to get into the car. As they exchanged goodnights via WeChat, the face-to-face farewell sent her heart racing. As the dazzling sun aired its fourth episode, Shao Yang's three songs, Shao Chou, Ping Fanji Lu, and Qinghua CI, ascended the new song and rising charts on Penguin Music, all landing within the top 10. Notably, Qinghua CI soared to the #1 position on both charts, amassing over 1 million listens within a single day. The success of Qinghua CI can be attributed not only to its intrinsic quality, but also to the scarcity of appealing traditional Chinese songs prior to its release, effectively filling a notable void in the market. The enthusiastic response was well within Shao Yang's expectations. While most comments were favorable, a few skeptics lingered among the praises. This song was written in just a week? I find that hard to believe. If a newcomer can produce such a level of song in a week, what becomes of other domestic artists? The melody sounds somewhat familiar. Is there any plagiarism here? It must have been prepared in advance, but I must admit, even if it was premeditated, this song is quite impressive. After perusing the comments for a while, Shao Yang set his phone down and headed for a shower. In a distant small county, Chun Laniying pulled down the shop's roller shutter after a day of selling fruit, carrying a bag of subpar grapes into the kitchen on the first floor. In the living room, her husband, Shao Wen-song, sat on the couch holding the remote, watching the news broadcast. Beside him, a slender girl, appearing about 16 or 17, sat with her back to the television, diligently working on her homework. After washing the grapes, Chun Laniying arranged them on a plate and brought them to the girl, who was deeply focused on her studies. A smile of contentment graced her face as she said, "Come, you have some grapes." The family of 3 consisted of Shao Yang's parents and his younger sister. Shao Wen-song worked a typical factory job from 8 to 6, while Chun Laniying owned a modest fruit shop. Their daughter, Shao Yu, was preparing to enter her final year of high school. Their ordinary life in a small county was unremarkable, even by local standards. Chun Laniying approached the couch, noticing the ash on the floor. She tapped Shao Wen-song's hand and scolded him. "If you want to smoke, go outside. Smoke in the house again, and just see how I deal with you." Shao Wen-song waved his hands dismissively. "I won't smoke anymore. Honey, I need to tell you something." Today, when Shao Lu came to buy fruit, he randomly mentioned that our Yang is on television. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then when Sheen came by and said the same thing. Could it be true that our Yang is really on TV? Shao Wen-song turned down the volume and raised an eyebrow. This child hasn't called home in 2 months. I wonder how he's doing out there. Shao Yu put down her pen, munching on grapes as she added, "Mom, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming up soon. Didn't my brother mention whether he would come home?" Chun Laniying chuckled. "Do you think your brother is still in college? The Dragon Boat Festival only gives 3 days off. It takes a whole day for him to travel back and forth. Train tickets aren't cheap either. What is the point of him coming home?" She Yue pouted, looking somewhat displeased. Shao Yang was 7 or 8 years her senior, and during their parents' absences, it was often Shao Yang who took care of her, resulting in a sibling bond that surpassed many familial relationships. "It is getting rather late, dear father of the child. Why not give Shao Yang a call to inquire about his recent well-being? If you must make the call, then do so. After all, it is hardly my role to reach out and express concern for our son." Chun Laniying, grasping her phone, struck her husband once more. At that moment, Shao Yu suddenly stood up, snatched the phone from her mother's hand, and exclaimed with a smile, "If you won't call, then I shall." Chapter 38. In the future, I will support you. Having just emerged from the bathroom, Shao Yang was greeted by a video call on WeChat. Initially, he anticipated it would be from Xue Jejia, but to his surprise, the caller was his mother. He hastily toweled his damp hair, took a seat on the sofa, and connected the video call. Instead of Chun Laniying, his mother, the screen revealed his younger sister, Shao Yu. Upon seeing her, a smile instantly illuminated Shao Yang's face. "Yu, have you finished your evening study session?" "Yes." Shao Yu beamed. "Revealing here at Xiaoming Dimbus." "Go, where are you? Why does it look different from where you used to live?" "I'm in a hotel." "Are you on a business trip?" "Go." Not exactly. Are mom and dad nearby?" Shao Yang inquired. Shao Yu nestled between their parents, positioning the phone so that all 3 appeared on screen. "How has everything been at home, Dad, Mom?" "Pretty good," Chun Laniying replied with a smile. "How are things going for you out there?" Shao Yang decided it was time to come clean about his resignation and participation in the talent show. Eventually, he could no longer keep it a secret, especially now that he had gained a bit of fame. "I've resigned," he announced with a smile. "But don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm currently participating in a talent show, and I'm about to reach the finals. Recently, a talent agency has contacted me to discuss a contract, and I assure you that I will earn more than I did at the advertising company." Before their parents could respond, Shao Yang jumped up excitedly. "Good, you're amazing. Does this mean you're going to become a star?" Seeing the uncontainable joy on his sister's face, Shao Yang chuckled. "You should focus on your studies in your final year and aim for Jiaodong University. In the future, I will support you." "Okay," Chun Lanning interjected, tapping Shao Yang on the thigh before taking the phone. "Shao Yang, our family isn't wealthy or influential. Can you really succeed on this path?" "Mom, you don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing." Earlier that day, Aunt Lu had mentioned to Chun Lanning that she saw him on television, which left her skeptical. "Regardless of whether you're in money out there, just take care of yourself. Your father and I can manage." Shao Yang switched to the rear camera and panned around the hotel. "Mom, look, I've been staying here for almost a month. The production team arranged everything, so I don't have to pay for anything. Meals are provided for free. I'm doing just fine, so please don't worry." Chun Lanning, though unfamiliar with such arrangements, noted that her son appeared more spirited than before, which eased her concerns. Shao Yang nestled closer to Chun Lanning, asking, "Go, what show are you on?" "Penguin Video's Brilliant Son." "Okay, I'll hang up now. I want to see you on the show." Before Shao Yang could reply, Shao Yang ended the call. As she prepared to log into Penguin Video, Shao Yang sent her his account details. "Yang, my account has a membership, so use this one." Shao Yang quickly acknowledged with a thumbs up and logged in with the credentials provided. "Is it ready?" Chun Lanning urged from the side, her anticipation to see her son on television surpassing even that of Shao Yang. "Almost there," Shao Yang replied, clicking on the first episode of Brilliant Son. She skipped the introduction, fast-forwarding until Shao Yang appeared on stage. "That's my brother. It's really him." The elderly couple leaned in closer, pride evident on their faces as they watched the screen. For the older generation, seeing their son on television was a source of honor. As Shao Yang passionately sang Dissolve Sorrow, the couple, unfamiliar with the nuances of music, immediately turned to Shao Yang after the performance. How did your brother sing? What did the judges say?" After Zhang Minghua and Su Mingming provided their critiques, the tension in the room eased. Shao Yang excitedly clicked on the third and fourth episodes, listening to Ordinary Road and Blue and White Porcelain. She exuberantly praised, "Go is truly amazing. Dad, Mom, he will definitely become a big star." Look at all the comments praising his singing. For reasons unknown, Chun Lanning felt her eyes welling up as she read the scrolling comments on the screen. Shao Wansong discreetly patted his wife's back, a hint of satisfaction breaking through his typically stern demeanor. A week passed swiftly. Before they knew it, Friday, the day of recording, had arrived again. With only 2 weeks left until the show concluded, Shao Yang felt a flutter of excitement within him. Once all contestants had gathered, Chun Xian returned to the backstage area, announcing, "The process for this episode is similar to the last. Everyone, be prepared and try not to make mistakes. After this episode, you will have 2 weeks to prepare for the finals. You can bring your own backup dancers or invite someone to sing with you. The finals will feature public voting, and your chances of debuting in the top 9 will depend on your accumulated popularity and performance in the finals." Those without makeup headed to the makeup room. "Shao Yang, I'm talking about you," Chun Xian pointed out. Reluctantly, Shao Yang rose to enter the makeup room. At 7:15, with the mentors and music critics present, the recording commenced. Given the similar rules to the previous episode, the process advanced swiftly, especially since the number of contestants had significantly decreased. As the big screen randomly matched opponents, those backstage who had yet to perform felt a surge of anxiety, none more so than Shao Yang, as no contestant wished to face him based on his prior performances. The screen finally settled, displaying Shao Yang and Appo's avatar on the left and a singing and dancing contestant from Clover Entertainment on the right. Upon realizing his opponent was Shao Yang, the rival and Appo's heart sank. With a grimace, he stepped onto the stage alongside Shao Yang, who immediately declared, "I'll go first." Today, Shao Yang had not brought his guitar. Instead, he held a microphone. As the accompaniment began, his deep voice resonated throughout the venue once more. The title of the song appeared on the big screen. 10 years. Lyrics: Shao Yang composition, Shao Yang performance, Shao Yang sang with heartfelt emotion. If those two words had not trembled, I would not have realized my sorrow. No matter how I express it, it ultimately leads to parting. If there are no expectations for tomorrow, holding hands is like traveling. Among countless doorways, one must always be the first to depart. 10 years, one of Eason's classic songs, is a timeless piece that never fails to resonate. Shao Yang had listened to it countless times. Each listen brought new insights. His current vocal prowess suited this song perfectly, nearly indistinguishable from the original. With every performance, Shao Yang left his audience in awe, and the attendees were spellbound. Even the mentors Zhang Minghua and Yang Kaiwei couldn't help but wave their hands. 10 years ago, I did not know you. You did not belong to me. We remained the same, accompanying strangers along the way, wandering through streets that gradually became familiar. 10 years later, we are friends, still able to reach out to one another. Yet that tenderness can no longer find a reason for embrace. Lovers inevitably become friends. Only after being friends for many years do I understand that my tears do not flow solely for you, but also for others. As the final note faded, Shao Yang bowed slightly. The audience remained as before, first enveloped in silence, followed by a resounding applause. Zhang Minghua extended his hands and bowed repeatedly, adopting a posture reminiscent of reverence toward Shao Yang. He exclaimed with unreserved admiration, "Shao Yang, are you aware that the 3 songs you previously performed have ascended the new song charts? If my predictions hold true, this live version of your song will undoubtedly reach the new song charts, perhaps even the hot song charts. I am at a loss for words. You consistently surprise us. Allow me to grant you 10 votes. I believe no one would contest that." After the 3 mentors and music critics concluded their evaluations, Shao Yang stepped aside. When it was the turn of the singing and dancing contestant to perform, it was unclear whether he was unprepared or if Shao Yang's presence had induced undue pressure, but he faltered. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Shao Yang triumphed in this PK with an overwhelming majority of votes, securing his place in the final episode. Notably, Li Hanyu, who was also expected to perform well, surprisingly lost to a contestant from the Janine track in this round and was subsequently eliminated after another defeat in the playoff. After the completion of the 6th episode, Shao Yang felt an immediate sense of lightness. Just as he was about to return to the hotel, Yang Kaiwei unexpectedly appeared backstage and called out to Shao Yang. Chapter 39. Shao Yang, do you have time to chat? Dressed in a form-fitting camisole and a pink pleated miniskirt, complemented by a pair of nude stockings that flattered her legs, Yang Kaiwei, a star who debuted 5 years ago, possessed a beauty that rivaled that of many newcomers in recent years, perhaps due to the plethora of talent shows or the lowered barriers to entry in this industry. While many artists have emerged in recent years, their caliber varies greatly, often falling short of the established veterans. Shao Yang, do you have time to chat? Yang Kaiwei was direct, not mincing her words. Having carved out a certain status within the industry, she sought to avoid offending anyone, prompting Shao Yang to nod in agreement. Yang Kaiwei smiled and said, "Follow me." The two left the recording studio, with their manager already waiting for them in the car. Yang Kaiwei entered the vehicle first, and Shao Yang paused at the front, chuckling, "If the paparazzi catch us, will we end up in a scandal?" Yang Kaiwei was taken aback, then laughed. "I'm not worried. Why should you be? Besides, isn't it advantageous for you to be rumored to be with me?" Shao Yang awkwardly smiled and joined her in the car. "Wang Jia, let us find a coffee shop with fewer people." The manager glanced at the time and replied, "At this hour, I fear any coffee shop will be crowded." After setting the navigation, they drove off. As Shao Yang inhaled the faint scent of Yang Kaiwei's perfume beside him, he felt a wave of emotions. The idol of countless men was sitting right next to him. Such an experience would certainly evoke envy among many. Although Shao Yang had interacted with numerous top stars in that world, after being diagnosed with stomach cancer, few in the industry had checked on him, teaching him the true nature of superficial connections. Most individuals in the industry were driven by self-interest. If you weren't famous, no one would pay you any mind. Once you gained fame, even distant acquaintances would seek to collaborate with you. Shao Yang, what have you decided? Yang Saiwei's question pulled him from his reverie. What do you mean? Shao Yang replied candidly. Didn't I ask Wang Jia to provide you with my studio's contact? Haven't you considered signing with my studio? Shao Yang honestly stated, if I said I hadn't, would Sister Kaiwei be upset? Sister Kaiwei? This title momentarily caught Yang Kaiwei off guard. She turned to look at Shao Yang, who met her gaze unwaveringly, prompting her to ask, didn't you participate in the show to sign with a company? My studio has successfully launched Wang Yi and Sun Ming. If you sign with us, I will ensure you rise to fame in no time. Shao Yang replied, this show is merely a stepping stone for me. Even if I win first place, I won't consider collaborating with the agencies associated with the show. Just as Yang Kaiwei was about to respond, the manager announced, we have arrived. Yang Kaiwei exchanged a glance with Shao Yang, who opened the car door and stepped out. With a mask on, Yang Kaiwei followed him out. They entered the coffee shop, which was nearly empty at 11 o'clock at night, save for 2 patrons working late. Choosing a spot in the corner, Yang Kaiwei ordered 2 coffees and resumed their earlier conversation. Why won't you consider these agencies? There are 2 reasons, Shao Yang explained. First, these are established companies with multiple artists under their wings. Their terms are ones I cannot accept, and vice versa. Second, I came to participate in Shining Sun thanks to a female friend who has been a tremendous help. The clothes I wear and my guitar were all gifts from her. Recently, one of her friends contacted me about starting a new agency and expressed interest in signing me, to which I have already agreed. Noticing the change in Yang Saiwei's expression, Shao Yang quickly added, Sister Kaiwei, please don't misunderstand. She is my peer, a friend, not the so-called financial backer in the industry. Yang Jiahui Chuklet, you seem quite knowledgeable about the entertainment industry. Not bad, he replied. Signing with a newly established agency because of a friend is actually rather foolish. Yang Kaiwei remarked. While established agencies may not offer high percentages, at least they provide resources and experience that smaller companies lack, let alone a newly founded agency. After sipping his coffee, Shao Yang said, even if it's a newly formed company, she has acquired an agency that previously specialized in artist management. And my friend's father owns a cinema chain that ranks among the top 3 in terms of market share. Resources won't be an issue. Yang Jiahui Baoset, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. And you still claim she's not a financial backer? Truly, I maintain certain boundaries, he asserted. Boundaries? Yang Kaiwei set down her spoon. That's a rare quality in this industry. Shao Yang looked up at Yang Kaiwei, noting her slight disappointment, and said, Sister Kaiwei, you're about to start filming a new drama, right? Yes, a palace drama, she confirmed. It's an honor that Sister Kaiwei has taken an interest in me. Although we couldn't reach an agreement for collaboration, I'd like to compose a theme song tailored specifically for you. You'll write me a song? Shao Yang nodded. Indeed, one crafted just for you. Sounds good. Yang Kaiwei agreed without hesitation, placing her faith in Shao Yang's talent. She pulled out her phone, opened her business card in Oppo's as QR code, and said, add me as a friend. Once the song is finished, send it to me. If I'm satisfied, I'll compensate you. I'll write it tonight and send it to you by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Curious, Yang Kaiwei asked, you can finish a song in a day? That is not difficult for me, he replied. Yang Kaiwei crossed her legs, gazing at Shao Yang with a hint of admiration, and softly remarked, I'm intrigued to see how far you'll climb in this industry. There are many talented individuals in entertainment, but it's not simply a matter of if you're gold, you will shine. As long as I tighten my belt and uphold my principles, I should be fine. I have confidence in myself. Tighten your belt? Yang Kaiwei laughed lightly. Are you mocking those male artists who were silenced due to their inability to control themselves? Shao Yang shrugged, seemingly in agreement. After finishing half their coffees, Yang Kaiwei stood and said, let us go. I'll have Wang Jia take you home. I'll ride my bike back. I rested all day, and a bike ride in the evening sounds nice. Then I want to accompany you. I look forward to the song you'll send me tomorrow and your performance in the finals. I assure you, you won't be disappointed. With a knowing smile, Yang Kaiwei waved goodbye as she got into the car. Chapter 40. A windfall. As Shao Yang conversed with Yang Kaiwei about composing a song, he had already envisioned the piece he intended to offer her. Not to mention a day, even half an hour would suffice for him to craft the song for Yang Kaiwei. However, to maintain a semblance of modesty, he allotted himself a full day. The following morning, Shao Yang visited the instrument room within the recording building. With 2 weeks remaining until the finals and the possibility of enlisting others for vocals and choreography, most contestants had left the hotel in search of collaborators. At that moment, the instrument room was deserted. Shao Yang dedicated nearly an hour to producing the accompaniment and spent another 10 minutes recording a vocal demo. After returning to the hotel restaurant for lunch, he napped until 3 or 4 in the afternoon before converting the demo into MP3 format and sending it to Yang Kai-wei. At that very moment, the cast of Palace Affairs had just concluded their opening ceremony. Yang Kai-wei was collaborating with the director and producer to arrange the filming schedule. As a leading actress in the television industry, it was impractical for her to remain perpetually available on set. Thus, scheduling was critical to avoid conflicts with her subsequent engagements. On June 18th, Kai-wei was to participate in the recording of the grand finale of Brilliant Sons, followed by an event in Xi'an Province on June 29th, which required 2 days of commitment. Additionally, she had a day reserved for the recording of Good Mood on July 7th. After her manager, Sister Wang, outlined Yang Kai-wei's activities for the next 3 months, she inquired, "Director Yu, how long do you anticipate filming this series will take?" Under ideal circumstances, 3 months. However, if unforeseen issues arise, it could extend to 5 or 6 months, Director Yu replied. "Do you believe this series has the potential to be a hit?" The director, a corpulent man with a round face and belly, exuded an air of joviality. "I see no reason why it shouldn't succeed. We are adapting a well-known novel and have enriched the narrative with additional romantic subplots involving the second and third male leads. As you're aware, such themes are currently quite popular in our market." Just as Yang Kai-wei was about to respond, a notification chimed on her WeChat. Upon checking her phone, she noticed a message from Shao Yang, and a smile graced her lips. "Director Yu, have we secured someone to sing the theme and ending songs for our drama?" "Not yet, but there's no rush," he replied. Yang Kai-wei promptly exclaimed, "I recently enlisted someone to help me write a song that would be perfect for the drama-ass theme. Would you like to hear it?" Intrigued, Director Yu readily agreed. Although Yang Kai-wei initially debuted as a singer, her vocal skills were average, and she had not performed in a long time. Nevertheless, if she sang for Palace Affairs, it would undoubtedly generate buzz. "Absolutely. Let us listen," he encouraged. Yang Kai-wei opened the voice message sent by Shao Yang, and his voice resonated through her phone. "Sister Kai-wei, just to clarify, I never alter my songs, not a single word." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai-wei couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing his unwavering confidence in his work. She then opened a file labeled The Offering of Love Demo. Ba. The accompaniment soon filled the air. As it was merely a demo, Shao Yang sang without formalities, merely humming along, as the song was not in his vocal range. "I hold you in my hands, sincerely burning incense, snipping a segment of candlelight, illuminating the scriptures, not seeking to stir the soul, only desiring a love affair. To love until it hurts, weeping in utter despair." Upon completing the verses, Director Yu's demeanor shifted to one of profound seriousness. When Shao Yang finished the chorus, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. "I dedicate my entire life to your worship. In this world, there are too many troubles to forget. Drifting in the sea of suffering, your old visage appears. Turning back, I realize I have tread far beyond the mundane." As the song concluded, Director Yu eagerly flipped through the script. The narrative followed a modern girl who time-traveled to the Qing dynasty, evolving from a lowly palace made into a prominent figure, entangled with several princes. Ultimately, after enduring a series of emotional tribulations, she returns to contemporary society. The final lines of the song perfectly aligned with the storyline. "Do you have the lyrics?" Director Yu inquired excitedly. Seeing his enthusiasm, Yang Kai-wei sent a voice message to Shao Yang, requesting the lyrics. Once Director Yu read them, he decisively declared, "This song is tailor-made for our drama. It shall be our theme song." Yang Kai-wei beamed at Director Yu's response. "I will find time to record it in the coming days." "Director, we have an agreement on the theme song." "Absolutely," he affirmed. Standing up, Yang Kai-wei said, "I shall return to the hotel now. Goodbye, Director Yu." "Goodbye." As Yang Kai-wei exited with her manager, she glanced at the lyrics Shao Yang had sent, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "It's a pity I didn't sign him, but he truly is quite charming. Did he write this song for you for free? Or Her manager inquired. He didn't mention money, but I genuinely like this song. I think I'll compensate him handsomely for it. Her manager asked, how much? Yang Kaiwei pondered before responding. How about 500,000? Will that suffice? For an insane newcomer. Isn't that a bit excessive? Is it too much? Yang Jiayui Goendaret. Director, you has already agreed to make this song our theme. How much do you suppose you'll need to pay him later? Her manager chuckled. Then let us go with 500,000. Upon entering her vehicle, Yang Kaiwei retrieved her phone and sent a voice message. Shao Yang. I adore this song and wish to purchase it. Please send me your bank account details. In the hotel, upon receiving the message, Shao Yang sat up in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated Yang Kaiwei would be willing to pay to acquire the song. Given his current financial needs, he accepted without hesitation, sharing his banking information along with a playful thank you, boss sticker. Yang Kaiwei chuckled at the sticker and forwarded the account details to her manager before putting her phone away and settling down to rest. After a day filled with various engagements, she felt utterly fatigued. While fame brings its own advantages, it also entails an unending stream of engagements and filming obligations, which is why many in the industry opt to invest and establish their own studios once they achieve financial success. Merely one night passed before Shao Yang received a notification of a bank transfer. Thrilled, he counted the amount displayed in the message. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 500,000. A windfall. Shao Yang was astonished by Yang Kaiwei's generosity. Suppressing his excitement, he promptly declared his income tax through the relevant app and immediately called Shwejia to share this exhilarating news. Chapter 41. Where is your duet partner? How about it? Impressive, isn't it? It's just 500,000 after all. Look at how delighted you are. You must have a smug expression plastered on your face right now. Shwejia sat cross-legged on the sofa, cradling a tub of Häagen-Dazs ice cream. Upon hearing Shao Yang excitedly recount the details of his song sale, she let out a derisive hum. Shao Yang chuckled. 500,000 may not mean much to you, but I doubt I could have saved that much even after 5 years of work. How could I not be thrilled? And now that you have this fortune, what do you plan to do? Shwejia was curious if Shao Yang would indulge in lavish feasts and extravagant spending like many newly wealthy individuals. After all, there's an old saying, men become reckless when they come into money. Without hesitation, Shao Yang replied, after the recording of the show, I'll return to my hometown and give this money to my mother. My parents are getting older, and with this sum, they won't have to worry about me anymore. Plus, my sister is about to start college, so this will ease their burdens. To think that someone who just earned their first significant sum would consider their family first, disregarding everything else, his character seems commendable. This answer satisfied Shwejia. Taking a bite of her ice cream, she shifted the topic and asked, has Mei Jie found a place for you? She wants to know if you have any other requirements besides wanting it to be quiet. Quiet is fine. I've lived in 20 square meter rentals before. What more can I ask for? I cannot expect you to provide me with a villa complete with a swimming pool. Can I? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Shwejia laughed. Mei Jie has a small villa that is currently unoccupied, though it lacks a pool. Let us skip that. Living alone in a large house can be quite uncomfortable. A modest place will suffice. All right, I'll let Mei Jie know. At Dongwang Entertainment. In the conference room, Vice Chairman Lu Min reviewed the current popularity rankings of the 11 finalists in the Brilliant Sun competition. Currently, Zhang Zihao ranks second in popularity. Advancing to the top 9 is surely within reach. But who is this Shao Yang, who ranks above him and boasts significantly higher popularity? The managers and directors from various departments exchanged glances, and it was Luo Chao from the management department who spoke up. I've looked into it. He participated as an independent contestant and hasn't signed with any agency. How can a mere amateur have such high popularity, regardless of the final result? Luo Chao and Wu Zhibin, go have a chat with him and see if he is interested in signing with Dongwang Entertainment. Both nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Lu Min's directive, Zheng Song, who sat in the corner, looked ashen. He had never expected Shao Yang to make it all the way to the finals, and now the company was considering signing him. If that were to happen, it would be a slap in the face for him. Yet, he had no courage to voice his thoughts. Revealing the connection between himself, Song Li, and Shao Yang in front of everyone would undoubtedly backfire on him. The company had strict rules against executives forming relationships with newcomers. Lu Dong, for the final of Brilliant Sun, we can invite duet partners. Zhang Zihao wants to bring in some trainees from XM Company, claiming that if they perform together, they have a good chance of securing first place. How much would it cost to bring those trainees over? It should in Oppos, TB too much, considering they haven't debuted yet. Moreover, our company has collaborated with XM Company for many years and helped them make considerable profits domestically. They should be willing to let the trainees come. Then arrange it. The investment in cultivating Zhang Zihao has been significant. He must debut this year. Understood. Lu Min then inquired, "What's the status with the Sugar Heart Girls?" They just finished recording the second episode, and our company's people are still involved. Lu Min nodded, standing up. That concludes today's meeting. Everyone can disperse. As the group exited the conference room, Zhang Zihao approached Wu Zhibin eagerly, asking, "Manager Wu, did they agree?" Wu Zhibin nodded. "Yes, they did. The trainees from your time in the pickled cabbage country will arrive within 5 days." "Wonderful. Thank you, Manager Wu." Zhang Zihao bowed deeply. A habit cultivated during his time in the pickled cabbage country, where undebuted trainees hold a significantly low status. Respect is paramount when interacting with company leaders or senior figures in the industry. Perform well. Don't waste the company's investment in you. Of course. Wu Zhibin smiled and walked away. Zhang Zihao was filled with excitement. Having trained alongside those trainees in the pickled cabbage country, they had developed a strong rapport. He firmly believed that if he performed on stage with them, singing and dancing to a song they all knew, they would surely captivate the audience. Such confidence from Zhang Zihao was entirely reasonable. Performance shows are inherently more suited for group acts. A solo performance can feel monotonous, and performing alongside unfamiliar faces lacks energy. Having trained for years in the pickled cabbage country, every dance move had been practiced countless times with his companions, giving him that confidence. After the airing of the 5th and 6th episodes, Shao Yang City of Horses and 10 Years both broke into the top 10 of the new song charts. 5 of the top 10 songs were sung by the same person. Even many leading artists have not enjoyed such treatment upon releasing albums. Suddenly, numerous agencies within the industry began to take notice of Shao Yang. Within these 2 weeks, Shao Yang received countless phone calls from various agencies, all eager to sign him, including representatives from Dongwang Entertainment. He politely declined the offers from other agencies but hung up immediately on the call from Dongwang Entertainment, showing no interest whatsoever. After living a life of indulgence in a hotel for 2 weeks, eating and sleeping, June 18th finally arrived, the live finale of Brilliant Sun. However, since this was the final episode, nearly every contestant had invited duet partners, prompting staff to gather the remaining 11 contestants at 6 o'clock. When Shao Yang arrived backstage, he encountered many familiar faces. The other 10 contestants had seemingly pulled strings to bring in numerous established stars, the least notable among them boasting millions of fans. It appeared that everyone was ready to go all out for the final episode. After spotting Shao Yang, Chun Qian approached him directly, saying, "Shao Yang, come on. Let us get you made up." Shao Yang rose and followed her to the makeup room. Chun Qian inquired, "Where is your duet partner?" "I don't have one." "No duet partner?" Chun Qian exclaimed, widening her eyes. "Didn't you say during the 6th episode that you could invite someone for the finale? How could you?" Before she could finish, Shao Yang interjected, "I don't need one. Do you realize that the final episode is decided by online voting? Other contestants have brought in duet partners, some even big stars. How can you compete alone? It's all right. Even if I don't secure first place, it doesn't matter. I'm truly a loss for words." "Well, it's too late for discussions now. Just go get your makeup done." As Shao Yang settled in front of the makeup mirror, the makeup artist approached, assuming he wanted a subtle look like before, and began working. However, Shao Yang interjected, "Since it's the final episode, give me something more extravagant." "How extravagant?" "Curl your hair and paint half of your face black." "Huh? Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Chapter 42. The grand finale of the Brilliant Suns among the 11 competitors, for remained on both the solo path and the Janine path, while the dream path had the fewest with 3 contestants. However, the most captivating sight backstage was the group surrounding Zhang Zihao. 9 striking young men, clad in black leather jackets and sparkling attire, each standing over 175 meters tall, gathered together, drawing the attention of onlookers wherever they appeared. They communicated in the language of the Kimchi Kingdom, incomprehensible to others, yet Zhang Zihao engaged in lively conversation with them, seemingly considerate of the other competitors. Shao Yang took an entire hour in the makeup room before emerging. As he walked backstage, every gaze was drawn to his extravagant appearance, a stark contrast to his previous episodes where he had eschewed makeup altogether. Was this flamboyant look intended to compliment his guest performer? Many wondered, but as Shao Yang was unfamiliar with the other contestants, no one dared to inquire. After waiting for nearly half an hour, everything was finally in place, and a live broadcast of the Brilliant Suns finale commenced on Penguin Video. A grander stage and a larger audience awaited. As the broadcast began, the camera panned across the venue, capturing the enthusiasm of 3,000 spectators who erupted in cheers before the performances even began, setting the atmosphere ablaze. The 11 finalists, all of considerable talent, had grown accustomed to performing on stage through the many recordings leading up to this moment. Though a hint of nervousness lingered, excitement prevailed. Welcome to the Brilliant Suns, proudly sponsored by Orange Fate Beverages. I am your host, Shao Yang. The host warmed up the audience, and the barrage of comments in the live chat began to surge. Host, stop the chit-chat and start already. I'm using data. Brother Xiao Fei is so handsome. May the talented never go unnoticed. I'm here to listen to Shao Yang. Qinghua porcelain is forever a deity. Kai Wei, my eternal goddess. The live broadcast thrived on audience interaction, quickly surpassing 1 million viewers, a figure that exceeded the expectations of the production team despite potential exaggerations. The rules for the final episode were straightforward. The 11 contestants would perform in ascending order of popularity, each ordinary viewer granted 3 votes, and members 5. After all performances concluded, the voting window would open, determining the final 9 based on vote count. Those among the top 9 with agencies could debut immediately, while those without would be assured contracts through negotiations with partner management companies, an enticing premise that had initially drawn many to the show. However, aside from Shao Yang and a lone internet singer from the Janine Path, the remaining contestants were already signed with agencies, participating primarily to garner popularity before their official debuts. Without further ado, let us welcome Kai Boyan from the solo path to the stage to perform his original song. After the host exited, Kai Boyan joined as guest performer, the popular singer Meng Tao from the Mingya agency, on stage. The appearance of a star for the first performance quickened the pace of the comments. Shueijia sat on the sofa beside Qin Yuhan, with Shun Shuhua resting her shoulder against Yuhan S, and Cheng Tingting leaning against Shuhua. The 4 girls were captivated by the live broadcast. Though LV Mei and Zhao Shengnan were absent, they too were likely watching the final live stream of the Brilliant Suns. Jia, who did your boyfriend invite as a guest performer? Asked one of the girls. Unfazed, Jia replied coolly, I don't know. How could you not know? Didn't he tell you? Why would he need to tell me? Don't play coy. The 4 girls chatted and laughed as the contestants changed one after another. Despite having guest performers, the first few acts were rather unremarkable, failing to evoke any significant excitement. Meanwhile, Shao Yang, unusually awake during the recordings of the other contestants, prepared for a song that posed a considerable challenge, not just for him, but for anyone attempting to perform it. One by one, contestants took the stage, each receiving enthusiastic applause and cheers from the audience after their performances. An hour and 20 minutes later, the highly popular Zhang Zihao finally took the stage amidst fervent anticipation. While Shao Yang had seen 5 of his songs ascend the new song charts, Zhang Zihao consistently impressed with his performances, showcasing a solid foundation in dance that garnered a wave of light sticks emblazoned with his name from the audience. He really does have a high popularity, Shun Shuhua remarked as she observed the audience's reaction. Shueijia nodded. Yes, both he and Shao Yang's popularity could rival the combined total of the other 9 contestants. I heard he trained at XM Agency in the Kimchi Kingdom, which is renowned for producing top boy and girl groups. Qin Yuhan, munching on chips, commented as she watched a group of trainees following Zhang Zihao on stage. This is quite the spectacle. Seeing the 9 young men dressed in identical outfits on stage made Shueijia anxious for Shao Yang. This setup truly resembled a concert. As the lights dimmed, a spotlight focused on the 9 performers, and the heartbeat of the audience echoed throughout the venue. The atmosphere quickly hushed, with the official accompaniment beginning. The 9 performers synchronized their movements, executing a trendy street dance that elevated the energy in the room to a fever pitch. The audience's screams nearly drowned out the music, and Zhang Zihao, who had long awaited this moment, poured his heart into the performance. It was a near-perfect display of singing and dancing, surpassing many established boy bands in the industry. Zhang Zihao bowed to the audience, and the fervent cheers erupted once more. Rising with a confident smile, he knew this performance had eclipsed all his previous ones. After the host returned to the stage, Zhang Zihao and his group stepped down to rest. Following an introduction, it was finally Shao Yang's turn to take the stage. At that moment, many viewers had tuned in specifically to hear Shao Yang's song. Despite Zhang Zihao's flawless performance, when the host announced, "Now, please welcome Shao Yang to the stage," the comments erupted in excitement. Shao Yang had previously coordinated with the staff to dim the lights upon his entrance. Thus, only the central spotlight illuminated the stage as he stepped forward with a gentleman's hat, slowly walking into the beam of light. The venue fell into an uncanny silence. The 4 girls on the sofa straightened up, their full attention on the television screen. The following song would ultimately determine Shao Yang's standing in the brilliant suns. In a distant small county, Shao Wensong, Chun Lanying, and Shao Yuer sat anxiously in front of the television, their eyes glued to Shao Yang on screen. Chapter 43. A glamorous performance that ignites the stage suddenly. The grand screen illuminated, magnifying Shao Yang countless times. Even those seated in the furthest rows could discern his attire. A black cloak, a gentleman's hat, and half his face painted black. This extravagant appearance starkly contrasted with his previous self. Yet, the audience erupted with fervent cheers. Shao Yang! Shao Yang! Shao Yang! Many present shouted his name in unison, a testament to the popularity he had garnered from his prior 5 songs, something other contestants could only envy. Shao Yang performed his signature gesture, silencing the crowd once more. In the control room, the viewer count surged to 600,000. Chen Qian, glancing at the data from Penguin Video, excitedly informed director Wu Dan. Wu Dan, feasibly tense, gestured for her to remain quiet. As the accompaniment began, those with musical training recognized the harmonious blend of electric guitar and bass, creating an electrifying prelude. In the stillness, Shao Yang grasped the microphone and finally began to sing. When asked, "I shall speak, yet no one comes to hear. I await in vain, words unspoken. My heart, like a lid, yearns to be lifted while my lips gather moss." The moment Shao Yang's voice filled the air, the barrage of comments in the live stream escalated. Is this a Cantonese song? Goodness, he is showcasing his trump card. What an eclectic style he possesses. He is here. He is here. The audience was captivated from the outset, adding the song to their playlists, showering accolades upon the stunning lighting effects. In a modest living room, 4 young girls beamed with infatuation as they listened to Shao Yang's heartfelt rendition of the Cantonese song. Extravagance, among the toughest songs he had encountered, ranked within the top 5 for difficulty. Few could achieve an original quality with such a piece. Faltering would lead to a cacophony that neither he nor the audience could bear. However, if performed well, Shao Yang believed that this song would overshadow all others, a reason he reserved it for the finals. As the comments raced across the screen, Shao Yang's voice continued. "You perceive me as extravagant, yet my exaggeration stems from fear. Do wooden and stony words garner attention? In truth, I dread being forgotten, hence I amplify my performance. How unsettling it is to seek elegance. Does the world still praise silence?" Not explosive enough. After the first half concluded, the audience's cheers surged like a tidal wave. The comments erupted in unison, praising Shao Yang's brilliance. The statistics on Penguin Video's backend shattered previous records. Those who had performed earlier, initially smiling, were now left bewildered. Just one song had transformed the atmosphere so drastically. How many domestic artists could achieve such a feat? Setting aside their celebrity status, it had been a long time since Shao Yang graced a stage like this. A slight smile played on his lips as he soaked in the moment, the camera capturing his expression, a blend of indifference and joy as he immersed himself in the song. After the second refrain, his tone lowered. He knew the most challenging segment lay ahead, requiring a brief respite for his voice. Fortunate souls are few. If only they knew why I strive tenfold. Is a normal person worthy of my discussion? Call me extravagant. He repeated the refrain, preparing for the song's climactic finale. With one hand gripping the microphone stand and the other clutching the mic, he bent his body to maximize his vocal output. Look at me, don't merely gaze at the ceiling. His voice, bordering on a scream, reverberated throughout the venue, the camera zooming in to capture the visible strain in his neck. The near-breaking sound echoed like a desperate grasp at life from precipice. I am not your cup of tea, yet indulge freely. Do not forget, there are voices that call for you. His voice resonated powerfully, igniting sparks around the stage, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled intensity. The comments flooded in. Everyone stands. Oh my goosebumps. This song has detonated the stage. Simply extraordinary. The latter half was pure energy. Who can rival this vocal prowess? I am exhilarated. Shao Yang had not performed such a taxing song on this grand stage for quite some time. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, mingling with the black paint above. The microphone fell to the side, and his labored breaths echoed through it. Though he appeared disheveled, the crowd's cheers remained relentless. On the sofa, Qin Yuhan snapped back to reality, wrapping her arms around Shue Jia, nuzzling her head against her friend's shoulder. Jia, your boyfriend is so handsome. Do you two actually get together? If not, I might just pursue him myself. Shue Jia, dismissing her two friends, gulped down some juice. Her joy uncontainable. Go away, let me be. Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting exchanged glances, then simultaneously raised their middle fingers at Shue Jia. With a playful huff, Shue Jia turned away, unfazed. On stage, Shao Yang rose and bowed. After a 5-second pause, he gracefully exited the stage. Following this, the voting segment commenced. The 11 contestants returned to the stage, and Shao Yang's makeup had been removed. The host first announced the 2 contestants with the lowest votes, who would face elimination. After their farewell speeches, the announcement of the top 9 began. Starting from 9th place, the votes were revealed. 9th, 420,000 votes. 8th, 450,000 votes. 7th, 510,000 votes. 3rd, 910,000 votes. The vote counts from 3rd to 9th were nearly indistinguishable. However, the second-place vote count skyrocketed to 92 million, even a fraction surpassing the third. Once revealed, the identity of the contestant who garnered such votes was unveiled. After 10 seconds of suspense, the screen froze, displaying the name Zhang Zihao, indicating that he had secured second place. While many anticipated the identity of the first-place winner, curiosity lingered as the numbers rolled. Finally, they stopped at an astonishing 302 million, exceeding the second place by over 100,000 votes. Even if each viewer cast just 3 votes, it implied that at least 1 million individuals had simultaneously supported Shao Yang. In a distant small county, upon witnessing the final results, Shao Yang leapt up in sheer exhilaration, exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "Mom and Dad, did you see? My brother is first. He is truly the champion." Chun Laniying was already in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, as she beheld her son's triumph, it felt as though all the hardships she had endured over the decades had finally found their worth. Shao Winsong embraced Chun Laniying's shoulders, filled with immense pride. For on the television screen, the most radiant figure was none other than their son. Chapter 44. The little fans of the superstar after the votes were announced. It was time for the acceptance speech. When the microphone was handed to Shao Yang, he did not follow the trend of previous contestants by thanking the company and his singing partners with a lengthy monologue. Instead, he stood confidently in the center and simply stated, "Please continue to support my work. Thank you." It was a succinct remark devoid of melodrama or excessive excitement, as if the first place was his by right. This distinctive response drew another round of applause from the audience. As the recording of the brilliant son concluded, Shao Yang emerged from the venue to find hundreds of fans eagerly waiting outside. Some held up light boards bearing his name, clearly anticipating his appearance. Upon seeing him, the crowd surged forward. Within mere seconds, Shao Yang found himself enveloped by a throng of enthusiastic fans. Although he had anticipated this, the sight of so many fervent supporters left him momentarily flustered. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me," he called out after finishing a performance of extravagance, his voice slightly hoarse. After several attempts, the crowd gradually quieted down. "I'm quite tired today, and I need to catch a flight soon. Would it be alright if we skip the autographs and just take a group photo instead?" Upon hearing his hoarse voice, the fans readily agreed. After posing for a few pictures, Shao Yang grabbed his suitcase and climbed into a black Audi parked at the entrance. "Mr. Shao, shall we head directly to the airport?" the driver inquired. Before the live broadcast, Lu Mei had informed Shao Yang that someone would be sent to pick him up after the show, even providing him with a license plate number. Shao Yang nodded in affirmation. "Yes, let us go straight to the airport." On the way, Shao Yang's WeChat was inundated with congratulatory messages from familiar and unfamiliar contacts alike. Even mentors Yang Kaiwei and Zhang Minghua sent their best wishes for his debut. He replied to a few essential messages, pondering why Xue Jia had not reached out when he was suddenly added to a small group chat consisting of 7 members, including Lu Mei, Zhao Shengnan, Xue Jia, Qin Yuhan, Shen Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting. The group was whimsically titled the Little Fans of the Superstar. At that moment, in the living room of a spacious apartment, Qin Yuhan had Xue Jia pinned down and repeatedly asked, "Are you ready yet? Are you ready yet?" After Shen Shuhua and Cheng Tingting had fiddled with Xue Jia's phone, they laughed. "We added him. I pulled Shao Yang into the group." Hearing this, Qin Yuhan released Xue Jia and typed a message. "Hello, Superstar. I'm Qin Yuhan, Jia's best friend." Shen Shuhua and Cheng Tingting quickly followed suit with their own messages. Shao Yang responded with a surprised emoji and added, "Hello, everyone." He hadn't anticipated that Xue Jia had so many close friends, but given her affluent background, it was no shock that her companions were equally impressive. Xue Jia, disheveled, sat up from the sofa and cast a disgruntled glance at her 3 chatty friends. As they busily typed away, she hastily retrieved her phone to catch up on their messages. "Superstar, when are you returning to Shanghai? We're planning a celebration feast for you." Yes. Jia can't wait to see you." Qin Yuhan led the charge while Cheng Tingting and Shen Shuhua chimed in, sending a flurry of messages within minutes. Can you all stop being so ridiculous?" Xue Jia exclaimed, exasperated. Shao Yang was at a loss for how to respond to such fervor from her friends. He typed, "I'll return home first to settle some matters. I'll be back in Shanghai in a few days. Please don't call me Superstar. It's too much for me to handle. Don't be modest, even if you're not now. You surely will be in the future." The group consisted of your little fans. Amidst this whirlwind of excitement, Lu Mei interjected at a crucial moment. "Shao Yang, the company plans to announce your contract tomorrow morning. Do you have any issues with that? Didn't we previously say the company name wasn't decided yet? Has it been finalized now?" "Yes, we tried several names that were already taken, but now it's settled." Shao Yang quickly inquired, "What is the company name?" "Yang Entertainment Company, Limited." Upon seeing the name, Shao Yang was taken aback. "Sister Mei, you're not joking, are you? Is that really the name?" Lu Mei explained. "We considered several names, but they were all registered. Eventually, Shengnan suggested we name it Sunshine Entertainment, but that was also taken. After some trials, we found Yang Entertainment was available, which means a ray of sunshine, quite meaningful, so we decided on it." Shao Yang responded with a series of ellipses. Lu Mei then asked, "When are you likely to return to Shanghai?" "On the 24th. "All right, I'll have Shengnan book your flight, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport." As soon as Lu Mei sent the message in the group, Qin Yuhan quickly added, "Sister Mei, let Jia pick you up." "Yes, we need to prepare a celebration feast for the Superstar." Lu Mei retorted, "You 3 vixens better behave yourselves. It's not springtime, so stop being so flirtatious." Seeing the car come to a halt, Shao Yang quickly messaged, "I've arrived at the airport. Let us leave it at that for now. We'll chat later." After sending the message, he tucked his phone into his pocket and wheeled his luggage into the terminal. Xue Jia, who had remained silent throughout, quickly exited the group chat upon seeing Shao Yang's message and privately sent him a brief note. Safe travels. Upon arriving at the closest airport to his hometown, he booked a ride and made his way back to his small county town. It was already past 2 in the morning when he got out of the car. Unlike bustling cities, the small town was deserted at night, past 10 o'clock. Aside from a few night snack shops in the central district, one could hardly find anyone else, and the only lights came from street lamps. Shao Yang's home was roadside, directly across from a middle school, which explained why his sister, Shao Yu, was a day student. He switched on his phone's flashlight and, with a suitcase in tow, approached his front door. He knocked lightly, cautious not to disturb the quiet of the night. After watching the live finale, Shao Wen-song and Chun Lanying were too excited to sleep, initially mistaking the sound for the wind against the door. It took a few knocks for Shao Wen-song to rise and call out, "Who is it?" "Dad, it's me." Shao Wen-song was startled and hurried to open the door. Seeing his son standing before him, he could hardly believe his eyes. "Why are you back so late?" "I flew straight back after the show ended. I'll stay home for a couple of days before heading back to Shanghai to tend to business." Shao Yang seemed to have heard the voices from a courtyard. Chun Lanying also got out of bed and walked outside, where she saw Shao Yang standing at the door. She hurriedly approached him and asked, "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? Would you like me to cook you a bowl of noodles?" "Mom, I've already eaten. It's late. You all should go to bed." "I'll take a shower and then sleep," he replied. "Then hurry upstairs and wash up so you can rest," she urged. The house comprised 3 stories with a slanted roof. The first floor was essentially a basement, housing the kitchen, living room, and the bedrooms of Shao Wen-song and Chun Lanying. The second floor contained a fruit shop, with an additional room serving as a storage space. Shao Yang and Shao Yu shared their rooms on the third floor, which was designed in a manner akin to a commercial apartment. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. This space was originally intended for Shao Yang's future marriage. However, contemporary customs favored purchasing new homes, rendering such self-decorated country houses less desirable. At this hour, Shao Yu had certainly fallen asleep. Shao Yang tiptoed back to his room and, after enjoying a warm shower, lay down on his bed, succumbing to slumber. Nothing compares to the comfort of one's own bed. Within minutes, rhythmic soft snores filled the room. It was a night of tranquility. Chapter 45. Home in a small county town, having only slept for 2 or 3 hours, Chun Lanying rose early to prepare dumpling wrappers. At 6:10, Shao Yu descended from upstairs and was intrigued to find her mother making dumplings so early. "Mom, why are we making dumplings today?" she inquired. Typically at this time, Chun Lanying would be upstairs spraying the fruits in their shop to enhance their appearance, often having little more than a casual breakfast. Beaming with joy, Chun Lanying replied, "Your brother returned home last night." "My brother is back." Shao Yu paused for a moment before dashing upstairs. However, Chun Lanying swiftly intercepted her, saying, "What are you doing, young lady? Your brother came back around 2 or 3 in the morning. Don't wake him. Finish your breakfast and head to school. He'll be home for lunch." Reluctantly, Shao Yu settled back down. After breakfast, she left for school. Shao Yang, on the other hand, slept until nearly 9 before waking. As he brushed his teeth and washed his face, he noticed a throng of relatives in the house, distant aunts and uncles, all drawn by the news that Shao Yang had appeared on television and achieved first place. As soon as he came downstairs, he was besieged by their chatter, recounting various stories, some of which he couldn't verify. Chun Lanying typically did not socialize with them often. Shao Wen-song had only one sister, who married and moved to another province, and he had a brother who served in the military and now lived in the city. Shao Yang had never met his grandparents, and his maternal grandmother passed away during his university years. His closest relatives were a single aunt and uncle, and those crowding into the house were only seen during weddings or major family gatherings. After greeting his aunts and uncles, Shao Yang retreated to the kitchen in search of food. Chun Lanying, meanwhile, ushered the group out and began cooking dumplings for him. "Mom, where's Dad?" he asked. "Your father left for work early this morning," she replied. Shao Yang yawned and suggested, "Dad has back issues. You should tell him to take it easy. I can earn money now, and you don't need to worry about you or college expenses. Your father is just over 50. He can't retire so soon. If he is idle, let him help you sell fruits. It's good to have company," she retorted. The aroma of fried eggs wafted through the kitchen as she cooked. Once the eggs were done, she added boiled water to the pan and dropped in the freshly made dumplings, smiling as she asked, "Little Yang, did you really earn money from singing?" "Of course," he replied, suddenly recalling something important. He quickly dashed upstairs and then back down, slipping a card into Chun Laniying's pocket. "What is this?" she asked, ladling dumplings into a bowl. "It's a bank card," he explained. "When I was on the show, a female celebrity asked me to help her write a song. She paid me 500,000 for the copyright, and the money is on this card. The password is our birthdays." 500,000? Chun Laniying could hardly believe her ears. This amount was monumental in her mind, rendering her speechless. "Little Yang, you could sell a song for that much?" "Yes, now that fame and popularity matter, earning money is quite manageable. Once I have enough, I'll buy a house in the metropolis and bring you all to live with me," Shao Yang declared, devouring his dumplings while sharing his aspirations for the future. Chun Laniying, holding the bank card, felt a moment of uncertainty. "Goodness, this is 500,000. I could buy a house in our small county." Carefully, she sat beside Shao Yang and asked, "Is it enough? If not, I can cook you more." "It's sufficient," he assured her. "By the way, how are things with the girlfriend you mentioned?" Shao Yang hesitated before responding. "We broke up. She left me for a wealthy man." "Really?" Chun Laniying had previously spoken with Song Li and thought she might become her daughter-in-law. Hearing this news left her disappointed. "But it was her leaving that pushed me to participate in the show. Otherwise, I would still be working 9 to 9 at my old job," he added. Chun Laniying held the bank card and said then, "I'll save this money for you, perhaps for your future wedding." "Shao Yang chocolate, Mom. You don't need to worry about that. This money is for household expenses. As long as you and Dad take care of yourselves, I can work with peace of mind." Chun Laniying smiled contentedly, not pressing the matter further. After last night's live stream, the entire video was uploaded as the 7th episode on a popular platform. The song Extravagance quickly rose to the new song charts, surpassing the previous hit 10 years to claim the top position. Many online singers on Douyin began to cover the song, amusingly failing to reach the final part, each raising a challenge failed sign. By 10 in the morning, the newly registered official Weibo account of Yang announced the signing of Shao Yang. Following last night, his followers on Weibo and Douyin surged to an astonishing 300,000, marking a promising start. After watching videos about himself all morning, Shao Yang rushed home as soon as school let out. "Brother," she exclaimed, leaping into Shao Yang's arms. When they were younger, their parents had been busy working to provide for the family. Shao Yang was nearly 8 years older than Shao Yang by the time he was in elementary school. She had just been born, and when he was in middle school, she had just started kindergarten. Shao Yang had taken care of her almost as much as their mother did. Shao Yang had always followed closely behind her brother, and since he went to university and stayed in the metropolis, she had consistently expressed her ambition to attend Jiaodong University. Her academic performance was commendable, consistently ranking in the top 30 of her class, making her aspirations attainable. "Brother, you're amazing. Everyone at school was talking about you today," she exclaimed. "You didn't tell them I'm your brother, did you?" he asked. "No," she replied, flashing her signature dimples. "If I told them, they'd pester me every day. I don't want them to know you're my brother." Shao Yang playfully ruffled her hair. "Let's take a day off tomorrow, shall we?" "Yes, but first, let us eat. Now that you're making money, take me shopping tomorrow," she cheered. Chapter 46, The Silk Cave on the Weekend. Shao Yang spent the entire day strolling through the streets with his sister Shao Yang, returning home laden with bags filled with new clothes he had purchased for her. As the saying goes, a girl transforms significantly by the age of 18. Since starting work, Shao Yang had only returned home once during the new year, and even then, their video calls were brief and rushed. Observing his sister on the screen hadn't revealed much change. But this visit made him acutely aware of how much she had grown. Seeing her still wearing a t-shirt bought 2 years prior and faded jeans filled him with a twinge of guilt. He had spent so much on Song Li, only to see such disappointing results. Yet today, a few new outfits for his sister had brought her immense joy. Shao Yang resolved to be kinder to his family in the future. The 3 days passed swiftly, and upon learning that her brother would be returning to Shanghai today, Shao Yang left for school with red-rimmed eyes. After breakfast, Shao Yang ascended the stairs to pack his luggage. Just before heading downstairs, he entered Shao Yang's room, discreetly placing a 1,000 yuan bill within a copy of 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations on her desk. He picked up a pen and wrote a small note. Don't tell mom and dad. Senior year will be tough. Keep this for pocket money. After gently closing the door, he made his way downstairs with his suitcase. Did you forget anything? Chun Laneying inquired with concern. No, I only brought a few outfits back. Do you need some change for the ride? No need. I've already ordered a ride to the airport. The company has arranged my flight. As they walked to the street, Chun Laneying couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Shao Yang, will you be able to come home for New Year this year? Of course, Shao Yang smiled. I might even have more time at home than before. Mom, the car's here. You should head back. Be careful on the road. Okay. Shao Yang donned his mask and departed. In the meeting room of Yang Entertainment, Lu Mei stood at the forefront, pointing to a photo of Shao Yang on the screen. Currently, he is our sole signed artist, and all our efforts must revolve around him. His Weibo followers stand at 3 million. I hope to see this number double within 6 months. Mei Jia, let me be Shao Yang's manager. An overly voluptuous woman named Yang Lan raised her hand. She was a seasoned agent poach from Banana Entertainment, known for her exceptional skills. She had left her previous position due to the declining character of an artist she had represented, anticipating his inevitable downfall. When Lu Mei reached out, she transitioned to Yang Entertainment without much hesitation. Yes, I was already considering you, Lu Mei continued. Today marks our first official meeting. Let's all introduce ourselves. Familiarize yourselves with the company in the next few days. Shao Yang will arrive tomorrow, and given his current popularity, I believe we'll soon have programs reaching out to him. That's all for today. Everyone can disperse. Yang Lan, please stay behind. The room emptied quickly. Lu Mei took out her phone and dialed Shui Jiejia. Hello, dear Jiejia, are you on your way? Yes, almost there. Background noise indicated others were present in the car. Lu Mei raised an eyebrow. Are those 3 vixens with you? Of course, they showed up at my place bright and early, Shui Jiejia replied irritably. Lu Mei sighed in response. These ladies, with nothing better to do, had latched onto whatever amusement they could find, following Shui Jiejia wherever she went. Have you booked the restaurant? Not yet. Let me handle it. I'll send you the location shortly. Just drive over with Shao Yang. All right. After hanging up, Lu Mei tourned to Yang Lan. Shao Yang's flight has landed. I'll take you to meet him shortly. The apartment I arranged for him is nearby, so you can visit him whenever you need. By late June, the weather in Shanghai was sweltering. Shao Yang donned a casual outfit consisting of an oversized white t-shirt and loose black shorts, paired with the classic Air Force Ones gifted by Shui Jiejia. Exiting the airport, he dragged his suitcase towards the roadside, only to be greeted by a group of flamboyantly dressed women waving at him. Shao Yang felt as though he had stepped into a scene from a fantasy realm. Shui Jiejia stood amidst Qin Yuhan, Shen Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting, arms crossed and silent. Gathering his courage, Shao Yang approached them, and Qin Yuhan was the first to speak. Hello, big star. Hello, he replied. You could just call me Yuhan. Like Jiejia does. Please refrain from calling me big star, it makes my scalp itch. Laughter erupted among the 4 girls, each adorned in short skirts or shorts and crop tops. Turning heads as they walked, Shao Yang, standing amidst them, attracted envious gazes from passers-by. The attention made him somewhat uncomfortable, and he scratched his head. It's too sunny outside. Let us talk in the car. Get in. They ushered him into the vehicle. Shao Yang placed his suitcase in the trunk and sat in the only available front passenger seat. Shui Jiejia glanced at the location sent by Lu Mei and navigated them to the restaurant. In the private dining room of an upscale restaurant, Lu Mei, Zhao Shengnan, and Yang Lan waited for nearly half an hour before Shui Jiejia and her group finally arrived. As the door swung open, a refreshing rush of air-conditioned breeze greeted them. Shao Yang, you finally arrived. Mei Jia, who are these 2? Lu Mei promptly introduced them. This is Zhao Shengnan, my partner, and this is Yang Lan, who will be your manager from now on. Hello. Shao Yang greeted both with a soft smile. Shaking their hands, Yang Lan couldn't help but comment, your looks rank among the top 3 of the artists I've encountered. Shao Yang chuckled. Is complimenting one another a standard practice in our company? This remark sparked laughter, easing the initial awkwardness of their meeting. At that moment, a server knocked and entered. Ms. Lu, may I begin serving the dishes? Yes, please proceed. Lu Mei took charge, urging everyone to sit. Today is merely an introduction. Shao Yang, after our meal, I'll take you to see the apartment I arranged for you. Sound good? Zhao Shangnan added. Lu Mei invested considerable effort into finding you this place, even renovating a recording studio specifically to meet your requirements, which cost quite a bit. I'll record a formal version of the songs from the show in the coming days. Shao Yang replied. Jia, do we have plans for tonight? Yes. Where are they? Jia blurted out. It doesn't concern you. The moment the words left her mouth, the atmosphere shifted. The implication was clear. Tonight, I have plans with Shao Yang, and you all can go wherever you please. Realizing the misunderstanding, Jia felt the need to clarify, but struggled to find the right words. She couldn't very well explain. I'm taking Shao Yang to meet my parents tonight. Could she? Chapter 47. Jia. Please stay safe on a quaint, vintage street in the Magic City. 2 cars were parked sequentially outside a modest 2-story villa. Though the exterior did not exude opulence, the rarity of small courtyard within this property was noteworthy, especially in a place where every inch is precious. After Lu Mei disembarked and unlocked the door, she tossed the keys to Shao Yang, explaining, "This house belongs to a friend of my father's. Their family has relocated abroad, leaving the house unoccupied. I've rented it, and, as you can see, this street is lined with individual villas with minimal foot traffic, which should suit your needs." Shao Yang nodded appreciatively. "It looks quite agreeable. Let's go inside and take a look." A group of individuals exited their vehicles and followed Lu Mei into the house. The courtyard, while not expansive, was adequate for parking 2 cars. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by a quintessentially Chinese decor, furnished adequately enough that there was little need for additional purchases. The first floor comprised primarily of the living room, dining area, and kitchen. "Shao Yang, do you cook?" Lu Mei inquired. "Previously, I had no means to do so and relied on takeout, but now that there's a kitchen, I certainly will cook for myself." Qin Yuhan chimed in with unabashed admiration. "Wow, a superstar who can cook too?" Flattered by the compliment, Shao Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I learned during middle school. Is cooking really such a remarkable skill?" For Shao Yang, cooking was a mundane task. He often took charge of meals when his parents were busy. Initially, the results were less than palatable, but through watching videos and practice, he gradually improved. However, for the pampered young ladies surrounding him, the ability to cook was undoubtedly a commendable trait. "You'll be able to prepare your own meals now," Lu Mei continued. "Upstairs, there are 2 bedrooms and a study. You can explore those later. Now, let me show you the recording room I've prepared for you in the basement." Shao Yang's interest peaked at the mention of the recording room, and he promptly followed her. Descending the stairs to the basement, Lu Mei pushed open a door marked "No Trespassing," revealing a recording studio approximately 15 square meters in size. The walls were lined with soundproofing material, and being in the basement ensured that even at midnight, one could perform without fear of disturbing the outside world. Truly a paradise for musicians. Shao Yang approached the electronic keyboard, pressed a few keys, and was greeted by a melodious sound. The thought that this space would soon belong to him filled him with uncontainable joy. Noticing his satisfaction, Lu Mei remarked, "The other rooms in the basement are empty. You can decide how to utilize them. Additionally, tomorrow morning, Yang Lan will take you to the company to meet some colleagues." "All right, I'll leave you to it then. I want to intrude further," Lu Mei said before departing with Zhao Shangnan. Yang Lan added that she would pick him up in the morning before following suit. Jia glanced at the time and exchanged knowing looks with Qin Yuhan and the others. After a few playful sound from Qin Yuhan, she waved her delicate wrist dismissively. "Let us not interrupt their little world. Sisters, let us head home. Jia, stay safe." Jia playfully made a fist, mimicking a punch, and the 3 girls burst into laughter before scurrying away. Once they left, tranquility enveloped the space. Shao Yang and Jia returned to the living room and opened a refrigerator, which was stocked even with bottled water. Shao Yang handed her a bottle and inquired, "It seems this place isn't far from where you live, is it?" "About a 20-minute drive," she replied. "That's south quite close." Noticing that Jia struggled with the bottle cap, he took it from her, opened it easily, and handed it back. After accepting the bottle, she finally spoke. "At 6 o'clock, you're coming with me to meet my parents." "Where?" Shao Yang twisted off the cap and took a sip. "To meet my mom and dad." Shao Yang sputtered, spraying water he had just sipped. Tonight? Shue Jia nodded, looking somewhat dazed. Yes, tonight. But I'm not prepared at all. What do you need to prepare? Shao Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. He realized there was little he could prepare, yet he had no experience in such matters. Even during his 5-year relationship with Song Li, he had never spoken with her family. He suspected that Song Li had never mentioned him as her boyfriend to her parents. Shouldn't I bring something as a gift for the first visit? Shue Jia shook her head. No need. Have you told your parents anything about me? Let us not give away any secrets tonight. Thinking for a moment, Shue Jia replied. Not much. They don't know you were on a variety show. I told them you were away on business. If they ask what you're doing now, just say you work at Mei Jia's company. Will they think I'm just a freeloader? What if they give me a hard time? Shao Yang mused. Standing on a stage before thousands might not faze him, but meeting her parents was a daunting prospect, one he had never encountered before. My parents aren't as intimidating as you imagine. They one bite. You say that easily. Try bringing me home to meet your parents, Shao Yang retorted, leaving Shue Jia momentarily speechless. Checking the time, Shao Yang noted it was nearly 5 o'clock. He opened his suitcase, pointing at the clothes mostly purchased by Shue Jia. Which one do you think would be appropriate? If you ask me, who should I ask? Rolling his eyes, Shao Yang pondered before selecting a casual blazer from the assortment. He dashed upstairs to change, tidied his hair, and returned downstairs to stand before Shue Jia, asking, How do I look? Is this all right? Standing so close. Shue Jia could feel the warmth of his breath as he spoke, sending her heart racing. Stammering, she managed to say, I think it looks good. Then this will be the one. Observing Shao Yang's anxious antics and preparing for the evening, Shue Jia found it amusing. Yet, she couldn't help but notice how increasingly charming he appeared. At 6 o'clock, inside the BMW, despite the air conditioning, Shao Yang still felt a bit overheated. Shouldn't we buy something? Won't your parents think I'm rude? No need. I've already explained that you just returned and didn't know about this. Shao Yang get, letting out a resigned sigh. Jia, after I help you with this, you owe me a significant favor. How do you plan to repay me? What do you want as repayment? Shao Yang chuckled, jesting. How about you support me? Sure. Chapter 48. Dad, are you checking the household registration? As the vehicle rolled through the entrance of a villa district that surpassed even the grandiosity of his university gates, Shao Yang once again felt his heart race. This place resembled a tourist attraction, and the mere thought that anyone lived here sent his mind racing. He could only surmise that the property prices here rivaled those in the bustling heart of the metropolis. He had certainly underestimated Shue Jia's family background. You're so tense that you're making me nervous too, she remarked, noticing Shao Yang sitting upright in the car. Can you tell me what your father does now? Shao Yang inquired. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Shue Jia cautiously replied, My father is a rotating director at ByteDance. ByteDance? Tushio, Douyin, Shigua Video. Are all these products from your father's company? Shao Yang exclaimed, astonished. ByteDance, often regarded alongside Tencent and Alibaba as one of the 3 giants of the internet, was certainly something he was aware of. He had anticipated that Shue Jia's family background might be extraordinary, but he never imagined it to be this extravagant. ByteDance is a pinnacle among private enterprises in the country, he thought. Seeing Shao Yang's wide-eyed stare, Shue Jia hastily added, There are 5 rotating directors at ByteDance. My dad is just one of them. He only serves as chairman for a week each month. It's nothing remarkable. Is it too late for me to leave now? It's too late. Shue Jia pressed the accelerator, and the car turned into a villa driveway, where the gate opened automatically upon the camera, capturing their license plate. As the vehicle entered, Shao Yang felt a chill settle in his heart. Forget it. Accept your fate. It's too late for regrets now. He took a deep breath, and once the car came to a stop, he opened the door and stepped out. Inside the house, a woman dressed in an elegant dark red qipao, exuding sophistication, seemed to have heard the car and rose to her feet. Is that Jia back? Shue's father sat on the sofa, engrossed in financial news on his iPad Pro. Without lifting his gaze, he chuckled lightly. So what if she is back? Why are you so anxious? How can I not be anxious? Today is our daughter's first time bringing her boyfriend home. Just yesterday, Aunt Lu took leave. Why today of all days? I haven't cooked in years. Will the meal I prepare be palatable? Shue's father tentatively suggested. Should we just eat out? Absolutely not. Shue's mother firmly rejected. What kind of logic is it to have your future son-in-law come over and then go to a restaurant? Recalling the taste of his wife's cooking from their early days together, Shue's father couldn't help but grimace slightly. The taste was indescribable. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, startling Shue's mother, who quickly inhaled deeply and hastened to the door. As the door swung open, Shao Yang and Shui Jijia stood side by side at the threshold. Despite his nervousness, upon seeing Shui Jijia's mother for the first time, Shao Yang instinctively managed to smile and greeted, "Hello, Annie," perhaps due to her years in the entertainment industry. Shao Yang's smile appeared bright and warm to Shui's mother. With a smile gracing her lips, Shui's mother welcomed them. Come in, come in." The living room was expansive, reaching 2 stories high, with an opulent crystal chandelier illuminating the vast space. "Hello, uncle." Shao Yang quickly greeted upon noticing Shui's father on the sofa. Shui's father looked up, offering a faint smile before nodding and gesturing toward the nearby sofa. "Please, have a seat." Shao Yang nodded and exchanged a glance with Shui Jijia, who understood his silent invitation for her to join him. She shot him a playful glare, yet still sat beside him on the sofa. The entire exchange did not go unnoticed by Shui Chong, who discreetly smiled, setting aside his tablet. Like any other parent, he asked, "You must be Shao Yang?" "Yes." "How old are you?" 26. Shui Chong nodded and continued, "How many are there in your family?" Though the questions were fairly routine, the atmosphere still made Shao Yang feel somewhat apprehensive. "I have a younger sister in high school," he replied. Shui's mother brought in a fruit platter and offered Shao Yang a glass of water. After listening for a while, she noticed the time and interjected, "You all continue chatting. I'll go prepare dinner." Shui Jijia, surprised, asked, "Mom, what about Aunt Lu?" "Aunt Lu has personal matters to attend to and took leave today." Shui Jijia paused, glancing at her father, before cautiously echoing his earlier tone. "Mom, are you really going to cook?" "Yes." Shui Jijia recalled the singular experience of eating her mother's cooking, a memory she would never forget. However, it seemed her mother had not learned from the past and confidently headed to the kitchen. Exchanging glances, the father and daughter understood each other without words. Shui Jijia preemptively cautioned, "You might want to eat a little less." "Why?" Adhering to the principle of keeping family matters private, Shui Jijia shook her head. "You'll find out soon enough." "Where do you work now?" Shui Chong redirected the conversation. Shao Yang responded using the phrases Shui Jijia had taught him. To which Shui Chong nodded. "I've met Xiao Mei. Her willingness to partner with you suggests you possess considerable capability." Just as Shao Yang was about to elaborate, Shui Jijia's hand unexpectedly found its way to his waist, giving it a sharp twist. Shao Yang winced at the sudden pain and turned to see Shui Jijia beaming at him, prompting him to refrain from further explanation. As Shui Chong prepared to inquire further, Shui Jijia cleared her throat and quipped, "Dad, are you checking our household registration?" In the Shui household, the one wielding conversational authority was often not Shui Chong, but rather the young lady seated beside Shao Yang. Indeed, as soon as Shui Jijia spoke, Shui Chong ceased his questioning, leaving Shao Yang feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, a sudden shout erupted from the kitchen. Startled, the 3 on the sofa sprang to their feet and rushed towards the kitchen. Shui's mother stood in the kitchen, flustered, wielding a spatula as flames leapt from a pot in front of her. Having never stepped foot in the kitchen, Shui Jijia was momentarily paralyzed with shock. In that instant, Shao Yang instinctively lunged forward, slamming the pot lid down and swiftly shutting off the gas. The smoke in the kitchen finally began to dissipate. Shui Chong shook his head and proposed, "Let us eat out tonight." Just as Shui Jijia was about to concur, Shao Yang glanced at the neatly chopped ingredients on the cutting board. He scratched his head and tentatively suggested, "How about I take over?" Chapter 49. Our Jia is lacking in every way except her looks. Shao Yang inexplicably donned an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. At the kitchen entrance, the Shui family stood in silence, observing Shao Yang as he expertly cleaned the pot, added the cubed pork belly, and seasoned it with cooking wine, star anise, and ginger to blanch. After a few minutes of boiling, he retrieved it to cool. Chopped scallions, garlic, and dried chili, along with sliced onions and green peppers. were prepared as he stir-fried the pork belly in a hot pan until it released its oil. Before long, the enticing aroma of twice-cooked pork wafted through the air. Shue's mother stood at the door, her eyes bright with excitement. She tugged at her husband's hand, casting a glance at the focused Shao Yang, as if silently questioning the appropriateness of the situation. Shue chuckled softly. Although he said nothing, the couple, having shared a bed for over 30 years, needed only a glance to understand each other's thoughts. His smile clearly conveyed, "What else can we do now that it has come to this?" After watching for a moment, he returned to the sofa to resume watching financial news. The mother and daughter remained at the kitchen entrance, captivated by Shao Yang's culinary skills. "Go on, serve the dishes at the table," Shue's mother urged, giving Shue Jia a gentle nudge. Jia, momentarily dazed, found Shao Yang's serious demeanor in the kitchen to be a captivating sight, drawing her into a reverie. Noticing her daughter's lack of response, Shue's mother playfully pinched her arm. "Ouch!" Jia exclaimed in surprise, finally stepping inside to bring the twice-cooked pork and fish-flavored shredded pork to the dining table. Shao Yang, thoroughly enjoying himself, preferred cooking in the kitchen over facing the inquisitions of Shue's parents. "The king crab should be ready. You should bring it out," he instructed. "Huh? Where is it?" Jia inquired. "In the steamer." "How do I open it?" Shao Yang, taken aback, thought to himself that if it weren't for Shue's mother being present, he would have teased Jia about whether this was her home or his. He donned gloves and retrieved the vibrant orange king crab, having already prepared the dipping sauce. After placing the sauce on the side, he handed the gloves to Jia, prompting her to take it out. Seeing this, Shue's mother beamed with maternal pride and returned to her husband. She playfully snatched the tablet from Shue's hands and whispered, "What do you think?" At the company, Shueqi was a respected chairman. Yet at home, he was the lowest-ranking man. He replied, "It's all right. We will need more interaction to gauge his character and abilities. I think he is quite good. Consider this. Our Jia is lacking in every way except her looks and living alone, relying on takeout daily. I just secretly tasted the dishes made by little Shao, and they rival Aunt Lu's cooking. In this day and age, finding a decent-looking man who can take care of others is not easy. The more I see, the more I believe Jia and little Shao have the makings of a couple." Shueqi was momentarily taken aback. Was it too hasty to say such things so soon? He reminisced about the first time he met his wife, shortly after graduation when he was dining out with friends. Jia's mother happened to be dining nearby with friends. As the men played a game of truth or dare, Shueqi drew the dare of asking a stranger for her contact information. As an engineering student with little romantic experience, he felt his face flush with embarrassment and lacked the courage to approach a stranger, much to the amusement of his friends. It was Jia's mother who, unable to bear the laughter, boldly approached him, declaring, "What are you staring at? Take out your phone and save my number." Thus, he obtained her contact information, and after a few meetings and conversations, they became a couple, eventually leading to nearly 30 years of marriage. Shueqi had never quarreled with his wife. They were regarded as a model couple within their social circle, especially since many men, upon acquiring wealth, indulged in hedonism and infidelity, while he had never strayed. "What are you daydreaming about? Speak up," Shueqi said, bemused. "You've already mentioned they look like a couple. What more is there to discuss?" "I see you can't wait for Jia to marry little Shao tomorrow." "That is not impossible. I have a keen eye for people." Shueqi stifled a laugh. "Indeed, your judgment is quite accurate." Shue's mother, initially caught off guard, soon reacted and playfully slapped Shueqi's back, teasing, "It was your fortune that I chose you." Yes, I never claimed otherwise." Though his wife may not excel in the kitchen, she had no faults in other aspects. Their relationship was harmonious, and her social connections were well managed. When they first got together, Shueqi had yet to find his footing in business. His success began only after they became a couple, and from there, it blossomed without restraint. After spending nearly an hour in the kitchen, Shao Yang finally completed the last dish. Despite the air conditioning, standing before the sizzling stove had made him perspire profusely. He served the sweet and sour pork at the table, and upon noticing his sweaty brow, Jia handed him a tissue. He raised his hands, saying, "I just chopped onions." Without hesitation, Jia reached out to wipe his forehead, prompting Shao Yang to lean slightly forward. Witnessing this tender moment, Shue's mother couldn't contain her joy, and even Shue Qi felt a twinge of envy. Acutely aware of the stark contrast to his own experiences. "Mom and Dad, dinner is ready," Jia called. "Coming," Shue's mother replied, stepping forward with a hint of embarrassment. "Little Shao, I'm so sorry. It's your first time here, and we made you cook." "Auntie, it's no trouble at all. Cooking is my passion," Shue's mother, keen to continue the conversation, asked, "Do you have any other hobbies? Does music count?" Shao Yang replied, "I've heard that children who love music tend to have pure personalities. Is that true?" Shue's mother smiled. Shao Yang awkwardly scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Shue Qi, having joined them quietly, suggested, "It's getting late. Let us eat and chat." Yes, Shue's mother instructed Jia, "Go get the dishes." Jia glanced at her mother, who was beaming at Shao Yang, and felt a pang of envy. This guy seemed to be universally adored wherever he went. But it didn't matter. He was currently her boyfriend, albeit just for now. Chapter 50. Shao Yang, allow me to be your assistant. Shao, come, have a piece of chicken. Shue's mother placed a piece of chicken into Shao Yang's bowl. Poor Shao Yang's bowl was only half filled with rice, yet the vegetables piled up like a small mountain, all served by Shue's mother. Such kindness, however, Shao Yang could not refuse. Indeed, the old adage holds true. To win a woman's heart, one must first conquer her stomach. In this context, woman can easily be replaced with mother-in-law. Fortunately, Shao Yang had not eaten much at noon, and his appetite was decent at the moment. Shao, where is your hometown?" "A small county under Jiujiang City in Jiangxi Province." Shue's mother, noticing the softness in Shao Yang's voice, quickly reassured him. Shao, you've seen our family situation. It may differ greatly from yours. But rest assured, both your Uncle Shue and I are not traditionalists. As long as you treat Jia well, we are not concerned about your family background. After all, when your Uncle Shue and I were together, he was also quite destitute." Shao Yang paused mid-bite. Under the table, Jia, seated beside him, playfully pinched his thigh. Shao Yang immediately replied with newfound vigor, "Auntie, you need not worry. I will certainly treat Jia well." Shue's mother appeared quite pleased and added another piece of meat to Shao Yang's bowl. "Here, eat more meat." Shao Yang glanced at Jia, who quickly came to his defense. "Mom, are you trying to feed Shao Yang like a pig? Mind your words." Shue's mother gently chided before returning to her warm smile, asking, Shao, where do you live in a magical city now?" "I rent a place on Maple Leaf Road." "Maple Leaf Road?" Shue's mother recalled. "The rent there is not cheap. Jia's place is over 400 square meters. If you two develop your relationship further, why not move in with Jia? We as parents worry about her living alone." Really? Shao Yang had never anticipated that Jia's mother would openly suggest cohabitation. Jia, has your mother come to see you as an unmarried woman of a certain age?" Shao Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Shue Qi, noticing his wife's words might be a bit excessive, cleared his throat and remarked, "Let them handle their own affairs. Why are you meddling?" Shue's mother blurted out, "I just want to hold my grandchild soon." "Mom." Jia's face flushed crimson. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Shue's mother hastily covered her mouth, repeatedly saying, "I won't say anything more." Although she ceased her verbalizations, her eyes clearly communicated, "Young man, do your best." This cannot be blamed on her. Despite appearances, she was in her 50s, with a housekeeper at home. Household chores were no concern for her, and lacking hobbies, she found herself yearning for grandchildren to play with. After dinner, Shao Yang lingered for about half an hour. At around 9 o'clock, Shue's father finally spoke up. "It's getting late. You two should head back." Upon hearing this, Shao Yang felt a surge of joy but kept his composure, politely bidding farewell to Shue's parents before taking the car keys from Jia and stepping outside together. Shao, do come by often." "Of course, Auntie." Shao Yang waved goodbye, pressed the gas pedal, and as the car departed the courtyard, he visibly exhaled a sigh of relief. "How was my performance?" Jia gave him a thumbs up, praising, "You were great. My mom seems to have already regarded you as her ideal son-in-law. I came to meet your parents, and yet you made me cook a meal. Jia, you owe me a favor." I know. Jia waved her hand dismissively. "Didn't we agree that I would take care of you?" Shao Yang was uncertain whether Jia's words were in jest, choosing not to respond. Despite Jia Jia's mother's earlier reassurances about not minding his background, as a man who had been wounded by love, he was reluctant to expose his heart until he could provide a stable future for his girlfriend or potential wife. Are you tired? Not really. Then let us return to my old rental and get my things for the new place. All right. A series of streetlights illuminated the way home as various individuals passed by, some joyous, others disheartened. Gazing through the windshield at the vibrant city lights, Shao Yang suddenly envisioned a promising future. Shao Yang, let me be your assistant, Jia stated unexpectedly. Shao Yang snapped back to reality, halting at a red light, and turned to her. Are you joking? Jia replied earnestly, I'm serious. I have nothing to do at home. Following you might let me meet many celebrities. Don't jest. You are a distinguished young lady. How could you possibly be an assistant to a struggling artist like me? When Shao Yang hesitated to accept, Jia crossed her arms and muttered, I'll just tell Mei Jia tomorrow. The company is hers anyway. Beep, beep. The light turned green, yet Shao Yang remained still, causing the drivers behind him to honk impatiently. He pressed the gas, continuing forward. After a prolonged silence, Shao Yang finally spoke. Being an assistant can be exhausting. While there may not be many gigs now, they will surely increase, leaving you little time to rest. Then we can decline some gigs, right? Even if I don't need the money, the company still needs to earn. Jia pouted. I forgot to mention, I own 10% of Yang Entertainment. You invested money? Yes, Jia replied. I saved a few million from my allowance and invested it in the company after returning from Pengcheng with Mei Jia. She granted me shares. Allowance? A few million? Shao Yang was momentarily taken aback, and before he could respond, Jia continued, So, I am now the third largest shareholder of Yang Entertainment. As a signed artist, you must heed my advice. Shao Yang, bewildered, asked, So if you're my assistant, are you serving me, or am I serving you? Jia tossed her head aside with a smirk. Depends on my mood. Chapter 51. The arrival of life in the small rental apartment. There was little of significance to take away. The valuable possessions belonged to Song Li, who had taken everything during her last visit. Shao Yang stuffed a few seasonal clothes and bedding into a woven bag, methodically removed the photographs from the walls, and surveyed the less than 20 square meters of his living space. Memories of past events flooded back. Was he reluctant to leave? After all, having resided here for so long, this departure might mark the end of a chapter. Jia extended her hand. Let me help you carry it downstairs. Shao Yang handed her the photographs he had removed from the wall. The bag is too heavy. I'll manage it myself. Wait for me by the car while I call the landlord. All right. Jia accepted the photographs and returned to the car. The night had deepened, and outside the car window, tranquility prevailed. As she flipped through the photographs, she spotted several of Shao Yang making silly faces and striking exaggerated poses, causing her to burst into laughter. As Shao Yang descended the stairs, Jia quickly selected a photo and tucked it into her bag. Are you finished packing? There wasn't too much to pack in the first place. Shao Yang fastened his seatbelt and inquired, Shall I take you back to Tangshan or to my villa? Let's go to yours. Upon returning to the villa, Shao Yang tidied up the room. With everything in order, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Let us go. I'll take you back. I could drive myself. It's not far. No, Shao Yang chuklet. During dinner, I promised your mother I would take good care of you. Come on, I'll ride my bike back later. With that, he grasped Jia's delicate wrist and led her downstairs. Jia hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. The next morning at 8:30, Agent Yang Lan arrived punctually at the villa. She initially assumed Shao Yang would still be asleep, but upon sending him a message, he appeared in the courtyard to open the door. Good morning. Yang Lan paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, Good morning. By the way, I'm 26. How old are you? 28. Shao Yang gestured for Yang Lan to enter the courtyard, casually stating, I shall call you Sister Lan from now on. Sound good. As an agent, Yang Lan was essentially the closest person to an artist. Wherever an artist went, their agent followed. If assistants were likened to the artist's maids, then agents were akin to their nurturers. A competent agent not only secures various engagements for the artist, but also manages their daily life, encouraging weight loss if they gain, muscle gain if they lose, and ensuring they refrain from inappropriate behavior when out in public, lest they attract unwanted media attention. In summary, the role of an agent is exhausting, yet the rewards can be substantial. Some renowned agents amass fortunes reaching tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Sister Lan, have you eaten breakfast? I had something on the road. Shao Yang smiled. You're not in a hurry, are you? I just cooked a bowl of noodles. No rus. I can go anytime. Then please make yourself comfortable. Shao Yang prepared a bowl of noodles and sat down at the dining table, simultaneously glancing at his Weibo followers. There had been a slight increase, yet it fell short compared to previous days. This was within Shao Yang's expectations in today's fast-paced world. Achieving lasting fame from just a few songs is nearly impossible. The top stars in the industry have all accumulated their brilliance through a plethora of works over time. After finishing the bowl of noodles and cleaning the dishes, Shao Yang changed his clothes and set out with Yang Lan. The commercial center housing their company was not far from his residence. Without traffic, they would arrive in about 15 minutes. Although Yang Lan was somewhat plump, her personality was vibrant. In her previous agency, Banana Entertainment, she was affectionately nicknamed Fat Lady among her peers. When she first managed an artist who was relatively unknown, he treated her with respect, but as his popularity grew, he increasingly disregarded her. Casting a glance at Shao Yang walking beside her, Yang Lan silently hoped he would not follow the same path. After they exited the car, they took the elevator to the floor of a Yang agency. It was precisely 9:15, and everyone had arrived. As soon as Shao Yang and Yang Lan entered the company, they caught the eye of a fresh-faced receptionist. After a brief moment of surprise, she hurriedly led them to Lu Mei's office. Shui Jiejia, what are you doing here? Upon opening the door, they found Lu Mei seated at her desk, Shui Jiejia standing beside her, and Zhao Shengnian sitting across from them. Clearly, the three had been engaged in conversation prior to Shao Yang and Yang Lan's arrival. Shui Jiejia retorted with irritation. What? Only you can come? I can't. That is not what I meant. Shao Yang pointed to the wall clock and remarked, it's barely past 9. You should still be dreaming at this hour. Feeling exposed, Shui Jiejia lunged towards Shao Yang. Shao Yang, I'm going to challenge you. However, she was immediately pulled back by Lu Mei. No ruckus this early in the morning. Lu Mei smiled and asked, did you sleep well last night? Quite well. Jiejia just told me she wants to be your assistant. What do you think? As Shao Yang was about to respond, he noticed Shui Jiejia's unwavering gaze, filled with warning. He swallowed his words and shrugged. She's the boss. My opinion doesn't hold much weight, does it? Of course it doesn't. Shui Jiejia placed her hands on her hips, exhibiting a proud demeanor. Let us head to the conference room to discuss future plans. Agreed. Zhao Shengnian, Shui Jiejia, and Yang Lan departed first, while Lu Mei approached Shao Yang and whispered, don't worry, Jiejia tends to lose interest quickly. Let her shadow you for a few days, and she'll soon abandon the idea. Indeed, upon entering the conference room and exchanging pleasantries, Lu Mei began outlining the company's future development plans, presenting a reasonable outlook rather than grandiose promises. Moving forward, this is our trajectory. Shao Yang, what are your plans? Shao Yang casually replied, I'll release a few albums and participate in several variety shows. Then perhaps explore the film industry. Before arriving in this world, he had acted in a few television dramas and films, landing the lead role in a web series and supporting roles in several others. Initially, his acting was rather mediocre, but after dedicating time to watch films and study under acting coaches for several months, he made significant progress. At 28, he was even nominated for the Best Newcomer Award at the Golden Statue Awards, though he ultimately did not win. While Lu Mei was speaking, Yang Lan stepped out to take a call. When Shao Yang finished, Yang Lan hurried back into the conference room, visibly excited. Shao Yang, we have a gig. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Yang Lan. She continued, for the semi-finals of Huaxia has hip-hop, they need 11 judges. After hearing your songs performed by the Shining Star, they want to invite you to participate. Additionally, they would like you to perform a song during the intermission. Lu Mei quickly inquired, what is the fee for this engagement? If Shao Yang performs an old song, the fee is 800,000 for a new song. It escalates to 1,500,000. Several individuals turned their gaze towards Shao Yang, evidently anticipating whether he had prepared any new songs. Shao Yang chuckled. I didn't expect the opportunity to arise so swiftly. With a task worth 1.5 million, it is only natural to undertake it. As a newcomer, appearing frequently on programs will certainly benefit me. LV May joyfully remarked, Sister Lan, then you shall arrange the itinerary. Jia, weren't you supposed to assist Shao Yang? In that case, you should accompany him this time. Let's go then. Chapter 52. The Intrigues of the Production Team. Huaxia Yushi Ha is a rap show produced by Chi Video. Shao Yang had stumbled upon videos of the show while scrolling through Douyin, as it is the first rap program in the country. From its inception, each episode has garnered over 25 million views, demonstrating its significant influence. The competition format dictates that the semifinals will see 6 contestants reduced to 4, with 2 being eliminated. The production team, on a whim, decided to invite 11 creative artists to serve as judges. This not only attracts additional viewers, but also mitigates accusations of bias, as the judges' votes will provide a buffer against audience backlash. After all, the 6 contestants still in the running have amassed considerable fan followings, and the production team is keen to avoid offending these supporters. The semifinals are scheduled for recording on Saturday night, with the broadcast set for the following Friday evening. On Friday evening, Yang Lan drove Shao Yang and Shui Jia back from the mall. Shao Yang slumped in the car, an expression of despondency etched across his face. He had spent the entire afternoon accompanying Yang Lan and Shui Jia in high-end clothing stores, trying on countless outfits. He felt more exhausted than after an entire day at the advertising agency. In contrast, Shui Jia was brimming with energy upon seeing Shao Yang's lethargy. She playfully smacked his arm and chided, "What S with the long face? It was just a few outfits. Was it that tiring? Yang Jia, is this really necessary? Jia has already bought me several outfits before." Yang Lan chuckled as she drove. The contestants on rap shows are always stylish. Although you're going as a judge, you can't afford to be outshone by them. I believe the attire Jia selected for you suits you well. Of course, my taste is impeccable, Shui Jia chimed in. Yang Lan continued, "This is essentially your debut appearance in public. Once your popularity rises, we can collaborate with some luxury brands, which would simplify things." Shao Yang nodded and inquired, "What time is our flight to the capital tomorrow?" "Just after 10 in the morning. I'll pick you up at 7:30. Jia, make sure to arrive at Shao Yang's house by 8, Yang Lan replied. Shao Yang turned to Shui Jia, grinning. "Are you sure you can wake up that early? Who are you looking down on?" She retorted, "If you're late, we want to wait for you." In a playful act of defiance, Shui Jia pinched a bit of flesh on Shao Yang's thigh and twisted it. Shao Yang yelped in the car. Shui Jia, "A gentleman uses words, not fists." "I'm not a gentleman," she shot back, teasingly. "Vixen, truly a vixen," Shao Yang exclaimed. "Say that again." Shui Jia pointed a finger at him, her voice laced with mock threat. Shao Yang rubbed his reddened thigh and closed his eyes, feigning death. In the capital, at the Huading Grand Hotel, director Liu Peng of Huaxia Yushi Ha was in discussion with several assistant directors and producers regarding the next episode's recording arrangements. "Have we contacted all 11 judges?" Liu Peng inquired. "Yes. Since it's the semifinals, we cannot afford any slip-ups at this crucial moment. If we maintain our current ratings, subsequent episodes will follow, and sponsorship will not be a problem," an assistant replied. "Director Liu, how should we arrange the order of the judges?" Assistant Director Lida asked. "Just arrange them by their fame," Liu Peng suggested. "But what if the first 10 judges end up with the same vote count? The final judge's vote would inevitably offend someone," Lida warned. Liu Peng realized the potential issue and requested the list of judges. After scrutinizing it, he finally said, "Let Shao Yang vote last. He is a newcomer." Implying that they could afford to offend him, the assistant directors and producers nodded in agreement, and the decision was made. The following afternoon, after disembarking from the plane, Shao Yang headed straight to the recording venue, where he met with assistant director Li Da. After familiarizing himself with the recording process for the evening, he took Yang Lan and Shui Jia to the hotel. On the way, Yang Lan expressed her frustration. "This is outrageous, utterly outrageous." Shao Yang, momentarily taken aback by her agitation, asked, "What's wrong, Yang Jia? Going as a judge is already a risky venture for a newcomer, and now they've placed you in the crucial last position. If the first 10 judges tie, your vote will inevitably offend someone. This arrangement is clearly intentional. Yang Lan's voice quickened with indignation. These rap contestants have substantial fan bases, and whoever gets eliminated will undoubtedly face backlash from their supporters, she sighed, realizing the grim reality of the situation. She had witnessed many newcomers being bullied, but she hadn't anticipated it happening to Shao Yang so soon. Initially, Yang Lan believed that Shao Yang's popularity as the brilliant son would elevate his status on this trending show, but now it seemed merely avoiding criticism would be an achievement. Shao Yang, however, remained optimistic. It's all right. Perhaps their 1T even be a tie. Is that really possible? Unlikely. Such variety shows thrive on suspense and public opinion. They would never forego that opportunity, Yang Lan lamented, her experience speaking volumes. Upon returning to the hotel, Shao Yang began preparing for the evening's program. Yang Lan rested in the adjacent room, while Shui Jia sat beside him, watching as he composed the accompaniment on his laptop. Are you not done yet? Shui Jia asked. Noticing his struggle, Shao Yang explained, I've prepared 2 songs, one gentle and the other explosive. I'll decide which to perform based on the situation tonight. What is the difference? She inquired. Shao Yang smiled. One is purely melodic, while the other he intentionally trailed off, teasing, you'll find out tonight. Shui Jia pouted and flopped onto the bed. Shao Yang, exasperated, remarked that "'s my bed. I don't care," she replied weakly, waving her hand dismissively. Just remember to call me when it's time to leave. This young lady clearly saw herself as an assistant, though she was merely a sidekick, enjoying the perks without contributing. After completing the accompaniment for one of the songs, Shao Yang glanced at the time, adjusted the air conditioning slightly, and draped a blanket over Shui Jia. He then returned to his laptop. Time passed, and soon it was evening. Shui Jia, Shao Yang called out, having changed into the outfit they had selected for him. He entered the bedroom, only to find her sprawled out on the bed, unresponsive. Without hesitation, he pinched her nose. This tactic proved effective. Shui Jia struggled for breath, raising her hand to swat at his arm, her voice drowsy. What are you doing? Wake up. We're about to record the show, he urged. Reluctantly, Shui Jia sat up, dazed, and took a moment before finally lifting the blanket to begin her makeup routine. As they drove to the recording venue, Shui Jia suddenly realized, I don't think I cover myself with a blanket while sleeping. Chapter 53. Doubts behind the stage. The backstage was bustling with numerous staff members busily traversing the corridors in anticipation of the impending recording. Shao Yang and his companions were escorted to a designated resting room for the judges. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised to find a familiar face among the attendees. Shao Yang, accompanied by Shui Jia and Yang Lan, took a seat beside Chun Ming, greeting her warmly. Teacher Chun Ming, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Chun Ming, one of the mentors from the Brilliant Son's assessment episode, was equally astonished to encounter Shao Yang in the backstage of Huaxia as hip-hop. She smiled and remarked, I've watched the subsequent episodes of Brilliant Sons. Your songs are delightful. Although exaggerated has garnered the most popularity, I personally prefer 10 years. Chun Ming was not a regular in the industry. As a composer, she seldom appeared on camera. Her recent frequent participation in programs suggested a need for financial support. Is that so? It's an honor for me, Shao Yang replied, aware that it was mere politeness. Chun Ming shifted the topic, inquiring, were you also invited by the production team to serve as a judge? Indeed, Shao Yang confirmed. Chun Ming lowered her voice and candidly admitted, I am not well-versed in rap. I am here primarily for the appearance fee. Shao Yang was taken aback by her bluntness and stifled a chuckle. Chun Ming continued, offering sage advice from her experience. So during the recording, if you can skate by, do so. It's best to refrain from speaking altogether. Since our circles differ, making a misstep could lead to backlash from fans online afterward. Shao Yang nodded, responding with a smile. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, teacher Chun Ming. Nearby, Shui Jia, noticing the two engrossed in whispered conversation, couldn't help but scoff, while Yang Lan remarked meaningfully, as Shao Yang's popularity rises, he will encounter more people, and the temptations will increase. Most artists succumb to these temptations after achieving fame, losing their original intent and moral compass. Jia, do you think Shao Yang will be like them? He dares. Shui Jia made a slicing motion with her hand, declaring fiercely, "If he does, I shall take drastic measures." Yang Lan stifled her laughter, choosing not to respond. As the staff announced that there were 5 minutes until recording commenced, Yang Lan suggested, "Shall we step outside?" "Where to?" Shwe Jejia queried. "Once the recording begins, cameras will be rolling backstage, and we cannot appear on screen." Seeing other guest assistants departing, Shwe Jejia followed Yang Lan out of the guest area. 5 minutes later, the 11 guests gathered at the entrance to the stage, awaiting their cue. The chief director and host, El Peng, introduced the rules of the episode before inviting the guest judges to take the stage. Images of each judge appeared on the large screen. Most of these creators were not industry insiders, but merely songwriters for renowned artists, yet their representative works were widely recognized. The audience was highly cooperative, erupting in applause with each judge's entrance. Unlike other shows, this rap program had no seating for the audience, reflecting a desire to emulate the underground culture of rap. However, this episode featured 11 elevated chairs arranged prominently behind the audience, adding a sense of grandeur. One by one, the guests ascended the stage, and soon only Chun Ming and Shao Yang remained at the waiting area. Next, let us welcome the renowned composer, teacher Chun Ming, whose notable works include In Oppos, Rainy Days in Oppos, and in Oppos, Spring Breeze Across 10,000 Miles, and Oppos, El Peng announced. Chun Ming, guided by the staff, stepped onto the stage, but not before casting a surprised glance back at Shao Yang. Finally, let us welcome the genius, creative newcomer singer from And Oppos, Brilliant Sons and Oppos, Shao Yang. Shao Yang's closing appearance caught the previous guests and the audience off guard. Typically, the last performer is someone with substantial experience or fame. As a newcomer who had just emerged from Brilliant Sons, Shao Yang seemed an unlikely choice for the finale. Skeptical gazes were directed at Shao Yang, causing Yang Lan, who observed the scene from backstage via the large screen, to break into a sweat. Pop music and rap were worlds apart, and in this arena, Shao Yang was unlikely to gain much recognition, let alone be the final act. Noticing the doubts from the audience, Shao Yang remained unfazed, wearing a subtle smile as he approached the judges' table. During El Peng's detailed introduction of the episode's segments, Chun Ming whispered incredulously, "How could they let you go on last?" Before the recording began, the staff had informed the 11 guests of the performance order, which corresponded to the voting sequence. Chun Ming was astute enough to realize that occupying the last judging position was a precarious situation. Even if others had the option, they would likely avoid concluding the lineup. Shao Yang offered a wry smile. It was their arrangement. "What can I do? One must eat from the bowl and heed the face of those who serve it. Money has never been easy to earn. It's all the same to me." Seeing Shao Yang and Oppos' resigned expression, Chun Ming added, "I'll do my best to avoid a tie in the votes to prevent you from being in a difficult position." "Thank you," he replied. Once the host left the stage, the episode officially commenced. Among the 6 remaining contestants in the semifinals, 2 groups hailed from the same rap label, one called CSE and the other Tianshan Hui. The former reminded Shao Yang of a game called CSGO, while the latter evoked imagery of martial arts clans from novels. However, Da Ge from CSE and Zhou Hansheng from Tianshan Hui were both strong contenders for the championship. Yet unfortunately, they did not meet in the semifinals, possibly a deliberate arrangement by the show. Nonetheless, Su Hua and Jiang Bing, also from the same label, faced off in the semifinals. Although a bonus round awaited after the first round of competition, breaking through among the 3 would be exceedingly challenging, making the first round crucial for them. The performances commenced, starting with Da Ge from the CSE label and another contestant. After 2 rounds, the disparity was evident. Da Ge, a top contender, clearly outshone his opponent, leading to a one-sided voting outcome. When it was Shao Yang's turn to comment and vote, the score stood at 8-1. He adhered to Chun Ming's earlier advice, offering a few perfunctory remarks before casting his vote for Da Ge. After their performance, the next top contender, Zhou Hansheng, took the stage with his opponent. Their styles differed significantly. Da Ge embodied a more traditional Chinese rap style, whereas Zhou Hansheng showcased a pure technical approach, both presenting unique performances. Zhou Hansheng's execution was nearly flawless, while his opponent, despite no mistakes, appeared to be at a disadvantage based on the audience's reactions. The voting process proceeded smoothly, and by the time it was Shao Yang's turn, The score was already 7-4. Following the second round, Chen Ming remarked with a smile, "Only one round remains. It seems you're quite fortunate." Shao Yang shrugged, replying, "Let us hope so. Once the third round concludes, it will be my turn to take the stage. Do you have a mid-show performance?" She asked. "Indeed," he confirmed. "I look forward to it." Chapter 54. He knows nothing about rap, as both Dog Brother and Zhou Hansheng were favored contenders for the championship. The audience anticipated their inevitable progression to the finals. Consequently, the first two rounds of PK battles were devoid of suspense. However, the upcoming third match generated considerable excitement among spectators. One contender was Su Hua, also known as Huazi, who hailed from the same CSE label and was a devoted follower of Dog Brother. This individual had audaciously proclaimed in the inaugural episode that Dog Brother would secure the championship while he would settle for the runner-up position. In any other variety show, such remarks would undoubtedly incur the wrath of keyboard warriors. But within the realm of rap, such bold assertions not only evoked interest, but also engaged the audience's attention. The other contender, Jiang Bing, also from the Tianshan Society, possessed skills comparable to Yang Hua and delighted in experimenting with contemporary rap techniques. The outcome of this match would serve as a testament to the strength of their respective labels. Both competitors had prepared diligently for this day. Post-performance, Dog Brother and Zhou Hansheng remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the large screen. As elder statesmen of their labels, neither wished to witness their prot.gs falter against each other. The first to take the stage was Su Hua, Huazi. The spotlight illuminated him, instantly elevating him to the focal point of the performance. The pulsating beats reverberated through the venue, imparting a bar-like atmosphere. Gripping the microphone, Su Hua swiftly commenced his rap. Shao Yang glanced at the lyrics, shaking his head in bemusement. The text was a haphazard mix of Chinese and English, rife with logical inconsistencies. Some phrases appeared to be awkwardly forced into rhyme, lacking any coherent basis. Where one might wonder, was the essence of Huaxia as hip-hop? As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, leaving Shao Yang to question his own taste. Su Hua stepped aside, making way for Jiang Bing. Shao Yang turned to the next page of lyrics. Although English phrases were still present, they were considerably less frequent, lending the lyrics a more coherent flow. Just as Shao Yang felt a flicker of anticipation, Jiang Bing began to perform, and disappointment washed over him. Electronic music? He had incorporated sound effects. Was he attempting to channel Pikachu? Such a lack of confidence in one's own voice was bewildering. Shao Yang was left speechless, pondering the lamentable state of the domestic rap scene, where the top 6 contenders exhibited such mediocre talent. "I could do this too," he mused. The maddening electronic accompaniment finally reached its conclusion, and the host called Su Hua and Jiang Bing to join him on stage. The voting commenced. The first 5 judges offered brief remarks before casting their votes, and all appeared to proceed normally. However, once the 6th judge concluded their commentary and cast their vote, the situation took a turn for the unpredictable, a tie at 3-3. After 8 judges had voted, it remained even at 4-4. When the 9th judge cast their vote, the tally shifted to 5-4. The final 2 votes were crucial. Chen Ming glanced at Shao Yang, sighing inwardly. As a newcomer, he needed to navigate this industry carefully, and she resolved to take on the role of the villain. Just as Chen Ming prepared to cast her vote, the voice of the deputy director, Li De, echoed in her earpiece. "Teacher Chen Ming, please cast your vote for Jiang Bing." Chen Ming's expression froze in shock. All 11 judges heard Li Da's directive, including Shao Yang. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed Shao Yang nodding slightly in her direction, prompting her to finally state, "I cast my vote for Jiang Bing." The scoreboard updated instantly, 5-5. The final vote would determine who would advance to the finals, and all eyes turned toward Shao Yang. True to his unyielding nature, Shao Yang's heart harbored a cold smirk as he declared, "I vote for Jiang Bing." An uproar erupted from the audience. Was he truly so forthright? Lu Peng, noticing the commotion, pressed Shao Yang. "Why did you choose to vote for Jiang Bing? Please provide us with a reason." All eyes were once again fixed on Shao Yang. Unlike previous judges, the host had not questioned them after their votes. Feeling targeted by the production team, Shao Yang could no longer contain himself and replied candidly, To be honest, I find both performances rather average. Neither the lyrics nor the composition meets my standards. My vote for Jiang Bing stems from the fact that his lyrics contain less English. After all, this program is titled in Oppos. Huaxia has hip-hop in Oppos. A song predominantly in English seems inappropriate for this stage. The audience erupted with fervor. Chen Meng stared wide-eyed at Shao Yang in disbelief. Hadn't she advised him to speak less? What was he doing? Was he intent on offending both sides? As a fledgling artist, was he truly willing to jeopardize his career? Not only Chen Meng, but the other 9 judges began whispering among themselves. The audience buzzed with noise. To add insult to injury, as Shao Yang made a statement, the large screen displayed behind-the-scenes footage of Dog Brother casting the necklace, symbolizing advancement to the finals onto the ground in anger, exclaiming, "He knows nothing about rap." On the other side, Zhou Hansheng coldly mocked, "People in the entertainment industry should stick to their own realm. The rap world has its own standards, and not everyone can just waltz in." This was precisely the scenario director Liu Peng had envisioned. Tomorrow, this segment would be edited and released as a teaser for the episode, ensuring a spike in viewership. Yang Lan and Oppos' expression darkened upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shui Zhezhou whispered, "Sister Lan, has Shao Yang gotten himself into trouble?" Yang Lan's face soured further. He likely doesn't intend to remain in the entertainment industry. Shui Zhezhou was left utterly stunned by this revelation. She had hoped Shao Yang would only rise in fame. With the situation spiraling, Liu Peng ultimately announced Jiang Bing of the Tianshan Society as the victor of this PK battle. Both competitors exited the stage, visibly irate. The audience continued to murmur, the noise showing no signs of abating. Liu Peng raised his microphone, declaring, "Let our contestants take a moment to rest. Next, please welcome Shao Yang to perform an original song for us, accompanied by your warm applause." Amid the commotion, Shao Yang stood and approached the stage, handing a prepared USB drive to the staff, containing the accompaniment and lyrics for 2 songs. He specifically requested that they play the second track. The mid-show performance, while not paramount, held significance depending on the caliber of the invited stars. Had a top-tier celebrity been present, the atmosphere would have undoubtedly differed. Yet Shao Yang remained unfazed, recognizing that this crowd knew little of true rap. They merely followed the noise, shouting aimlessly. Shoo! Shao Yang executed his signature gesture, and the venue fell silent. Though the expressions on the audience's faces conveyed indifference. After all, this was a rap stage, and a budding pop artist like Shao Yang was far from favored. The rap competitors backstage regarded him with disdain, and even director Liu Peng seized the opportunity to chat with several assistant directors. After signaling to the audience, the accompaniment began to play. Simultaneously, the screen displayed only 2 bold red characters, Qilin. Please provide the text you would like me to revise. I will then remove extraneous punctuation. Promotional content, such as requests for votes or collections, and concealed web addresses or other irrelevant information. Finally, I will present a refined version of the text in English, employing more sophisticated and elegant language while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 55. He blasted the stage. The accompaniment, the song title, did not resemble a popular tune. The audience below could not help but glance at Shao Yang. Just as everyone's attention returned to him, Shao Yang began to sing. "My voice is loud because I walk the righteous path. Wherever I go, there lies a road to heaven. I stride forward, unafraid of shadows. Those who disrupt my heart, I no longer regard. In my lyrics, the universe unfolds. In the midst of the great road, I silently recite the mantra of caution." As Shao Yang completed the first line, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment. Rapping. It was indeed a rap song. How could this be? Wasn't he a pop singer? How could it be? Damn, these lyrics, this rhythm, this pace, this flow. Utterly phenomenal. Director L. Peng, upon hearing Shao Yang's voice, spluttered soda everywhere. He rushed to the big screen, bewildered, staring at Shao Yang in front of the camera. This guy, he was pretending to be a fool while hiding a tiger. Whose world is this? With a mere 3 strands of sword energy, I extinguish your incense. Consider your misfortunes as blessings, for I shall teach you a lesson. After class in broad daylight, let the scorching sun burn away your impurities. Why fear the footsteps of the past? I have my own breath, a sword to open the gates of heaven. Shao Yang chose the song Qilin precisely because it could ignite the stage. Earlier that afternoon, he had already planned to sing this song, should the production team deliberately place him in a difficult position that evening. First, to let those within the industry understand that he was qualified to be their judge. Second, to make the fans aware that he had the right to comment on their idols. Third, to make the production team realize that though he had just debuted, they should not dare to trample on him. Do not wake me. I cannot bear to hide on lofty peaks and perilous slopes, wild grass and flames. Let the wind pass by undisturbed. Do not wake me. I cannot bear to hide on lofty peaks and perilous slopes, wild grass and flames. Let the wind pass by undisturbed. As the chorus commenced, those who had previously doubted Shao Yang were inexplicably moved by the atmosphere. One by one, they raised their hands and swayed. The red glow of wristbands transformed into a sea of crimson, igniting the venue. Chun Ming, seated among the judges, was momentarily stunned before regaining her senses. Recalling Shao Yang's earlier words and witnessing his performance on stage, she realized she had underestimated him. Such talent, such appearance. He would undoubtedly carve out a niche in the entertainment industry. In the director's room, L. Peng, belatedly grasping the situation, shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Quick, give him a close-up. A close-up. Lighting team, change the lights to red. Damn it, who brought this guy? He can rap. Why wasn't this mentioned sooner?" Lida, helpless, replied, "He just debuted, and he hadn't rapped before. Who knew he could do this? One person, one sword, one pot of wine, each step an imprint. One step away from heaven. One breath, one burst of energy, one flame, burning through the dark abyss. Let this moment remember me, a declaration etched in iron. So everyone, bear witness as I ignite the wildfires." Despite the rapid tempo of the song, Shao Yang and Appo's enunciation was remarkably clear, far superior to that of Dog Brother and Zhou Hanshin. Clad in a black leather jacket purchased by Xue Jia and donning a black cap, he wore a silver necklace that Yang Lan had draped around his neck just before taking the stage. Had the audience been unaware of his identity, no one would doubt that he was a seasoned rapper. His stage presence and vocal prowess were undoubtedly overwhelming compared to Su Hua and Jiang Bing and Appo's earlier performance. At this moment backstage, Dog Brother and Zhou Wensheng, along with 4 others, were dumbfounded, gazing at the big screen as if struck by lightning. This was no mere judge. He was here to upend the scene. However, the song was merely beginning. As the line "Watch Me Ignite the Wildfires" concluded, a spine-tingling sound of the suona erupted. The king of instruments. As the old adage goes, among countless instruments, the suona reigns supreme. Its unique sound captivates audiences of all ages. Shao Yang shouted into the microphone, "The winds of the world arise from our generation. Once entering the realm, time hastens." In laughter, we discuss the grand ambitions of empires. Life is but a fleeting intoxication. With 4 lines of soliloquy combined with the suona, the fusion of rap and suona elevated the atmosphere to new heights. Insanity. Pura insanity. Xue Jia, her wide apricot eyes fixated on Shao Yang on the screen, though not in the audience, could hear his voice echoing even from the backstage. In that moment, she transformed into Shao Yang and Appo's little fan, unable to resist raising Yang Lan and Appo's hand high, swaying to the rhythm. Yang Lan, equally eshilaret, felt as if she had been transported from hell to heaven. Shao Yang would undoubtedly rise to fame. For a manager, nothing brings more joy than seeing their artist succeed. As the chorus repeated, Shao Yang stepped to the forefront of the stage, sweeping his hand across the audience, lowering his cap, and shouted, "Are you ready?" The crowd erupted in cheers. The climax of the song began. Bending slightly, 1 foot perched on the speaker at the front of the stage, he began to rap fervently. "I shall carry my banner and my medals, bringing my brothers along, striking poses atop the summit, more dazzling than anything you've seen or heard. I aim to surpass all the ostentatious displays combined. I shall dye this realm in red, transforming into a burning cloud spanning 6,000 miles, from Wudong to South Shaolin." As he finished the verse, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch never before seen on this program. Just when everyone thought it was over, Shao Yang astonishingly repeated that section once more. 20 seconds. 140 characters. Each line was clear, even without looking at the lyrics on the big screen. Shao Yang had shattered the stage. As the final line, just like the Qilin, was sung, Shao Yang thanked the audience loudly before tossing the microphone onto the stage and striding off. The audience, who had previously dismissed him, surged towards him in a frenzy the moment he threw down the microphone. Amidst the throng, Shao Yang struggled to carve a path back to his seat. On the big screen, the 6 contestants' footage appeared once more. At that moment, regardless of which label the contestants belonged to, their expressions were strikingly uniform, all showing disbelief. Catching his breath, Shao Yang unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and took a long gulp, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. Director and host L. Peng hurried back to the stage to restore order. No one had anticipated that Shao Yang would explode onto the scene in such a manner. The 3 contestants who needed to compete again felt utterly dejected. In such a heated atmosphere, who could possibly follow that? But these matters were no longer of concern to Shao Yang. He sat quietly for half an hour, waiting for the 3 contestants to perform their mundane acts before leaving the recording venue. His fondness for the production team had plummeted to zero. Even if offered money, he would be unwilling to return to this program. Chapter 56, a touch of handsomeness upon locating Yang Lan and Xue Jejia in the backstage area. Shao Yang strode purposefully towards the exit. Yang Lan and Xue Jejia exchanged glances before swiftly following suit. As they departed from the recording venue, the oppressive heat of July enveloped them, rendering even a light jacket unbearable in the absence of air conditioning. While walking, Shao Yang removed his jacket and handed it to Xue Jejia, revealing a black tank top beneath. Although he typically appeared slender, without the outer garment, his physique was strikingly well-defined. Xue Jejia obediently accepted the jacket and, in turn, offered Shao Yang a bottle of mineral water, unable to suppress a grin. "Shao Yang, you were quite handsome on stage just now. Are you certain it was just a little?" he retorted playfully. Give you a bit of sunshine and you shine bright," Xue Jejia teased, taking a sip from the water bottle before turning to Yang Lan. "Sister Lan, it should be fine now, right?" Yang Lan smiled and shook her head. "In Oppos, that's all good. Perhaps after the show airs, Shao Yang might gain a wave of new fans." That performance captivated everyone present, and I believe the audience will appreciate this song when they watch it. At that moment, Xue Jejia recalled Shao Yang's earlier remark about being prepared for the evening's performance. She stepped closer to walk alongside him, asking, "Did you foresee this scenario this afternoon, which is why you prepared 2 songs, one of which was a rap?" "Indeed. Thankfully, your performance was a hit." When you cast your votes during the 3rd round, both Sister Lan and I were taken aback, Shao Yang chuckled, turning to speak further, but noticing several conspicuous red spots on Xue Jejia's fair, smooth arm. He promptly grasped her wrist, inquiring, "What happened here?" Xue Jejia withdrew her hand, tilting her head slightly. "What do you mean?" "Just mosquito bites." The bites on her arm were marked with distinct crosses and X shapes. After exiting the recording building, Shao Yang spotted a pharmacy across the street and crossed over to purchase a small bottle of cooling oil. Upon rejoining them, Yang Lan's ride had arrived. The 3 climbed into the vehicle, with Yang Lan in the front passenger seat and Shao Yang and Xue Jejia in the back. Handed over, Shao Yang commanded almost imperiously. Xue Jejia, surprisingly obedient, extended her alabaster arm towards him. Shao Yang carefully opened the cooling oil and applied it to her mosquito bites while explaining, "In our home, cooling oil is an essential remedy for everything from insect bites to dizziness. A little application yields swift results." Xue Jejia indeed felt the itch diminish significantly. Once he finished with her hand, she turned slightly, extending her leg towards him. "What are you doing?" she said, looking somewhat forlorn. "I have bites on my foot too." Shao Yang glanced at her leg, silently invoking a prayer before supporting her foot with one hand while applying the ointment with the other. Meanwhile, Yang Lan maintained a composed demeanor, inwardly contemplating, "Perhaps we should let the company arrange transportation next time." At the recording venue, the audience, guests, and contestants gradually dispersed. After completing his hosting duties, Liu Peng hurriedly gathered several assistant directors and producers in a meeting room. Once everyone was present, he directly posed the question, "What are your thoughts?" This episode is likely to make Shao Yang and Appo's song a hit. Did he not debut as a dazzling star? How is he performing rap now? Someone queried. He left immediately after the recording. Did we inadvertently place them in a contentious position? Opinions flew around the room, and Lu Peng raised his hand to cut through the chatter. Should we invite Shao Yang to perform as the opening act for the finals? Director Lu, what if he sings another song like today's? That would overshadow Da Ge and Zhou Hansheng, a voice cautioned. That is indeed a concern, Assistant Director Lida interjected. It's simple. We just need to ensure he doesn't perform rap in the final episode. Lu Peng's eyes lit up with realization. Exactly. Inviting Shao Yang to perform as the opening act is essentially a gamble on his rising popularity after the semifinals. After all, the guest should not overshadow the contestants during the finals. If he performs a pop song, it can capitalize on the buzz surrounding his Peace Chillin' without detracting from the finalists. He promptly instructed his assistant, Xiao Lu, contact Shao Yang's manager and confirm his participation in the finals as a guest. Understood. As soon as they exited the vehicle, Yang Lan's phone began to ring incessantly. Glancing at the caller ID, she turned to Shao Yang. It's the production team of Huaxia Yushi Ha calling. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Yang surmised the purpose of their call. If they wish for me to perform in the finals again, do not agree just yet. Inform them I have prior commitments and let us see what they propose. Do not commit hastily. Yang Lan nodded and answered the call. Hello. Oh, is that so? However, Shao Yang has prior arrangements next Saturday. In that case, let us reassess and I'll get back to you tomorrow. What? The finals can only feature pop songs? Understood. We'll leave it at that. After a brief conversation, Yang Lan ended the call. They believe my song will gain traction post-semifinals, and they want me to perform purely for the hype, specifically restricting me to pop songs to ensure I don't overshadow the finalists. The production team certainly plays their cards well. What do you intend to do? He inquired. I'll raise the appearance fee to 200,000. If they agree, fine. If not, I'll decline. Yang Lan hesitated. It's rather unorthodox for a newcomer to demand such a fee right at the onset of their career. She considered advising Shao Yang to seize this opportunity and make more appearances while he can. However, Shueji interjected, Sister Lan, this opportunity is one Shao Yang has earned for himself. Had he not performed well today, the production team Wun Ti have sought him out again. You should trust his judgment. With that, Yang Lan relented, smiling in resignation. All right, we'll go with your decision. The following morning, Yang Lan called to discuss the fee increase. Upon hearing the news, Director Lu Peng was infuriated. A newcomer raising their fee right after debut? Does he think he has someone special? Tell his manager if he doesn't come, we'll find someone else. Yang Lan was not surprised by the rejection. She had anticipated this outcome. That afternoon, the trio boarded a flight back to Shanghai. Initially, they thought the matter was settled. However, upon returning to Shao Yang and Appo's quaint residence, Yang Lan discovered a tweet from director Lu Peng of Appo's Huaxia Yushiha. And Appo's, her expression changed, and she quickly showed her phone to Shao Yang. Newcomers these days have no decorum, demanding sky-high fees right after debuting. It's utterly disgusting. Shao Yang, with an impassive expression, returned the phone to Yang Lan, stating, Sister Lan, I will be recording songs at home for the next week. Please do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Shao Yang then ascended the staircase. Yang Lan seemed to perceive a hint of murderous intent in his indifferent gaze. Chapter 57. Embrace my waist. Upon returning to the city, Yang Lan immediately shared the details of Shao Yang's performance on China Has Talent with Lu Mei. After listening, Lu Mei refrained from expressing any opinion, simply stating that if Shao Yang intended to write songs, he should not be disturbed in the coming days. Yang Lan originally planned to have some promotional photos taken of Shao Yang upon returning to the bustling metropolis, believing that despite the unpleasant performance, it was still a significant first step. He would undoubtedly appear on more shows in the future. It wouldn't do for the audience to see his previous photos from the brilliant sun every time he made an entrance. The following morning, Yang Lan called Shueji, asking her to stay at the small house for a few days to assist in ordering takeout and ensuring that Shao Yang could write in peace. Jia readily accepted, recognizing that this was indeed her duty as an assistant, and she preferred the opportunity to be near Shao Yang rather than languishing at home alone. That day, Jia rose early, purchased 2 breakfasts on the way and drove straight to Shao Yang's residence. Shao Yang was pleasantly surprised to see her so early, recalling that before she decided to assist him, she would typically sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock. Not knowing what you like, I bought a little of everything, she said. Why are you here so early? Feigning reluctance, Jia explained, Sister Lan sent me over to help order takeout and ensure no one bothers you. Essentially, I'm here to be your nanny. Shao Yang accepted the breakfast from her, chuckling, You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. As they entered the house, Jia teased, I don't see anything embarrassing about you. Have you eaten? Of course not. Then let us eat together. Shao Yang retrieved some plates from the kitchen, placing dumplings, Shao Mai, and pot stickers onto them, and heated 2 cups of milk, handing one to Jia. Seated across from each other, Jia inquired while eating, Are you writing songs for an album? An album? Shao Yang shook his head. Originally, I had that in mind before participating in China Has Talent. For now, let us hold off on the album and focus on a few rap singles. Jia understood. Shao Yang was not writing for an album, but rather in response to a tweet from director L. Peng the previous night. Though the tweet did not mention names, viewers would undoubtedly deduce that the newcomer L referred to was Shao Yang once the show aired next Friday. Without further questioning, Jia quietly continued her meal. For someone accustomed to brunch at 10 o'clock, having breakfast at 8 felt refreshingly novel. Despite waking up groggy, she now felt invigorated at the dining table. Ding! Her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Glancing at it, she saw a message from her mother and opened it. Jia, are you awake? I'm going to your aunt's house today. Are you coming? Hearing her mother's voice, Shao Yang looked up at Jia, who returned his gaze. And after a brief, awkward silence, she suggested, Let us take a photo together for my mom. How do we do that? Jia turned away, opened her phone, and flashed a peace sign. Quick smile. Shao Yang leaned closer, offering a slight smile for the camera. After capturing the moment, Jia sent the photo to her mother and followed up with a voice message. Mom, I want to be going. I'm having breakfast with Shao Yang. Once she finished her message, the pair resumed their meal. Meanwhile, in the villa, Jia's mother was pleasantly surprised to receive a response from her daughter, exclaiming, Jia actually replied to me today. Usually, she isn't even awake at this hour. What did she say? Her father, Shao Qi, inquired. As her mother opened WeChat, her face lit up with joy upon seeing the photo. Look, Jia is having breakfast with Shao Yang, she exclaimed, showing her husband the screen. After listening to the voice message, her mother quickly snatched the phone back, excitedly replying, That's perfectly fine. You both enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you. Setting her phone down, she remarked, Look at our Jia. She is a different person when she is in a relationship. She has never woken up this early before. Indeed, you're absolutely right. Now, let us eat, Shao Qi replied, rolling his eyes at her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the air conditioning hummed rhythmically, providing a cool breeze. Jia lounged on the sofa, idly scrolling through Douyin, while Shao Yang sat on the floor, surrounded by notebooks and pens, occasionally scribbling lyrics or humming a rhythm. Aside from a brief trip to the restroom and making Jia a glass of apple juice, he maintained this productive state throughout the afternoon. Jia genuinely admirable Yang s dedication. She could hardly fathom sitting still for an entire afternoon without losing her mind. As 6:30 approached, winter would have plunged the world into darkness. Yet the sun still lingered in the sky, soon to set. Shao Yang saved his lyrics into a Word document and finally closed his notebook. Are you finished? Jia immediately inquired as she put down her phone. Yes, the lyrics and beat are ready. And now? Shao Yang glanced at the time and headed to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator only to find it nearly empty. He called out, Shall we go to the supermarket? What for? To buy groceries. Are you cooking? Shao Yang chocolate. What else would I do? Are we really going to eat takeout again? Jia felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that aside from breakfast, she hadn't truly helped him at all since Yang Lan had asked her to care for him. Shao Yang inviting her to the supermarket clearly indicated he wanted her to join him for dinner. Not wishing to appear as if she were freeloading, Jia promptly stood up, saying, All right, I'll drive you. I'll pay. Shao Yang didn't contest her offer, replying, No need to drive. It's rush hour, and it'll take us less than 20 minutes to walk. Driving might even take longer. I'll ride my electric scooter and take you with me. Electric scooter? Yeah, I bought one shortly after moving here since there isn't a supermarket nearby, and I can't afford a car. Shao Yang retrieved a white helmet and handed it to Jia, donning a black one himself. Jia followed suit, but the helmet felt loose on her smaller head. Shao Yang stepped forward and adjusted the straps for her. As they made their way to the courtyard, Shao Yang hopped onto the scooter. Hop on. Jia grasped his arm and settled sideways on the back seat, clutching the edges of his shirt. Shao Yang started the scooter, steering it out of the courtyard. As they descended a slope, Jia's head bumped against his back. Why are you holding on my shirt? Can't you grab something else? He said, slightly exasperated. Who told you to go so fast? Lady, this is a standard electric scooter. It can't go faster than 25 kilometers per hour. Shwe, Jia murmured. Then where should I hold? She wrapped her arms around Shao Yang's waist. Oh, Shwe Jia's small hands encircled Shao Yang's abdomen, feeling only a thin layer of fabric. She could distinctly sense Shao Yang's body tensing, his abdomen as unyielding as steel. Chapter 58. All right, boss, a gentle summer breeze caressed their skin, providing a most pleasant sensation. The electric scooter came to a halt outside the supermarket. Shao Yang removed his helmet and noticed that Shwe Jia remained seated on the vehicle. He reached out and tapped the helmet perched atop her head, playfully admonishing, "What you dawdling for? Get off." With her eyes closed, Shwe Jia shot him a glance before springing off the scooter. Observing her clumsiness as she struggled to remove her helmet, Shao Yang placed his hand beneath her chin, gently pressing the clasp to unfasten it. Just as he was about to lead her into the supermarket, she halted him. "Wait, what now?" Shao Yang inquired. Shwe Jia produced a black mask from her shoulder bag and handed it to him. "Here, put this on." Shao Yang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Not bad. You seem quite the professional assistant." "Of course, I've done my homework," she replied proudly, her small hands clasped behind her back. With the mask donned, Shao Yang and Shwe Jia entered the supermarket, which was bustling with elderly patrons seeking refuge from the heat. Shao Yang intended to head straight to the produce section when Shwe Jia tugged at his shirt. "The snacks at home are all gone. You must accompany me to buy some first. Are you not worried about gaining weight?" he asked. Shwe Jia huffed playfully, lifting her delicate face. "I could eat endlessly without gaining an ounce, you know. Reinhan and Shuhua are quite envious of me." With that, she dragged him toward the snack aisle. Shao Yang found himself her faithful follower, pushing a shopping cart beside her. Within 10 minutes, the cart was half filled with bags of assorted treats. Noticing that Shwe Jia showed no signs of stopping, he stepped forward to intervene. "Miss Shwe, we rode here on electric scooter. If you buy all this, you'll have to carry it back yourself. Think carefully." "Oh, right." Realizing the predicament, Shwe Jia pondered briefly before returning a few bags of chips to the shelf. "Then, let us buy just this much." The two then made their way to the produce section, spending nearly 15 minutes selecting various vegetables and fresh meat. Finally, they pushed their cart to the checkout line. The cashier, upon seeing Shwe Jia's scanner payment, shot a meaningful glance at Shao Yang, who had grown accustomed to such looks. With a large bag of groceries resting at the front of the electric scooter, Shwe Jia carried the 2 bags of snacks. As she sat sideways to avoid falling, her head nestled against Shao Yang's back. Thus, they retraced their steps home. Shao Yang placed most of the vegetables in the refrigerator, then entered the kitchen, clutching a box of chicken wings, a handful of greens, a corn cob, and half a pound of ribs, ready to showcase his culinary skills. Meanwhile, Shwe Jia opened a bag of chips and settled on the couch to watch television. After a while, feeling a twinge of guilt, she approached the kitchen doorway. "Is there anything I can help with? What do you think you can assist me with? I can wash the vegetables." "Shao Yang Siget, if you had said that 5 minutes earlier, I would have left those for you to wash. I've already finished." "Then, I can." After a long pause, Shwe Jia realized she had no culinary skills to offer. Like her mother, she was a kitchen disaster, utterly clueless about cooking. Shao Yang pointed to an apron hanging on the wall with a spatula. "My hands are greasy. Help me put on the apron, and then you can go back to watching TV. Give me half an hour, and dinner will be ready." "Okay." Shwe Jia approached, took the apron, and draped it around Shao Yang's neck. Feeling the closeness, she blushed and quickly tied a bow behind him before dashing out. He boiled the ribs and corn together in a pot. As the oil sputtered and the chicken wings sizzled, he also began preparing cola chicken wings. The sound of the exhaust fan harmonized with the advertisements blaring from the television, filling the home with a warm, inviting atmosphere. Half an hour later, Shao Yang placed the corn and rib soup on the dining table, calling out, "Shwejia, dinner is ready. And Appos, am coming." He washed his hands, removed the apron, and retrieved 2 sets of chopsticks from the sterilizer, handing one set to Shwejia. She accepted the utensils, glancing at the table adorned with a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and soup. Even though she had previously sampled Shao Yang's cooking, she could not help but praise, "Looks delicious, very appetizing. Serve yourself." "All right." Filling her bowl generously, she delicately picked up a piece of chicken wing, glazed with the rich, caramelized cola sauce and sprinkled with chopped green onions. Cautiously, she brought it to her mouth, and as her teeth sank in, the delightful flavors exploded, prompting her to give a thumbs up. So tasty. For a chef, nothing brings greater joy than receiving compliments for a meal they prepared. Shao Yang smiled. "If it's good, eat more. After all, you won't gain weight." Shwejia chewed contentedly. After finishing most of her bowl, she generously served herself another spoonful, satisfied as she wiped her mouth afterward. Shao Yang rose to clear the table. "I'll wash the dishes. Shall I drive you home afterward?" "No need, I'll drive myself back. It's only a 10-minute journey." "All right, just message me when you get home. Also, will you come again tomorrow?" "Of course," Shwejia exclaimed, then immediately realized her enthusiasm. She added with a smile, "I'm your assistant now, so I should stick by your side, like your little shadow." Typically, an artist's assistant only accompanies them during work hours, but Shao Yang chose not to point this out. Instead, he playfully replied, "Then make sure to arrive early tomorrow. It's a good habit to cultivate." "Got it. You're so naggy." After lingering in the small villa until 8:30, Shwejia finally departed. Within 20 minutes, she arrived at her community. Tossing her bag onto the sofa, she hurried to the bathroom, filling the tub with water. Once the tub was full, she slipped out of her clothes and sank into the warm water. "Ah, this feels heavenly." Shwejia picked up her phone and sent Shao Yang a voice message. "Shao Yang, I'm home." He quickly replied, "Why didn't you bring back the snacks you bought today? Since I'll be at your place for the next few days, I'll leave them there." "Fine, wash up and get some rest. I'll work on my accompaniment." "Okay, boss." "Boss, what is that about?" After sending a good night message, Shao Yang set his phone down and resumed recording his song. A week flew by swiftly, and soon it was Friday night. Sitting side by side on the sofa in the small villa, Shao Yang and Shwejia watched the semi-final episode of China Has Hip Hop on the television. At that moment, millions were tuning in simultaneously. The screen was flooded with comments, while Shao Yang sat calmly, arms crossed, observing the show with an indifferent expression. Chapter 59. I apologize for my earlier outburst due to the fact that Yang Agency has only signed Shao Yang as their sole artist. The workload for the staff is quite light. Lume does not advocate the prevalent 996 work culture in the country. She believes that as long as the work is completed, leaving early is perfectly acceptable. Thus, on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock, noticing that the employees had little to do, Lume allowed them to leave early. The staff members were all smiles, elated by the unexpected early dismissal. It was Friday, and with summer upon them, an early finish meant they could enjoy the evening. A rare boon for the overworked. Lume and Zhao Shinin, however, chose to remain until the premiere of Hip Hop in Huaxia, at which point Zhao Shinin stood and said, "Lume, the semi-finals of hip hop are about to begin. Let us watch it in the conference room." After connecting her notebook to the projector, the screen soon displayed the semi-finals. Lume instructed, "Let us fast forward to Shao Yang's performance." Zhao Shengnan complied, and after a brief wait, Shao Yang finally took the stage. The camera panned to the audience, revealing scrutinizing eyes that were far from welcoming, a stark contrast to the reactions when Chun Ming and others performed earlier. Although Yang Lan had warned Lume about the potential backlash, she could not shake off her unease upon witnessing the audience's reaction. The production team had executed their strategy rather astutely. Having debuted as a rising star, Shao Yang's popularity had not waned. By inviting him as a judge on hip-hop, the show could naturally attract his amassed fan base, thus boosting viewership. However, placing Shao Yang as the final performer meant that if the votes were tied, Any choice he made could lead to a backlash from the fans of the eliminated contestant. The rap community was known for its ruthless criticism. "Shannon, please turn on the bullet comments," Lume requested. "All right," Zhao Shengnan replied, scrolling to enable the comments. Indeed, when Shao Yang took the stage, nearly 80% of the comments were fixated on him. "Who is this? Why is he the last performer? I know Shao Yang. He just debuted on a neighboring talent show. What the hell? He just debuted and is already judging on hip-hop. Who does he think he is? Stop talking. He actually has talent. His original songs are climbing the charts. This is hip-hop in Huaxia, not the voice of Huaxia. You can let a newcomer judge, but to place him last? The production team must think highly of themselves. Forget the judges. Let us just enjoy the performances." After the judges were introduced, the show transitioned to the performance segment. Lume, uninterested, urged Zhao Shengnan to fast forward to the commentary segment featuring Shao Yang. The first round of performances received lukewarm critiques, and the same occurred in the second round. As the progress bar approached halfway, the third round concluded with Yang Hua and Jiang Bing's performances, leading to the moment Lume anticipated the most. The votes were steadily tied. 3, 3, 4, 4, and finally reaching 5, 5. At this juncture, Lume couldn't help but remark. Yang Lan mentioned that during the recording, Chen Ming intended to cast her vote as 4, 6, but the production team instructed her via earpiece to change it to 5, 5. This is clearly manipulation by the production team to elevate Shao Yang. Zhao Shengnan remained silent, yet his anxious gaze betrayed his curiosity about Shao Yang's critique, especially since Yang Lan had not divulged any details. On screen, after Chen Ming cast her vote, Shao Yang candidly announced, "I vote for Jiang Bing." The audience erupted in astonishment. The director and host then pressed, "Shao Yang, why did you choose Jiang Bing? Please provide a reason." In that moment, Shao Yang delivered the most shocking statement of the episode. "To be honest, I found the performances of both contestants rather mediocre. Neither the lyrics nor the composition met my standards." His words ignited a fervor among the audience. The bullet comments surged with rapid-fire negativity. Who does he think he is? Before critiquing others, perhaps he should reflect on his own abilities? He seems to view himself as a star. Look at him acting all high and mighty. Even the dog brother can't compare. This guy certainly has the audacity. I am genuinely appalled. What kind of person did the production team hire? Does he even understand rap? Damn it, after watching this, I'm going to vent on Weibo about the director for poor casting. The comments were overwhelmingly negative. Had Yang Lan not forewarned Lume about subsequent events, she would have surely been infuriated by this point. In the backstage area, Dog Brother openly expressed his disdain. What does he know about rap? Meanwhile, Zhou Hansheng derisively remarked, "People in the entertainment industry should stick to their own realm. Rap has its standards, and not just anyone can serve as a judge." As the two favorites for victory spoke, the comments accelerated even further. The show continued, entering the intermission performance segment. Upon learning that Shao Yang would be the guest performer, the audience erupted in confusion. As Shao Yang rose to the stage and took his position with a microphone, the crowd remained restless until he gestured for silence, which gradually quelled the noise. The bullet comments read, "Goodness, he truly knows how to put on a show. I can't watch this anymore. I must fast forward." How desperate is the production team to invite someone like him for the semifinals? Let us just enjoy the spectacle. Amidst the deluge of comments, the title of Shao Yang's upcoming song appeared, Chillin'. The deep red backdrop painted the stage crimson. The catchy instrumental played for a brief moment before Shao Yang finally began to sing. Just seconds into his performance, the speed of the comments surged once more. Thought, wow, this guy is the real deal. Holy smokes, these lyrics. This flow, he's definitely not an amateur. This must be intentional. The production team is clearly orchestrating public opinion, allowing him to play the underdog. Damn, should I apologize now? Shao Yang's voice, unadorned by effects and devoid of forced rhymes, delivered lyrics that flowed seamlessly. Even a person of modest taste could discern that the quality of this song was a clear superiority over the previous 6. I bow down, I bow down. I sincerely apologize for my earlier outburst. I am truly sorry. Interestingly, halfway through his performance, the same audience that had been vocally critical now flooded the screen with apologies, their comments synchronously echoing sorry. Lu Mei released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, crossing her arms in satisfaction. It seems our judgment was not in vain. Zhao Shengmin nodded in agreement. As the Suona echoed, Shao Yang recited a powerful monologue. In this world of shifting winds and clouds, we, the youth, traverse the rivers and lakes, laughing about the aspirations of the world. Intoxicated by the journey of life, the camera shifted to the backstage area, where the 6 contestants shared a collective expression of disbelief. Each rendered speechless. Yet, this was only the beginning. As Shao Yang stepped onto stage, his foot landing atop the sound system as he showcased the final segment of his rapid-fire performance, the barrage of comments abruptly vanished. Zhao Shengnan initially suspected a technical malfunction, only for the app to promptly display a notification. Oops, the comments have crashed. Please provide immediate feedback. Fortunately, as the song drew to a close, the comments resumed their lively flow, flooding the screen in a dense tapestry of messages. Thank you, Shao Yang exclaimed, raising his right hand as the microphone fell vertically to the ground before striding confidently off the stage. The celestial performance had truly captivated the audience. It was explosive. This single song could easily claim the top spot of the entire program. Brothers, what just happened? Did I just fast forward? I've become an admirer. Has the live version been uploaded to Penguin Music? I need to add it to my playlist. In the quaint little apartment, Shao Yang, upon witnessing this, promptly switched off the television. Shui Jiajia, noticing Shao Yang unlock his phone to access Weibo, leaned in and inquired, "What are you up to?" "I'm about to post a tweet." "What will you be posting?" "They're subtly mocking me. I can't just pretend I don't see it, can I?" Shao Yang replied, typing as he spoke. "Is it so easy to bully a newcomer? If I hadn't performed this song, this episode would have been a disaster thanks to you all." Director Lu Peng of Have Fun with Hip Hop. Are you really going to tag him directly? Is that not permissible? Should I inform Sister Lon? No need. Chapter 60. I am, after all, a man after the semifinals concluded. Those who had turned from detractors to admirers hurried to search for the live version of Qilin on Penguin Music. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, they flocked to director Lu Peng's Weibo, urging him for updates. Last Saturday, many viewers noticed a Weibo post from Lu Peng. The audience is not naive. At this juncture, it was evident that the newcomer he referred to was Shao Yang. Some idle netizens ventured to Shao Yang's Weibo, where they encountered his latest post. Observing Shao Yang's bold rebuttal to Lu Peng, which included tagging him, the audience eagerly commented and the likes surged. In the recording building of hip-hop in the capital, Lu Peng was in a meeting with several assistant directors and producers, discussing the arrangements for the finals the following day. An assistant rushed into the meeting room, exclaiming, "Director Lu, what is it?" "Check Weibo." With a furrowed brow, Lu Peng opened Weibo, noticing an overwhelming number of comments and private messages. He quickly perused a few comments and soon traced the thread to Shao Yang's recent post. His face paled upon reading it. He could hardly fathom that Shao Yang, a mere newcomer, dared to confront him so brazenly. After a momentary lapse of thought, Lu Peng swiftly tweeted a response. "Shao Yang, don't forget who provided you the platform to perform Qilin. Do you not understand the principle of gratitude? I shall see how long you can last in this industry." Still unsatisfied, Lu Peng appointed assistant director Li De to lead the meeting and stepped outside. In a WeChat group named Rap Family, consisting of a dozen individuals, he sent a message. "Everyone, I've been attacked by Shao Yang on Weibo. Please assist me with some comments." The individuals in this group were prominent contestants from hip-hop in the capital, each with their own fan base. Though Lu Peng did not explicitly state it, the members understood he was rallying them to take sides. The sudden fame of Qilin had already incited envy among these rap artists, and upon seeing Lu Peng's message, they swiftly agreed to lend their support. Before long, a chorus of comment from a group led by Dog Brother and Zhou Hansheng appeared beneath Lu Peng's post. Dog Brother remarked, "Everyone in the industry knows director Lu's character. To bite the hand that feeds you is simply unacceptable." Zhou Hansheng added, "There's no need to trample others to rise." Su Hua chimed in, "Director Lu, please don't be upset. This fellow just wants to be famous." Jiang Bing declared, "I support Director Lu." With their participation, the likes on Lu Peng's post skyrocketed. Satisfied to see his post outpacing Shao Yang's in likes, Lu Peng tucked his phone away. Meanwhile, in a quaint little house, Shao Yang noticed Liu Peng's mention of him on Weibo. Shueijia glanced at Shao Yang's phone screen and asked. He responded, "Yes. What do you plan to do?" "No hurry," Shao Yang replied surely. "I've nearly completed my songs for this week. They should be recorded by next Friday. While I may not match their popularity for now, I can certainly compete with them on the quality of my work." Shueijia tapped on Liu Peng's post and observed the myriad of comments from rap artists. She voiced her concern, but there are so many of them. Shao Yang smiled confidently. "While I might not currently have their popularity, I assure you, when it comes to quality, even if they banded together, I would not be outdone." "Then you better give it your all." Shao Yang turned, surprised. "Why aren't you accusing me of boasting this time?" Shueijia pouted playfully, stretching out on the sofa. "After all, I am your assistant. I cannot betray you." Today, she wore a pair of quaint brown leather shoes, black knee-high socks, and a pink and white checkered skirt, complemented by a cream-colored blouse, exuding an aura of youthful innocence. Clearly, she had let down her guard around Shao Yang, and as she lounged on the sofa, her skirt positioned her in a manner that made Shao Yang feel uncomfortable. "Mind your posture. I am, after all, a man," Shao Yang said, tossing a blanket over her. He then stood to retrieve a bottle of ice water from the fridge and drank nearly half of it. Shueijia's cheeks flushed, and she muttered to herself, "This scoundrel. I clearly wore leggings today. It's not as if I did this on purpose." In an era dominated by variety shows. Shortly after the release of the self-produced hip-hop in China by Chi, Bilibili set its sights on this lucrative venture. At this moment, the production team of Bilibili's new generation of rap was gathered in a conference room, viewing the semi-finals of hip-hop in China. Once the video concluded, director Gong Yi inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The standout feature of this episode appeared to be the song Qilin. Shao Yang, a newcomer, managed to transition seamlessly between the pop and rap scenes. It was likely he would gain significant fame in the near future. I have listened to his previous work in Brilliant Sons, and as a fellow music enthusiast, I consider him a genius. Director Gong, do you have any ideas? Nodding in agreement, Gong Yi responded, "We are set to record our first episode next Monday. Although the schedule is already planned, I would like to invite him as our opening guest. Isn't that a bit rushed?" Indeed, today is already Saturday. Given the buzz surrounding Shao Yang's song, I assume hip-hop in China will likely invite him to the finals. Just as Gong Yi was about to respond, an assistant approached quietly and whispered in his ear. Gong Yi opened Weibo and chuckled. The director of hip-hop in China, Liu Peng, and Shao Yang are embroiled in a public spat on Weibo. Shao Yang will undoubtedly not attend the finals. Fighting, you say? Yes, the exchanges are quite heated. Inviting Shao Yang at this moment would certainly generate buzz. Director Gong, the decision is yours. We will follow your lead. Indeed, Director Gong, we will heed your wishes. Gong Yi promptly instructed his assistant, "Contact Shao Yang's manager and inquire if he is willing to participate in our recording next Monday." Understood. As night approached, around 9 o'clock, Shao Yang, freshly emerged from a shower, received a call from his manager, Yang Lan. "Hello, Sister Lan. What brings you to call at such a late hour?" Shao Yang chuckled. "You're not going to scold me for tagging Liu Peng on Weibo, are you?" Yang Lan laughed. "Not at all. I have good news." "What news?" Bilibili's self-produced variety show new generation of rap starts recording this Monday and would like to invite you as the opening guest. They're willing to offer $2 million for your appearance, but you'll need to perform a new song. Shao Yang's expression shifted immediately. "No problem. I can sing a new song." Yang Lan continued, "I know you've been writing songs at home this past week, so I already agreed on your behalf. The recording will take place in Shanghai, so we want you need to catch a flight." "That's fantastic. Oh, and one more thing. This show also airs on Friday. So the first episode of and Amp, Oppo's new generation of rap and Amp, Oppo's, will coincide perfectly with the finals of and Amp, Oppo's, hip-hop in China, and Amp, Oppo's." Shao Yang paused, then a smile crept onto his lips. "This is truly splendid." Chapter 61. Cheers to Bilibili. The most significant advantage of self-produced variety shows on the platform is the flexibility in scheduling. The program New Era of Rap is set to air concurrently with hip-hop in Huaxiao on Friday, which undeniably suggests a desire to compete for viewership. This is precisely what Shao Yang hopes for. He has been pondering the best approach to release his songs, if New Era of Rap does not approach him. He would have no choice but to upload these songs himself, which would undoubtedly diminish their exposure. At 3 o'clock on Monday afternoon, Yang Lan drove Shao Yang and Shui Jiejia to the recording venue. Upon arriving at the company building, Yang Lan called the assistant of the director, Gong Ye. It wasn't long before a staff member came down to greet them. Following the staff, the three quickly ascended in the elevator to the recording floor. At this moment, the hustle and bustle of people was particularly noticeable. The staff led them to the lounge, leaving a document with Shao Yang before departing. Shao Yang glanced at the document, which outlined the entire process for this episode. The program was intriguing, with a competition format vastly different from typical talent shows. While most shows are recorded in the evening, this one commenced in the afternoon. Furthermore, the first episode was divided into 2 recording locations. The production team had specifically constructed a rap base in the outskirts of the metropolis, overseen by the host Wang Zixing. While this venue only required a host and an opening guest, this meant that Shao Yang merely needed to perform an introduction before heading home, without any further obligations. The production team's impromptu invitation for Shao Yang to be a guest clearly aimed to capitalize on his recent surge in popularity. As long as the production team refrained from creating controversies akin to hip-hop and huaxia, Shao Yang was eager for such opportunities to arise daily. A $2 million fee for an appearance might seem substantial to the average person, but for artists in the industry, it is rather modest. After taxes, it dwindles to about $1 million, which must be shared with the agency. Assuming a 60-40 split and accounting for miscellaneous expenses, he would likely take home around $500,000. However, this amount must also cover the salaries of assistants, and some artists may hire bodyguards, drivers, makeup artists, nutritionists, etc., which means one must support a multitude of individuals. Nonetheless, Shao Yang felt content, as his journey thus far had been relatively smooth. At 7:27, he was escorted to the backstage. After the lighting and camera crews adjusted their equipment, the staff signaled for Shao Yang to take the stage. Standing before the microphone, the lights illuminated him. Shortly after, the accompaniment began to play. Shao Yang commenced singing. Rap songs typically last around 3 minutes, and today's song was no exception. In the control room, the assistant director was visibly delighted upon hearing Shao Yang's performance. Midway through the song, he called the chief director Gong Ye at the other recording site. "Hello, old Gong. You truly made the right choice in inviting Shao Yang. This song today rivals Qilin. Is that so? Once you're done, send over a sample for me to review." "Sure, it won't take long here." Upon finishing the performance, despite the absence of an audience and the presence of only cameras, Shao Yang still bowed in gratitude. As the final note resonated, the host Li Yuqiu stepped onto the stage and stood beside Shao Yang, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Li Yuqiu. Welcome to Bilibili, the stage for the first large-scale music variety show produced by Bilibili, New Era of Rap. Today, as a special witness invited by Bilibili, I am here to witness this new generation alongside all friends who cherish Bilibili's culture." As the program was about to commence, Li Yuqiu invited Shao Yang to join him for the concluding slogan, which was outlined in the program's process document. Noticing Li Yuqiu nearing the end, Shao Yang glanced at the teleprompter, exchanged a look with Li Yuqiu, and raised his microphone. "Cheers to Bilibili." The director promptly called for a cut. The entire recording concluded in under 10 minutes. While returning in the car, even Shui Jiejia couldn't help but exclaim, "Being a star makes earning money seem too easy. We were only here for half an hour." Yang Lan chuckled, "What's this? I've seen many top-tier actors who, during filming, use doubles for half their scenes and merely shout 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 when it's their turn. Upon completing a project, their payment is at least in the 8 figures. Quite the lucrative affair." Yang Lan continued, "The domestic market in this regard is vast, which has led many to fiercely compete to enter the entertainment industry." Reflecting on Yang Lan's words, Shao Yang unexpectedly recalled his ex-girlfriend, whose show Sugar Heart Girl must be nearing completion. "Damn, why am I thinking of her? What bad luck." "Shao Yang, what are you pondering?" "I was considering whether my song will gain popularity after the show airs." Shui Jiejia turned her head from the passenger seat and said to Shao Yang, "I believe it's similar to the last song, so it should be fine." Yang Lan, discerning Shao Yang's thoughts, responded with a smile, "Shao Yang, hip-hop and huaxia has already aired 8 episodes. It's unlikely that the first episode of New Era of Rap will surpass the viewership of hip-hop in Huaxia. I know, Shao Yang replied with a smile, but what if after the finals of hip-hop in Huaxia, the top 5 spots on the rap chart of Penguin Music are all my songs? All 5 spots are yours. Yang Lan raised an eyebrow, including your last song, Qilin. Haven T, you only performed 2 songs? Sister Lan, you don't think I can only write 1 song a week, do you? Yang Lan immediately inquired. You've written 4. I plan to release them all on Friday. Since they want to gang up on me on Weibo, I don't mind using these 5 songs to slap them in the face. Yang Lan paused for a moment before a smile spread across her face. For a manager, having a talented artist under her wing undoubtedly alleviates half her burdens. If the artist were merely a vase, the manager would have to invest considerable effort into packaging them. However, as long as the artist possesses talent, the manager hardly needs to do much. Even in a flawed entertainment industry, those with talent will rise. Shui Jia finally grasped the situation. If they've been in rap for so long and you overshadow them all, how can they still have the audacity to complain? That's the effect I desire. Damn it, I've crossed over with great difficulty. Am I to be bullied by a few insignificant figures? Chapter 62, Our Shao Yang. After the song Qilin climbed the new song chart on Penguin Music, Shao Yang's Weibo followers surged to over 3.9 million within just a week. And it was only a matter of days before he surpassed 4 million. During the first day of a company meeting, Lu Mei had confidently stated that the number of Shao Yang's fans would double within 6 months. However, in hindsight, this goal now appears rather modest. After completing the opening for Rap New Century, Shao Yang spent several days in a state of lethargy at home. Every morning, Shui Jia would arrive and leave in the evening, bringing breakfast from outside, while lunch and dinner were enjoyed at the small villa. Yet, their arrangement was mutually agreeable, even though Yang Lan caught them together twice. She refrained from commenting, knowing Shui Jia's status. In the presence of such a capitalist, it was expected for a fledgling artist like Shao Yang to endure in silence. On Thursday, Shao Yang accompanied Yang Lan to the company, where they spent the better part of the day taking promotional photographs. Some of these images were for the company's use, while others would serve Shao Yang personally, as they could be utilized for song releases, including cover art, and would also refresh his Douyin and Weibo profiles. On the way back, he impulsively stopped by a mobile company to acquire a new SIM card, keeping his old one for personal use while designating this new card for work. On Friday evening, Shao Yang and Shui Jia sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting the launch of 2 programs. Bilibili, as the largest ACG platform in the country, consistently outperformed Penguin, Tudou, and Qi in traffic. Although Rap New Century had seen minimal promotion, the surge in popularity for rap music ensured that many netizens were paying attention. When Shui Jia began chatting in a group on her phone, Shao Yang and Oppo's WeChat notifications became incessant. Little fans of the big star, Shui Jia, sisters, log on to Bilibili immediately and give Shao Yang a call. Qin Yuhan, Shui Jia, which program is Shao Yang on now? Shui Jia, Bilibili's Rap New Century. Shen Shuhua, impressive. China has hip-hop just concluded, and he is already on Rap New Century. Jia, your boyfriend's popularity is soaring. Chung Ting, Shui Jia, where are you now? Messages flowed in the group chat, but despite the conversation revolving around him, Shao Yang hesitated to engage, having witnessed the formidable nature of these wealthy young ladies. Pretending not to notice, he discovered that the first episode of Rap New Century had aired on Bilibili and promptly cast it onto the television. The program commenced not with Shao Yang's performance, but with a dazzling MV showcase prepared by the 4 mentors. The visuals were stunning, and the sound effects were invigorating. Shao Yang refrained from commenting on the mentor's songs, as rap was an emerging culture with few insiders fully understanding its essence. Once the 4 MV showcases concluded, the scene shifted to the stage, edited seamlessly, and Shao Yang was revealed standing center stage. Viewers watching the program were quick to comment upon seeing Shao Yang. It must be noted that compared to other platforms, Bilibili's comments tended to be much more congenial. It's the one singing Qilin. Qilin, forever a classic. After listening to so many songs from China has hip-hop, it's Qilin that left the deepest impression on me. Bilibili is indeed affluent. As soon as Qilin became popular, they invited Shao Yang. Self-produced variety shows are a must-watch on Bilibili. The comments mentioning Shao Yang were not numerous, which was to be expected for a newcomer who had debuted less than 2 months ago. Simply being recognized was a commendable achievement. As the comments rolled by, Shao Yang and Oppo's opening performance commenced. The introduction featured a rhythmically captivating accompaniment dominated by a powerful drumbeat that created an electrifying atmosphere. The lights flickered incessantly, and the smoke machines at the front of the stage continuously billowed fog. The visual presentation was impressive. As the beats progressed, Shao Yang held the microphone tightly, and as he opened his mouth, a distinctly recognizable voice resonated. Reflecting on the 7-foot snowstorm, counting months that feel endless, blood-stained cherry blossoms in the mist. Like a silent foreshadowing, with one heart, the flames of war arise. If the soldier's soul longs to return home, yearning for the moon's reflection beneath the waters. Heroes and heroines for their beloved. As soon as he finished those 4 lines, the screen was completely overwhelmed by the barrage of comments. The fervor of the Bilibili audience took Shao Yang by surprise. He had anticipated that the audience would appreciate this uniquely nationalistic style of rap, but he never expected such overwhelming support. Heavens! I've discovered a treasure, brothers. Quickly put on your headphones. It's exhilarating. Amazing. What an extraordinary singer. I'm getting goosebumps. This opening is explosive. With one heart, the flames of war arise. If the soldier and Oppo's soul longs to return home. That line is incredible. It ignites passion. Although the barrage obscured the visuals, it did not hinder the clarity of Shao Yang's voice. The post-production must have polished the sound, as it was remarkably clean, devoid of any noise. Shoulder to shoulder in the sunset, hoofbeats tread on water as shadow. Warriors follow the army not for safety, never expecting a return date. Baptized in the fires of war, with solitary courage, watching the frost settle on withered leaves, graves scattered across the desolate plains. After one complete rendition of the main verse, the song returned to the initial chorus. The performance culminated with the accompaniment gradually fading away. Yet the barrage of comments remained unrelenting. Not a single negative review could be found throughout the duration. This was a significant improvement compared to the airing of China Has Hip-Hop, where, despite most comments being positive after Shao Yang performed Qilin, dissenting voices from fans of CSE and Tianshan Club still emerged. But this time was different. From the moment Shao Yang appeared on screen until the completion of his song, every comment was overwhelmingly positive. On horseback, through thorns and thickets, heading skyward while treading upon the yellow earth, waving our banner. This line could truly serve as the conclusion of an essay. A divine stage, a divine singer. This song is going on repeat for me. The lyrics are masterfully crafted. The scope has expanded tremendously. You can always trust Bilibili's judgment. I feel my phone vibrating incessantly from my iPhone 15 Pro Max 2 TB limited edition black. After Shao Yang finished singing, the host Li Yuchio stepped onto the stage, promoting Bilibili briefly, and together they cheerfully exclaimed the classic Bilibili. After a toast, the scene transitioned to another recording venue. Shuejiajia, brimming with excitement, grasped Shao Yang and Oppo's hand and exclaimed, "Shao Yang, your song is a hit again. I know, just speak normally. Don't pinch me. Beep, beep, beep." Having also watched Shao Yang's opening performance, Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting erupted with messages in the group chat. Qin Yuhan, big star my idol. Shun Shuhua, Shuejiajia, hurry and let the big star speak. Cheng Tingting, Shuejiajia, please tell your boyfriend that I'm currently single and available. I could be easily charmed. Shuejiajia, aware that they were jesting, delightfully recorded a voice message. All of you, step aside. Our Shao Yang is too busy to entertain you. Qin Yuhan, our Shao Yang. Shen Shuhua, our home. Cheng Tingting, our home. Shuejiajia seemed to realize she had misspoken. Seeing Shao Yang about to pick up his phone, she hurriedly said, "Didn't you mention that you were going to release a song today? Hurry and go." Shao Yang nodded in agreement, rising to his feet. As he prepared to descend the stairs, he cast a glance back at the figure curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 63. Are you jealous? Aside from the rap song Fiery Warhorse, performed by the new generation of rappers. Shao Yang has recorded 4 new tracks over the past 2 weeks. Gaze Unwavering, Slave, Empty City Stratagem, and In My Father Amp, Oppo's, S-Name, including the re-recorded Chillin' and Fiery Warhorse. He now has a total of 6 songs. Each of these 6 pieces showcases a unique style, which is not surprising given that Shao Yang has limited exposure to rap music. These are the 6 classic tracks that resonate in his mind, each representing the hallmark works of several renowned rap artists in that world, having already proven their market viability. Seated before his computer, Shao Yang uploaded these 6 songs to Penguin Music. After obtaining approval, he promptly shared the links on Weibo, each accompanied by an image featuring the phrase, "Stay away." Having completed this task, he returned to the living room. Shwejia. Huh? Shao Yang handed his phone to Shwejia. Please help me record a video. What video? Just like before, a short promotional video for the new songs. All right. Shwejia eagerly set down her phone, took Shao Yang's device, and gestured toward the sofa. Just sit on the couch. Okay. Before attending to Shining Sun, Shwejia had already helped Shao Yang film several videos, and they had developed a remarkable rapport. While Shao Yang and Shwejia busied themselves with the video, LV May, who had just received a message from Shao Yang, arrived in the office area, holding her phone. Shao Yang and Oppo's new songs have been released. I don an Oppo's, take care what you do. Make sure these songs become popular as soon as possible. This was the first time the employees at Yang Entertainment had to work overtime, and everyone was quite enthusiastic about their tasks. At a hotel near Hongdian, the star Yang Kaiwei returned from her day of shooting, accompanied by her manager and assistant. After indulging in a relaxing hot bath, she emerged from the bathroom just as her assistant arrived with takeout. Sister Kaiwei, I ordered the crayfish you wanted, garlic, spicy, and braised. Yang Kaiwei glanced at the bags her assistant carried while drying her hair with a towel. Just put it on the table. Okay, please call Sister Wang over. Then you can take a break. Sure. After her assistant set down the food, she quickly exited. Clad in a bathrobe, Yang Kaiwei retrieved her iPad, placed it on the table, donned disposable gloves, and settled onto the hotel sofa to watch a variety show while enjoying her crayfish. Manager Wang Man soon joined her from the adjacent room. Spotting the table laden with crayfish, she promptly sat beside Yang Kaiwei, putting on gloves to join in the feast. Sister Wang, there shouldn't be any other engagements this month, right? Well, there was a commercial event, but they only offered $6 million for the appearance fee, which is too low, so I declined. Hearing this, Yang Kaiwei sighed in relief. I and Oppo's, you've been exhausted from filming lately, so let an Oppo's, push aside any unnecessary engagements. Wang Man neither affirmed nor denied, simply responding, I will ensure that. There will definitely be fewer engagements in the second half of the year compared to the first. Yang Kaiwei nodded and casually asked, how's the studio doing lately? Pretty good. Wang Yi is filming, and Sun Ming is doing quite well, but Yang Kaiwei slurped the juice from crayfish tail and inquired, but what? That's Shao Yang from Oppo's, the Shining Sun and Oppo's. Do you remember him? Him? Young Taiwi Smilet. Of course I remember. What's he up to these days? I haven't kept track while filming. Wang Man replied, he's been quite popular lately. Popular? Yes. He recently participated in China Has Hip-Hop and Billy's New Century Rap, both of which became hits. I just checked, and his fan base has surpassed 4 million. Moreover, he just released 6 songs, likely hoping to capitalize on this wave of popularity. Yang Kaiwei had a vivid impression of Shao Yang. Upon hearing this, she swiftly said, find me his video. I want to take a look. Wang Man removed her gloves and located Shao Yang's video on the iPad, playing it for her. Yang Kaiwei watched with keen interest. Though she was not particularly skilled in singing, she could certainly discern quality. After listening to Chillin', she marveled. His stage presence remains impeccable. He hardly seems like a newcomer. They're an Oppo's. That's another one. Wang Man played Fiery Warhorse, and upon seeing the barrage of comments saying, play it 1 billion times, Yang Kaiwei chuckled. I haven't encountered such a talented newcomer in a long time. I should have fought harder to bring him on board back then. He is signed with Yang Entertainment, a relatively new company, but its core staff consists of individuals poached from various firms. The background of the company's owner must be quite formidable. Otherwise, Other agencies wooed and amp, oppose, to allow such aggressive recruitment. Shao Yang once mentioned that his boss indeed possesses considerable strength. Yang Kaiwei took a sip of milk and remarked, with his talent and the company's backing, he is bound to rise in prominence. Do you think if I promote his new songs now, he might forever remember this favor? You want to help him promote his new songs? Well, that shooting into amp, oppose, to be an issue, considering I was a mentor on and amp, oppose, the shining sun, and amp, oppose, Wong Man replied. The problem ISN and amp, oppose, to whether it's an issue. It and amp, oppose. As that with your current popularity, promoting his new songs would be quite a bargain for him. Yang Kaiwei laughed. One must not judge by the present. He may be a newcomer now, but what about a year from now, 3 years, or 5 years down the line? Who knows? I may find my own popularity eclipsed by his. With that, Yang Kaiwei removed her gloves and skillfully began composing a Weibo post on her phone. Promoting someone else's new song was not a novel endeavor for her, so she was well-versed in how to craft the post. Mei Jia, a minister from the Public Relations Department and amp, oppose. As promotion team hurriedly approached LV May and amp, oppose. S office after seeing Yang Kaiwei and amp, oppose, as Weibo post. Kumin, LV May responded, and the minister quickly entered, visibly excited as she held her phone. Mei Jia, Yang Kaiwei is promoting Shao Yang and amp, oppose, S new song. Yang Kaiwei. Yes, Yang Kaiwei is currently a top star in the industry, managing several young artists herself, and undoubtedly ranks among the elite female celebrities. LV May took the phone, reading the content with a puzzled expression. Why would she help Shao Yang promote his new song? She was a mentor on and oppose, the shining sun, and oppose, but have they been in contact outside of the show? Upon hearing this, LV May promptly replied, you go back to your work. I'll ask Shao Yang. Understood. LV May pulled out her phone and dialed Shao Yang and amp, oppose, S number. After hanging up, Shao Yang hurriedly opened Weibo to check. Upon discovering that Yang Kaiwei had indeed promoted his new songs, he contemplated for a moment before returning to WeChat to send her a message of gratitude. After successfully sending the message, Shao Yang settled back onto the sofa, feeling lighthearted. However, he was soon caught off guard. Shui Jiejia approached him from behind and firmly tugged at his ear, demanding in a commanding tone, confess. When did you start seeing Yang Kaiwei? What are you doing? That hurts. Confess now. What should I confess? Didn't and amp, oppose, I just say over the phone that I merely helped him write a song? I don't and amp, oppose, believe that. A star of her caliber wouldn't promote your new song for free. Shao Yang picked up his phone and handed it to Shui Jiejia, saying here, take a look at the chat history yourself. Only then did Shui Jiejia release her grip and begin to peruse the messages. Upon discovering that there were only a few exchanges, she inquired, did you not delete a part of it? I hardly have the leisure for that. No. Shui Jiejia, Yang Kaiwei is promoting my new song. Why are you so agitated? Are you feeling jealous? Me. Shui Jiejia's voice suddenly escalated in volume. I am not. Chapter 64. Time ahead. Yang Kaiwei and amp, oppose. S Weibo followers had already surpassed 50 million. After a lapse of more than half a month. Her recent post immediately reached tens of thousands of fans, quickly spreading from 1 to 10, then to 100. Coupled with Shao Yang and amp, oppose, has heightened popularity and a series of promotional efforts by the company. The playback numbers for the 6 new songs he released soared at a terrifying pace within just an hour. In the office area of the Content Operations Department at Penguin Music, Jiang Wenchang observed the data on his computer screen, his expression transitioning from fatigue to vitality, then to astonishment, and finally to sheer shock. Manager Wu, could you come over for a moment? What an amp, oppose, that's the matter, Shao Jiang. Jiang Wenchang replied. Shao Yang just released 6 songs at once, and within 2 hours, each song in amp, oppose, S playback has exceeded 3 million. The song in the name of the Father has even been added to playlists by over 100,000 people. Hearing this, Manager Wu hurried over to take a look. Refresh. Let me see. Jiang Wenchang quickly refreshed the data. Gazing at the highlighted figures on the screen, Manager Wu was momentarily taken aback, then promptly instructed, have a design team create promotional graphics right away. We need to replace the banner image. This growth rate is even faster than that of leading artists releasing new albums. Tomorrow, these songs will undoubtedly break into the top 10 on the new song chart, potentially bringing us a significant influx of traffic. Shao Yang, keep monitoring this. I will head to the copyright department to see if we can secure exclusive licensing rights for these songs. Understood, Manager Wu. Half an hour later, the homepage of Penguin Music showcased a banner featuring Shao Yang's image, instantly visible to anyone entering the site. 2 words, star power. Initially, Shao Yang had planned to sleep, but upon receiving a screenshot from Shui Jejia, he was instantly wide awake. The surge in traffic was astounding. A series of chain reactions throughout the day had catapulted the name and amp, Oppos, Shao Yang and amp, Oppos, into the consciousness of millions overnight. The thought that tens or even hundreds of thousands of people were listening to his music at that very moment rendered him unable to sleep. Simultaneously, the director of Huaxia has hip-hop, Lu Peng, and the rappers who had previously aligned with him were also restless. Although the finals of Huaxia has hip-hop had concluded successfully that evening, Lu Peng and Oppos' joy was swiftly overshadowed when he noticed numerous comments in the live chat discussing the adjacent show Rap News Century. It became evident that Billy's Rap News Century had invited Shao Yang as the opening guest, and his performance of Fiery Warhorse had captivated countless viewers. After witnessing Shao Yang's performance, Lu Peng's mood soured considerably. As the director of Has Hip Hop, he was acutely aware of the song's immense value. Even if Dog Brother and Zhou Hanxing brought out their best songs in the finals, they could not compete with Fiery Warhorse. However, the situation did not end there. Shao Yang and Oppos' subsequent Weibo posts were the true source of Lu Peng and Oppos' discomfort. Releasing 6 songs in one go, aside from Kylan and Fiery Warhorse, the remaining 4 were all of exceptional quality. Any one of them could easily claim victory on the Has Hip Hop stage. By choosing to release these 6 songs on a Friday night, each accompanied by the phrase "Stay out of this," Shao Yang was unmistakably sending a message to Lu Peng. As more and more people listened to Shao Yang and Oppos' 6 songs, the comments on Lu Peng and Oppos' latest Weibo post began to swell. The comments were quite revealing. Director Lu, we have truly lost this time. While the finals of Has Hip Hop were entertaining, Shao Yang's music reigned supreme. Shao Yang and Oppos' 6 songs could easily outshine any entry from Oppos' Has Hip Hop and Oppos' I Want an Oppos' TB watching the second season without Shao Yang. Have you listened to Oppos' Unwavering and Oppos'? Have you heard Oppos' Slave and Oppos'? Have you experienced Oppos' Empty City Stratagem and Oppos'? Have you heard In the Name of the Father? Can you still sleep at night? Why invite 2 celebrities who know nothing about rap to the finals? Ridiculous. Not inviting Shao Yang as a mentor for Huaxia Has Hip Hop is the biggest blunder. Dog Brother and Zhou Hanxing, despite being co-champions of the first season of Has Hip Hop, found little joy in their victory. They had expected that, riding on the show's popularity, their win would generate a flurry of online news. Instead, the internet was ablaze with discussions of Shao Yang's music. Immediately, they listened to the 6 songs, and their expressions fell somber. There was no comparison. They understood all too well that their songs paled in comparison to any of Shao Yang and Oppos' 6 tracks. This realization led them to choose silence. Silence reigned at Tonight and Oppos' Con Xiao. As Shao Yang's 6 songs skyrocketed in popularity, his manager, Yang Lan, found her phone inundated with calls. The callers sought to invite Shao Yang to partake in various commercial events and variety show recordings, eager to capitalize on his newfound fame. In this era where popularity reigns supreme, a call today might yield a fee of $1 to $2 million, while tomorrow's calls could see that figure soar to $3 or $4 million. Being an experienced manager, Yang Lan did not hastily accept every offer, but instead inquired about the specifics before making her decisions. Lu Mei and Zhao Shengnan remained at the office until well past 11, their faces betraying their elation. They had not anticipated such smooth progress in their venture. Prior to this, they had even prepared for failure. Signing Shao Yang was likely the most astute decision of their lives. Indeed, I did not expect his rise to be so swift, Zhao Shengnan remarked. We must thank Shwe Jiejia. Without her, we might not have secured Shao Yang. I believe a significant part of Shao Yang and Oppo's decision to sign with us was due to her influence. Absolutely, Lu Mei replied with a smile. We owe her gratitude. However, she is now a shareholder in the company. Shao Yang and Oppo's success is also beneficial for her. Do you think a girl as innocent as Shwe Jiejia would be thrilled merely for money and benefits? Zhao Shengnan pondered. It an Oppo's evident she has feelings for Shao Yang. Perhaps even she hasn't realized it yet. Shao Yang must certainly recognize her affections, Lu Mei affirmed. Then why? Zhao Shengnan mused. When I first met Shao Yang, he gave me a very mature impression. Before she could finish, Lu Mei interjected, I felt the same way. Mature individuals tend to consider matters comprehensively. Perhaps Shao Yang feels he does not yet measure up to Shwe Jiejia. After some contemplation, Lu Mei conceded this point. If Shao Yang had not entered this industry, Shwe Jiejia would be a top-tier heiress, while he would merely be an ordinary worker. If Shao Yang were to harbor feelings for Shwe Jiejia, it would be akin to a frog aspiring to dine on swan meat. But now, Lu Mei smiled, there's no need to rush. We have plenty of time ahead. Chapter 65, The Sweetheart Chronicles concluded. The following day, the charts on Penguin Music were refreshed. Shao Yang claimed all 6 top spots on the new song chart. Dominating both the new song and the rising star charts was the track In the Name of the Father, a fusion of pop and rap that attracted a diverse audience beyond the typical rap listeners, garnering numerous fans among casual listeners. The comments were overwhelmingly positive. This time, it wasn't just Shao Yang's work that was gaining attention. Due to a series of interconnected events, Shao Yang himself had also become a sensation. As dawn gently broke, Shao Yang had just risen when his manager, Yang Lan, arrived outside his villa. Hearing the doorbell while brushing his teeth, Shao Yang opened the door to find Yang Lan chuckling. Congratulations. You've truly entered the circle now. Lan Jia, is it so early? Shao Yang replied. You have no idea, Yang Lan said as she stepped into the living room. I was on the phone all night, barely catching a wink. But I'm used to it now. Hurry and freshen up. I have over 10 bookings in hand, some of which conflict with each other. So we'll have to decline some. You choose which ones you like to take. Shao Yang nodded and returned to the bathroom to continue his routine. 5 minutes later, on the sofa, Yang Lan presented him with a neatly organized A4 sheet, stating, I prefer more variety shows. While these small commercial gigs pay well, accepting them now would lower your standing, as most attendees are internet celebrities. However, the money is indeed easier to earn. Shao Yang glanced at the list and replied without hesitation. Select the more popular variety shows, preferably those where I can sing. Yang Lan smiled, rest assured. All these bookings require your singing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called me overnight. Well then, you take charge. To be honest, I haven't watched these shows and can't differentiate between the good and the bad. Yang Lan nodded. All right, I'll handle it. She took out her phone to contact the production teams and confirm recording times, locations, and fees. While she was engaged with the production teams, Shwe Jiejia arrived with a large bag of breakfast. As they enjoyed their meal, Yang Lan suddenly mentioned, by the way, Shao Yang, someone from Penguin Music called me yesterday to discuss purchasing the rights to your songs. Your contract with the company doesn't cover personal copyrights. So I'll give you the number later, and you can contact them directly. Understood. Shao Yang was knowledgeable in this area. Music platforms typically engage in 2 types of copyright transactions. One involves a complete buyout, where the platform pays a lump sum for the rights to the song, after which they can use it as they please, with all subsequent earnings going to them. The other is a management agreement, a profit-sharing model where the artist retains ownership of the copyright while granting the platform the rights to promote the song, with profits divided according to the contract. For lesser-known artists, a buyout is often more advantageous, as they usually receive a higher upfront payment. After all, no one can predict how long a song will remain popular. However, for first- and second-tier artists, the latter option is often preferred, allowing them to retain their rights. Shao Yang was certain to opt for the second option. The 6 songs, particularly In the Name of the Father, had enjoyed years of popularity in that world, thus making the second option more profitable in the long run. Finish your breakfast. We're heading to Zhejiang province shortly. Do we have a gig tonight? Yes, as a guest on Blueberry TV's Voice of Music. The show will be broadcast on television, so don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, Shao Yang replied. As fame brings its own set of challenges, Shao Yang was well prepared. In this industry, it is often the newcomers like Shao Yang alongside second and third tier stars who are the most active. To sustain their popularity and income, they must juggle numerous bookings. In contrast, first-tier stars tend to invest or establish their studios after a couple of years in the industry. Take Yang Kaiwei, for instance. In a year or two, as long as she remains prudent, she could easily semi-retire from the entertainment scene, with her studio and accumulated wealth ensuring her financial security for life. Yet once one enters this circle, the temptation to remain is strong. The ease of earning money is alluring, and ambition only grows. Once one has 100,000, they aspire for 1 million, then 10 million. In the days that followed, Shao Yang traversed various cities, fulfilling his bookings and repeatedly performing his songs on different stages. Although these shows would not air immediately, each production team sought his contact information after recording, with even 2 hosts boasting over 10 million followers requesting his WeChat. Being seasoned hosts, they typically possess an astute sense for talent. Their eagerness to connect with Shao Yang clearly indicated their belief in his future prospects. Shao Yang and Yang Lan were both acutely aware of this. By the time they exited the recording venue, nearly 11 o'clock had passed, leaving even Shao Yang feeling fatigued. In the car, Shao Yang yawned and asked, "Lan Jia, are we heading to the airport?" "No need today. You can rest tomorrow. The day after, we'll return to Shanghai. You have been invited back to guest on New Century Rap again, where besides singing, you'll also provide feedback alongside the show as host." Shao Yang stretched lazily. Wonderful. Finally, a day to rest. Having been a manager for so long, Yang Lan was accustomed to this busy lifestyle, seizing any opportunity to rest, even catching a quick nap while Shao Yang recorded on stage. Unlike Shue Jiejia, who couldn't sleep without a proper bed. "Why don't you two rest for a bit? It's a 20-minute drive to the hotel. I'll wake you when we arrive." "Okay," Shao Yang replied, slowly closing his eyes. A few minutes later, Shue Jiejia rested her head against Shao Yang's shoulder and fell asleep. Meanwhile, the self-produced variety show Sweetheart Girl concluded its recording this evening. Like Brilliant Sun, this program offered the top 9 contestants a chance to debut. However, unlike Brilliant Sun, which debuted individuals, Sweetheart Girl formed a girl group. Although Song Lee's performance in Sweetheart Girl was not particularly outstanding, she managed to secure the 9th spot based on total votes and achieved her dream of debuting. Exiting the recording venue, Song Lee and Oppo's face radiated undeniable joy. Her dream had finally come true. From this day forth, she could bid farewell to her past. Song Lee envisioned a bright future ahead, free from the days of waiting for discounts on cosmetics or having to ask Shao Yang for money. Upon boarding the company vehicle, after 2 months of closed recording, Song Lee hurriedly opened her WeChat, which was marked with over 99 unread messages. Most were congratulatory messages from old friends and classmates. However, as she scrolled through, her expression gradually shifted. Chapter 66. How could someone like Shao Yang become a star? Why is everyone asking me how Shao Yang and I have been lately? They previously showed no interest in this straightforward man at all. Filled with confusion, Song Lee scrolled through her contacts and found Su Fei, the president of the guitar club from their university days. He was the only person who shared a common interest with Shao Yang. In fact, they spent more time practicing guitar together than Shao Yang did with Song Lee. "Su Fei, are you there?" she messaged, and it was barely a moment before he replied. "What can I do for you, beautiful Song? Have you been in touch with Shao Yang recently?" Shao Yang. Su Fei, lying on his bed, furrowed his brow and said, "Aren't you his girlfriend? Why are you asking me?" Song Lee thought for a moment before responding. "We broke up a few months ago." "Broken up?" "No wonder." Su Fei had noticed back in college that Shao Yang and Song Lee were not a good match. One was a sincere, straightforward man, while the other was an alluring beauty who could effortlessly captivate anyone. Their personalities were simply incompatible. He deleted me from his contacts, and now I cannot reach him. Is he in some kind of trouble? Song Lee pondered, concerned by the number of people inquiring about Shao Yang. Could it be that, after their breakup, he had succumbed to despair? Despite feeling as though they belonged to different worlds now, she still didn't want anything unfortunate to happen to him. Song Lee was not convinced that Shue Jiejia, whom she had encountered last time, would genuinely be interested in Shao Yang. She felt she knew him best. A man so earnest would never be romantic, and without a hint of talent, who would ever take notice of him? About a minute later, Su Fei replied, "He is now a major star. Just yesterday, a classmate told me that the school has already put up posters of Shao Yang around campus to recruit new students." A major star? How could that be possible? Song Li's expression changed dramatically as she directly questioned, what on earth happened? Realizing that Song Li was completely unaware of the changes in Shao Yang and Appo's life, Su Fei concluded that their breakup was likely her doing. He knew Shao Yang well. Although he was quiet, he was a decent person. If he had initiated the breakup, he would never have deleted Song Li. He participated in AMP, Appo's, Shining Sun and AMP, Appo's, and got signed with an agency. A few days ago, he released several new songs, and named AMP, Appo's, still climbing the charts. You can check Baidu. There's already information about him there. The message Su Fei sent left Song Li utterly bewildered. Shao Yang had debuted? It seemed impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having been with Shao Yang for so long, she understood him well. In his worldview, he would never enter the entertainment industry. But Su Fei wooed in Appo's, Li. Determined, Song Li quickly opened her browser and typed Shao Yang into the search bar. Upon hitting search, the page refreshed. The first result was Baidu Baiki. For reasons she couldn't comprehend, her heart raced as the web page popped up. She clicked on the entry, and all of Shao Yang's information appeared. The photos were taken by a professional photographer hired by his agency, each one meticulously edited, showcasing his striking good looks. The entry detailed his debut journey, the works he had produced, and their accomplishments. Song Li was stunned, her mind blank. She couldn't believe this was real, yet the information before her could not be fabricated. Not willing to give up, she returned to Weibo and found Shao Yang's profile. His avatar was unmistakably his photo, and his signature remained unchanged, facing the sea, with spring blossoms. Below it was the number of Shao Yang's current followers, 657 million. Holding her phone in one hand and covering her mouth with the other, her astonished eyes widened at that figure, leaving her momentarily speechless. Waking up refreshed, Shao Yang relished the feeling of not having to rush to his schedule. After completing his morning routine, he ordered a delightful breakfast from room service. Although the portions were modest, the presentation was exquisite. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, there was a knock at the door. He opened it to find Shui Jiejia standing there. Clad in a fitted white t-shirt and a light gray pleated skirt, her 168-meter figure poised. She stretched lazily, and the t-shirt tucked into her skirt slipped out, revealing a slender, fair waist. Shao Yang was about to speak when Shui Jiejia pushed past him and plopped down on the sofa, grabbing chopsticks and digging into the food. "That was my order." Shui Jiejia, too exhausted from her recent travels, barely acknowledged him and continued eating. Observing this, Shao Yang obediently called the hotel staff for another order. Seated side by side on the sofa, he remarked, "If you can and Appo's, handle it, just go back. Don and Appo's, wear yourself out. Otherwise, I won't know how to explain it to your parents. I'm not leaving. What's with this? Are you a young lady experiencing the struggles of the common folk? You and Appo's, the only artist in your company. If you crash, the whole company goes down. As the third largest shareholder, I have to keep an eye on you, lest you get out of control." After wiping her mouth with a tissue, Shui Jiejia crossed her legs and sipped her milk, speaking with conviction. Shao Yang's gaze shifted from Shui Jiejia's elegantly crossed legs to the milk stains at the corner of her mouth. After a few moments of contemplation, he cleared his throat and averted his eyes, saying, "I and Appo's am not a minor. I can take care of myself." Just as he finished speaking, Shui Jiejia produced a card from somewhere and handed it to him. Shao Yang looked down and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The card featured a photo of a girl in a school uniform, with 4 bold characters beside it, on-demand service. Last night, after returning to the hotel, Shui Jiejia and Yang Lan had shared a late-night snack in Shao Yang's room. However, Shui Jiejia had been so exhausted that she fell asleep on the sofa, prompting Shao Yang to switch rooms. Thus, if he hadn't changed rooms, it would have been him receiving that card. "This hotel is so upscale. How could they have this?" Shao Yang said awkwardly. Shui Jiejia leaned closer, her finger pointing at him as she said, Sister Lon warned me that the more famous you become, the more temptations you'll face, so I have to keep a close watch on you. Ingyo dare, hiviv, ilo. Snap you. You and Amp, Oppos, re-overthinking it. Shao Yang took the card back and stood, declaring, I and Amp, Oppos, am quite dedicated to maintaining my integrity. Shwejia tore the card into pieces and tossed it into the trash. After sleeping for over 10 hours, shall we go out for a stroll? No way. I need to get some more sleep. Are you a pig? Haven and Amp. Amp, Oppos. Till you had enough rest? You're the pig. Shwejia playfully kicked Shao Yang and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S backside. And as he nearly stumbled, she burst into laughter and dashed out. Chapter 67. Are you absolutely blameless? Shao Yang wandered around the vicinity of the hotel, only to find that the area was dominated by towering skyscrapers and busy roads. Although cars were parked in the hotel's parking lot, he had no desire to drive alone to a distant place, so he returned to the hotel. After watching short videos for a while, Shao Yang, feeling utterly bored, was about to open his notebook to jot down a few song lyrics so as not to forget them later. At that moment, an unrecognized call came in. Without a second thought, he answered it. Hello, just a single word was enough for Shao Yang to recognize the caller. He abruptly snapped his notebook shut and coldly stated, Song Li, is there any need for us to stay in touch? The icy tone of his voice left Song Li momentarily stunned. She struggled to comprehend how Shao Yang's attitude could shift so drastically in such a short time. It was even more difficult for her to accept the fact that Shao Yang had debuted earlier than she had and now boasted nearly 5 million followers on Weibo. Had she known that Shao Yang would achieve such success, she would have never broken up with him. Though he lacked romantic finesse, he had always been devoted to her, never wavering before their separation. After a prolonged silence, Song Li replied, Shao Yang, you weren't like this before. And what was I supposed to be? Should I continue to be your devoted admirer? Spare me. From a night we broke up, I realized we were fundamentally incompatible. Don't call me again. It disgusts me. The call abruptly ended. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Song Li stared blankly at her phone screen. Sitting in front of the vanity mirror, she remained frozen for 2 minutes before suddenly erupting in a fit of rage, sending her cosmetics crashing to the floor. Bastard, bastard, bastard. How dare he speak to me like that? What has happened to him? He used to love me dearly. The hotel room door swung open, and Zheng Song entered cautiously. Noticing the scattered makeup on the floor, he surmised that Song Li had learned of Shao Yang's situation. Why didn't you tell me? Song Li, her eyes red, confronted him. Zheng Song feigned ignorance. Tell you what, why didn't you tell me about Shao Yang? Zheng Song quickly approached, enveloping Song Li in his arms, gently patting her back as he comforted her. I didn't want you to be affected while recording your show. It's okay, don't cry. You've debuted now, and with me and Dongwang Entertainment backing you, you will definitely be more popular than him. He has signed with a small company and is merely riding a wave of luck. He'll fade away soon enough. I've seen many such cases. Song Li choked back tears. The situation was already dire, and she could only force herself to find solace in Zheng Song's words. Yet, deep down, she remained unwilling to accept it. Why didn't you participate in shows while we were together? You had to wait until I broke up with you to do so. Are you truly without fault in this matter? Just after hanging up the call, Shwejia arrived at Shao Yang and Amp Oppo's room, having slept the entire day. Now, she appeared much more revitalized than in the morning. Noticing Shao Yang sitting on the sofa with a sullen expression, she approached him and asked, What's on your mind? Nothing. Shwejia, clearly impatient, retorted, Your face is practically screaming that you're unhappy. Just tell me what's wrong. Really, it's nothing. My ex-girlfriend just called me. Your ex-girlfriend? Shwejia paused, then sat beside Shao Yang and inquired, What did she call for? She didn't say much. I recognized her voice. And she hung up after a couple of words. Can't you forget her? Shao Yang chuckled despite himself. How could I? I know her personality too well. She tends to cause drama when she is unhappy. I was a bit harsh earlier because I'm worried she might stir up trouble. At this critical moment, nothing can go awry. Shwejia patted Shao Yang's shoulder, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder comforting younger one. Don't worry, she was in the wrong initially, and you did nothing wrong. What kind of trouble could she possibly cause? True. At this point, Shao Yang noticed that Shue Jiejie was holding a bath towel and asked, "What do you need a towel for?" "It's only 4 o'clock. There was an indoor swimming pool on the hotel's top floor." Shue Jiejie had initially intended to invite Yang Lan to swim, but since Yang Lan was still in bed and couldn't swim, she sought out Shao Yang instead. Seeing Shao Yang in low spirits, Shue Jiejie's eyes sparkled as she grasped his wrist and pulled him up from the sofa. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere to help you relax." "Where to? Should I change shoes?" Shao Yang was still wearing flip-flops. "No need, it's just within the hotel." The two exited the room and took the elevator to the top floor. The occupancy rate of the star-rated hotel was already low, and since it was still early evening, they encountered no one in the corridors or the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, they walked down a corridor lined with white tiles, revealing a spacious indoor swimming pool before them. Gazing at the azure water, Shao Yang asked, "What are we doing here?" The surroundings were entirely tranquil, devoid of any other guests. Shue Jiejie, filled with excitement, approached the pool without answering Shao Yang. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then lifted her shirt and peeled it off. With a swift motion, her skirt slipped down her thighs, revealing a white swimsuit underneath. Though her figure was not exaggerated, it was a considerable shock for Shao Yang, a man who had never been intimate with anyone in over 20 years. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you undressing so suddenly?" The lights illuminated Shue Jiejie, casting a radiant glow upon her flawless figure, tall, fair-skinned, and perfectly proportioned. She dipped her toes, adorned with pale pink nail polish, into the pool water and turned to Shao Yang with a pleased expression. "It feels quite refreshing. Can you swim?" "I can, but not right now." "What is with all the excuses?" "Forget it. I won't bother you." With that, Shue Jiejie turned her back to him, her delicate skin illuminated, accentuating her graceful curves. Plop! Shue Jiejie executed a perfect dive into the pool. Swimming in the cool waters during summer was undoubtedly a joyous experience. Shao Yang settled into a lounge chair by the pool, striving to maintain his composure, as Shue Jiejie swam gracefully back and forth in the pool. Her fluid movements reminded Shao Yang of a piece of prose he had studied in high school. Amidst the winding lotus pond, a sea of leaves unfurls, their tips emerging from the water like the skirts of graceful dancers. Within the layers of leaves, sporadic white flowers bloom, some languidly opening, while others shyly reveal their petals, resembling pearls scattered across the water, akin to stars in the azure sky, or like a beauty emerging from a bath. "Shao Yang, help! My foot is cramping." Suddenly, a flurry of bubbles erupted in the pool as Shue Jiejie, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, began sinking to the bottom. Upon hearing her voice, Shao Yang snapped back to reality, and without even removing his clothes, he dashed into the pool, pulling the flailing Shue Jiejie back to the shore. "Shue Jiejie! Shue Jiejie!" Shao Yang reached out and gently patted Shue Jiejie's cheek, his brows knitting together in a furrowed line. From a moment Shue Jiejie began to shout. Until he pulled her from the water, it had likely been no more than a few seconds. Logically, she should not have fainted. As Shao Yang pondered this, Shue Jiejie, who had previously kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Upon seeing Shao Yang and Appo's anxious expression, she burst into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I was just teasing you. Who told you not to come down?" Shao Yang, rendered speechless, shot her an exasperated glance before turning to leave the water. "Hey, what are you doing? After so many days of hard work, ISN and Appo's. It nice to unwind with a swim?" "It and Appo's. It's just the two of us here. And you're dressed so scantily. Do you really think of me as a eunuch?" Shue Jiejie, having spent considerable time with Shao Yang, had little guard against him. She had invited him to swim merely to help him relax, never having considered his perspective. So that was what he meant by feeling uncomfortable. This guy, I don't mind, so why does he make it sound so pitiful? It's utterly baffling. Chapter 68. The MV female lead audition in early August. Cities across the nation felt like furnaces. Fortunately, the recording of the show took place in the evening, except for outdoor reality shows that required daytime filming. Shao Yang, Yang Lan, and Shue Jiejie rushed between various production teams, and after more than a month, Shao Yang felt he had lost several pounds. Late at night, around 10:00 and Appo's clock, on the road from Hangzhou to Shanghai, Shao Yang weakly inquired, "Sister Lan, Are there any more schedules ahead? Not much, Yang Lan replied. In the past month, we and Oppos, VE recorded 7 or 8 music variety shows, and the ones already aired are mostly complete. After this, I and Oppos, LL try to secure you some regular guest appearances. However, on this trip back, the company needs you to record an MV, which will likely take 3 to 4 days to finish. Shao Yang glanced at Shue, who had fallen asleep on his shoulder. After a moment's thought, he said, let's hold off on accepting any offers for the next month. I need to write an album. An album? Yang Lan nodded. No problem. The shows you've recorded will air gradually, so your popularity shouldn't decline. However, it's best not to take too long. In today and Oppos' entertainment industry, if you and Oppos re-absent from the screen for half a year, people will forget you. Understand. The sleek black business vehicle glided smoothly along the desolate highway. After dropping off Shue at Tang Chunyi Pin, Shao Yang returned to the small villa well past midnight. After a hurried shower, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in a distant small county, Shao Yu and Oppos, enjoying her summer vacation, had just completed a mock exam for the college entrance test and was preparing for bed. She turned off the lights, and moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bedside table. On the table sat a less than 10-inch frame containing a photograph of Shao Yang, then a college freshman cradling Shao Yu while playing the guitar during summer vacation. That year, Shao Yang was 19, and Shao Yu and Oppos, was only 11. The following afternoon, Yang Lan picked up Shao Yang from the company to prepare for the outdoor filming of the MV for several songs. Shue, too fatigued, did not accompany them today. Upon arrival at the company, Shao Yang noticed a dozen young women in the lounge area, holding forms and waiting in line. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they spotted Shao Yang approaching. Compared to a few months ago, Shao Yang had undergone a remarkable transformation. After his debut, he was styled and dressed by professionals, and with Yang Lan insisting on skincare routines, his appearance had significantly improved. Shao Yang, who already possessed good looks, now stood out even among the handsome faces of the entertainment industry. Mei Jie, we're here, Yang Lan announced as they entered the office. Lu Mei, engrossed in documents, initially assumed it was a company employee and did not look up. Upon hearing their voices, she set down her papers and smiled. You and Oppos. V worked hard during this period. Curious, Shao Yang asked, are all those people outside here for auditions? Yes, they are here to audition for the lead female role in your MV, Lu Mei replied. Wait, there's a female lead? Shao Yang exclaimed, surprised. Indeed, while the rap songs don't require one, the ones you previously performed, such as 10 Years in Blue and White Porcelain, need a female lead for their MVs. However, hiring a star is quite expensive, so I posted the casting call online. These girls are all graduates from drama academies, so there shouldn't be any issues. Lu Mei picked up her phone and sent a message to the MV and Oppos, as director. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in work pants and square glasses walked in. This is Feng Ping. He will be in charge of the MV shooting over the next few days. Hello, Shao Yang greeted, extending his hand. Feng Ping, clearly a man of urgency, wasted no time and directly asked, when shall we begin? Let us wait a bit. The female lead hasn't been chosen yet. How about you accompany Shao Yang to the meeting room to assist with auditions? Shao Yang and Feng Ping exchanged glances, and with nothing else to do, they proceeded to the meeting room. Inside were Yang Ku, the manager from the administrative department overseeing the auditions, and Zhao Shaohua, the script editor for the MV. Upon their arrival, the two quickly made room. Next, Yang Ku called out, and the front desk assistant ushered in the next Drama Academy student for the audition. A youthful girl entered, wearing a white t-shirt tucked into her jeans, her slightly curled, discolored hair framing her face. With a height of approximately 1.62 meters, her slightly nervous expression suggested it was her first audition. Yang Ku reassured her, don't be nervous. Our auditions don't take long. Shooting an MVISNT is stringent as filming a movie or a drama, as long as you're presentable and meet the basic requirements. Acting skills aren't a major concern. Zhang Sini, currently a third-year student? Yes, she replied. Yang Ku continued, this shoot may last 2 to 3 days. If successful, can you confirm your availability? Yes. I may have limited time in my first 2 years, but third-year classes are fewer, and it's manageable to take leave for shooting. Could you stand and turn around for us? We'd like to see your overall appearance. Zhang Xini placed her small handbag on the chair, stood up, and slowly turned around. After observing her, Yang Ku quietly asked Feng Ping, "What do you think?" Feng Ping nodded. She is attractive, but perhaps too young to convey the mature vibe needed for and amp. Amp, Oppos, 10 years and amp. Amp, Oppos. Feng Ping was quite blunt. Hearing this, Zhang Xini visibly deflated, sensing her audition was not going well. As Yang Ku prepared to dismiss her, Shao Yang, glancing at her resume, suddenly asked, "You listed singing and dancing as your specialties. Could you sing a few lines for us?" "Okay," Zhang Xini replied, feeling a bit anxious. "May I sing Blue and White Porcelain?" "Of course." Taking a deep breath, she commenced singing. Her voice was pure, and throughout half the song, she remained in tune, though her breath control needed work. With proper training, that could easily be rectified. Yang Ku and Feng Ping were puzzled by Shao Yang and Oppo's request for her to sing, as an MV typically required neither dialogue nor singing. However, they refrained from interrupting, recognizing Shao Yang as the sole artist under his management. "You sing well," Shao Yang complimented. "Thank you," she replied, her spirits buoyed. Yang Ku then addressed her. "You may leave now and await our news. We'll have results by 6 o'clock tonight at the latest." "All right." Zhang Xini took her handbag and exited. Shortly after, the next young woman entered for her audition. By the time the seventh girl walked into the meeting room, Feng Ping's interest peaked, and he remarked, almost to himself, "This one is promising. A bit of makeup, and she could be the one." The girl seated before them was also a student from a drama academy. Her name is Shao Yang. Although she's only 21 years old, she appears more mature than the previous individuals, particularly when she is not smiling. Her expression bears an air of sophisticated disillusionment. Upon hearing Feng Ping's remarks, Yang Ku simply asked a couple of questions before instructing her to wait for further news. "Shao Ming, is there anyone else?" Yang Jia, "No. All the interviews are completed." "All right, I understand." Yang Ku inquired, "Director Feng, do you also find the last girl impressive?" "Indeed." Shao Yang interjected, "What are your thoughts?" "I leave this matter to you," he replied with a smile as he rose. "You all continue your discussion. I will seek out Mei Jia to discuss a significant matter." Chapter 69. Equity Participation in Technology. Yang Agency cannot rely solely on itself to secure contracts and generate income. Such an approach would place immense pressure on the company and on oneself. Given the recent progress, it would be prudent to cultivate a new generation of talent within the company. For instance, the young lady Zhang Xini, who is not only beautiful but also a student at the Drama Academy, possesses both singing and dancing skills. With the right stage, her debut would be assured. I could also compose a few songs for her, which should facilitate her rise to fame. However, these endeavors cannot be without compensation. Previously, writing a love song for Yang Kaiwei earned me a remuneration of 500,000. Recently, she even helped promote my new song. If Lumei agrees, this must be considered as equity participation in technology. Should Lumei decline, I shall have to wait until I've saved enough funds to establish my own studio. However, Lumei has demonstrated remarkable capability by efficiently managing the company in such a short time, and I possess no experience in this area. If I were to become the boss, even if I could manage the workload, it would likely exhaust me. Shao Yang is planning to retire by the age of 35, having faced death once. Shao Yang now cherishes time and life more than ever and is less concerned about money. After knocking twice, Shao Yang entered the office directly. Lumei glanced up at him and inquired, "Have you chosen the candidates?" It seemed they had indeed made a selection. As Shao Yang took a seat across from her, Lumei set down her pen and asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" "Yes," Shao Yang replied. "I would like to talk to you about the company and Oppo's development." "The company and Oppo's development?" Lumei asked with keen interest. "Please, speak plainly. Let us not beat around the bush. Are you considering signing new talent?" "Of course," Lumei responded earnestly. "I have been contemplating this matter as well. Securing a few new faces is straightforward, but propelling them to prominence as quickly as you have is quite challenging. Once we sign new talent, we must invest substantial resources in them, and if they do not succeed, It would be a significant loss for our fledgling agency. I encountered a young girl during the interviews, Shao Yang mentioned. Her qualifications are quite promising. Oh, Lu Mei's eyes brightened, and she asked, "Are you suggesting that I sign this girl?" Shao Yang stated plainly, "The company can handle the signing. I will take responsibility for writing songs and promoting her. However, this must be considered my equity participation, as I am confident that my compositions will lead her to stardom." Shao Yang had listened to numerous classic tracks by female singers. Since their vocal styles did not suit him, he preferred to write for others. Lu Mei paused, neither agreeing nor refusing, but instead countered, "What if I say no? Then I shall simply move on." Shao Yang replied with a smile, "Once I have sufficient funds, I will establish my own studio and sign whoever I wish. How much equity do you desire?" "Like Shui Jiejia, 10%. That is reasonable. She only invested a few million, while my buyout price for a single song is several million." Lu Mei laughed. "That seems fair. But why not aim higher?" "What do you mean by that?" Shao Yang inquired. "Instead of paying you all your appearance fees, let us extend your contract with the company for another 5 years. For the first 2 years, we would split profits 60 to 40, and if you remain successful after 2 years, we would adjust it to 70 to 30. If you agree, I can offer you 20 equity right now." This, Shao Yang pondered. Lu Mei continued, "Additionally, regarding the girl you mentioned, if you can help her amass 5 million fans within a year, I will grant you an additional 10 equity. This way, you would hold 30 of the company, making you the second largest shareholder after me. What do you think?" Lu Mei and Oppo's intentions were quite clear. The first condition aimed to bind Shao Yang to Yang Agency, as the agency currently relies heavily on his support. The earlier contract was only for 6 months, and should Shao Yang choose to terminate it, it would be a devastating blow to the company. The second condition was to assess Shao Yang's judgment. If he could successfully promote an unknown talent, then offering him 10 equity would be a worthy investment. Shao Yang fell silent. The allure of Lu Mei and Oppo's proposal was significant. Had he not been worldly wise, he might have readily accepted. After a moment of reflection, he stated, "The contract must include a clause that grants me the right to choose which engagements I accept. I will not be treated like a mere workhorse." "Rest assured," Lu Mei chuckled. "Even if you agree, Jiejia would not consent to that." "Shao Yang," Lu Mei continued, "I did not establish this company for profit. From the moment I was born, I was free from financial worries, which is why I can afford to offer you these shares. I simply wish to prove myself. Can you assist me in this endeavor? Then it is settled. Draft the contract and have Lon sign it for me." "Very well," Lu Mei replied joyfully. "I will have someone contact the girl you mentioned. Since we have an agreement, she will be under your management. We can arrange for a professional vocal coach and a dance instructor. The company is capable of that, correct?" "Absolutely," Shao Yang affirmed, rising. "Once I complete my new album, I will organize a concert, and I am confident that she will shine as my guest performer. Best of luck." Lu Mei wished as Shao Yang exited the office, leaving with the MV director, Feng Ping. Zhang Xini had just returned to her dormitory. Her 3 roommates immediately surrounded her, brimming with anticipation. "Xini, how did it go? Will you be recording the MV with Shao Yang?" As the 3 roommates chattered excitedly, Zhang Xini placed her bag on the table and sighed. "The director said I looked too young and wasn't and Oppo's suitable for the lead role in the MV, but what?" they urged. "But Shao Yang sang a song inside for some reason." "Shao Yang was there today?" "Yes." "Did you ask him for an autograph?" Zhang Xini hesitated, her expression crestfallen. I forgot." "What? How could you forget?" The Drama Academy was quite far from Yang Agency, requiring 2 hours for a round trip. Zhang Xini had left before 1:00 and Oppo's clock, and now it was already past 5. Feeling a mix of disappointment and fatigue, she said, "Never mind. Perhaps it wasn't in Oppo's meant to be." Her roommates quickly rallied to comfort her. At that moment, a phone call interrupted. Zhang Xini noticed it was a staff member from Yang Agency who had conducted the interview. Thinking she might have been selected, she hastily answered the call, while her roommates held their breath in anticipation. "Hello, is this Zhang Xini?" "Yes, it is." "Hello, I am Yang Ku, the one who interviewed you today. I'm calling to inform you that your image does not quite align with the requirements for the MV's female lead." Upon hearing the first part, Zhang Xini and Appo's heart sank after the initial excitement. But then Yang Ku continued, however, we believe your overall qualifications are excellent, and we are interested in signing you as a trainee with our company. Would you be interested? Huh. Zhang Sini was momentarily stunned, and her three roommates wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Every student at the Drama Academy harbored dreams of becoming a star. Zhang Xinyi Stameret E. Can I really? If you are available, please come back tomorrow morning at 10. Okay. The call ended, leaving the four of them in a state of disbelief. After a considerable amount of time, one of the girls with a cherubic face exclaimed with great excitement, Sini is going to become a trainee. Chapter 70. Can you wait until I fall asleep before you leave? After returning, Shwejia caught a cold. The cause was her improper sleeping posture. She had a habit of kicking off her blanket and spent the night in a tank top and shorts under the air conditioning, resulting in a runny nose the next day. Fortunately, it wasn't too severe, so she refrained from visiting a hospital, sitting cross-legged on the couch. With tissues stuffed in both nostrils, Jia looked frail as she dialed Shao Yang and Appo's number. At that moment, Shao Yang had just finished work. Upon seeing Jia and Appo's call, he said to Director Phone Ping, let in Appo's continue tomorrow. We can wrap up for today. With that, he answered the call. Jia, what is going on? Aren't you supposed to be my shadow? I haven't seen you all day, he inquired. I caught a cold, feeling dizzy and disoriented. I feel as if I'm on the brink of death. Jia's voice sounded different, almost on the verge of tears. What nonsense are you talking about? Shao Yang frowned and asked, where are you now? At home. Wait for me. Shao Yang quickly rushed to his car, driving towards Tangxingyuping. He made a stop at a pharmacy and, by around 7 o'clock, arrived at Jia's building. Standing before the elevator, he sent a voice message. Open the elevator. Upon hearing the message, Jia put on her slippers and glanced at the surveillance camera. Seeing Shao Yang waiting at the entrance, she opened the elevator door for him. Unlike her usual lively self, Jia was now slumped on the couch, devoid of energy, with the trash can overflowing with tissues. Despite the sweltering heat outside, the air conditioning was set to a chilly 28 degrees. Shao Yang approached and placed his hand on her forehead. No fever, right? No, she replied weakly. Besides dizziness and a runny nose, I feel utterly drained. Why are you lounging in an air-conditioned room all day, exposing your arms and legs? If you don't catch a cold, who will? Shao Yang chided her like an elder while pouring hot water to prepare her some cold medicine, which he handed to her. Here, take this medicine. Drink it all at once, then go to bed and cover yourself with a blanket. Sweating out will do you good. Jia hesitantly reached for the cup, taking a tentative sip. Why is it so bitter? Of course, medicine is bitter. Hurry up and drink it, Shao Yang commanded. With teary eyes, Jia gazed at him, and upon seeing his indifference, she pinched her nose and downed the entire cup. Now, go to sleep. Oh, Jia nodded obediently, but as she stood, her legs, numb from sitting too long, caused her to collapse back onto the couch. Seeing her fragile state, Shao Yang sighed softly and supported her arm, guiding her to her bedroom. Once there, he let her lie on the bed. Adjusting the air conditioning to a natural breeze and opening the window, he noticed her feet sticking out from under the covers. He gently pulled the blanket to cover her properly. Sleep well. You should feel better by morning, he said before turning to leave. Jia reached for his hand. Her voice's soft plea. Can you wait until I fall asleep before you go? Seeing her innocent demeanor, Shao Yang nodded and took a seat beside her. Only then did Jia close her eyes and drift off to sleep. After a long day of shooting an MV, Shao Yang felt a bit tired himself. Yet, as he observed Jia peacefully lying in bed, the bedside lamp casting a soft glow on her delicate features, an inexplicable smile graced his lips. Just then, Jia and Appo's phone chimed with an incoming call. Fearing it would wake her, Shao Yang quickly lowered the volume. It was a video call from Jia and Appo's mother. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he decided to answer. Jia's mother, Lu Hongyu, had just finished dinner with Shueqi and was lounging on the couch watching television. She made the call to check on her daughter. As soon as the video connected and she saw Shao Yang on the screen, Lu Hongyu was taken aback. Shao, are you with Jia? Yes, he replied. And where is she? She caught a cold, and has already fallen asleep. Shao Yang turned the camera to show Jia resting peacefully. After exchanging glances with her husband, Lu Hongyu asked, "Is it serious?" "Just a cold. I gave her some medicine, and I believe a good night's sleep will remedy it," he reassured. "Oh," Lu Hongyu smiled. "Thank you for taking care of her these days. Don't worry, Annie. I will look after her well." With that, they ended the call. Shao Yang sighed with relief, thinking to himself, that in amp, oppos, hesed, Annie has completely accepted me as her son-in-law. Meanwhile, upon seeing his wife hang up the call, Xueqi remarked sarcastically, "In the past, whenever she was sick, she would notify us immediately. Now that she has a boyfriend, her parents are no longer needed." Lu Hongyu smacked Xueqi's arm and scolded, "Are you suggesting that Jia should remain single forever?" I was just what? You're simply jealous." "Indeed, I am jealous," Xueqi admitted, resembling a sulky child. "I'm her father. Isn't it natural for me to feel that way?" Lu Hongyu, unfazed, responded cheerfully, "I think this is wonderful. With Shao Yang taking care of Jia, I can be at ease." Xueqi opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Ultimately, Shao Yang spent the night in Jia and Amp, Oppo's, room, having fallen asleep at her vanity. Initially intending to leave, he hesitated, fearing she might wake up thirsty in the night, and ended up dozing off. Such a minor cold comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. After taking her medicine and resting under the covers, Jia awoke the next day, feeling significantly better, her head no longer aching as it had before. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and turned to get out of bed, only to see Shao Yang still sleeping beside her. She was momentarily taken aback. Did he stay here all night? Images from the previous night flooded her mind, and she felt a surge of affection for him. This guy. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jia wiped her eyes and approached Shao Yang, gently tapping his shoulder. Shao Yang stirred sleepily, still caught in a dream. "What is it? You didn't go home last night?" Realizing it was Jia speaking, he stretched and groggily replied, "I was going to leave, but your mom called and asked me to take care of you, so I stayed a bit longer and ended up falling asleep." "Are you feeling all right?" Jia nodded softly. "Much better. Then you should brew another cup of medicine to consolidate your recovery. And please, avoid lounging in air-conditioned rooms all day." "Okay," she replied, looking down and nervously fidgeting with her thumbs. Are you tired?" "How could I not be? It was so hot that I only fell asleep in the middle of the night." Jia pointed to her bed. "Why don't you lie down for a bit?" Shao Yang glanced at the time and noted it was just past 7. Still groggy, he didn't think much of it and lay down on her bed, mumbling, "I have to shoot an MV at 9, so wake me up at 8:30. "Okay. It seems there is no text provided for me to edit and translate. Please share the content you would like me to work on." Chapter 71. Xiaoyanggu, at 10 in the morning, in the office, Lu Mei sat in her chair, observing the young girl across from her with keen interest. Despite being only 29 herself, Lu Mei's commanding presence made Zhang Xini hesitant to meet her gaze, let alone engage in direct eye contact. "Let me be frank with you," Lu Mei smiled. "The company has no immediate plans to sign trainees. The reason I chose to discuss a contract with you is that Shao Yang informed me of your potential and suggested we give you a chance." "Shao Yang? Did he choose me?" Zhang Xini reflected on the previous afternoon and Oppo's events, beginning to understand why Shao Yang had asked her to sing a song. "You may examine the contract before you," Lu Mei continued, "and feel free to take it home for further review. If you decide to sign, the contract will become official, and you will be required to train at the company every weekend. We will arrange for specialized dance and vocal instructors for your training, and within 6 months, you will have the opportunity to perform on stage." Zhang Xini exclaimed, looking up in surprise. "An opportunity to perform? Is it for talent show?" "The talent show will come later," Lu Mei replied with a smile. "The company did not have an artist development department until we decided to sign you. The investment in your future is not based on my faith in you, but rather my trust in Shao Yang." Zhang Xini was even more confused. "It is because Shao Yang believes he can elevate you to stardom that I am willing to sign you. There is even a bet agreement between Shao Yang and me regarding your success. Thus, if you do debut as an artist, you ought to be most grateful to him. Take your time to review the contract. I will give you 3 days to consider." Oh, Lu Mei smiled, watching Zhang Sini leave the conference room in a daze. On the subway, Zhang Sini absent-mindedly flipped through the contract while recalling Lu Mei's words. Shao Yang selected me, and there is a bet agreement involving me? But why would Shao Yang take notice of me? Could it be hidden rules? Zhang Sini and Amp. Appo's cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her composure, internally scolding herself. Zhang Sini, what are you thinking? They are already big stars. What kind of woman do you think they are surrounded by? Upon returning to her dormitory, her 3 roommates immediately surrounded her. Sini, how did it go? Zhang Sini handed them the contract and said, this is the contract. If I sign, I will become a trainee at Yang Entertainment, and I will need to train at the company every weekend. Sini, darling, don't forget us when you become rich and famous. A big star? You must get us autographs in advance. Sini, why aren't you more excited? Is there something wrong with the contract? I've heard some companies sign trainees just to profit from termination fees. Please don't get taken advantage of. Zhang Sini shook her head, saying no. The contract is fine. It's just what? Yang Entertainment is signing me. But it seems it's not because the company sees potential in me. It's because Shao Yang wants to sign me. Shao Yang? The 3 roommates immediately sat closer, eager to hear more. It seems that for my sake, Shao Yang and the general manager of Yang Entertainment signed a bet agreement, and I'm afraid if I don't perform well. Sini, you must believe in yourself. Such opportunities are rare. Yes, Sini, you must seize this chance. If you miss it, it may never come again. We artistic souls all dream of becoming stars one day. With the encouragement and consolation of her roommates, Zhang Sini felt a weight lift from her heart. After pondering all night, she decided to take the contract to the company the next morning. Shao Yang drove the company car to the entrance of the community. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Shue Jiejie emerged. Today, she wore a knee-length beige dress with a white t-shirt underneath, her hair slightly curled, and her exquisite face adorned with light makeup. Under the sun, she glowed like a forest sprite. Shue Jiejie opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Shao Yang offered her a cup of millet porridge he had made at home, asking, are you sure you can manage? You just recovered from a cold. Shouldn't you rest a few more days? Shue Jiejie fastened her seatbelt and replied sweetly, didn't you tell me not to sit under the air conditioning all day? True, the porridge is warm. Drink it while it's hot. Oh, Shao Yang drove to the company building. They had already filmed a considerable amount of footage in the past 2 days. Today's shoot involved outdoor scenes, and the previously selected female lead for the MV, Zhou Ying, would also need to participate. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. First, let us gather with Director Feng at the company. The young girl I'll be collaborating with today should also be coming. Young girl? Which young girl? Shue Jiejie immediately seized upon the key phrase. As they walked towards the elevator, Shao Yang explained, the female lead for the MV. The company selected her from a group of drama students. I need to fill with her today. TSK, you must be quite pleased, she teased. What do you mean by that? A university girl is playing the female lead. You must be grinning ear to ear. Shao Yang pulled out a piece of gum and unceremoniously handed it to her, saying, stop being so sarcastic. No one thinks you're mute if you don't speak. Shue Jiejie playfully punched him in the back, her fists akin to gentle tickles. The elevator doors opened on the first floor after ascending from the underground parking level. As the doors slid open, a few scattered individuals entered the elevator. Shao Yang quickly spotted Zhang Sini standing at the entrance, and she, in turn, froze upon seeing him. As the doors began to close, Shao Yang stepped forward and smiled. Why are you in a daze? Aren't you coming in? Zhang Sini widened her eyes and hurriedly entered the elevator. The doors closed once more, and the elevator ascended slowly. Zhang Sini felt her heart racing, her palms slightly sweaty. Is she the female lead for the MV today? Shao Yang shook his head, saying no. It's someone else. This is a new trainee the company is planning to sign. A new trainee? Yes. Noticing Zhang Sini looking down shyly, Shao Yang asked, is that a contract you're holding? Yes. Let me see. Zhang Sini extended the contract to him, and Shao Yang flipped to the last page, where he saw her name already signed. He smiled. Did you read it thoroughly? You must never sign contracts lightly. I did read it carefully. Thank you, Shao Yang. Ye. Zhang Sini blurted out, her face warming. Why are you thanking me? Director Liu told me that you chose me. And that's why the company decided to sign me. Lu Mei even mentioned that to you? Shao Yang returned the contract to Zhang Sini, smiling. Don't thank me. Just focus on learning. This path isn't easy. Understood. Zhang Sini nodded earnestly. As the elevator doors opened, the three of them stepped out together. Director Feng and Zhou Ying had already arrived, and Shao Yang joined them in the conference room to review the filming process for the day, while Zhang Sini took the contract to find Lu Mei. After a brief discussion lasting half an hour, the group departed the company, preparing to shoot on location. The filming crew boarded a large bus while Shao Yang, Shui Jie, and Zhou Ying took another vehicle. As soon as they got on the bus, Shui Jie mimicked Zhang Sini and Damp Oppo's earlier tone, teasingly asking Shao Yang, should I sit in the front or the back? Shao Yang rolled his eyes at her, uninterested in engaging. Shao Yang, could you slow down a bit? Shao Yang, unable to endure further, covered Shui Jie and Oppo's mouth with his hand and replied with exasperation. What on earth are you doing? Is this never-ending? Shui Jie, muffled by Shao Yang and Oppo's hand, could utter no words. In the back seat, Zhou Ying stifled her laughter, surprised by Shao Yang and Oppo's unexpected personality in private. However, who was the girl in the passenger seat? A girlfriend? That seemed unlikely. Arin and Oppo's, celebrities and Oppo's, romantic entanglements usually shrouded in secrecy, hidden from the public eye? Zhou Ying pondered this conundrum, but dared not inquire further. Chapter 72. The spilled vinegar jar. The filming of the music video was rather unremarkable. Merely a matter of lip-syncing a few songs in front of the camera and capturing a series of straightforward narrative snippets. Shao Yang, having acted in television dramas and made cameo appearances in films within that realm, was quite familiar with the process. After 2 days of rehearsal, despite the numerous tasks at hand, the filming progressed smoothly. However, Shui Jie, nearby, incessantly called out Brother Shao Yang, later embellishing it to Brother Shao Yang, which left him feeling quite awkward. Was there really a need for such jealousy? She seemed to be in a constant state of vexation, as if a vinegar jar had been overturned. All right, cut. This take is good. As the sun began to set, casting its final golden rays, Director Feng finally called for a break. Shao Yang approached him and inquired, Director Feng, will we be able to finish tomorrow? Shouldn't be a problem, came the reply. Then that's it for today. Thank you all for your hard work. After waving goodbye, Shao Yang shed his jacket and made his way towards Shui Jie, who was sitting by the lake. What shall we have for dinner tonight, Brother Shao Yang? She asked. Jie, must you persist? He replied. With a playful huff, she responded. Don and Oppo's. Do you enjoy hearing that? When have I ever enjoyed it? Shao Yang checked the time on his phone, feeling fatigued as he suggested, never mind, it and Oppo's. It's getting late. Let's grab something to eat. Shui Jie stood up, placing her hands behind her back, and followed him. Where to eat? I don't feel like cooking. Let's just find a restaurant near home. Sound good, Brother Shao Yang. She chirped sweetly. This time, a smile crept onto Shao Yang's lips as he lifted his phone, playing back the recording of her previous cheerful call. The phone repeatedly echoed her voice. Sounds good, Brother Shao Yang. He chuckled. Do you believe I would send this recording to your mother? You dare? Give me that phone. Shui Jie exclaimed, rushing to snatch the phone from his grasp. Standing taller than her, he easily held it out of reach, no matter how much she tried to grab it. Frustrated, she bit his hand. Shao Yang quickly withdrew his hand, examining the bite mark, and shot her a disapproving look. At your age, biting? Are you a dog? Seizing the opportunity, she snatched the phone from him, stuck out her tongue, and deleted the recording. Is it deleted? Hand it over. Not a chance, she retorted defiantly. Then you and Oppo's. I'll be paying for dinner later. Shui Jie declared triumphantly. I and Oppo's. LL pay, I and Oppo's. LL pay. They drove to a nearby shopping mall and, after browsing for a while, settled on a steakhouse. Just as they chose a corner table, Shui Jie's phone chimed. Who is calling? My mom, Shao Yang replied. Should I sit over there to make her happy? Shui Jie shifted to make room for him. They sat side by side, and she answered the video call. On the other end, her parents, Shui Qi and Lu Hongyu, were together. Mom, what is up? I'm having dinner with Shao Yang, she said. Lu Hongyu greeted Shao Yang and then commanded, at 8:00 and Oppo's clock, bring Shao Yang to our house. Why? It's Uncle Chen's birthday. We're hosting a gathering on the top floor of Longhua Hotel. Yuhan, Shuhua, and Tingting's parents will be there, all of whom you know. I've already told everyone that you have a boyfriend, so if you and Shao Yang don't show up, I'll be the laughingstock tonight. Huh? Shui Jiejie was taken aback. I'll be waiting at home. Hurry over, or I'll sever our mother-daughter relationship. Lu Hongyu hung up before Shui Jiejie could protest. Stunned, Shui Jiejie exclaimed, "What a disaster. Now I'll be exposed. Xiaoyang, what should we do? What is there to do? Your mother said it. Can you not go?" But, noticing her conflicted expression, Xiaoyang teased, "Jiejie, you're not embarrassed that I'm your boyfriend, are you?" "Of course not." She pouted, speaking quickly. "I didn't think that at all." Xiaoyang shrugged, "Then let us go. I've already met your parents, and in your circle, aside from Qin Yuhan and Cheng Tingting, no one else should know I'm an artist. That is not certain. There are many short videos of you online. My parents don't really use Douyin, but my uncles and aunts might have seen you. So what? My parents looked down on that profession." As she spoke, Shui Jiejie opened her phone. "What are you doing?" Xiaoyang asked. "Yuhan and Tingting might also be dragged into this tonight. I need to give them a heads up." With that, Shui Jiejie pressed the voice message button and exclaimed, "Sisters, I need your help urgently." Instantly, her friends responded en masse, chatting excitedly, while Xiaoyang enjoyed his steak. He listened to the commotion. Around 7:30, Shui Jiejie stood up, declaring, "Let us go. It's time for battle. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? You don't understand. Yuhan and Shuhua are both single, and my aunts are always prattling on about our marriages. If I bring you, they'll surely bombard us with questions. What do we do then? I'll just have my mom fend them off. Let us go." After leaving the mall, they drove to the villa. Upon hearing voices from the courtyard, Shuiqi and Lu Hongyu emerged, having waited for a long time. "Why are you so late?" Xiaoyang quickly invented an excuse. "Andy, there was some traffic." At his explanation, Lu Hongyu and Appo's face lit up with joy. "No worries, no worries. You made it." Shuiqi handed Xiaoyang the car keys, pointing to a modest Audi A6 in the yard. "You drive, Xiao." Xiaoyang switched vehicles and drove Shui Jiejie and her family to the luxurious Longhua Hotel. On the way, Shui Jiejie preemptively warned Mom, "We've had a long day. If Aunt Xiao or Aunt Wang bombard us with questions, you need to help us out. Don't worry." Lu Hongyu beamed at the prospect of showing off her future son-in-law to her old friends, hardly listening to Shui Jiejie and Appo's request. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel. "Just park here and give the keys to the doorman. They'll take care of the rest," Shuiqi instructed. Xiaoyang unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out, gazing up at the grand 5-star hotel, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. Shui Jiejie naturally linked her arm with his, and together they followed Shuiqi and Lu Hongyu into the hotel lobby. Chapter 73. Did my mother say that you two are cohabiting? As 4 individuals stepped into the hotel lobby, a resounding voice echoed from the elevator and Appo's entrance. There stood 3 people, resembling a family of 3. Among them, Shao Yang recognized Shen Shuhua, who had previously accompanied Shui Jiejie to the airport. She was also one of the members of the Little Fans of Big Stars group. With a smile, Shuiqi led his family over, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries with the heads of both families, they entered the elevator together. As the doors closed, the woman beside Shen Shuhua could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Jiejie, is this your boyfriend?" The two stood arm in arm, clearly pretending to be unaware. However, Shui Jiejie replied obediently, "Yes, his name is Shao Yang." "Shao Yang, this is Aunt Wang." "Hello, Auntie." Shao Yang greeted with a slight smile. Today he had been dressed in formal attire for the MV shoot and had gone directly to dinner with Shui Jiejie, leaving him no time to change before attending this prestigious business gathering. Surprisingly, his outfit did not seem out of place. Shen Shua's mother, Wang Meijia, like Lu Hongyu, had long been eager for grandchildren. Both families were similar in that they had only one daughter each and had attained financial independence long ago. Unfortunately, Shen Shuhua was not living up to expectations. Whenever Wang Meijia brought up the topic, Shen Shuhua would concoct various excuses, such as, "I and Appo's, am still searching. Finding a boyfriend ISN and amp, Appo's, that's simple. Jiejie, Cheng Tingting, and the others are single too. Why do you keep urging me?" When the pressure became too much, Shen Shuhua would resort to her ultimate tactic, disappearing from the scene. At over 50 years old, Wang Meijia appeared much younger, likely due to frequent visits to beauty salons, as her skin resembled that of a woman in her 30s. Yet, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes betrayed her true age. What a fine-looking young man. Wang Meijia chuckled before asking, "How old are you this year?" 26, Shao Yang replied. 26. The perfect age for marriage. You two should cultivate your relationship. When the time comes, Annie will give you a generous red envelope. Wang Meijia and Appo's insinuation was evident, leaving Shen Shuhua utterly speechless. "Mom, he is not your son-in-law yet. Why are you so excited?" Shen Shuhua protested. "And Jia, didn't you say this was just acting? Why do you both seem so genuine? Had I known, I would have made my move first." Shao Yang could only respond with a polite, "Thank you, Annie." The elevator doors soon opened, revealing a carpeted hallway where a few middle-aged individuals stood, wine glasses in hand, clearly business elites. Though the gathering was ostensibly to celebrate the end amp, Appo's, host and amp, Appo's, and amp, Appo's birthday, many attendees came primarily for business discussions. As Shueqi and Shen Shuhua's father arrived, numerous guests approached them, indicating their high status within this circle. "You all continue your conversation. I'll take the children inside to have a look," Lu Hongyu said. With that, Lu Hongyu and Wang Meijia led their daughters into the banquet hall, which was more crowded than the area outside. The gentle sound of a piano serenaded the atmosphere, and it was likely that this group would soon be dancing. "Why are you two so late?" A group of affluent ladies waved at Lu Hongyu upon spotting her. Now, everyone was present. Qin Yuhan, Cheng Tingting, and Shen Shuhua were all there, except for LV Mei and Zhao Shengnan, who were likely busy with work. Upon seeing Xue Jia and Shao Yang approach, the women exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles that spoke volumes. Xue Jia shot them a warning look, as if to say, "Don't let anything slip." "Ah, Hongyu, is this the boyfriend you mentioned in the group?" A woman in a qipao asked Shao Yang. "Yes," Lu Hongyu replied, pulling Shao Yang closer as she introduced him to her acquaintances, who in turn bombarded him with questions. "How old are you? How did you meet Jia? Which company are you working for? When do you plan to marry? When will you have children?" One question followed another, leaving Shao Yang feeling overwhelmed. Seeing his predicament, Xue Jia approached her mother and coughed lightly. Lu Hongyu finally intervened, waving her hand. "All right, that and Appo's. That's enough. He is not your son-in-law, so why all the questions?" Turning to Shao Yang and Xue Jia, she added, "You two young ones go chat somewhere else. I know you've been wanting to escape." As soon as Lu Hongyu spoke, Xue Jia seized Shao Yang and Appo's hand and led him away. Shen Shuhua, Cheng Tingting, and Qin Yuhan hurried to follow. They gathered near the food station, and once they noticed the area was relatively empty, Qin Yuhan gently nudged Xue Jia, teasing, "Jia, I think you two look completely genuine." Cheng Tingting and Shen Shuhua nodded in agreement. Seeing her mother smiling broadly, Xue Jia felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Phew, finally, I managed to navigate this situation." "Keep your voices down," Shao Yang said, reaching for a piece of cake from the buffet, then offering another to Xue Jia. "Do you want some?" Xue Jia rolled her eyes. "Have you ever seen a beautiful girl eating cake at night? But you said you don't gain weight no matter what you eat." He countered, "Take it. I'll eat it myself." Shao Yang was not one to indulge her whims. Having left his steak half-eaten and only consumed a small lunch, he promptly devoured the cake. "Jia, what is your relationship with Shao Yang? My mom said you two are living together." "What living together? When did I ever live with him? What are you talking about?" Shen Shuhua adamantly refuted. "Well, that is what my mom said." "Your mom must be making things up," Xue Jia insisted. "I think so too," Shao Yang chimed in. "Could it be that when you caught a cold the other day, I spent the night at your house, and your mom misinterpreted it during a video call?" "Huh?" Qin Yuhan and the others looked at him wide-eyed. "You stayed over at Jia and Appo's house?" "Yes, what is wrong with that?" Shao Yang replied nonchalantly. Qin Yuhan, Cheng Tingting, and the others exchanged knowing glances with Xue Jia. Xue Jia kicked Shao Yang playfully and scolded. "Why do you tell them everything? Are you out of your mind?" Shao Yang scratched his head, looking utterly innocent. But we didn't do anything. What's the problem? You are so clueless. Unbeknownst to her, just as she kicked Shao Yang, the anti-brigade glanced over, interpreting her playful annoyance as a sign of young love. This has left them utterly envious. Why must the exemplary sons-in-law always belong to others? Chapter 74. The rival appears. As the conversation unfolded, the music in the hall abruptly ceased. Outside the door, a middle-aged man in his 50s entered, flanked by a throng of admirers. The elite business figures, who had previously been engaged in small clusters of conversation, quickly gravitated towards this man. Noticing Shao Yang's confusion, Shui Jieji introduced him, saying, "This is Chen Rixing, the chairman of Rixing Group. You must have heard of him." "The owner of Rixing Real Estate?" Shao Yang eagerly inquired. Shui Jieji nodded. "Tonight and Oppos. This event is orchestrated by him. If he doesn't and Oppos, T approach you later, just ignore him." Rixing Real Estate ranks among the top 3 property companies in the country. Although real estate is the primary business of Rixing Group, it also encompasses several subsidiaries, including Rixing Property, Rixing Finance, and Rixing Entertainment, showcasing a significant influence. Chen Rixing greeted the guests, half of whom were invited by him, and the other half had come upon hearing the news, wearing an official smile that suggested a man whose emotions were not easily swayed. The business arena is akin to a battlefield. While these individuals appeared courteous, they would resort to any unscrupulous means when their own interests were at stake. Regardless of the number of fans Shao Yang may have, in such a setting, he remained at the lowest echelon. Were it not for Shui Jieji and Oppos as presence, he would likely have gone unnoticed. As Chen Rixing received business cards from others while making his way to the stage, he was accompanied by his female secretary and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, seemingly around the same age as Shui Jieji and her friends, approximately 24-25. Upon entering, his gaze swept the hall, quickly drawn to Shui Jieji, Qin Yuhan, and their companions near the buffet table. As Chen Rixing approached the stage, the young man strode confidently toward Shui Jieji, a warm smile illuminating his face as he greeted. "Jieji, Yuhan, Shuhua, Ting, and Amp, Oppos. It's been a while." The girl showed no visible change in expression upon his arrival. His name was Chun Yi, the nephew of Chen Rixing, and an old classmate of Shui Jieji and her friend from high school. However, Chun Yi was a year older than them, having entered his senior year shortly before he departed for the United States to study at the Berklee College of Music. "Chanye, I didn't Amp, Oppos. T expect you to return to the country," Qin Yuhan remarked first. Chun Yi smiled and nodded. "Returning to the homeland is the trend now. Many of my fellow students have returned after graduation." He then turned to Qin Yuhan. "And who is this?" Qin Yuhan was about to respond when Shui Jieji shot her a look. They exchanged a knowing glance, and in unison, Qin Yuhan stated, "This is Jieji's boyfriend, Shao Yang." When the words boyfriend escaped Qin Yuhan's lips, Chan Ye's expression momentarily stiffened before he swiftly regained his composure, donning a smile as he extended his hand to Shao Yang. "Hello, I and Amp, Oppos, am Chun Yi." Shao Yang reached out, their hands clasping firmly. However, Chun Yi suddenly tightened his grip, holding Shao Yang and Amp, Oppos' hand with surprising force. Shao Yang furrowed his brow, sensing the hostility emanating from Chun Yi. A rival? Shao Yang noted a flicker of anger in Chun Yi and Oppos' eyes, silently acknowledging the tension brewing within. Not one to back down, Shao Yang matched Chun Yi and Amp, Oppos' grip with equal strength. Their hands remained locked for nearly a minute, veins bulging on their forearms. Observing the escalating tension, Shui Jieji stepped in. "Chun Yi, what an Oppos? What's wrong with you? Why hold on for so long?" Only then did Chun Yi release his grip, his palm reddened from the pressure. Apart from Shao Yang, Qin Yuhan and the others were well aware of Chun Yi and Oppos' past infatuation with Shui Jieji during high school, which she had largely ignored. When Chun Yi had attempted to join the student council to create opportunities to be near her, Shui Jieji had firmly told Lu Mei that if Chun Yi joined, she would resign. Consequently, despite Chun Yi and Oppos' flattering attempts, he failed to gain entry into the council. "You two, how did you meet?" Chang Ye inwooted, his tone revealing a clear agenda. "During high school, I pursued Jejia for an entire year without success, and I'm curious about how you managed to win her over. His question laid bare his intentions, explicitly declaring to Shao Yang, I also have feelings for Shue Jejia, and we were acquainted in high school. Shao Yang observed Chun Yi and Oppos, his arrogant demeanor and Kuden and Oppos. T helped but chuckle inwardly. He then deliberately took Shue Jejia and Oppos' hand and replied with a smile. I'm not particularly romantic and didn't pursue Jejia. We just naturally ended up together. While others may be unaware of Chun Ye's true character, Shue Jejia was well informed. He was known for his silver tongue, with 9 out of 10 of his statements being fabrications, as noted by Lu Mei. During their high school days, he had connections with more than 1 or 2 female classmates. Shue Jejia played along, allowing Shao Yang to hold her hand, and teasingly offered him a piece of cake, gently asking, haven't you eaten enough tonight? Have another piece. Shao Yang opened his mouth to take a bite. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire within Chun Yi. Both Qin Yuhan and Cheng Tingting could clearly sense his rising frustration. However, Shue Jejia had no affection for Chun Yi, and neither did they. A smooth-talking man might deceive the naive, but he could not fool this group of seasoned young ladies. On the stage, Chen Rixing continued his polite remarks. At this moment, Shue Jejia's parents, Shue Qi and Lu Hongyu, approached her. Upon seeing them, Chun Yi quickly plastered on a smile, greeting, hello, Uncle Shue, Aunt Lu. Lu Hongyu nodded, bypassing him to reach Shao Yang. Concern etched on her face as she asked, Shao, did you not eat much tonight? I saw you had several pieces of cake. Shao Yang smiled sheepishly. I didn't in Oppos to eat much. Why didn't in Oppos to you say anything earlier? Lu Hongyu took Shao Yang's hand and led him toward the buffet, saying, you mustn't starve yourself. Eat a little more, don't be shy. With Andy here, no one will laugh at you. Shao Yang nodded in agreement. This treatment was enviable, even to Shue Jejia. Mom, you can end Amp, Oppos. Forget your daughter now that you have a son-in-law. Chun Yi stood there, dumbfounded, watching Lu Hongyu and Shao Yang and Amp, Oppos' retreating figures, feeling utterly bewildered. Had he already been accepted by Shue Jejia and Amp, Oppos as parents? What a wretched situation. Chapter 75. I also study music after a few minutes of speaking on stage. Chen Rixing stepped down as the audience erupted into applause. The soft strains of piano music filled the hall once more. The elite business figures inside began to cluster in small groups, engaging in discussions about economics, market conditions, stocks, and other topics pertinent to profit-making. Chen Rixing accepted a glass of red wine from his female secretary and scanned the hall until his gaze landed on Shue Qi, prompting him to stride over. Old Shue, it has been quite some time since we last met. The last time was at the charity gala early last year, wasn't it? You are quite the busy man. When do you find the time to meet with me? Chen Rixing chuckled, giving Shue Qi a friendly pat on the shoulder. The real estate industry is already a sunset industry. Your company is the future, Shue Qi modestly replied. The two prominent figures exchanged pleasantries, and Chen Rixing drew Chun Yi closer, inquiring, this is your uncle Shue. Have you greeted him? Of course, Chun Yi replied. Chen Rixing laughed. This kid has spent 2 years abroad and is finally no longer the carefree youth he once was. By the way, Jia, how have you been? Shue Jia playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, Uncle Chun, you are so busy. You needn't worry about my affairs. Just then, having been well fed and watered by Lu Hongyu, Shao Yang approached alongside her. Shue Qi introduced him, saying, this is Shao Yang, and if all goes according to plan, he will be my future son-in-law. Future son-in-law? Chen Rixing looked up at Shao Yang, who promptly greeted him with Uncle Chun. Chen Rixing and Oppos' brow furrowed slightly. He had suffered from uremia at the age of 40 and was given a kidney transplant by his brother, Chen Ye's father, which had saved his life. Thus, although Chun Yi was merely his nephew, Chen Rixing regarded him as he would his own son. Chen Rixing had long been aware that Shue Qi had a precious daughter of similar age to Chun Yi, and with Chun Yi's return, he had hoped to bring the two together. However, it seemed that Shue Jia had already attracted someone else's attention. Looking at Shao Yang, Chen Rixing hesitated for a moment before asking, Old Shue, which family does this child hail from? Shue Qi responded with a smile, an ordinary family, nothing remarkable. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Hongyu pinched him from behind, prompting Xueqi to quickly add, "However, my wife and I do not place much importance on such matters." Young Shao and Appo's character is quite commendable. Lu Hongyu's actions were clearly intended to alleviate any pressure Shao Yang might feel, which brought warmth to his heart. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, standing beside Chen Rixing, couldn't help but scoff inwardly at the notion of ordinary family and no background. How amusing. This was merely a matter of finding a son-in-law. Is he currently employed at your company? Chen Rixing inquired. Xueqi shook his head, saying, he and Lao El and Appo's daughter have started an entrepreneurial venture together. Just the other day, I spoke with Lao El. It's true, and I hear the company is doing quite well. Is that so? Chen Rixing realized then that Chen Yi and Xuejiajia were no longer a possibility. He lightly tapped Chen Yi on the head, admonishing, I sent you to study management at MBI, yet you insisted on going to Berkeley. Had you studied management, I would have given you a small company to try your hand at. Just as Chen Yi was about to retort, Shao Yang interjected, actually, studying music ISN and AMP. Appo's so bad. I majored in music as well. His unexpected comment rendered those nearby momentarily speechless. Chen Yi, however, felt a surge of joy and quickly asked Shao Yang, you also study music? Indeed. And which university did you attend? Shao Yang replied candidly, Modu Conservatory of Music. Modu Conservatory of Music? Chen Yi paused, then, suppressing a smile, playfully inquired, is that a 985 university or a 211? Seeing the smug expression on Chen Yi's face, Shao Yang's demeanor cooled. Neither. At this moment, Chen Rixing beamed with pride, saying, this boy of mine possesses a certain talent for music. He was one of the alternates in the international piano competition last October. Feeling the need to showcase himself, Chen Yi quickly pointed to the piano in the corner of the hall and suggested, Uncle, today is your birthday. And with so many esteemed guests present, why don't I play a piece to entertain everyone? Excellent. Chen Rixing had indeed brought Chen Yi along to introduce him to the circle. He clapped his hands and announced loudly, may I have your attention, please? This is my nephew, Chen Yi, who has just returned from studying at Berkeley. He wishes to use this opportunity to perform a piece for everyone. Let's lend him our ears. As the host, Chen Rixing's call silenced the hall, and all eyes turned to Chen Yi. Overwhelmed with joy, Chen Yi glanced at Xuejiajia and Shao Yang before making his way to the piano. Seating himself with composure, he ensured the piano was in tune, took a deep breath, and began to play. Berkeley is a renowned institution known to every music student, having produced countless stars who have emerged as singers after graduation. With years of study and a major in piano, Chen Yi's skills were commendable. He played a rapid-paced piece, one that Shao Yang had not heard before but was certainly well known in this world. It must be said that Chen Yi had indeed dedicated considerable effort to mastering the piano. His fingers danced deftly over the keys with remarkable finesse. Upon completing the piece, Chen Yi rose and bowed graciously to the audience. Bravo! The hall erupted into applause and cheers. Chen Yi embraced the moment as though it were his own piano recital, bowing continuously with gentlemanly grace. At that moment, while Shao Yang remained relatively unresponsive, Xuejiajia could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, Mom and Dad, Shao Yang can also play the piano. Let him perform a piece. If this were at home, Xueqi and Lu Hongyu would undoubtedly have no objections. However, in front of so many people, especially after Chen just played a flawless piece, any mistake or shortcoming from Shao Yang would be glaring. Lu Hongyu asked, Shao Yang, do you wish to play? Shao Yang glanced at the fiercely expectant Xuejiajia, who seemed ready to pounce if he refused, and he could only nod and smile at Lu Hongyu, replying, Annie, I can do it. Xuejiajia eagerly praised, Mom. Let me tell you, Shao Yang is amazing. Besides the piano, he can play the guitar and drums too. Seeing Shao Yang still managing to smile, Xueqi nodded, then go ahead, don't be nervous. All right. As Shao Yang stepped forward and brushed past Chen Yi, he distinctly noticed the mocking smile on Chen Yi's face. The other guests, intrigued by the change in performers, turned their attention to Shao Yang. In front of the familiar keys, Shao Yang felt his initial nerves dissipate. While he might have felt anxious speaking in front of such a crowd, performing on the piano, his forte filled him with excitement rather than trepidation. As Shao Yang sat before the piano, he He resembled a swordsman who had just acquired an exceptional blade or a chivalrous hero who had stumbled upon a legendary tome. Confidence emanated from him in waves. He cast a glance towards Shwe Jiejia's direction, his mind already conjuring the piece he intended to perform. After a brief moment of recollection, recalling the countless times he had played that melody in another realm, Shao Yang raised his hands, and the piano resonated with a sound akin to a gentle stream, flowing gracefully like a soft breeze. Chapter 76. To Shwe Jiejia, if the Suona is regarded as the king of musical instruments in our country, then the piano reigns supreme in the foreign realm. Its sound is incomparable to mere digital imitations. The quality of tone exists on an entirely different plane. This explains why a fine piano can fetch prices soaring into the hundreds of thousands, even millions. The presence of this piano in the banquet hall atop a five-star hotel signifies its extraordinary value, and the sound it produces is undeniably flawless. As Shao Yang's hands danced across the keys, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence, with no sound to be heard save for the enchanting melody. The piece he played was titled Heartlessly, composed by the genius pianist Beethoven. Anyone with even a modest understanding of music would recognize this composition, which can rightfully claim a place among the top 10 piano pieces. Yet, in this world, no one had ever heard it before. Consequently, as the distinctive notes wafted through the hall, every listener became entranced, the soothing and gentle sound cleansing their ears and inexplicably calming their emotions. Each individual experienced the music differently. Some closed their eyes and envisioned themselves on a beach, gazing at the azure waves rolling gently. Others found themselves amidst a bamboo grove, surrounded by lush green stalks swaying in the breeze. Some imagined an ear-cleaning artisan gently tending to their ears, creating delightful sensations of ticklishness and comfort. As the audience reveled in the performance, Shao Yang too became immersed in the moment, his body swaying with the music and his long fingers gliding swiftly over the keys, transforming his entire demeanor. Shwe Jiejia and her companions gazed at Shao Yang with starry-eyed admiration as he lost himself in his own melody. Shwe Qi wore a subtle smile, seemingly more approving of Shao Yang with each passing moment. Nearby, Lu Hongyu excitedly grasped Shwe Qi's hand, barely able to contain her desire to exclaim, "Did you see that? That's my son-in-law." Standing next to Chen Rixing, Chen Yi stared at Shao Yang in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a ping-pong ball inside. He never imagined that a rustic lad who graduated from a local music academy could produce such exquisite piano music. What piece is this? How could I have never heard it before? A piece of this caliber. How could I possibly not know it? Chen Yi felt as though he had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning, unable to fathom that this sublime sound emanated from Shao Yang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 3 minutes later, Shao Yang concluded his performance with grace, the final notes gently fading into silence. He stood and nodded slightly to the audience, and moments later, thunderous applause erupted. Whispers filled the hall, each voice praising the piece. Shao Yang returned to Shwe Jiejia and Appo's side, where she eagerly clasped his arm and asked Shao Yang, "What was the name of that piece? It was truly beautiful. I composed it myself, though I Haven and Appo's settled on a name. Perhaps I shall call it and Amp, Appo's, to Shwe Jiejia and Amp, Appo's." The title, naturally, conveyed a dedication to her. At the sound of this, Shwe Jiejia and Amp, Appo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, just as the two shared a tender moment. The suddenly awakened Chun Yi interjected, "Impossible. How could this piece possibly be your own composition?" Shao Yang, unfazed by Chun Yi and Amp, Appo's skepticism, smiled and inquired, "You graduated from Berkeley? So you must have heard countless piano pieces. Have you ever heard this one before?" "And no," Chun Yi replied firmly, "but it cannot possibly be something you wrote." "Huh." Shao Yang chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage in further debate. At that moment, a woman in a flowing purple gown, a wine glass in hand, approached Shao Yang. After acknowledging Shwe Qi and Chen Rixing with a nod, she turned to Shao Yang and praised, "Your playing is truly remarkable." "Thank you. What is the name of this piece?" "I don't believe I've heard it before," she inquired. Qin Yuhan, seemingly acquainted with the woman, stepped forward and said, "Sister Shangwan, It's quite normal that you haven't heard it. Shao Yang composed it himself. Composed it himself? The woman, referred to as Sister Shangwan by Qin Yuhan, was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a charming smile. No wonder. I thought I had heard many pieces, but a composition this beautiful had eluded me. You are quite talented. Not at all, Shao Yang replied, scratching his head in feigned modesty. Seeing Shao Yang and Appo's demeanor, Qin Yuhan quickly explained. Sister Shangwan is the founder and chief designer of the Yunshang brand. Her taste is exceptionally refined. Shao Yang, receiving praise from Sister Shangwan is quite an achievement. You should be pleased. Upon hearing this, Shao Yang felt even more awkward, unsure of how to respond. The Yunshang brand, having risen in prominence in recent years, specializes in fashion and jewelry design, with each new collection launched to frenzied online demand from wealthy patrons. Shangwan Yu, the 34-year-old founder, is a well-known figure within the elite circles of the metropolis. With a gentle smile, she produced a business card from her bag and handed it to Shao Yang. If you plan to share this piece online, please send me a link. I enjoy listening to such pure music while I design. Certainly, no problem, Shao Yang replied, accepting the card with both hands. Shangwan Yu smiled in response before gracefully departing. As Shao Yang held the card, surrounded by admirers, Chenyi and Appo's expression darkened. Although Shao Yang had said nothing, Chenyi felt publicly humiliated, a sense of shame washing over him. Though he was furious and enraged, he found no outlet for his frustration. In an instant, Shao Yang had become the center of attention, soon surrounded once more by the anti-brigade. In Shue and Appo's eyes, it had been a long time since she had seen her mother so elated. She glanced at Shao Yang and Appo's profile and thought, perhaps having this guy as a boyfriend wouldn't be so bad. An hour later, Shue found an excuse to leave the hotel with his family. On the way back, Lu Hongyu remained immersed in joy, repeatedly telling Shao Yang, "You must come home more often." Shao Yang readily agreed. After dropping off Shue and Appo's parents at their villa, they switched to the company car, hurrying home. Once out of the courtyard, Shue engaged in lively conversation with her friends in a group chat, her spirits high from the evening and Appo's events. Yet, her friends were lamenting. "Jia, it's all your fault. My mom has been pestering me to find a boyfriend on the way back. Ugh, it's driving me crazy. Same here. My mom is hounding me too. Ha, it seems we're all in the same boat. It's all Jia and Appo's fault. It's all Jia and Appo's fault. One, it's all Jia and Appo's fault. Two, Shue chuckled heartily, engrossed in her phone as they continued their journey. Chapter 77. The old woman speaks. The following morning, Shue, as usual, drove early to the small villa, bringing breakfast purchased from a roadside vendor. Upon entering, Shao Yang promptly took the food from her hands, saying, "Let us eat quickly. We need to finish shooting the MV today, and then we can relax at home and work on the album." "All right," Shue replied cheerfully. By 8:15, they left for the location, where Shao Yang quickly immersed himself in the filming process. As the day quietly passed, nearing evening, he handed his phone to Shue, saying, "Jia, could you please buy some Starbucks and share with everyone?" Although the expenses for the MV would be covered by the company, Shao Yang felt it was necessary to show his appreciation. Don't underestimate these little gestures. They accumulate and can enhance one's reputation and relationships, he added. Shue raised her phone, proclaiming, "I have money. All right then, you can buy it, and I'll reimburse you later." "Really?" She scoffed. "How much money do you actually have?" Shao Yang chuckled quite a bit. "Did you receive the payment for the previous gigs?" Shao Yang shook his head. "The previous payments are all gone. My current savings come from the royalties of my songs." "How could that be?" Shue asked anxiously. "Did the production teams not pay? Or did the company not distribute the funds?" Shao Yang explained, "I've discussed this with Sister May. I took nothing from the previous gigs, and the contract has been extended from 6 months to 5 years. Now, I hold 20% of the company's shares." "Huh, your father must know about this. Otherwise, he would have made those comments last night." Shue was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she pinched Shao Yang's arm and exclaimed, "How could you not tell me about this?" "I've just told you," Shao Yang replied, tucking his phone into his pocket and rubbing his hand with a smile. I did this mostly for you. For me? Shao Yang shrugged and pretended to be nonchalant. Your parents claim not to care about such matters. But what parent doesn't wish for their daughter to marry someone with better prospects? I'm now a shareholder, albeit not comparable to Yang Agency or Character Jump. But at least I have a title. Shuejiajia didn't fully grasp his point. In the distance, the crew was ready, and Feng Ping called out Shao Yang. We can continue. Coming, Shao Yang replied, patting Shuejiajia on the head. Go by it quickly. Once this scene is done, we'll wrap up. With that, he ran toward Feng Ping. Shuejiajia, lost in thought, drove to the nearby Starbucks, and while waiting for the staff to prepare the coffee, she replayed Shao Yang's words in her mind. I did this mostly for you. A smile unexpectedly crept onto her face. This guy claims he can't make girls happy, yet no one can rival him in sweet talk. Half an hour later, Shuejiajia returned as they were shooting the final scene, which would be featured in the MV for the song 10 Years. The scene depicted Shao Yang and Zhou Ying standing by the river, facing each other. Shao Yang was to cup Zhou Ying's face gently as she wiped away her tears, and then they would turn and walk in opposite directions. After a few steps, Zhou Ying would glance back at Shao Yang, followed by him looking back at her, capturing the essence of mutual loss. Having filmed the MV together for a couple of days, Shao Yang and Zhou Ying had developed a good rapport. After a brief explanation from the director, they quickly fell into their roles. Watching the intimate scene unfold by the river, Shuejiajia hummed in the car, feeling a tinge of discontent. Despite knowing it was merely acting, Shuejiajia mused, He filming an MV. Why am I feeling jealous? What if he has to film a kissing scene? Would I lose my mind? Cut, cut, cut. If he dares to film a kissing scene, I'll make him a eunuch. Shuejiajia, have you lost your mind? Your relationship with Shao Yang is just a FAAD for your parents. You're merely his assistant. So what? I'm still a shareholder. Well, he is too. I'm truly going crazy. Shao Yang, you fool, you've driven me to the brink of a mental breakdown. Fortunately, after a single take, the segment was approved, and director Feng Ping called out, All right, our shoot is concluded. Thank you all for your cooperation. Applause erupted among the crew. At that moment, Shao Yang waved at Shuejiajia from the car. She quickly brought over the coffee she had purchased. Shao Yang distributed the cups to the staff, repeatedly thanking them for their hard work. After 5 days of filming, it finally came to an end. The variety shows recorded in the previous months began airing during this time, receiving positive feedback, and Shao Yang's Weibo followers continued to grow. On the way back, feeling lighthearted, Shao Yang casually asked, What should we have for dinner? Shuejiajia, engrossed in her social media feed, replied absent-mindedly, Anything. Shall we eat out? No. I'm tired of that. How about noodles? Too fattening. Then rice. I and Oppos, am not in the mood. What do you want to eat? Anything. Shao Yang was at a loss for words. While waiting at a red light, a sudden idea struck him. Oh, the other day, while clearing out the basement, I found a brand new barbecue grill and some smokeless charcoal. How about we grill some barbecue tonight? Sounds great. I haven't had barbecue in ages. At that moment, Shuejiajia finally showed interest. Meanwhile, in the group chat of the little fans of big stars, Qin Yuhan, Hey sisters, what is everyone up to? Cheng Tingting, thinking about men. Shen Shuhua, thinking about men 1. Qin Yuhan, it's been a while since we met up. Let us gather tonight? Cheng Tingting, I'm up for it. Shen Shuhua, Shuejiajia, old woman, come and talk. Shuejiajia paid no mind to being called old woman by Shen Shuhua and quickly typed, I'm busy, can't chat with you guys. In the grand villa, Qin Yuhan, lounging on the sofa, heard Shuejiajia's message and immediately sat up, sending a voice message. What are you busy with? Are you with Shao Yang? Yes. Shuejiajia replied via voice message. Is there a problem? Disdain, emoticon, disdain 1, emoticon, disdain 2, emoticon. We're heading to the supermarket. Shao Yang said we grill barbecue at home tonight. It's the best in this weather to have barbecue and beer. Shuejiajia couldn't help but boast in the group chat. Upon hearing her voice message, Qin Yuhan slapped her thigh in excitement and sent a voice message to the group. Shuhua, Ting, I'm heading to Shao Yang's place right now. I can't let Shuejiajia feast alone. If you're coming, let me know, and I'll pick you up. Shen Shuhua quickly replied, I'm in. Hurry and pick me up. Cheng Ting, quick. I can't wait any longer. Shwejia hurriedly protested. Hey, what are you all doing? I didn't invite you. No one in the group responded. Shwejia huffed in exasperation. This is so ridiculous. Shao Yang chuckled. If they want to come, let them. We could just buy more at the supermarket. Yes, you're such a good person. Chapter 78. Uncle, you are amazing as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky was painted in hues of crimson. The courtyard gate stood ajar, allowing a gentle evening breeze to waft in, neither too warm nor uncomfortable. Having returned from the supermarket with an abundance of barbecue ingredients, Shao Yang promptly began his preparations, meticulously cutting the meat into chunks and skewering them onto bamboo sticks. He included 3 essential vegetables in his barbecue repertoire: chives, enoki mushrooms, and eggplant, which he fancied were even more delectable than the meat skewers. However, with a myriad of tasks at hand, he entrusted the responsibility of washing the vegetables to Shwejia. In the kitchen, one was washing while the other was chopping. By the time the 3 young ladies, Qin Yuhan, Shan Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting, arrived, the duo was nearly finished with their preparations. The 3 young ladies were not empty-handed. Shan Shuhua and Cheng Tingting each carried a pack of Budweiser, while Qin Yuhan held a bottle of what appeared to be freshly squeezed juice. Noticing Shao Yang and Shwejia working seamlessly together, Qin Yuhan approached them, exclaiming with a teasing smile. Now I understand what it means to have a man and woman working together. Shao Yang, you're quite impressive for keeping our Jia in the kitchen. Shwejia turned and shot a playful glare at Qin Yuhan, retorting, Shut it. Come over here and help. After washing his hands and drying them on his apron, Shao Yang cheerfully announced, I'll take the grill outside. You ladies can handle things here. Just be careful not to poke yourselves with the skewers. As soon as Shao Yang left, Qin Yuhan playfully smacked Shwejia on the rear and whispered, Jia, come clean. What's the status between you and Shao Yang? Just as Shwejia was about to respond, Qin Yuhan interjected, Don't tell me you two are still just friends. Do you even believe that yourself? Shwejia hesitated, then changed the subject. Why are you so nosy? Come help with the skewers instead. Oh, you're shy now? In the storage room, Shao Yang carried the seemingly unused grill to the yard and ignited the smokeless charcoal with solid alcohol. He returned to the kitchen, grabbed a large plate, and poured the barbecue dipping sauce into it. The courtyard featured a stone table and chairs, likely left by the previous owner, which Shen Shuhua and Cheng Tingting promptly wiped clean. As the charcoal blazed, Shwejia and Qin Yuhan brought out the skewered ingredients from the kitchen. It appeared today would be a feast. I need to take a photo for my social media, Shwejia said hurriedly. Just don't include Shao Yang. He is an artist. Rest assured, Shao Yang took on the role of grill master, expertly cooking the skewers. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky. The 4 girls sat at the table, laughing and chatting, while Shao Yang methodically brushed oil, turned the skewers, and soon served a plate of perfectly grilled meat, grinning, Come, try the flavors. Cheng Tingting, holding her cheeks, gazed at him dreamily. Having a superstar grill for us is such a delight. Shwejia, unabashed, remarked, I didn't invite you. You all came of your own accord. Qin Yuhan puffed her chest, declaring, Shwejia, why so stingy? You must learn to share. Shwejia shot a glance at Qin Yuhan, scrutinizing her chest. Did you stuff something today? It wasn't tea this large before. Caught off guard, Qin Yuhan's cheeks flushed. Mind your own business. Shwejia picked up a meat skewer. Teasing, crafty little vixen. Feeling awkward, Shao Yang discreetly sidestepped, continuing his role as grill master. Unfazed, Qin Yuhan began recounting amusing tales about Shwejia, and soon, the 4 friends were exchanging secrets, their laughter filling the air. Shao Yang, overhearing their intimate chatter, wished he could disappear into the ground. What kind of topics are these that I'm listening to for free? You treat me like one of your own. Shao Yang chuckled helplessly, realizing these young ladies were not so different from ordinary people when off the clock. He feigned ignorance and focused intently on grilling. At that moment, outside the courtyard, a little girl with braided pigtails appeared, her large, sparkling eyes fixated on the tantalizing meat skewers in Shao Yang's hands. He glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. The area was lined with row houses, and those who could afford homes here enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. Typically, The street was deserted except for those heading to or from work during the morning or evening. The little girl wore a peculiar dress that Shao Yang guessed was a cosplay of a character from an anime or game, looking adorably charming. She didn't seem lost. Rather, she appeared to be a neighbor's child. Seeing her standing at the gate with a longing expression, Shao Yang was reminded of his younger days when his little sister would watch him cook in the kitchen, yearning for a taste. He picked up 2 skewers of tenderloin, brushed a hint of sauce on them, and crouched down to ask, "Little one, why are you here all alone? Where are your parents?" The girl pointed at the house next door, her sweet voice chiming, "That's my home." Following her indication, Shao Yang realized she was indeed a neighbor's child. Noticing the drool forming at the corners of her mouth, he handed her the skewers, saying, "Here you go. It's getting late. You should head home." "Thank you, uncle." The little girl bowed deeply, her small hands eagerly accepting the skewers before she scampered away, delight radiating from her. Shao Yang smiled and returned to the courtyard. "Who were you talking to?" "A little neighbor girl. I think she came over drawn by the aroma. She and Appos. That's quite adorable." Shen Shuhua inquired, "Is our Jujia not cute?" Shui Jujia, unfazed, munched on her food. "I'm 24. Do you think cute and I go hand in hand?" Laughter erupted in the courtyard. A while later, just as Shao Yang had grilled another 2 plates and was ready to take a break, the little girl returned, this time entering the courtyard. She glanced at Shao Yang, then at the plate of skewers, smacked her lips, and shyly murmured, "Uncle, I want to eat more Shui Jujia." And Qin Yuhan waved her over. "Come here, little one. We have plenty. Eat as much as you want." The girl eagerly approached. Shao Yang also sat down on a chair. After devouring a couple of skewers, her mouth greasy and glistening, she noticed the older girls watching her and felt a bit shy. Yet she lifted her chin and, in a serious tone, remarked, "Uncle, you're amazing. You have so many wives all by yourself." "Huh." Laughter erupted around them, filling the courtyard with joy. Chapter 79. The little girl is truly adorable. Jia Jia. You must seize the moment upon hearing the little girl's words. The 4 young women erupted into fits of laughter. Shui Jia and Qin Yuhan were particularly exaggerated, nearly shedding tears from their amusement. The little girl, perplexed, gazed at Shao Yang with her bright, sparkling eyes, seemingly inquiring, "What are your wives laughing about?" Shao Yang took a tissue to wipe the grease from the little girl and Appos' mouth while explaining, "They're all friends of your uncle. They are not wives. Furthermore, one can only have one wife. Is that so?" The little girl tilted her head, absorbing this newfound knowledge, and shortly resumed her meal. Though her eating manners were less than graceful, it only served to enhance her cuteness. Shao Yang opened a can of beer, leisurely sipping, while Shui Jia and the others continued to tease the innocent little girl. After 7 or 8 minutes, Peach, a woman's voice echoed from outside. Realizing that the woman was likely searching for the little girl, Shao Yang quickly asked, "Is that your mother outside?" The little girl nodded. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Despite the streetlights, the street was devoid of any passers-by. A woman, appearing to be around 30, glanced anxiously from her doorstep, and upon not seeing her daughter, hurried towards the neighboring house. After all, at this hour, only Shao Yang and Appos' yard remained open, with delicious aromas wafting from within. The woman stood approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, clad in a floral dress that made her seem quite youthful. However, with a daughter of 6 or 7 years, she must be nearing 30 herself. Upon seeing her mother approach, the little girl hastily hid the meat skewer behind her back, yet the grease on her mouth betrayed her. Though she and T felt the spice while eating, it now made her gasp for air. "I'm so sorry." As the woman reached the doorway and spotted her daughter, she performed a deep bow toward Shao Yang, echoing the gratitude she had expressed to the little girl. "This is unnecessary. Between neighbors, must such grand gestures be made?" Shao Yang felt a bit flustered and stood up, laughing. It's no trouble at all. The child was drawn by the aroma. She mentioned she lives next door, so I. "Thank you." The woman bowed again, leaving Shao Yang perplexed. But it seemed Shui Jia sensed something amiss, asking, "You're not from Huaxiao, are you?" The woman promptly replied, "I am from the island nation. My name is Chiba Keiko. I have lived in Huaxiao for 9 years now. It's a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing this, Shao Yang finally regained his composure. So she is from the island nation. No wonder she is so courteous. Noticing her daughter's greasy face, Chiba Keiko felt a tinge of embarrassment. Although she had lived in Huaxia for nearly a decade, her palate remained unchanged. She never indulged in or prepared barbecue, which she deemed rather primitive. This might explain why Peach was so tempted by it. "Peach, let us go home." Chiba Keiko stepped forward to take her daughter's hand, but Peach still clutched the unfinished meat skewer. Shao Yang chuckled. "Let her take it home. It's our homemade food, quite clean." "Thank you. And I truly apologize for the disturbance," she said. "It's no problem at all." Shao Yang ruffled Peach's little head, smiling. "We're neighbors, so there's no need for such formality." "Thank you." Chiba Keiko led Peach away. Before exiting, Peach glanced back at Shao Yang, her eyes filled with reluctance. Those big, watery eyes were, in her mother's native tongue, simply adorable. Qin Yuhan remarked, "The little girl is absolutely charming. Jia, you must seize the moment." "Seize what?" "Seize the opportunity to have an equally adorable baby." Qin Yuhan, Shui Jia, slammed her palm on the table, intending to intimidate her. But didn't he consider that the table was made of stone, leaving her hands stinging? Shao Yang, hesitant to intrude on their conversation, quietly sipped his beer. As the night deepened, the wind seemed to pick up. Shao Yang found the evening's revelry somewhat monotonous and decided to retrieve his guitar from downstairs to entertain them. Seeing the guitar in Shao Yang's hands, Shun Shua eagerly set down her beer and asked, "Are you going to sing for us, big star?" "Yes." Shao Yang replied with a smile. "I have a song ready. I'll sing it for you, and please give me your feedback afterward." "Wow. It sounds like tonight will be worthwhile." The four young women settled in, captivated by Shao Yang's voice. As he recalled the lyrics, he strummed the strings and began to sing. On this journey of stops and starts, following the traces of youth's drifting, just before stepping out of the station, I found myself hesitating. This song, titled "The Wind Rises," was originally performed by an online singer known as Buying Chili with Coupons and later became famous through a cover by Wu Qingfeng, winning the Asian New Song Chart's Golden Melody Award. In those years, it resonated widely, often played over school broadcasts, leaving many nostalgic when they revisited it years later. The tranquil night was perfectly suited for such a song. The four young women quickly became entranced by Shao Yang's melodic voice, each lost in the enchantment. I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vastness of the world, and was also immersed in dreamlike musings, without concerns for truth or struggle, unafraid of ridicule. I once transformed youth into her and plucked the essence of summer from my fingertips, allowing my heart to wander freely. Meanwhile, Peach, having finished her meat skewer, was washing her hands in the yard with Chiba Keiko. Hearing the voice beyond the wall, both mother and daughter paused. Peach, rubbing her soapy hands, pointed towards the wall and exclaimed, "That's Uncle's voice." Chiba Keiko placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Peach nodded, obediently quieting down. It wasn't until Shao Yang finished his final line and the guitar ceased that Chiba Keiko blinked and remarked, "Could the uncle next door be a singer? His voice is truly delightful." "Mom, should I go ask that uncle?" "Absolutely not." Chiba Keiko quickly interjected, "It's quite late. We cannot disturb him." "Oh." Peach turned on the faucet, rinsing her hands before bouncing back into the living room. In the living room, a bespectacled man was engrossed in drawing on his iPad with an Apple Pencil, surrounded by an array of anime character posters adorning the walls, exuding a distinctly two-dimensional aesthetic. As Shao Yang concluded his song, the four young women applauded enthusiastically, each wearing a lovesick expression. "That was wonderful. Shao Yang, you are truly amazing. What is the title of this song?" Shao Yang set down his guitar, smiling. "It's called The Wind Rises." "It sounds so story-like," Shui Jia inquired. "Is it going to be included in your new album?" "Yes," Shao Yang nodded. "It will be one of the main tracks." "What do you all think?" "It's simply gorgeous. It's a pity we didn't record it. I would love to listen to it again later." "I envy Jia. Me too. Count me in." A group of individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, and before long, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Shun Shuhua and Cheng Tingting had indulged in some alcohol, exhibiting clear signs of inebriation, while Qin Yuhan, having driven herself, had opted for her own juice throughout the evening. Consequently, she would be the designated driver for their return journey. "Please drive carefully," Shao Yang said, standing at the gate and waving at the three in the car. "Thank you for your hospitality this evening, esteemed star," he added. "Not at all," came the reply. "We shall take our leave now, until we meet again. Farewell." As the vehicle receded into the distance, Shao Yang closed the gate and moved the barbecue grill aside. Noticing Xue Jia lost in thought, he urged her to sit in the living room while he began to tidy up the remnants of the evening. By the time Shao Yang had washed the dishes and prepared a strong cup of tea to help Jia sober up, she had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa. What now? He pondered, holding the teacup, feeling a bit troubled. Having also consumed alcohol, he was unable to drive, and the same applied to Jia. Should he call her mother? No, that wouldn't he do. Informing her mother might not yield a favorable response. After all, she was quite eager for grandchildren. Sighing, he regretted not having asked Qin Yuhan to take Jia home with her. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, "Well, she can sleep on the sofa for the night." Setting down the teacup, Shao Yang approached and gently lifted Jia, relieved by her lightness as he carried her to his room. He removed her shoes, tucked her in with a blanket, and adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable 27 degrees before exiting the room and turning off the lights. The night passed uneventfully. Chapter 80. A new candidate. A beam of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, casting a warm glow on the bed. Xue Jia lay on her side in the center of the bed, one pillow cradling her head while she hugged another to her chest. The blanket, however, had long since been kicked to the floor during the night. After a night of heavy drinking, she groggily awoke just past 9 o'clock, her head still spinning and a peculiar sensation of lightness in her limbs. The faint scent of laundry detergent lingered on the pillowcase and sheets. It dawned on her that she was not in her own bed. After a few moments of daze, she abruptly sat up, surveying her surroundings. The scene felt oddly familiar. This was Shao Yang's room. In an instant, clarity returned to her. She glanced down at her attire. Thankfully, she was still dressed, and there were no aches or pains. Phew! It seemed that nothing scandalous, akin to a plot twist from a drama, had transpired last night. Rising to put on her shoes, she gently pushed the door open. Seeing no one outside, she made her way downstairs. On the dining table lay a glass of milk, a hot dog, a small piece of steak, and a fried egg, accompanied by a note on a sticky pad. The note read, "I'm downstairs recording. Just heat this up in the microwave, and you can eat." A sweet smile graced Xue Jia's lips as she placed the breakfast into the microwave. Settling down on the sofa, she held a glass of milk, noting a neatly folded blanket on the couch. It appeared that Shao Yang had slept there last night. She pouted slightly and muttered, "What a fool." In the basement, within the recording studio, Shao Yang had spent several hours recording the song The Wind Rises. Rather than uploading it to a cloud service, he opted to save it directly onto a USB drive. In this day and age, the internet posed security risks, and there had been numerous incidents of information leaks leading to public disgrace, with Edison Chen being a notable example. Although there was nothing scandalous on Shao Yang and AMP, Oppo's computer, the premature exposure of a recorded song would still be a loss. Thus, he preferred to exercise caution. After completing The Wind Rises, Shao Yang checked the time and saw it was just 10:15. As he contemplated whether to record another song, he suddenly recalled the encounter with Shang Guanyu at the business gathering a few nights ago. Remembering that she had given him her business card, he promptly closed his notebook and sat down at the piano. Approximately 40 minutes later, Shao Yang retrieved the card and dialed the number inscribed upon it. In the design studio of Yunshan Company, Shang Guanyu was meticulously selecting samples for the upcoming autumn collection. Her secretary stood nearby, holding a stack of samples as Shang Guanyu continuously examined each piece. Didn't TI specify that the buttons on this sleeve should be made of shell material? Why hasn't TI been changed? They mentioned that creating them in your design would result in a rejection rate exceeding 50%, which would significantly raise costs. The secretary replied, "I don't care. If they can't manage it, then find another factory to collaborate with," Shang Guanyu insisted. "By the way, has our factory hired new workers?" "Yes, due to insufficient production capacity, Manager Luo has recruited a batch of new employees, and they are already on duty." Shang Guanyu shook her head, declaring, "This won't do. The stitching is too rough. I have no objections to hiring new workers, but the standards must be upheld. Look, the threads here are not properly trimmed." I will speak with manager Luo shortly. Oh, by the way, she said, placing the garment back into her secretary's hands. What's the status on the brand ambassador? The secretary, clearly well prepared, replied, Shinrue is quite eager to collaborate with us, but his management company seems dissatisfied with our offer. Manager Lan is still negotiating with them. Just as Shang Guanyu was about to respond, her phone on the desk began to ring. Noticing an unfamiliar number, she hesitated but ultimately answered. Who is this? She inquired directly. Typically, when answering a call from an unknown number, one would greet the caller with a polite hello, but upon hearing the cold response from the other end, Shao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he quickly introduced himself. This is Shao Yang. I wonder if Sister Guanyu remembers me? Shao Yang? Shang Guanyu paused, quickly recalling their encounter at the gathering. I remember you. Have you finished recording that piece? Yes, it's done. You can listen to it on Penguin Music. Just search my name, and you will find it. Great. I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. As the call ended, Shang Guanyu smiled and was about to resume discussing company matters when her secretary cautiously inquired, Guanyu, were you just on the phone with Shao Yang? Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyu's expression shifted. Shao Yang was someone she had met at the previous business gathering. How could her secretary know him? She responded. Do you know him? The secretary hurriedly replied. Shao Yang is the hottest newcomer in the past 2 months. Anyone who follows the entertainment industry knows him. ESA star? Yes. He is quite popular right now. The secretary was puzzled, wondering if Guanyu truly didn't know that he was a celebrity. Is that so? Shang Guanyu nodded thoughtfully. Please go ahead and handle the matters I mentioned earlier. The autumn launch for Yunshang must go smoothly as the school season approaches. Understood. The secretary departed with the samples in hand. Shang Guanyu held her phone, contemplating for a moment, before sitting down at her computer. She opened her browser and entered Shao Yang in the search bar, pressing enter. Name, Shao Yang. Profession, singer, music producer. Profile, Shao Yang. A rising male pop singer from mainland Huaxia, champion of the first season of the Brilliant Sun nationwide competition. Notable works, Xiaoqiu, Fu Qua, 10 years. Blue and white porcelain Qilin. As Shang Guanyu scrolled through the webpage, a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. She navigated to the last page and quickly opened Penguin Music, accessing Shao Yang's profile, where all of his release singles were listed. The piece he had performed a few nights ago, to Shui Jiejia, had also been renamed Summer Wind and uploaded. She clicked on the first song, Xiaoqiu, and began to listen. Initially intending to work on designs while listening, she soon found herself completely captivated by Shao Yang's voice. One song led to another, and before she knew it, she had listened to all of them. Looking at the music playback interface, she took out her phone and called Shao Yang. Hello, Sister Guanyu. Shao Yang, do you have time to chat? It's about work. Huh? Before Shao Yang could respond, Shang Guanyu stated, this afternoon at 3:00 and amp. Oppo's clock. At the Blue Shore CAF on Changjiang Road. I will be waiting for you. With that, she hung up. Shui Jiejia, noticing Shao Yang putting down his phone, asked curiously, who was that? Shang Guanyu. What does Sister Guanyu want with you? I'm not sure. She said she wanted to discuss work-related matters and asked to meet me at a CAF this afternoon at 3. In the design studio, Shang Guanyu called her secretary. Xiaoling, please inform Manager Lan to pause discussions about the brand ambassador for now. I have a new candidate, and I will personally meet with him this afternoon. Chapter 81. Silence. Start your car, 2:55 p.m. Inside the Blue Coast CAF. Dressed in a deep blue knee-length skirt, Shang Guanyu sat in a corner, sipping her coffee alone. In her hand, she held an iPad, her slender fingers gliding gently across the screen, flipping through posters of Shao Yang one by one. The more she looked, the more she felt that compared to the young idols in the entertainment industry, Shao Yang was far more suitable as the brand ambassador for Yunshang. There were 3 reasons for this. The first reason was that most young idols in the entertainment industry looked too similar. In other words, they lacked distinctiveness. While these young idols might stand out in a crowd, to someone accustomed to handsome faces, they became rather unremarkable. Moreover, if a young idol were chosen as a spokesperson for Yunshang, it would appear too mainstream. The second reason was that as a newcomer in the industry, Shao Yang had garnered almost no negative reviews. For a brand ambassador, character is as crucial as appearance, since such contracts typically span several years. If a brand ambassador were suddenly blacklisted, it would be detrimental to the brand. The third reason was more straightforward. As a newcomer, Shao Yang signing fee would likely not be too high, at least not exceeding Shenrue's. Shao Yang and Shui Jijia arrived at the CAF punctually. At that moment, there were not many patrons, and Shao Yang quickly spotted Shang Wanyu sitting in the corner. The two walked over. Sister Shang Wan, upon hearing the voice, Shang Wanyu shut her iPad, looked up at the two, and smiled gently, pointing to the seat across from her. I thought I was alone, so I ordered 2 cups of coffee. Shall I order another? No need, I and Oppos am not accustomed to drinking coffee, Shao Yang replied candidly. Hearing his straightforward response, Shang Wanyu and Oppos' smile widened. I listened to your song this morning. It was quite good. Thank you. I dislike beating around the bush, so I will be direct. I actually wanted to invite you out to discuss the possibility of you becoming the brand ambassador for my company. Shao Yang exchanged a surprised glance with Shui Jijia. Sister Shangwan. Call me Yujia. And Oppos, Sister Shangwan and Oppos, sounds a bit cumbersome. Shao Yang nodded. Yujia, I just debuted not long ago. Are you sure you want to sign me? Yun Shang is solely my decision. If I hadn't an Oppos, T thought it through, I wouldn't an Oppos, T have invited you out. I trust my instincts. If Yujia has made a well-considered decision, I have no objections. It would be an honor to represent a national brand like Yun Shang. Shang Wanyu took a sip of her coffee and smiled. Your agreement alone isn't sufficient. I will still need to discuss this with your management company. Just as Shao Yang was about to respond, Shui Jijia interjected with a smile. Yujia, Shao Yang is signed under Yang Agency. The owner is LV Mei. Fei Mei. Shang Wanyu set her coffee down, raising an eyebrow. Is she the daughter of Uncle LV? Yes. Listening to their exchange, Shao Yang realized that these young ladies were familiar with one another. It was hardly surprising. Shanghai was a small place on the map, and in such a tight-knit industry, it was difficult not to know each other. After returning from the hotel, Shao Yang had researched Yun Shang online. Though it was a relatively new national brand, it had gained considerable popularity in the country. It was evident that a woman in her 30s could successfully run such a company, indicating she had some background. Shang Wanyu laughed at this. Then this matter is simple. I will arrange to meet her in a few days. However, I do have a personal question for you. Shao Yang, since you're in the industry, Shui Jijia, are you not worried about being photographed by paparazzi? Shui Jijia quickly explained, Yujia, my public identity is that of this guy's assistant. I see. Shang Wanyu smiled knowingly. Then you must keep an eye on him. I wouldn't want Yun Shang and Oppos as brand ambassador to change in a short time. In front of a powerful woman like Shang Wanyu, Shui Jijia did not exhibit any airs of nobility. With a spirited demeanor, she confidently declared, Rest assured, Yujia, I will ensure he is well taken care of. The three engaged in discussions for over half an hour regarding the endorsement deal. On the way back to the company, Shang Wanyu dialed her secretary again. Hello, Xiaoling. Please inform Lan Ping that we will not be signing Shenrue. Yujia, we had already discussed most details with Dongwang Entertainment. We were only waiting for the final signing fee. I've already settled that on my end. What? You finalized something so significant within an hour of leaving? Xiaoling tentatively inquired. So who are we signing instead? Shao Yang. Proceed to draft a contract with the legal department, keeping the signing fee according to our previous standards. This should be completed within 3 days. Have a new media department prepare for the subsequent arrangements. Understood. I will take care of it. As for the signing fee, Shao Yang did not even inquire, knowing that LV Mei would discuss that with Shang Wanyu. However, he felt confident that the fee would not be exorbitant. At this stage, having a brand seek him out for endorsement was already quite fortunate. After all, being a spokesperson meant primarily participating in advertising and promotional photo shoots, with little else required. Shui Jijia, sitting in the passenger's seat, expressed her delight. I never expected Yujia would have her eye on you. You are truly lucky. What does luck have to do with it? Yujia chose me as a spokesperson not solely because of my looks, but because I embody their brand's essence, right? Stop being vain, Shui Jijia retorted. Essence? Before your debut, you were just a bookish boy. Shao Yang shot back. Then why did you ask me to play your boyfriend? I. Stumbling over her words, Shui Jijia could not bring herself to respond. Crossing her arms, she huffed, Silence, start your car? In the small Western-style house, Qinya Huizi was in the kitchen preparing her specialty seaweed rolls. Shao Dao sat on the living room floor, playing with her toys. Feeling a bit bored, she stood up and approached her father, asking, "Daddy, can we go out to play?" Tao Yiming, a professional manga artist, pinched his daughter's chubby cheek and chuckled, "Shao Dao, darling, Daddy is busy with work. Why don't you go find your mother and see what she is doing?" Rebuffed by her father, Shao Dao immediately sulked, huffing, "Bad Daddy," before waddling off the sofa and heading to the kitchen. "Mommy, what are you making?" Qinya Huizi cut the prepared seaweed rolls into pieces and neatly arranged them in a bento box. "Mommy is making sushi." Shao Dao sighed dramatically. "Sushi again? I don't like sushi at all. How about you take these sushi rolls next door to Uncle? You had his food yesterday, so today we should share our sushi with them. In Huaxia, we call this reciprocity." Reciprocity? Xiao Tao didn't quite understand the term. But recalling the delightful taste of last night's barbecue, she couldn't help but swallow. She reached out and tugged at Qinya Huizi's skirt, her little head held high, urging, "Mommy, is it ready? I want to take it to Uncle now." "Almost done." Keiko Chiba meticulously filled the bento box and carefully placed it into a disposable plastic bag. She handed it to Little Peach, saying, "Remember to call for someone." "Got it," Little Peach replied as she took the bag and dashed out with a cheerful "Hey yo." Hey yo. Chapter 82. "Uncle, you're the best in the world, oh. Is Uncle not home?" Little Peach, holding a bento box, pressed the doorbell twice. And when no one answered, she pouted and waited dejectedly at the door. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Shao Yang returned to his car. Upon seeing Little Peach standing at the entrance, gazing expectantly at the vehicle, Shueijia rolled down the window and inquired, "Little Peach, what are you doing here?" Upon recognizing one of the 4 older sisters from yesterday in the car, Little Peach revealed her 2 tiny tiger teeth and said, "Mom made sushi for Uncle, and I brought it for him." Shao Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Shueijia, who then exited the car, took Little Peach aside, unlocked the door, and let her inside. After parking the car, Shao Yang entered the house just in time to see Shueijia presenting the bento box to him, saying, "Here, it's made by Little Peach's mother. Just for you." Before Shao Yang could respond, Shueijia thrust the bento into his hands and, with her hands on her hips, declared, "Little Peach said that since it's her mother who made it, you must eat the first bite." Shao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Observing the beautifully arranged sushi in the bento box, he decided to take a piece and savor it. It was quite delicious. Earlier on his way back, he had gone to the supermarket with Shueijia, intending to prepare pasta for dinner. But now this delightful box of sushi saved him the trouble of cooking. "Thank you, Little Peach," he said, giving her a gentle pat on the head. "Make sure to thank your mother when you get home." "Okay," Little Peach nodded earnestly, then pointed to the supermarket shopping bag in Shao Yang's hand and asked, "Uncle, what did you buy?" Shao Yang handed the bento to Shueijia, who squatted down and asked, "Can I eat now?" "Go ahead," he replied. "You're such a cheapskate," she teased as she accepted the bento box and settled comfortably on the sofa. Sampling a piece of sushi, Shao Yang placed the shopping bag on the floor and opened it to show Little Peach the ingredients for cooking. Among them were 2 packets of enticing snacks. Shao Yang pulled them out and offered them to Little Peach, saying, "Here, you can have these." To his surprise, Little Peach showed no interest in the packaged snacks, turning her head away and seriously stating, "Mom said eating too many snacks is bad for your health. And I don't oppose. Do you like these snacks?" "Huh?" Shao Yang was taken aback. It was indeed peculiar for a child to dislike snacks. Seeing Little Peach and Appo's earnest demeanor, Shueijia couldn't help but laugh. "So, there's nothing else to eat at Uncle's house?" "Oh, I see." Little Peach blinked her big eyes and asked indirectly, "But in Appo's, that's already quite late." "Aren't in Appo's. Do you gonna have dinner, Uncle?" Shao Yang pointed at the bento box in Shueijia and Appo's hand and smiled. "The sushi your mom sent is Uncle's dinner." "Oh." Little Peach's face fell at this revelation. She had hoped to enjoy a meal there like the previous night, but she was already tired of sushi. Although Chiba Keiko had lived in Huaxia for many years, she could not cook the delectable dishes that Shao Yang prepared. Children are simply children. Their emotions are written all over their faces. Seeing Little Peach's expression, Shao Yang realized that she had come over today, perhaps hoping for another meal. "How about I make you some pasta?" he suggested. Yay! Little Peach exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. Wait here. Shao Yang playfully pinched her cheek, placed the other ingredients in the refrigerator, and headed to the kitchen to prepare the pasta. Making pasta was quite simple, with Shao Yang's deft hands. A fragrant bowl of pasta was ready in about 15 minutes. He set the dish on the table while Little Peach trailed closely behind him, her eyes wide with anticipation. She longed to sit on a chair, but all the chairs at home were bar stools, too high for her to climb onto. Shao Yang reached down and easily lifted her under her arms, placing her on the chair. It smells so good, Uncle. You are amazing, Little Peach exclaimed. Shao Yang chuckled and handed her a fork, cautioning it and amp, Oppos, it's all yours, but eat slowly and be careful, it and amp, Oppos, as hot. Okay. Little Peach twirled a small portion of pasta on her fork, puffed on it for a while, and cautiously placed it in her mouth. After chewing a few bites, she cooed and Oppos, tea contained her excitement, and said, Uncle, your pasta is 100 times better than my mom and Oppos. Yes. The little girl clearly had no concept of 100 times, but hearing her praise brought a smile to Shao Yang's face. While Little Peach dined at the table, Shao Yang and Shue Jia sat on the sofa, sharing bites of sushi. In the midst of their meal, LV Mei called to discuss Yunshang's matter. Shao Yang was surprised by how quickly Shang Wenyu acted. After a brief conversation, he hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Little Peach was devouring her meal at the table. About 10 minutes later, she announced, Uncle, I'm done. Shao Yang turned to see the little girl with an oily face, arms outstretched, waiting for him to lift her off the chair. He initially considered wiping her face, but recalled how she had hidden her food behind her back the previous night. He decided against it, thinking that if she returned home claiming she hadn't eaten anything, her mother might force her to eat again, which could lead to an upset stomach. Shao Yang lifted her down and washed the bento box, handing it to Little Peach while advising, and Oppos. It's getting dark. You should head home now, so your mom won't Oppos. T worry. Okay. Little Peach picked up the bento box, took a few steps, then suddenly stopped and turned to ask, Uncle, can I come over play at your house sometime? Her big, sparkling eyes gazed earnestly at Shao Yang, who couldn't bear to refuse. He smiled and replied, Of course you can. You are really the best, Uncle. Little Peach said earnestly, I will always be the best friends with you. Saying that, she skipped out the door. Shao Yang paused for a moment, then chuckled. This little girl is quite amusing. Do you like her? Then you should have one yourself, he joked. You want me to have one? Shue Jia instinctively wanted to retort, but realizing the oddity of Shao Yang and Oppos' statement, she swallowed her words, her cheeks visibly reddening. Mom, I and Oppos, am back. Little Peach and Oppos' voice brought relief to Chiba Keiko. Why did you take so long? I. Little Peach stammered, searching for an excuse. But upon seeing her greasy face, Chiba Keiko instantly realized she had been over at the neighbor and Oppos' house for a meal again. Feeling somewhat weary, Chiba Keiko sighed. The sushi she had sent was meant to repay a favor from yesterday, yet her daughter had managed to enjoy a hearty meal next door. It seemed the favor was far from settled. With a sigh, she grabbed a couple of tissues, approached Little Peach, and asked, Did you eat at Uncle's house again? I didn't Oppos, T. Little Peach protested loudly. Chiba Keiko was left speechless as she wiped her daughter and Oppos' face clean, then held out a tissue that still carried the aroma of pasta, saying, Smell this and tell me what it smells like. After her deception was unveiled, little Towsy lowered her head and murmured, I do not wish to eat. Yet the pasta made by Uncle is simply too fragrant. Have you thanked Uncle? I shall express my gratitude tomorrow. You plan to return tomorrow? Yes, I can visit Uncle and Oppos' house often from now on. He has already promised me. Uncle is the kindest to me. Chiba Keiko turned to Tao Yiming, who was lounging on the sofa, and said, My dear, did you hear that? Your daughter has already found a new love. Tao Yiming chuckled. It's quite beneficial for little Towsy to meet more people. After all, we do not have the time to entertain her all day long. You spoil her too much. Chapter 83. Who took my contract? The company is diligently advancing the matter of Yunshang's brand ambassador, and Yanglan updates Shao Yang on the progress daily. So there is no need for him to concern himself. For several days thereafter, Shao Yang sequestered himself in the recording studio, focused on composing and recording songs. The selection of tracks for his debut album demanded utmost discernment. He tentatively settled on 9 songs, ensuring a diverse array of musical styles. While pleasing every listener was an impossible feat, he aspired for at least 90% approval. Consequently, Shao Yang approached the song selection process with great caution. Meanwhile, 5 days later, Yang Entertainment and the Yunxiang brand finalized the ambassador contract. On the morning of the contract signing, Yang Lan drove to the small villa to share the delightful news with Shao Yang. According to her, the endorsement fees for top-tier celebrities in the industry typically range between $8 million to $15 million, with a contract duration of 2 years. Generally, as long as the celebrity maintains a clean slate, contract renewals are customary. Shao Yang had anticipated the signing fee to cap at $2 million, but to his astonishment, the final amount reached an impressive $5 million. Hearing this figure left him momentarily taken aback. As someone well acquainted with the industry, he recognized that the price offered by Shang Wanyu was rather elevated. Isn't this price a bit excessive? Shao Yang inquired. Yang Lan nodded, acknowledging it is a tad high. Yet the contract comes with additional stipulations. During the contract period, you are required to don Yunxiang and Oppos as clothing and accessories at all public events. Furthermore, wasn't it mentioned that you intend to hold a concert upon the release of your new album? Yunxiang will also provide sponsorship for that. That and Oppos. As of no concern. Shao Yang replied. Yang Lan, eager to continue the conversation, asked, "How is your album coming along?" "I and Amp, Oppos, am halfway through," he responded. Yang Lan continued. "The day after tomorrow, we will visit the Yunxiang company to shoot a series of promotional photos and film a commercial. We should be able to complete it in a day. I will come to pick you up." "All right." Yang Lan stood, smiling. "I have been receiving quite a few invitations lately regarding the album." Shao Yang, aware of her intentions yet understanding her hesitation to press him, interjected. "I will expedite the process. Then I shall take my leave for now. Contact me if anything arises. See you soon." At Dongwang Entertainment, Shun Rue hurriedly arrived at the company entrance with his manager. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, he strode purposefully into the building. Upon seeing Shun Rue emerge from the elevator, the secretary of Chairman Zhao Zhongxing made haste to intercept him. "Shun Rue, are you looking for Chairman Zhao?" "Yes," he affirmed. The secretary promptly interjected, "Please wait here while I notify him." "I can find him myself," Shun Rue insisted. However, the secretary remained firm, stating, "Chairman Zhao may not be available at the moment." As Shun Rue prepared to voice his frustration, his manager stepped in, preventing him from proceeding further. The secretary approached the office door and gently knocked. "What is it?" A man's voice, tinged with annoyance, resonated from within. "Chairman Zhao, Shun Rue is here to see you." The secretary replied promptly. "Have him wait," came the curt response. "Understood." The secretary noted the faint sound of labored breathing emanating from the office, her expression revealing distaste. After a brief moment, a statuesque woman emerged from the office. She wore a white blouse tucked into a form-fitting red pencil skirt, her long legs adorned with lace-trimmed stockings and complemented by black high heels, an ensemble that would undoubtedly turn heads on the street. Yet, her visage was rather unremarkable, as no amount of makeup could mask the signs of age etched upon her features. She dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a tissue, adjusting her square-framed glasses, and cast a glance at the secretary, a smirk playing at her lips, as if flaunting her presence. The secretary and Oppos, S expression darkened noticeably. This woman was the lifestyle assistant hired by Chairman Zhao the previous month. The role of a lifestyle assistant could only be left to one's imagination. Shun Rue and his manager approached the office door, knocked, and then entered without hesitation. "What's the matter?" Chairman Zhao inquired, his demeanor calm. "Chairman Zhao, why have I yet to sign the contract for the Yunxiang brand ambassador? This morning, I contacted Ms. Lan from Yunxiang, who claimed that our collaboration has been terminated." Chairman Zhao, unhurried, directed his question to the manager at his side. "Who is responsible for this matter?" "That would be Mr. Zhou from the Public Relations and Advertising Liaison Department," the manager replied. Chairman Zhao picked up his phone and dialed a number. Within 5 minutes, the director of the Advertising Liaison Department, Zhou Sheng, arrived. Chairman Zhao posed his inquiry directly. What is the situation with Yunshang? Zhou Sheng, glancing at Shen Rue, spoke with a hint of guilt. We were in the final stages of negotiation, but Yunshang suddenly changed their mind, claiming our company's offer was too high and that they have chosen another candidate. Another candidate? Shen Rue was taken aback. He had pursued the collaboration with Yunshang for a considerable time. Given Yunshang's rapid growth, it was certain that within 2 years, they would emerge as a leading national brand. Securing the role of their ambassador would not only be lucrative but could potentially elevate his own status alongside theirs. Though the negotiations had been conducted by the company, Shen Rue had remained vigilant throughout the process. The abrupt loss of this opportunity chilled his heart. Chairman Zhao inquired, "What was our offer?" 8 million, Zhou Sheng added. Considering Shen Rue's current popularity, 8 million is not unreasonable, especially with his upcoming nationwide concert tour that may further enhance his appeal. What agency has stolen our contract? Yang Entertainment, Zhou Sheng replied. Chairman Zhao raised an eyebrow. Where is Yang Entertainment? I have not heard of it. It's a newly established agency this year. They have only signed one artist. It is understandable that you are unaware, Chairman Zhao. Shen Rue, filled with indignation, demanded, Who is it? Who has taken my contract? Shao Yang, Chairman Zhao replied. I believe I have heard that name before, he continued. Chairman Zhao, he is the champion from the Shining Sun. Our own Zhang Zihao debuted alongside him. I recall, I had even instructed someone to contact him back then. Upon hearing this, Shen Rue stormed out of the office, his manager hastily following suit. Chairman Zhao, a fledgling company like Yang Entertainment dares to snatch our contract. Should we take action? Chairman Zhao nodded, stating, Inform Luo Chao to disseminate the word that henceforth our artists will not participate in any programs featuring artists from Yang Entertainment. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Chapter 84. Cloud Garment. How outrageous. Shao Yang, Amre Nuchomer, dares to contend with me for the endorsement of Cloud Garment. I distinctly informed Zhou Sheng that I could accept a lower price. So why is he still quoting 8 million? In the car, Shen Rue vented his frustration, feeling as though a beloved toy had been snatched away from him. His emotions tangled into a storm of anguish, anger, and resentment, which further morphed into a simmering hatred. The agent reassured him, I know Zhao Dong and Appo's as temperament. He wanted Appo's. T let this matter rest. Just wait and see. Yang agency will surely be suppressed by the company. And what good will that do? Shen Rue nearly roared. Cloud Garment has already terminated our collaboration. As long as Shao Yang remains obscure, Cloud Garment will surely come to regret their decision. The agent continued to soothe him. By that time, Cloud Garment might reconsider having you as their spokesperson. Upon hearing this, Shen Rue took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He inquired solemnly, How are the arrangements for the concert progressing? The stadium in Modu has no bookings for the next 2 months, and I and Appo's also contacted venues in other cities. Since it is now August, we should ideally start the concert before October, as traffic will be higher during that time. Nodding, Shen Rue replied, The last song of my new album is nearly complete. My birthday is on August 30th, and I plan to release the album on that day. What about the concert? If we're to hold it next month, we need to start pre-selling tickets, so we must finalize the date. September 5th. All right, the agent noted the date. I'll make the arrangements. Should I contact other artists from the company to be your guests at the concert? Yes. I recall there's a newcomer named Song Li in the company. She dances quite well. Have her join me as a backup dancer. Certainly. The agent smiled as a newcomer. She should be thrilled to be a guest at your concert. Agamipa, Sheng Hui Skolfid, Dismisiveli. At the headquarters of Cloud Garment in Modu's Economic Development Zone, a location that, despite having seen several industrial parks arise in recent years, still bore the quietness of the outskirts compared to the bustling city center. Yanglan drove the business vehicle directly to the headquarters, with Shao Yang and Shui Jiajia in tow. On the way, Shui Jiajia provided a brief overview of Shang Guanyu's background, revealing that she was indeed of notable lineage. However, the specifics of her background were not easily disclosed. To simplify, her grandfather had left several bullets lodged in his body upon his passing. Shang Guanyu graduated high school and enrolled in Huaxia University of Geosciences, where she studied jewelry design for 3 years. Though not as renowned as Qingbei, This institution was among the first to offer a jewelry design program. Before graduating, she received an offer from the prestigious Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design in the UK. After a year abroad, she chose to withdraw and effortlessly secured an internship with a top-tier luxury brand. 4 years ago, she returned home and established the Cloud garment brand. In just 2 years, her remarkable artistic talent and stringent quality control propelled her brand to become one of the most promising domestic trends. Uniquely priced comparably to foreign luxury goods, while still garnering a devoted following. It is worth noting that prior to Cloud Garment, several domestic trend brands had emerged. Yet most relied solely on price advantages to capture a portion of the market, only to collaborate with foreign luxury brands once they gained notoriety. Cloud Garment, however, made it clear from the outset that it would never engage in such collaborations. After hearing this, Shao Yang and Oppo's impression of Shang Guanyu shifted. The vehicle halted before the headquarters of Cloud Garment. While the building might not stand out in the heart of Modu, within the industrial park, it was a striking presence. Although merely 3 stories tall, its architectural design was quite distinctive, with the first 2 floors featuring glass facades that allowed passers-by to glimpse inside, while the 3rd floor remained enclosed. Inside, the office was sparsely populated, lacking the conventional workstations typical of most companies. Instead, it resembled a home office, with individuals lounging on sofas with laptops or chatting over coffee. After parking, Yang Lan sent a WeChat message to Shang Guanyu's secretary, Zhang Xiaoling. Moments later, Zhang Xiaoling descended from building. Mr. Shao Yang, everything is ready inside. Please follow me. Thank you. Shao Yang followed her inside. The staff on the 1st floor curiously took out their phones to photograph him as he entered. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, Zhang Xiaoling opened a door, revealing an expansive indoor photography studio. It was vast, likely spanning 1 to 200 square meters, one side filled with professional camera equipment, and the other lined with racks of Cloud Garment clothing, with an entire row of cabinets behind housing various jewelry pieces. Shao AI, please do Mr. Shao Yang and Oppo's makeup first. I will fetch sister you down. Understood. Shao Yang allowed himself to be directed, undergoing makeup, styling, and changing in a Cloud Garment and Oppo's attire, adorned with their jewelry. Before long, Shao Yang underwent a remarkable transformation. In Zhang Yiling and Oppo's view, he was a perfect model for the garments. Shang Guanyu circled around him, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. If you were 3 or 4 centimeters taller, you could easily pursue modeling. You may begin. With Shang Guanyu's command, the photo shoot commenced. Lights were adjusted, and cameras clicked. Initially, the crew worried that Shao Yang might struggle with poses, having even prepared reference photos for him to mimic. Yet, to their surprise, he appeared remarkably natural in front of the lens, effortlessly shifting poses with each flash. Zhang Xiaoling, standing beside Shang Guanyu, couldn't he help but praise. Sister, you truly has an eye for talent. Excellent. Let into Oppo's. Let's take another shot. Good, this one works. Could you give me a profile view? All right, splendid. Now, let into Oppo's. Let's change outfits. Shao Yang went to change clothes, and after a few minutes, the shooting continued in a cyclical manner. The morning passed swiftly. Shang Guanyu and Shao Yang approached the computer screen, reviewing the photos captured earlier. How do you find them, you? Quite good. A simple touch-up in post-production, and they will be ready for use. Then we'll get back to work. Once the photos are processed, I'll send them to your email. Understood. Shang Guanyu glanced at her watch and instructed, let's go for lunch. The company has a cafeteria that rivals any restaurant. All right. As the group exited the studio, Yang Lan's phone rang. You all go ahead. I need to take this call. Chapter 85. Suppression from Dongwang Entertainment. It must be said that the cafeteria at Yunshang Company serves quite delectable meals. As the first official partner of Yunshang, Shao Yang naturally enjoyed the highest level of hospitality, sharing lunch in the cafeteria's exclusive private room with Shang Guanyu. It is worth noting that typically, only Shang Guanyu dined there alone. In the afternoon, they would film a simple advertisement, which shouldn't take much time. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, Yunshang's official Weibo account would formally announce the signing of the spokesperson. Be sure to share it. Understood. From now on, every time the seasons change, I will have Shaoling deliver Yunshang's new products to you. While enjoying his meal, Shao Yang nodded, saying, Sister Lan has already briefed me on the contract's contents. I am well aware of everything, so you needn't oppose. Worry, Yujia. Shang Guanyu, who usually spoke little, smiled faintly at this, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Yang Lan entered after finishing a phone call, holding her phone with a perplexed and grave expression. Noticing Yang Lan's unusual demeanor, Shao Yang inquired, Sister Lan, is something wrong? Yang Lan responded with a question of her own. Shao Yang, have you offended anyone recently? Offended anyone? Shao Yang replied, I've been at home all this time. How could I possibly offend someone? Then it's probably because. Yang Lan's brow furrowed further, prompting Shao Yang to press for clarification. What exactly has happened? I just received a call from a production team. Initially, we had agreed that after your album was completed, you could appear as a guest on their show. However, they just informed me that the guest list has been rearranged, hinting that this was not their intention. I believe we're being sidelined by our competitors. Shao Yang struggled to comprehend this sudden turn of events. He had been either recording songs or staying home. How could this happen? Yang Lan, with her years of experience in the industry, clarified, I suspect this relates to the spokesperson matter. Yujia, who was your previous candidate? Shun Rue, which company does he belong to? Dongwang Entertainment. Dongwang Entertainment. Shao Yang echoed in disbelief. Seeing his astonished expression, Yang Lan pressed, Are you familiar with this company? Shao Yang, with a sardonic smile, coldly remarked, My ex-girlfriend left me after joining that company. If this is indeed the cause, it seems I have a peculiar connection with Dongwang Entertainment. Shui Jiejia could distinctly sense Shao Yang's rising anger. Yang Lan quickly assured him, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. You need not concern yourself. Focus on writing your new songs. Sister Lan, I doubt you can handle this situation either, Shao Yang replied, his tone laced with skepticism. Yang Lan was at a loss for words. If Dongwang Entertainment were indeed deliberately suppressing Yang Entertainment, then Yang would struggle to contend against such a well-established agency, which boasted countless artists under its wing, while Yang had only Shao Yang. No production team would jeopardize their relations with Dongwang for the sake of one individual. This posed a significant dilemma. Shao Yang would likely receive no further invitations and thus lack exposure. A month or two might be manageable, but if prolonged, few fans would remember Shao Yang, effectively leading to a semi-silencing of his career. Shang Guanyu interjected, Is there any way I can assist? Let us eat first, Shao Yang replied, picking up his chopsticks and smiling. Sister Lan, you should eat too. Don't worry. Once my new album is released, this issue will become trivial. Yang Lan sat down, still feeling uneasy. Shao Yang continued to eat leisurely, stating, Dongwang Entertainment has repeatedly tried to undermine me. If that is their intent, I am eager to see if they possess the capability to truly suppress me. Shao Yang, do you genuinely believe your new album will be successful? If the album sells well, even if Dongwang Entertainment attempts to suppress him, those variety shows will not forsake the traffic that Shao Yang inherently brings. However, the prerequisite is that it must sell exceptionally well, and his popularity must be sufficiently high. That is no easy feat, rest assured. I have confidence in my abilities. Let us eat first. There is still work to be done, he reassured. The afternoon video advertisement was completed in less than 40 minutes. Once we're concluded, Yang Lan led Shao Yang and Shui Jiejia back to the small Western-style house. Upon returning home, Shao Yang immediately retreated to the recording studio. Meanwhile, Shui Jiejia and Yang Lan settled onto the sofa, perusing news related to Shun Rue. Shui Jiejia opened Weibo and located Shun Rue's profile, where she found a recently published post from that morning. Sister Lan, look at this. What is it? Shun Rue is set to release a new album at the end of this month. He posted about it this morning. Yang Lan quickly took the phone to glance at it, her expression growing grave. What if it coincides with Shao Yang's new album? Shui Jiejia asked, Sister Lan, do you not believe in Shao Yang? I certainly believe in him, but Yang Lan returned the phone to Shui Jiejia and stood up. I need to go to the company. When Shao Yang comes out, inform him of this and see what his plans are. Understood. Yang Lan grabbed her car keys and hurriedly left. Shao Yang did not emerge until 6 in the evening. Upon seeing Shui Jiejia sitting cross-legged on the sofa, her expression serious as she stared at her phone, he approached her from behind and glanced at the screen. What she was viewing was a web page filled with information about Dongwon Entertainment, including the scale of the company and its roster of artists. What are you looking at so intently? Startled by his sudden voice, Shueijia nearly dropped her phone. Shao Yang, you scared me. What is wrong with that? Why do you walk so silently? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Shao Yang chuckled. Let us make dumplings for dinner. I'm not in the mood to cook. Sounds good. Seeing Shao Yang head into the kitchen, Shueijia hurriedly put on her shoes and followed, saying, by the way, there is something Sister Lan asked me to tell you. What is it? Shun Rui from Dongwon Entertainment is releasing a new album on the 30th of this month. What date is today? The 23rd. Shao Yang smiled. Then my album will be released on the same day. Are you really going to confront Dongwon Entertainment head-on? I just searched, and they have signed many artists. Do you lack confidence in me? Of course not. Then that is settled. Shao Yang responded nonchalantly. I have great faith in my music. Shun Rui will not pose a challenge. As he spoke, he turned on the gas, pouring 2 large bowls of water into the pot, preparing to boil the dumplings. Shueijia mumbled, just make sure you've thought this through. Regardless, I will support you. Why don't you sit down for now? After dinner, I'll sing a song from the new album for you. What song? The Confession Balloon. Chapter 86. New album Fuyo that evening. Shao Yang also posted a simple message on Weibo. On August 30th, I will release my first personal album and Oppos, Fuyo and Oppos. Please stay tuned. Accompanying this was a striking poster, beautifully captured by Yun Shang's team. Despite a brief hiatus of less than a month, Shao Yang's popularity remained undiminished, bolstered by the ongoing broadcasts of his previous variety shows. As soon as the Weibo post went live, an enthusiastic wave of comments flooded in. Releasing a new album so soon after debuting? I've never seen such a prolific songwriter. Count me in. Wow, is he really dropping an album this time? Can't wait. Wait, I just saw Shun Rui's Weibo. His new album is also on August 30th. What a coincidence. Could you at least release a couple of songs for us to preview? My playlist is already full of your songs. The album is named Fuyo. Is it soaring to great heights? By the way, is there a centipede predator near Pengcheng Shopping Plaza? Releasing a new album so quickly, it feels like a widow giving birth. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. What kind of comments are these? Unbelievable. 2 days later, Shao Yang had prepared all 9 songs for his new album, and the company was already arranging for the physical copies. Meanwhile, he had coordinated with Penguin Music to promote the album at 001 on August 30th. In a 4-star hotel in Magic City, Shun Rui's manager entered the room after finishing a phone call. I've spoken with the company, and once your lead single is released, all the artists under the label will help promote it. Then I'll go ahead and post now. Shun Rui logged into his music backend and uploaded the lead single Autumn Night with You from his new album Gorgeous Movements. After the upload was complete, he quickly asked his manager to contact the platform's liaison. For any star who had signed a contract with a music platform, the release of a new song would typically be met with promotional support, albeit varying in intensity. Once the manager hung up, Shunrui eagerly inquired, what did they say? They and Amp, Oppos, already on it. You should post on Weibo first. I'll notify the other managers at the company and reach out to a few financially robust fan clubs to generate buzz. All right. Shunrui took out his phone and crafted a Weibo post. 5 minutes later, the post was live, and within the hour, artists from Dongwon Entertainment were sharing the news. Watching the streaming numbers rise, Shunrui could no longer contain his laughter. What could a newcomer like Shao Yang possibly compare to me? To release on the same day? I'm eager to see how this unfolds. The manager wanted to caution him, ISN and Oppos. He had a bit premature to celebrate, but opted to remain silent upon seeing Shun Rui's exuberance. In a quaint little house, Shueijia clicked on Shun Rui's newly released song, placing it on the side of the table. As the track finished playing, she immediately asked, what do you think of this pre-release song from Shun Rui's new album? What do you think? Shao Yang replied without looking up. I find it average, but I'm not really an expert. That is why I'm asking you. Shao Yang playfully patted Xiao Dao's head, observing her ravenous consumption of rice, and asked Xiao Dao, do you think the song is good? It's good. Xiao Dao responded rather dismissively. Her cheeks puffed out like she had stuffed 2 eggs in them. She had intentionally come over during dinner time, and upon entering, she had found Shao Yang serving a plate of dishes. Tonight, and Amp, Oppos, offerings included 3 home-cooked meals, mapo tofu, potato beef stew, and the simplest of tomato and egg soup. Seeing Xiao Tao eyeing his cooking, Shao Yang added a slice of ham to the soup just for her. Xiao Tao was experiencing such deliciousness for the first time. The tender potatoes melted in her mouth, the beef was both chewy and delectable, and the tofu was simply fragrant. Even the tomato and egg soup, which her mother also made, tasted remarkably better. With her face nearly buried in her bowl, Xiao Tao had little time to engage with Shao Yang. Shao Yang chocolate. If I hadn't oppose, met her mother, I might suspect this girl was being mistreated at home. Shui Jija laughed. I fear this little one might become dependent on you. Shao Yang playfully tugged at Xiao Tao's ear, pulling her head from the bowl. Why are you eating so fast? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? The food you make is so delicious. If you're my dad, I could eat your cooking every day. Xiao Tao looked up at Shao Yang, blinking her big, innocent eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. He handed her a couple of napkins to wipe her mouth and exchanged a knowing glance with her before she resumed her voracious eating. After finishing his meal, Shao Yang returned to the sofa, opened his laptop, and successfully uploaded the song The Wind Has Risen. He then messaged the liaison at Penguin Music. Having completed his tasks, he rose to clear the dining table. Meanwhile, at Penguin Music's operations department, in a conference room, Boss, Shao Yang has also released a lead single from his new album. How should we promote it? Is this a deliberate move by Shao Yang? The suited man frowned. Shen Rue is releasing an album, and Shao Yang chooses the same day to drop a song? Shen Rue has been in the industry for years. What is Shao Yang trying to compete with? Boss, let us not meddle in the affairs of the industry. Both artists are under contract with us. We need to determine how to allocate our promotional resources. After some contemplation, the man replied, let us give both songs equal promotion and see which one resonates better with the audience. This way, we won't offend either side. Shall I proceed to push both songs now? Yes. The operations staff left the conference room and returned to their computers, accessing the internal back-end where promotional resources could be set. These placements would directly influence how many listeners would hear each song. After assigning the promotional slots for both songs, the staff confirmed the settings. Refreshing the Platform page, both Autumn Night With You and The Wind Has Risen appeared prominently in the top scrolling banner. Fans, hearing the news from various channels, eagerly clicked to listen to both songs. Initially, Autumn Night With You saw a rapid increase in plays, while The Wind Has Risen, although also climbing, did so at a slower pace. However, an hour later, the tide began to turn. While Autumn Night With You continued to gain plays, the rate of playlist additions remained modest. In contrast, The Wind Has Risen was skyrocketing in both plays and playlist inclusions at an astonishing rate. The initial play count merely indicated how many listeners had tuned in, while the number of playlist additions reflected a song's market appeal. After dropping Xiaojiao off at home and taking a shower, Shao Yang lay in bed, scrolling through the comment section for his new song, eager to gauge listener feedback. As for Shen Rue, to be honest, he did not regard it all. Chapter 87, Acclaim Lyrics, Shao Yang. Composition, Shao Yang. Arrangement, Shao Yang. You can always choose Shao Yang. Wow, this is delightful. This song does not sing of love or friendship. Rather, it captures the essence of our time spent in the classroom, the chirping of cicadas outside, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and the fleeting nature of our youth. Drawn here by its reputation, it truly is enchanting. After hearing this song, transitioning to Autumn Night With You felt almost impossible. Haha. I'm utterly enchanted and eagerly anticipate the new album. Why does it evoke such a sense of regret? The heart is stirred, and it drifts away with the wind. As I scrolled down several pages, all I encountered were glowing reviews. This was anticipated by Shao Yang. The last time he had a barbecue at home, after performing The Wind Has Risen on his guitar, he gathered from the feedback from Qin Yuhan and Shun Shuhua that this song would likely resonate with fans as well. Little fans of the big star, Qin Yuhan. Wow. The Wind Has Risen is out, sisters. Go listen. Shun Shuhua. Listening now. Chung Ting. Shao Yang. I specifically signed up for a membership just to enjoy the original sound quality. How an amp. Oppos. That's that for support. Shao Yang. Thank you, Miss Chung, for the support. Qin Yuhan. I can't believe we've got our big star here. Shui Jiajia. It's almost 10. Aren't you all going to sleep? Shun Shuhua. Shue. Are we interrupting your sleep with the big star? Smirking emoji Shue. Shun Shuhua. Are you feeling cheeky? The group fell into a playful banter. Shao Yang swiftly switched his phone to do not disturb mode and turned off the lights to sleep. In the hotel, 30 minutes after the new song's release, Shun Rue noticed that the data for Autumn Night with You was significantly overshadowing The Wind Has Risen, and he simply went to sleep. Meanwhile, the manager Wang Mimi in the adjacent room remained vigilant, monitoring the comments beneath the new song. Shun Rue had devoted over half a year preparing for this album. Both he and his manager were counting on it to elevate their popularity. Initially, Wang Mimi was elated to see that all metrics surpassed the previously released single. However, as time ticked by and the play counts began to dwindle, a sense of unease began to creep in. Comments referencing The Wind Has Risen started to appear under the song. When Wang Mimi read the comment, "Brothers, stop hyping it up. I just returned from next door, and this time it truly can't compare. If you don't believe it, go listen." Wang Mimi anxiously exited the comment section and played The Wind Has Risen. The captivating melody resonated, quickly followed by the soulful vocals. There was something magical about this song, an inexplicable ability to soothe one's emotions. She listened, lost in thought, until the song concluded, and only then did she realize it was a competitor's piece. Hastily, she clicked on the comment below and was met with an overwhelming wave of praise. Wang Mimi's expression gradually turned grave. This song has already surpassed Autumn Night with You. To promote Shun Rue and Oppo's new album, Wang Mimi had tirelessly negotiated for the company's other artists to lend their support. Yet, aside from a single Weibo post, Shao Yang had done nothing else. Wang Mimi, who had initially believed victory was assured like Shun Rue, was taken aback by this unforeseen outcome. That night, Wang Mimi hardly slept. The following morning, when she informed Shun Rue of the situation, his immediate reaction was disbelief. "This is impossible. Last night, my new song's data clearly led by a wide margin. How could his data possibly surpass mine?" Wang Mimi, with a grave countenance, urged, "Just check your phone." Shun Rue pulled out his device. After midnight, the Penguin Music Rising chart had been updated. Shao Yang and Oppo's The Wind Has Risen, released last night, had already surged into the top 10, currently holding the 9th position, while Autumn Night with You languished at 21st. Both songs were released around the same time, with Autumn Night with You even debuting several minutes earlier. Upon seeing the rankings, Shun Rue's expression turned blank. He stared at the screen, utterly stunned. This is impossible. In the office, upon receiving a call, LV May leaped from her chair in delight. That afternoon, Yang Lan had returned to the company to inform her about Dongwang Entertainment. For days, LV May had been worried that Shao Yang's new album would be released on the same day as Shun Rue's. If the sales didn't team match Shun Rue's, they would find it hard to recover. However, the initial confrontation ended in Shao Yang's victory, easing her anxious heart. "What did you say? Shao Yang is coming to the company today? All right, I understand. I will contact that girl, and the concert arrangements are already underway. We'll discuss everything when Shao Yang arrives." After hanging up, Zhao Shengnan eagerly inquired what happened. "Shao Yang's new song has surpassed Shun Rue's in all metrics. We won the first battle. I knew we could trust him. As long as Shao Yang's popularity rises, I refuse to believe he won't receive offers. I'll remember this debt to Dongwang Entertainment and settle it later." On the road, Shue Jia curiously asked, "What is the purpose of going to the company today?" "Firstly, to check on the concert arrangements. Secondly, to meet with Zhang Sini from the Drama Academy to discuss a few matters." "Oh, you still have your eye on that female college student?" Shao Yang replied. "The concert can and Oppo's. Possibly have me singing solo from start to finish. I already agreed with Mei Jia that I want Zhang Sini to be my guest at the concert." Just as Shue Jia was about to respond, Shao Yang interjected, "Hold on. I know what you're going to say, and don't overthink it. I invited Zhang Sini to be my concert guest because I have a wager agreement with Mei Jia." "A wager agreement?" "If I successfully promote Zhang Sini, I will receive 30% of the shares in Yang Agency. If I fail, I must continue my contract with the company, and additionally, I must meet the annual task quota set by the company." Yang Lan had just learned of the wager agreement between Shao Yang and LV Mei, and she was taken aback. It is no simple task to elevate someone as status. Some companies invest millions and still struggle to achieve this, let alone someone like Shao Yang, who is still considered a newcomer. Shui Jia scoffed, "You're not even famous yourself, yet you want to make someone else famous. Who do you think you are?" Shao Yang smiled sleekly, unfazet. He firmly believed that invisible wings would indeed elevate Zhang Xini's prominence. Chapter 88. What song could possibly deserve such treatment? "Xini, are you heading out so early?" "Yes." Upon receiving a call from her company, Zhang Xini quickly changed into an outfit and prepared to leave. Slinging her bag over her shoulder and putting on her shoes, she replied, "The company needs me, and I want an amp. Amp, Oppos, TB back until noon." "All right, I wish you success." Noticing that her 3 roommates were still asleep, Zhang Xini quietly closed the door as she departed. Before 8 in the morning, the subway was considerably less crowded than usual, yet finding a seat remained a challenge. There were merely fewer standing passengers. In another hour, during the peak commuting time, it would likely be nearly impossible to squeeze in. Such is the pace of life in a bustling metropolis, remarkably swift, as if everyone were cold and distant. Seated on the train, Zhang Xini gazed out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Compared to most, she was indeed fortunate. Still in her studies, she had signed a contract with a management company and had become a trainee. Yet, despite attending training every weekend, she often felt like an outsider, unacknowledged by the company. Could she truly debut? This question haunted her, filling her with doubt. Looking at her reflection in the window, Zhang Xini took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself. Retrieving her phone from her pocket, she opened her music app and saw a notification for Shao Yang's new album Fuyo pre-release new song. She eagerly clicked on it, and the screen transitioned directly to the playback interface. Soon, Shao Yang's voice filled her ears. "On this journey, I walk along the traces of youth." Hesitating just before stepping out of the station, Zhang Xini closed her eyes, savoring the tenderness within the song. Memories of the past flooded her mind as the chorus resonated. "I once poured my youth into her, plucked the essence of summer with my fingertips. Wherever my heart stirs, let it be, walking against the light, letting the wind and rain batter me." As the song concluded, a surge of strength, or perhaps motivation, washed over her, instilling confidence to press on. The subway continued its relentless forward motion, and time seemed to fly by. Upon disembarking, she walked to the company building. As a trainee, without an employee card, she always had to ask the receptionist for assistance in gaining entry. Just as she approached the front desk, a familiar voice called out from behind her, "Zhang Xini." Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback to see Shao Yang accompanied by Yang Lan and Shui Jia. She quickly bowed. "Greeting, brother Shao Yang." Recalling the last encounter where Shui Jia had playfully teased Shao Yang all day, he felt a twinge of discomfort and laughed. "Just call me Yang Gu. Brother Shao Yang sounds odd." "Oh, let's go," Shao Yang said, taking a step forward. "Come upstairs with us. I have something to discuss with you today." Zhang Xini hurriedly followed, realizing that it wasn't the company summoning her so early, but rather Shao Yang himself. Remembering his new song she had listened to on the subway, she couldn't help but glance at him. "What are you daydreaming about? Come on." "Oh." Zhang Xini's face flushed as she lowered her gaze and entered the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Yang Lan instructed Shao Yang and Shui Jia to head to the meeting room while she went to find Lu Mei in the office. "Shall I go too?" Zhang Xini whispered. Shao Yang chuckled, "Of course, why else would I call you?" The 3 took their seats in the meeting room. Before long, Lu Mei arrived with several managers from relevant departments. Without further ado, Lu Mei stated, "Let us get straight to the point. Shao Yang, which date do you plan to hold your concert?" "The 5th. September 5th? The same day as Shun Rui's concert?" "Yes." Lu Mei wasn't too surprised by Shao Yang and Oppo's choice to release his song on the same day, indicating his desire for a direct confrontation with Shun Rui. She promptly instructed, "Xiaoqin, contact the person in charge of the Magic City Grand Stage and inquire about renting the venue for September 5th. "Understood. If we secure the venue, reach out to the people at Xiaomai Network for the pre-sale of concert tickets." "Yes." "Yang Lan, you must also notify Yunshang in advance. They will be sponsoring this concert." "I understand." Shao Yang, the company will do its utmost to arrange everything for your concert. Feel free to express any requests in the coming days. Shao Yang replied, my only request is for the sound quality to be top-notch. I have no other demands. Lu Mei smiled. That single request? I will ensure we procure the finest sound equipment available in the country. After discussing details, they had effectively planned the concert preparations. Once their conversation concluded, Shao Yang finally inquired, Zhang Sini, did you listen to the new song I released last night? Yes, I did, Zhang Sini stammered, startled by the sudden mention. Shao Yang continued, during the concert, you will perform a duet of this song with me. What? A duet? Zhang Sini was taken aback. Yes. Shao Yang affirmed, in addition to the duet, I will also provide you with an opportunity to sing solo. I have prepared a song for you. Would you like to hear it? I. Noticing Zhang Sini and Amp, Oppose, as flustered state, Shao Yang turned to Lu Mei and suggested, Sister Mei, let an Amp, Oppose, as conclude today and Amp, Oppose, as meeting. Lu Mei understood immediately, leading the company personnel out of the meeting room. Yang Lan also exited to contact the individuals from Yunshang. In the now empty conference room, only Shao Yang, Shui Jiejia, and Zhang Sini remained. Shao Yang took out his phone and said, this is a song tailored to your vocal range. As long as you don't falter, I believe it has the potential to launch your career. I will play a small demo for you now. Zhang Sini took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Shao Yang pressed play and set the phone on the conference table. In the stillness, the melody began to resonate within the room. Every time I stand strong amidst solitude, even when deeply wounded, I do not shed a tear. I know I possess a pair of invisible wings that carry me through despair. As the simple yet powerful lyrics echoed, both Shui Jiejia and Zhang Sini's eyes lit up. Despite its straightforwardness, the song exuded an undeniable strength. The song Invisible Wings is well known, a classic that transcends generations. Cherished by those from the 70s and 80s to the 90s and aughts. Even years after its release, it consistently topped annual charts compiled by online content creators. Shao Yang vividly recalled how, during his middle school years, despite the teacher's rigid disdain for pop music, Invisible Wings became the school's anthem. What song could possibly deserve such treatment? If it weren't for the song's suitability for a female vocalist, Shao Yang would have hesitated to entrust it to Zhang Sini. As the song gracefully drew to a close, the atmosphere lingered, filled with unspoken possibilities. Shao Yang retrieved his phone and inquired, Zhang Sini, I am confident that this song can propel you to stardom. Are you willing to perform it before an audience of thousands? Zhang Sini sprang to her feet, visibly excited, and replied, I am. I will send you the lyrics and demo shortly. During this period, you should practice these 2 songs at the company. There are only 9 days left until the concert, and I believe you can master them, Shao Yang added. He then cautioned, before the concert begins, refrain from singing and oppose, invisible wings and oppose, in front of others, including your friends, close companions, or even your parents. Understood. Shao Yang stood, approached Zhang Sini, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, do not be anxious. You are the one I have chosen, and I have faith in you, so you must have faith in yourself as well. MHM. Shao Yang smiled at her and departed from the company. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Sini received 2 files from Shao Yang and immediately began practicing in the training room. Initially, she merely hummed along with the demo. After 4 or 5 repetitions, she was astonished to discover that she could sing it independently. The more she sang, the more she felt that this song was tailor-made for her. Remembering Shao Yang's words as he left, she realized that she had never felt such confidence in herself as she did at that moment. Chapter 89. Time stands still. It was just past 2 in the afternoon when Yang Lan received news from the company that the venue for the grand stage in a magic city had been secured. The tickets for the concert would be available for purchase on Xiaomai.com at 5 o'clock that afternoon. Upon receiving the news, Shao Yang promptly posted a simple message on Weibo, September 5th, see you there. Accompanying the post was an image that Shui Jiejia had found, featuring a promotional picture of Yunshang, overlaid with the theme, date, and location of the concert. After posting, Shao Yang handed his phone to Shui Jiejia and said, could you film a video for Douyin? My followers have increased quite a bit over the past few days. Let us capitalize on this momentum for some promotion. Sure. Shui Jia replied dutifully, taking the phone. Just as she was about to shoot, Shao Yang stood up. Where are you going? To the recording studio to film a segment, singing a few lines from a new song to promote the album. Shui Jia followed Shao Yang into the recording studio, a spacious room that, aside from the various instruments occupying the space, still had about 15 square meters available for movement. On the workbench sat 2 computers and several devices that Shui Jia did not recognize, all adorned with an array of knobs and buttons. On either side of the workbench, 2 high-end speakers were installed, clearly of significant value. Shao Yang positioned the electric piano in the center and set up a microphone above it. After adjusting the equipment, he stood ready in front of the piano. I'm starting to film now, she announced. Okay, Shao Yang, now devoid of any nervousness, did not immediately mention the concert, but instead began to sing the chorus of another title track from his new album, Fu Yao, confirming with my gaze. I have encountered the right person. I draw my sword and turn as blood flows like scarlet lips. Memories of the past traverse the mundane. It is not the blade that wounds, but your soul reborn. After a brief rendition of the chorus, Shao Yang moved his hands from the keyboard and addressed the camera. This is another title track from my new album, Drunken Red Cliffs. The album will officially be released on August 30th, and I will perform all the songs from it at the concert on September 5th. I hope everyone can come and support. With that, he gestured an OK with his hand. At the same time, Shui Jia pressed pause, saving the video, trimming the unnecessary parts at the beginning and end, and adding subtitles. Shall I post it now? She asked. Go ahead. It had been quite a while since they last posted a Douyin video, and once this one was uploaded, it quickly garnered attention from their followers, resulting in a flurry of new comments. Shui Jia handed the phone back to Shao Yang, laughing, look at you. You're quite popular now. The moment the video was posted, a wave of comments appeared. This is nothing, he replied with a smirk. Just give you a little sunshine, and you blossom. Shao Yang tucked the phone into his pocket and made his way upstairs. From the refrigerator, he retrieved a watermelon the size of a head, slicing it in half and sharing it with Shui Jia. Sitting on the sofa, he munched on the chilled fruit while perusing the comments, responding to those that received the most likes. Concert date, September 5th, location, Grand Stage of the Magic City, ticket sales, this afternoon at 5 on Xiaomai. Cool. Anything else I should add? He replied to a user with a handle unturnable salty fish with a thumbs up emoji. How many title tracks are there in your new album? Another comment inquired. All 9 songs are title tracks, featuring various styles including pop, national essence, rock, and folk, he responded. When will the full version of Drunken Red Cliffs be released? Hurry. Will the album be released digitally as well? Besides the digital album, physical copies will also be available. There will be 2 types, a limited edition custom vinyl and a standard black vinyl. The digital album will be available for listening on Penguin Music on the 30th, while the physical copies will be released after the concert. I want to see the concert, but I'm just a student and can't afford a ticket. Can someone sponsor me? 500? I'm just waiting to grab tickets soon. Is there a natural enemy to centipedes? Sorry, I think I'm in the wrong chat. I'm still torn between going to the Magic City Sports Center to see Shen Rui's concert or attending your concert at the Grand Stage. You both are releasing albums and holding concerts simultaneously. Was that planned? Honestly, what should I do? I really want to see it live, but I'm in the Northeast. Just as Shao Yang was engrossed in the comments, Yang Lan called again. Hello, Sister Lan, what's up? Yang Lan answered straightforwardly. I just received a call from Penguin Video. They want to live stream your concert on September 5th. They're offering $2 million, and after the stream, the full video will be available for paid viewing, with a 50-50 revenue split. What do you think? Sounds good. Agree to it, he replied. Also, I've negotiated with Yin Shang. Every audience member entering the venue will receive a surprise gift bag prepared by Yin Shang, containing your photo, a folding fan, a personalized light stick, and a pair of exquisite silver earrings provided by Yin Shang. You might want to inform your fans. Yin Shang is quite generous. ISNT. Yang Lan chuckled. It's not entirely free. They will also set up advertisements at the venue on the day of the concert. And these gifts will undoubtedly feature Yin Shang and Oppo's logo, serving as a form of advertisement for their company. All right, is there anything else? I just found out that Shen Rui has invited Shui Hai and Wang Jinjin as guests for his concert. Mei Jia asked me to see if we should also hire 2 celebrities for your concert. No net, Shao Yang firmly declined. I'll have Zhang Sini with me. It's a waste of money otherwise. I was just asking. It's your concert, so it's entirely up to you. Yes, I'll focus on practicing my songs at home these days. I'll leave the concert arrangements to you, Sister Lan. Yang Lan smiled warmly on the other end of the line. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. After hanging up, Shui Jia immediately remarked, Shui Hai and Wang Jinjin are both top-tier singers, but they aren't from Dongwang Entertainment. How would they go to be guests at Shen Rui's concert? They were likely paid to come. Some audience members attend concerts not just for the main performer, but to see the guest stars as well. Shen Rui inviting Shui Hai and Wang Jinjin is clearly a tactic to boost his concert's popularity. Seeing Shao Yang's relaxed demeanor, Shui Jia couldn't help but ask, Shao Yang, this is your first concert. Aren't and oppos. You nervous? She thought that if she were to stand on a stage before thousands, she'd struggle to even speak clearly. With less than 10 days until the concert, how could Shao Yang appear so at ease? Shao Yang smiled gently and replied, perhaps I was born to do this. I'm not only unruffled, but I'm also quite excited. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang again. Picking it up, he saw it was a video call from his mother. Knowing that his parents were not the type to reach out often, he anticipated that this call signified either a family matter or a message from his sister. He promptly accepted the video call. Who was it this time? Shui Jia leaned in, curious, as she took another bite of watermelon. Just then, the video screen activated, revealing Xiao Yu and Oppos, her nestled between Xiao Wansong and Chen Lanying. Her gaze falling upon Shui Jia, who was leaning against Shao Yang. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Chapter 90. I will inquire about fate at the temple another day. The atmosphere had settled into a profound silence. It was Xiao Yu and Oppos, who first broke the stillness. Cheerfully exclaiming, hello, sister. Shui Jia, with a piece of watermelon still in her mouth, stared wide-eyed at the screen displaying Shao Yang's parents and sister. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to stammer a greeting, hello, before quickly adding, hello, Annie. Hello, uncle. Immediately after, she raised her head, shifted her gaze from the screen, and hastily finished the watermelon, her fair cheeks visibly reddening like the fruit itself. With only a few days left before school commenced, Xiao Yu had learned about her brother's concert online, prompting her to insist on a video call with him. Chen Lanying, unable to refuse her, and with Xiao Yang being away from home for some time, handed the phone to Xiao Yu, longing for her son. However, upon connecting the call, they were taken aback to see a demure girl in Xiao Yang and Amp, Oppos, embrace. The two of them appeared to be of similar age, and their previous posture had been quite intimate. Was this not the future daughter-in-law? Although Xiao Yang had previously informed his parents about his relationship with Song Li, she had steadfastly refused to meet them, making this encounter the first for Xiao Wansong and Chen Lanying. While they were filled with joy, the elderly couple found themselves at a loss for words, creating an inexplicably awkward atmosphere. Xiao Yang forced himself to sound calm as he inquired, Dad, are you resting today? Yes, the factory is closed for the day, his father replied. You must be getting ready for school soon, right? Indeed, Xiao Yu responded cheerfully. I just finished a month of supplementary classes, but soon I shall return to school. Good luck in your senior year, her father encouraged. Got it, brother. Is your concert on September 5th? I saw so many of your videos online. Even our school broadcast started playing your songs. You're amazing, brother. Xiao Yu was never one to withhold her praise. Growing up in a small county, she had spent her entire education close to home, untouched by the world's harsh realities. And her nature remained as pure as ever. Xiao Yang engaged in light conversation with his family, while Shui Jia fidgeted anxiously beside him, too shy to show her face again. After a brief interval, Xiao Yu leaned closer to the phone, covering her mouth with her hand, and whispered, Brother, where's your sister? She. Xiao Yang glanced at Shui Jia, who was blushing and frantically shaking her head. Xiao Yang chuckled. She went to the restroom. We are still just friends. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Yu continued. That sister is truly beautiful. Brother, will you bring her home to meet Mom and Dad during the New Year? Mind your studies. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Fine, Xiao Yu pouted, then added, Mom and Dad, I must attend to something now. Please take care of yourselves, and I will call when I have time. All right, they chorused as the video call ended. As Shao Yang set his phone down, Shui Jia let out a sigh of relief, the tension causing her to nearly perspire. Observing her state, Shao Yang couldn't help but jest. Is it really that alarming? My parents are not that intimidating. They are quite agreeable. You mock me, Shui Jia retorted, pinching Shao Yang's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch! What does this have to do with me? You were the one who insisted on seeing. Blame yourself, she exclaimed, her small fist playfully pounding on his arm, applying a pressure akin to a gentle massage. I have met your parents, and now you have met mine. We are even now. Humph. After terminating the video call, Chun Laniying sent Shao Yu and Damp, Oppos, off to study. In the living room, only the elderly couple remained. Did you see that? The girl is truly stunning. With large eyes and fair skin, she exudes an aura of good fortune, Chun Laniying remarked. Shao Wensong remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Chun Laniying playfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. Shao Wensong sighed. Don't get ahead of yourself. They haven't even officially begun their relationship. Nonsense. I believe that girl is quite compatible with our Shao Yang. Shao Wensong countered, What about the girl he dated in college? They were together for 5 years, and it ended in separation. That is entirely different, Chun Laniying replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. Our son is now achieving great things. Shao Wensong did not disagree. For since Shao Yang gained fame online, even distant relatives had started visiting their home, and for him, his son had brought honor to their family. He lit a cigarette, savoring the moment. Noticing Chun Laniying taking out her phone to type, he inquired, What are you messaging? With a smile, she responded, I am asking Shao Yang what that girl's name is. Perhaps I shall visit a temple to seek guidance on their fate. Superstitious. Go away. You know nothing. On the 27th and 28th, Shen Rui's concert began to be promoted online, although Yang Entertainment was also advertising Shao Yang's concert. The newly established company could not compare to Dong Wang Entertainment. As Shen Rui's concert advertisements proliferated online, the company grew increasingly anxious. In contrast, Shao Yang found himself quite at ease, waking up at 7:30 each morning, during which time Shui Jia would bring breakfast. After enjoying the meal, he would head to the recording studio to practice singing, preparing lunch at 11, and then rehearse for another 2 hours in the afternoon, living a fulfilling life. However, Zhang Xini felt a great deal of pressure during these days. To prepare for the 2 songs, she had taken a 10-day leave from school, arriving at the company early each day and returning home around 7 or 8 in the evening. Having memorized the lyrics and internalized the melodies, she was determined to excel. On the 29th, the day before the release of the new album Fuyo, Zhang Xini was getting ready to head to the company when she unexpectedly received a call from Yang Lan. Hello, Sister Lan. Xini, where are you now? Taken aback for a moment, Zhang Xini quickly replied, I'm at the subway station. Don't board the subway just yet. I will send you the address of Shao Yang's residence. You need to go to his house. Huh? To Brother Yang's house? Yes, he has a recording studio at home. As you will be performing a duet at the concert, Shao Yang likely wants to rehearse with you beforehand. Okay. After hanging up, Yang Lan promptly sent the address. Zhang Xini opened the map, searched for the location, and soon boarded the subway. Throughout her journey, anxiety coursed through her, akin to a student preparing for an examination. Exiting the subway station, Zhang Xini hailed a ride and soon arrived at Maple Leaf Road. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, after confirming the house number once more, she took a deep breath, poised to press the doorbell when suddenly the door swung open from within. Xiao Teza stepped out, and upon seeing Zhang Xini, their eyes widened in surprise, staring at each other. After a few moments, Xiao Teza asked, Sister, who are you looking for? I. Zhang Xini stammered. The address is correct. The house number is also accurate. This. Could it be that Brother Yang already has a daughter? Zhang Xini felt as though struck by lightning. Chapter 91. The love-struck couple Xiao. Who are you talking to? Shao Yang's voice echoed from the courtyard, startling Zhang Xini, who had been lost in thought outside the door. Xiao pointed her little finger at Zhang Xini and turned to the courtyard, saying, Uncle, there's a big sister at the door. Uncle? Wait, she calls Yango uncle? I was indeed overthinking it. Zhang Xini, you silly girl. How could Yango be old enough to have a daughter that age? Such foolishness. As Shao Yang approached the entrance and saw Zhang Sini, he opened the courtyard door with a smile, saying, "Come in." Zhang Sini, realizing the situation, called out Yang Gu and stepped into the courtyard. Shao Yang patted Zaidozi's head and instructed, "Zaidozi, Uncle has some work to attend to today. You should head home first and come back to play later, all right?" "Okay," Zaidozi replied obediently, quickly scampering back home. Once she had left, Shao Yang closed the courtyard door and noticed Zhang Sini admiring the arrangement of the courtyard. He stepped forward and said, "This house is rented by the company. There's nothing remarkable about it. Come inside." Zhang Sini walked into the house with some trepidation. As the door closed behind them, her mind began to spiral with wild thoughts. Why close the door in broad daylight? A lone man and woman, alone in a room. She couldn't help but think, "Oh no, am I about to be coerced?" Zhang Sini's heart raced. Despite the cool air from the air conditioning hitting her face, she still felt a bit flushed. Just as she was about to take off her shoes to enter, a voice from the sofa called out, "Is someone here?" Startled, Zhang Sini jumped at the realization that there was already someone in the house. How ridiculous! Why was she letting her imagination run wild? Yang Gu simply invited her over for rehearsal. What was she thinking? Shao Yang entered the room and placed a pair of cool slippers on the floor for Zhang Sini. As she stepped into the living room, she was uncertain how to greet Shue Jiejie. Shao Yang was about to introduce her, but found himself at a loss for words regarding Shue Jiejie's identity. Should he say that Shue Jiejie was his assistant? Nonsense. Most of the time, he was the one catering to her needs. He was more like her assistant. To say she was his friend was even more absurd. How could friends spend every day together? Just then, Shue Jiejie stood up and said, "Hello, I'm Shao Yang's assistant, Shue Jiejie. Just call me Jiejie." Shao Yang quickly added, "She's also one of the shareholders of Yang Entertainment, so she could be considered your boss." Zhang Sini understood immediately and called out, "Sister Jiejie." Shue Jiejie smiled gently. Zhang Sini was still a university student, an art major, likely just in her early 20s, so it was perfectly fine for her to address Shue Jiejie as such. "Let's go. The recording studio is downstairs. I want to see how you've been practicing these past few days." "Okay." Shao Yang led Zhang Sini downstairs, with Shue Jiejie following closely behind. Upon entering the recording studio, Shao Yang noticed Shue Jiejie had tagged along and frowned, saying, "What are you doing here?" "I just wanted to take a look," she replied. Shao Yang chuckled and guided her to a nearby chair, instructing, "While we sing, you must remain quiet. Even the slightest noise will be picked up by the microphone. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Shao Yang refrained from engaging in banter with Shue Jiejie. With less than a week until the concert, he was confident in himself, but he could not guarantee that Zhang Sini shared the same level of confidence. He handed a prepared copy of the lyrics for The Wind Rises to Zhang Sini, saying, "The black markings are my parts, and the red markings are yours. Have you memorized the lyrics?" "Yes." "Shall we begin?" Shao Yang handed Zhang Sini a microphone, opened his notebook, located the accompaniment file, and hit play. The studio soon filled with melodious sounds. The introductory verses belonged to Shao Yang. His vocal prowess remained steady. Had Zhang Sini not been standing beside him, she might have doubted if it were a live performance. Shao Yang and Appo's skill heightened Zhang Sini and Appo's anxiety. However, her days of practice had instilled an instinctive response within her. As soon as Shao Yang finished his part, she seamlessly continued singing. An untrained ear might not discern anything amiss, but a trained one would catch the slight tremor in Zhang Sini's voice at the very start of her lyrics, evidence of her nervousness. Yet, Shao Yang understood her predicament. After all, she was still a young girl, unlike him, who had accumulated substantial stage experience in that world. Moreover, the slight flaw he detected was minimal and hardly worth concern. Her singing was commendable. As she sang a few more lines, she gradually found her rhythm, allowing her voice to blossom with emotion. Shue Jiejie sat quietly beside her, imagining herself as an audience member at a grand concert, with Shao Yang and Zhang Sini performing on a massive stage before thousands. The beautiful melody reverberated throughout the expansive venue. The audience waved their brightly colored light sticks in unison. At that moment, the two would undoubtedly be the focus of everyone's attention. Though envy crept in, it was far from jealousy. Shue Jiejie understood Shao Yang's character. Unless he truly despised someone, he would treat everyone with the same courtesy he extended to Zhang Sini. It was normal for a young man to be polite to a young woman upon their first meeting. However, if that politeness persisted, it might indicate a lack of romantic interest. Although Shue had never been in love, she had consumed enough novels and dramas to grasp this concept. Not bad. I knew I hadn't and Oppos. He misjudged you. Upon hearing Shao Yang and Oppos' praise after their first song, Zhang Sini shyly smiled, her tension easing significantly. Shao Yang set down a microphone and said, "Now let me hear Invisible Wings." Okay. The accompaniment began once more. Shao Yang stood beside Shue, listening as Zhang Sini sang the entire song. A smile graced his face as he leaned down to Shue, asking, "What do you think?" From the perspective of an audience member, Shue praised, "Sini, this song suits you perfectly. You'll definitely shine at Shao Yang's concert." Zhang Sini, taken aback, replied, "This is all Yang Ji's doing." Shao Yang did not deny it. Zhang Sini had been chosen by him, and the song was crafted by him. With over 1 billion people in China, countless talented singers existed, and if Zhang Sini were to become famous, it would certainly be attributed to him. Shue playfully pinched Shao Yang and Amp, Oppos' ears, saying, "Hey, the little sister just praised you, and you're grinning like that? Jia, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I wrong? Your face is practically screaming lewd. Ridiculous." As Zhang Sini observed the playful banter between Shao Yang and Shue, she began to realize that their relationship extended far beyond that of artist and assistant. They appeared to be a couple deeply in love. Chapter 92. Let the bullets fly. For a while, they spent the entire day in the recording studio, only taking a break to ascend the stairs for lunch. It was past 5 in the afternoon when Shao Yang finally spoke. "Let's call it a day. You have made tremendous progress. In the coming days, do not overexert yourself as you did before. Take care of your voice." Oh, Zhang Sini nodded obediently, like a well-behaved child. Throughout the day, Shao Yang not only guided her through several songs from his new album, but also imparted a wealth of vocal knowledge, explaining concepts with greater detail than her school teachers. Zhang Sini was now utterly in awe of Shao Yang. It would not be an exaggeration to call her one of his little fans. Shue chimed in, "Sini, are you still living at school?" "Yes." "Shao Yang, should we head to the supermarket for groceries? We could drop Sini back at school on the way," she suggested. "That works," Shao Yang replied. Zhang Sini quickly waved her hands. No, I can take the subway by myself." After Shao Yang grabbed the car keys and changed his shoes, he led the two out. Shue pulled Zhang Sini into the car, and after Shao Yang searched for the location of the Shanghai Drama Academy, they followed the navigation. After the concert, if you become popular, the company will arrange for a manager for you. At that point, all your needs will be taken care of by the agency. "I will work hard," she affirmed. "Do you believe there are few people in this world who strive for success? Just look at those in Hongdian. Countless individuals are tirelessly pursuing their dreams of becoming actors." Zhang Sini was left speechless. "I don't know if I will regret bringing you into this industry," Shao Yang cautioned. "The entertainment world is treacherous, filled with both good and bad. Many enter with pure intentions, yet few emerge unscathed. Just look at how many celebrities have fallen from grace in recent years. How many sordid affairs have been exposed." Shao Yang spoke earnestly, like a concerned elder, thus, "I have but one request of you. Remain true to yourself, and do not become someone you ultimately despise." Zhang Sini blinked, somewhat understanding, yet still confused. Shue laughed. "Why do you sound like an old man? Just drive and stop rambling." Shao Yang indeed fell silent. The next day, at 0:01, Penguin Music simultaneously released 2 digital albums, Shao Yang's Fu Yao and Shun Rui's Gorgeous Melody. As long as the mobile notifications for Penguin Music were enabled, everyone received the push notifications. However, upon entering the albums, only one song was available in each. There was a notification below stating that a new song would be uploaded every 2 hours. This was a marketing strategy employed by Penguin Music. Since the advent of the digital age, physical album sales had significantly declined. Even many top-tier artists now struggled to sell more than a few 100,000 copies, a far cry from the million-plus sales of the early 2000s. As a result, many artists opted to release their new albums in digital format, which were generally priced between 20 to 30 yuan yet sold in massive quantities, with leading artists often selling over 3 million copies. In a hotel, Shun Rui anxiously monitored the sales data on his computer screen. His manager, Wang Mimi, sat nearby, incessantly messaging Shun Rui's fan group, urging fans to purchase his new album. This was a common tactic to boost sales. Do not underestimate these fan groups. Those who manage to get into a group are usually die-hard fans. They are willing to go to great lengths for their idols. Some fans, with substantial financial means, can purchase hundreds of digital albums, and they often have small subgroups to spread the word, resulting in a natural increase in sales. Previously, Autumn Night with You had already lost to The Wind Rises, and Shun Rui was determined not to let his new album sales fall behind Shao Yang's. Consequently, he turned a blind eye to Wang Mimi's somewhat disreputable tactics. A single song's victory or defeat was inconsequential. As long as the album sales surpassed Shao Yang's, the triumph would still belong to him. At that moment, Shun Rui had already forgotten about Shao Yang taking away his endorsement for Yinshan. He was solely focused on defeating Shao Yang to preserve his reputation and status. As he observed the surging sales of Gorgeous Melody, Shun Rui's tense heart began to ease. Despite the exhaustion from managing the album release and concert preparations, he did not retire early as he had previously. He remained glued to his computer. At 2 o'clock, the second song was released. At 4, the third song went live. At 6, the fourth song was uploaded. Finally, around 7, he could no longer endure the fatigue. Upon seeing that Gorgeous Melody had outperformed Fuyao by 5 or 6 times, he collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. By this time, Wang Mimi could no longer hold on either and slumped onto the sofa, entering a deep slumber. She still held her phone, with the screen displaying the fan group's chat at her face. Mimi, I just borrowed an account to buy 10 more copies. Is that enough? I can't borrow any more accounts now. I've purchased over 50 copies. I'm so tired. I'll sleep now and continue searching for people to buy more after I wake up. At that moment, Fuyao had also released 4 songs: The Wind Rises, Drunken Red Cliffs, Jiangnan, and Confession Balloon. Each of these songs had already stood the test of time in the market. Take Jiangnan, for instance. Despite being released in 2004, it remained popular for over 20 years. If a singer could only choose one song as their signature piece, Invisible Wings would be Angela Zhang's, while Jiangnan would represent JJ Lin. While Shun Rui and Wang Mimi stayed up late monitoring the data and encouraging fans to boost sales, Shao Yang was comfortably asleep in his bed. At 7:30, Shao Yang awoke naturally, adhering to his regular routine. Instead of immediately checking the album data, he changed out his pajamas and proceeded to wash up. Upon reaching the ground floor, the doorbell rang. Why is someone here so early? Shao Yang set down his cup and walked toward the door. Expecting it to be Shui Jia, he was surprised to find Yang Lan standing there. Lan Jia? What brings you here so early? Today is the release day for your digital album. How could I not come? Yang Lan replied, her expression filled with concern. Having spent some time together, she was quite satisfied with Shao Yang in all aspects. He was talented, possessed good character, and most importantly, adhered to his principles. What manager wouldn't want to represent such an artist? As Yang Lan prepared to enter, Shui Jia drove her BMW down Maple Leaf Road, parked outside, and hurriedly exited her car, slamming the door behind her. Noticing the smile on Shao Yang's face, she quipped, "How can you still smile? His album sales are almost 7 times yours." Yang Lan added, "The sales data for Shun Rui's new album seems abnormal. The traffic at midnight is typically low. As a second-tier artist, he can't possibly sell that many copies in such a short time. If I'm not mistaken, he must be inflating his sales. Is it really that significant? Why are you both so anxious?" Shao Yang made a gun gesture with his hand, mimicking a cowboy from a Western film, and playfully remarked, "Let the bullets fly for a while." Chapter 93. A War Without Smoke. Shui Jia shot Shao Yang a disdainful glance and strode into the room, followed closely by Yang Lan. Compared to Shao Yang, the two of them were far more concerned about the sales of Shao Yang's new album, as it would significantly impact a series of subsequent events. "Shui Jia, why didn't you bring me breakfast today?" Shao Yang inquired. "I only slept for a couple of hours past 2 last night and got up at 7. It takes 20 minutes to drive here. When would I have time to buy breakfast? Besides, today is your album release. Do you really think you should be worrying about breakfast?" One is iron and rice is steel. Shao Yang shrugged, turning to the kitchen to boil water for noodles. Sister Lan, have you eaten? No. Then I'll cook a bit more for us to share. Sure, Yang Lan replied with a smile, taking out her 13-inch MacBook to compare the sales of the two albums on the Penguin Music interface. Currently, Shun Rue's gorgeous symphony had sold 140,000 copies, while Shao Yang's Fuyao had barely approached 30,000. The disparity was stark. However, considering that 90 of people were asleep at dawn and yesterday was not a weekend, it was not surprising that not many would be listening to music at midnight. Selling 30,000 copies before 8 in the morning was already commendable. Though Shun Rue's gorgeous symphony had impressive sales, any industry insider could discern that the figures were anomalous. Until now, the record for the first day of digital album sales was merely 520,000 copies. If Shun Rue maintained this pace, breaking the record seemed plausible. But was that feasible? It was utterly improbable. Despite his early debut, he was merely a secondary singer who floundered in variety shows, with low output and mediocre singing skills. There was no reason for him to achieve such results. Yang Lan chuckled. I stayed up until 4 last night, and though Fuyao sales may not surpass Gorgeous Symphony, the reviews for the album are quite favorable. Is that so? Shuejia leaned closer. I only looked at the sales, not the comments. Let me have a look. Yang Lan opened the comment section beneath the album. Comments from netizens sprang forth vibrantly, as expected from the creator of Shao Cho, 10 years and exaggerated. Every song in the new album is a masterpiece. Guys, this new album is absolutely fantastic. Why can't they release everything at once? They really know how to tease people's appetites. Penguin Company has never done anything right. Damn it. Jiangnan really amazed me, in my heart. It is the pinnacle of this year's pop music. I looped Drunken Red Cliff for an entire night, thinking it was the peak, only to discover Jiangnan Confession Balloon followed. I'm in love. I've never subscribed to video memberships, nor have I ever bought a digital album, but Fia has made me break my rule. When will the physical album be released? I must buy a copy for my collection. These were among the most liked comments. Below were the newly posted remarks. My girlfriend loves Confession Balloon. I've decided to learn this song and propose to her. Wish me luck, everyone. This new album is truly unbeatable. It's rare to see a powerful singer emerge in the entertainment industry. The more I listen, the more I'm hooked. Brothers, the 5th song of the album, Bin Xiao Gongmu, has been uploaded. Everyone go listen. I'm already on my knees. Can we just release everything at once? I feel ants crawling all over me. After scrolling through dozens of comments, Yang Lan refreshed the interface. The sales of Fuyao had surged by 700 or 800 in less than 5 minutes. Yang Lan and Shuejia exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with surprise. Sales were climbing rapidly, a highly encouraging sign. In contrast, the growth of Gorgeous Symphony had significantly diminished since the early morning. It's time to eat, Shao Yang announced, setting 3 bowls of noodles on the table. Shuejia rubbed her belly and quickly made her way to the kitchen, seemingly assuming the role of the hostess without hesitation. Shao Yang, didn't I mention I dislike fried eggs? Being picky is not good, Shuejia retorted, using her chopsticks to transfer her fried egg into Shao Yang's bowl. Yang Lan, feeling a bit shy, stepped forward. She knew Shao Yang could cook, but didn't he expect his culinary skills to be so impressive? The noodles looked particularly appetizing. Sister Lan, please, don't stand on ceremony. Okay. Once all 3 were seated, Shao Yang took out his phone to check the album sales figures. Shun Rue is quite amusing. Since he cannot outplay me openly, he resorts to underhanded tactics. He released the new album at dawn, and though not all songs were available, he managed to sell over 100,000 copies. Is this a trick? Having experienced the industry, Shao Yang knew, even without Yang Lan's input, that these figures were artificially inflated. He was merely astonished by Shun Rue's brazen approach. If one were to manipulate the figures, it would be wise to do so subtly, not to flaunt over 100,000 sales right from the start. Yang Lan, savoring her noodles, remarked, an industry insider can spot the manipulation at a glance, but the average netizen remains oblivious. They only see the final sales numbers. I'm confident in my new album. Even if it doesn't surpass today, I'm certain it will eventually outshine it in a few days, Shao Yang replied, his confidence stemming from the 9 songs he had selected, each possessing a high degree of recognition and popularity. Individually, any one of them could surpass 99 of songs available on the market. What is Shun Rue, after all? A second-tier singer whose arrangement skills are still at a high school level. Any song from my new album could eclipse all of his previous works. At 8 o'clock, Bin Xiao Gongmu was uploaded. 2 hours later, Fuyao sales reached 50,000. By 10 o'clock, Dong Feng Po was released. By noon, sales had climbed to over 80,000, while Gorgeous Symphony had only increased slightly above 20,000. The gap had swiftly narrowed from nearly 7-fold to just 2-fold. In a hotel, Shun Rue, who had only fallen asleep in the early hours, awoke leisurely. His first instinct was to unlock his phone and check the album sales. Though it was less than he had anticipated, selling 160,000 digital albums in half a day was still a commendable achievement. After all, the peak sales period was from 6 to 10 in the evening. He recalled that his first album had sold just over 500,000 copies, and he hadn't even reached 100,000 on the first day. A smile crept across Shun Rue's face as he prepared to wash up, curiosity prompting him to return to the album sales interface and click on Fuyao. Fuyao, 83, 422 copies sold. Rubbing his eyes, he focused again, and when he realized he had misread, his heart tightened with anxiety. How could it have increased by 60,000 overnight when it was just over 20,000 before I went to sleep? Wang Jia. Shun Rue was momentarily stunned before rushing to the sofa to awaken his still sleeping manager, Wang Mimi. What is it? Wang Mimi mumbled, clearly still groggy. Quick, send more messages in the fan group, encouraging them to buy more. Fuyao is about to catch up. What? It was 6 or 7 times behind last night. How could it catch up so quickly? Wang Mimi hurriedly got up to check her phone. Upon seeing Fuyao sales had risen to 80,000, she was left utterly speechless. Wang Jia, why are you still dazed? Help me contact the fans. Wang Mimi longed to express that she had already sent messages to all the groups, and that digital albums required a logged-in account for purchase. The votes that could be cast had already been cast, and allowing them to vote again would surely yield diminishing returns. However, upon witnessing Shun Rue's anxious demeanor, Wang Mimi refrained from voicing her thoughts. Perhaps it would be best to wait a little longer and see. Chapter 94. A Universal Appeal. Shao Yang sat in the classroom, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out at the leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Indeed, the pace of the third year was markedly swifter than that of the second. Many day, students had their parents delivering meals to the school gate. After finishing their lunches, they rushed back to their classrooms to study. Everyone seemed particularly diligent. Even a few classmates known for their playful antics were now diligently completing their assignments. The classroom was filled with the rustle of pages turning, accompanied only by the hum of the ceiling fan. Shao Yang's class was a key class in the school, boasting a 100 undergraduate admission rate and over 60 acceptance into top-tier universities. Despite being in such a competitive environment, Shao Yang consistently achieved top marks in every examination. Yue, shall we go to the restroom? Her desk mate whispered, clutching a pink sanitary pad. Snapped back to reality, Yue nodded with a smile. The two girls left the classroom together, making their way towards the easternmost restroom. As they walked past classrooms 2, 3, and 4, the noise grew increasingly louder. Approaching the restroom, they encountered 2 male classmates, each wearing one earbud, chatting and laughing as they ascended the stairs. This song is delightful. The previous track, Blue and White Porcelain, was fantastic, but East Wind Breaks is also quite nice. I just splurged $30 on the official digital album today. When I return home this week, I must download these songs. We must support the original, you know? Where would I find the money? All right, just return my earphones. If the disciplinary director catches me with my phone at school, I'm doomed. Here you go. Hearing their conversation, Shao Yang suddenly paused, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Yue, what's wrong? Nothing, you go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. Okay. In the dormitory, Zhang Xinyi's roommate inquired. Shall we listen together? Yes. While we were eating in the cafeteria, many were discussing the songs from this new album. Thanks to Xinyi, My roommates have been following Shao Yang and are eager to hear the new tracks. They had already listened to The Wind Rises and a snippet of Drunken Red Cliff. And now the third new song, Jiangnan, filled the room. The melodious voice echoed throughout the dormitory. When the wind arrives here, it clings to the thoughts of travelers. When the rain arrives here, it entwines, binding us to linger in the mortal realm. The three girls sat before the computer, savoring the enchanting melodies. As the final line, "Only when the heart breaks do we understand," faded into silence. An excited voice broke the stillness. "I'm calling Zhang Sini right now to ask her for a signed photo of Shao Yang. I want 3. Will a signed photo satisfy you? I heard there will be limited edition physical copies of the new album. If I could get one, it would surely make my friends envious. I envy Sini so much." Today, the class monitor asked why Sini was absent, and I almost slipped up. Let us wait for Sini to return this evening and listen to the next song. What's the next one? The title sounds odd, something like Compendium of Materia Medica. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Nansha Nan was released. At 4 o'clock, Princess was released. At 6 o'clock, By Lake by Call was released. Thus, all 9 songs from the new album Fuyo were now available, encompassing a variety of genres from pop to rock, folk to rap. Netizens from all corners of the world began sharing the songs after listening, leading to a rapid increase in album sales. On platforms like Douyin, analyses and reviews of a new album were already emerging. The speed of this dissemination surprised even Shao Yang himself. In just one afternoon, the album and Oppo's sales skyrocketed from 80,000 to 290,000 copies. Yanglan and Shui Jia witnessed the sales figures rise before their eyes, both rendered speechless by the astonishing numbers. Had it not been for a confirming phone call from the staff at Penguin Music, Yanglan would have doubted the accuracy of the statistics. In the villa, Shuiqi sat on the sofa, navigating the Penguin Music app to find Shao Yang and Oppo's new album, Fuyo. After a lengthy process of registration and verification, he finally purchased the album. Unbeknownst to him, it was the driver, Shao Zhang, humming a new tune on their way back that piqued his curiosity. "What song are you listening to?" Initially taken aback, the driver quickly explained, "Boss, it's a new song from a talented singer recommended by a friend." Knowing that Shao Zhang usually didn't listen to music, Shuiqi probed further. "Who is it by? Let me check." The driver paused at a red light, pulling out his phone to confirm, "All right, it's by Shao Yang." Shuiqi's heart skipped a beat. "What did you say? Shao Yang?" "Yes, Shao Yang, with the character for sunlight." Reaching for the phone, Shuiqi and Oppo's eyes darkened as he glanced at the promotional image on the screen. "Boss, do you know him?" "How could I not? Yes, my daughter's boyfriend. The one who's taken my precious cabbage. All these songs are his." "Yes, the new album just released today. I spent $30 on it. But can you believe how lucrative being a star is? He has already sold nearly 300,000 copies, which equates to 9 million. Many people might never earn that much in their lifetime." Shuiqi then asked, "Can you connect the car and Oppo's Bluetooth to play it?" "Sure." Swiftly complying, Shao Zhang played the last released song, By Lake by Call, believing it might appeal to his boss. The premium sound system enveloped the car in a rich auditory experience, as Shao Yang's voice resonated, akin to a gentle breeze and flowing water. As the song concluded, they arrived at the villa. Once home, Shuiqi promptly purchased the digital album and listened again. Lu Hongyu approached, intrigued by the captivating melodies. "What song is this? It's quite pleasant. Wait, I feel like I've heard this voice somewhere before." Shuiqi replied, "It's sung by Shao. What did you say? My son-in-law sings?" Lu Hongyu rushed to the sofa, confirming on her phone before rewinding the track to the beginning. In the spacious living room, the universally appealing melodies filled the air once more. "In my embrace, in your eyes, there lies the spring breeze intoxicated, the verdant grass beneath. The moonlight scatters love across the lake, illuminating the night with our bonfire." "My goodness!" Lu Hongyu gasped, one hand covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Shao Yang and Oppo's poster on her phone. "How is it that our son-in-law sings so beautifully? Why didn't Jia tell us earlier?" Perhaps she feared we would harbor biases if we knew Shao was a singer. What bias could there possibly be? "My son-in-law is so exceptionally talented that I can only rejoice. I hope that when he has a child, They inherit Xiao's artistic gifts, as no one in our family possesses such talent. Have you lost your senses? Calling him son-in-law at home? Lu Hongyu boasts about it daily in front of her friends, and it has now become second nature to her. After Shui Chi's teasing, she slapped his thigh, glaring at him fiercely, and exclaimed, "You old fossil. No wonder no one likes you." Lu Hongyu then took out her phone, snapped a picture of the song currently playing, and shared it in her old friends group, proclaiming, "Sisters, this is the song sung by my son-in-law. Let's hear your thoughts." Shui let out a heavy sigh and retreated to his study. He first asked old LV for LV May's phone number and dialed it directly. He needed to clarify what exactly was happening. Was he a partner in the company? How did he become a singer? Chapter 95. The craftsmanship deserves reward. Shenrue was left dumbfounded. Just this morning, at around 7 o'clock, the sales of Gorgeous Melody were still 6 times that of Fuyo. He felt confident of his victory. However, by 9 o'clock that evening, the sales of Fuyo skyrocketed from just under 30,000 to over 300,000. In less than a day, it had multiplied tenfold. How could this be possible? It should be noted that Gorgeous Melody had barely crossed 200,000, and Shunrue was acutely aware of the inflated figures behind that number. Shunrue licked his parched lips, his fingers trembling slightly as he clicked into the comment section for Fuyo. Fuyo is undoubtedly the best album of the year, without exception. This album encompasses every style of music, and I adore every single song. Haha, I snagged tickets for the concert on September 5th. Let into Amp, Oppos. Let's not miss it. I envy the person above. I tried to grab tickets at 5:00 and Amp, Oppos, Clock, and in a mere second, 2,000 tickets were sold out. I hope to get some tomorrow, though the chances seem slim. In response to this, Shao Yang commented, "The concert will be live-streamed on Penguin Video, so siblings who couldn't and Oppos get tickets can watch the broadcast there." How wonderful. September 5th falls on a Friday, with sales already at 360,000, and with over 2 hours left until midnight, I estimate that Fuyo will surpass 400,000 in first-day sales. I've never seen a rookie's album perform so well. The craftsmanship deserves reward. This album feels like it can be enjoyed for a long time. I eagerly await the release of the physical album. I must buy one for my collection. I initially bought Shenrue and Oppo's new album, and while it was decent at first, after listening to the 9 songs from Fuyo, I felt compelled to return the money I spent on the album. Damn it. After reading this comment, Shunrue, furious, hurled his phone to the floor, shattering the screen. He stood there consumed by rage. Wang Mimi, sitting on the sofa, remained indifferent. She understood Shunrue and Oppo's temperament. Anything she said at this moment would only exacerbate the situation, so she chose silence. This battle had already been lost, and there was no chance of retaliation. Earlier that afternoon, Wang Mimi had secretly listened to all 9 songs from Shao Yang's new album, though she was Shunrue's manager, setting aside that identity. She too found Fuyo superior to Gorgeous Melody, and not just by a little. It was on an entirely different level. In a high-end residential community in Magic City, Songli stared incredulously at the lyrics on her phone screen, listening to a familiar yet strangely new voice. She felt as if she had turned to stone, unable to respond for a long while. Shao Yang, how could he write such beautiful songs? Song Li's recent career developments had not been as promising as she had hoped. Although she successfully debuted with her group, she ranked 9th in Sugar Heart Girl, making her the least popular among the 9. Moreover, the average age of the other 8 members was around 19 or 20. Even though Song Li had lied about her age, her teammates were aware of the truth, leading to a rather lukewarm relationship with them. After Sugar Heart Girl concluded, the initial surge in opportunities dwindled. Although there were still many engagements at first, due to the show's popularity, these opportunities were becoming increasingly scarce, often only inviting 1 or 2 members, and despite Song Li's low asking price, most of the time, such chances were seized by others. Watching her ex-boyfriend's rising popularity, Song Li felt a profound sense of defeat. She was unwilling to accept that he was thriving while she struggled. Why should he prosper so effortlessly after their breakup? I cannot simply let this go. The sharp pain from her manicured nails digging into her flesh brought forth a wave of anguish. Yet Song Li remained expressionless, her gaze icy as she stared at the screen displaying Shao Yang. At exactly midnight, The first day sales of Fuyo were recorded at 425,000, just 100,000 shy of breaking the record. This achievement exceeded the expectations of everyone at Yang Entertainment. No one had anticipated such a dramatic surge in sales that afternoon. Yang Lan closed her notebook, donned her earplugs, and peacefully drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a quaint little building, Shao Yang, the subject of much online discussion, lay on the sofa once more, asleep. Shuejidia had lingered under the pretext of checking album sales, and by the time Shao Yang emerged from his shower, she was already fast asleep on the sofa. Shao Yang had no choice but to carry her to his room. Fortunately, this was not the first time. He even pondered whether to prepare the adjacent room for her to move in, to spare her the daily commute. However, after much deliberation, he decided to wait a little longer. A night passed without incident. Over the next couple of days, the acclaim for Fuyo grew steadily online, bolstered by numerous music critics' reviews. Notably, Chen Meng, a friend of Shao Yang, took to Weibo to sing the praises of the new album, propelling Fuyo and Oppo's sales even higher. In contrast, Gorgeous Melody was quickly left in the dust. By September 4th, the day before the concert, Fuyo sales had astonishingly reached 2,360,000, a figure surpassing that of most first-tier artists. This album had introduced many within the industry to the newcomer Shao Yang. In a business vehicle, Yang Lan was driving, with Zhang Xini in the passenger seat. Shao Yang and Shuejidia sat side by side in the back. As they were heading to the concert venue to check the setup and test the sound equipment. Has Shen Rue made any moves in the past few days? Shao Yang inquired. Yang Lan chuckled. As of now, his new album sales are only around 700,000. What else could he possibly do? What about Dongwang Entertainment? Shen Rue and Oppo's standing in Dongwang Entertainment was not particularly high. The company had done well to secure appearances from two A-list stars to support him, but they were unlikely to invest additional resources. To be honest, I never considered Shen Rue a competitor. My true target is Dongwang Entertainment behind him. Yang Lan paused for a moment and replied, Shao Yang, things have already far exceeded our expectations. We in Oppo's VE received numerous invitations from various shows in recent days. You needn't Oppo's to concern yourself with this matter. Before she could finish, Shao Yang interrupted, Sister Lan, my grievances with Dongwang Entertainment are deep-rooted. This matter cannot simply end here. And what do you intend to do? You can't directly post on Weibo accusing